Lin Yu, get these menial tasks done for me, and clear away those bowls. The voice, resonating with the force of a lion's roar, struck Lin Yu's ears painfully. Although Lin Yu was a son-in-law of the Tang family, in essence he was no different from a servant. He possessed no standing here and faced the daily scorn of the Tang household. He approached the dining table, stacking the plates and utensils before making his way to the kitchen. "Mom, let the servants handle these chores. There's no need to burden him with so many tasks every day," Tang Lianxin remarked, her discontent evident as she observed her fiancé in such a lowly position, subjected to her mother's commands. "Humph, does that kind of waste even deserve to marry into our Tang family? I truly cannot fathom what your grandfather was thinking, allowing such an incapable person to enter our home." Whenever Tang's mother spoke of Lin Yu, she disparagingly referred to him as a waste, making it abundantly clear that his status in the Tang family was even lower than that of the servants. "Enough. 3 months ago, your grandfather declared Lin Yu part of our family, and Lianxin is now his wife. This is unchangeable. Look at Zhao Chunlei from the Zhao family. He's now the chairman and CEO of a prominent firm, earning millions. He's tall, impressive, and a handsome lad, yet that old man disapproves. And then there's Wang Long from the Wang family, strong and valiant, a former soldier, now holding the rank of second lieutenant. These are all exemplary candidates for marriage." Tang mother's face flushed with anger as she lamented her daughter's plight, each remark dripping with scorn for Lin Yu's lowly origin. Tang Xiongtian sat on the sofa, listening to his wife, unease stirring within him. He too disapproved of the old man's decision to wed Lianxin to someone he deemed a failure, yet parental authority and arranged marriage left him powerless to alter the course. In the kitchen, Lin Yu scrubbed the dishes, his expression a mixture of helplessness and silent endurance. "I truly don't understand what my father was thinking when he decided I should marry into this family. Has he forsaken the legacy of the Lin clan?" As tears threatened to spill, Lin Yu felt the weight of ridicule thrown at him by the Tang family, their mocking term of waste echoing painfully in his mind. This ongoing humiliation left him feeling utterly aggrieved. 3 months prior, his father had presented him with a marriage contract, and upon reading it, Lin Yu had been rendered speechless for an entire hour. "The old patriarch of the Tang family owes me a debt. I saved his life in his youth. To repay this, coupled with your birth, he arranged for his granddaughter to be engaged to you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so you'll stay with the old Tang head for now." Though his father stated it plainly, should not the individuals involved at least be consulted? Though it is said that one should inquire about the arrangements of a betrothal, did no one think to ask the parties involved? Lin Yu arrived at the Tang family residence, where the patriarch, Tang Zhonghua, immediately insisted on an engagement between him and Tang Lianxin, offering no time for contemplation. During the past 3 months of their coexistence, Lin Yu, with no employment, found himself merely performing menial tasks in the villa, ostensibly a son-in-law, yet in reality, no more than a servant. After freshening up, Lin Yu settled onto the sofa, accustomed to the indifferent gazes of those around him. "Lin Yu, tomorrow you will start working from the ground up at Lianxin's company. Our family does not support idlers. Even a dog can guard the house. What can you do?" The more Tang Mu scrutinized Lin Yu's face, the more displeased she became, her intentions clear. "Enough, Xiaoyu. Your aunt is like this. Despite your unconventional entry into our family, you are now one of us. Tomorrow, you will go to Lianxin's company, where she will arrange a position for you." Tang Fu. Tang Xiong spoke with casual indifference, returning to his newspaper. Meanwhile, Tang Lianxin remained beside them, absorbed in her notebook, treating Lin Yu as if he were no more significant than the air around her. Ah, this is the life that those impoverished dream of, residing in opulent estates, feasting on lavish meals, yet unable to even touch their betrothed. Clenching his fists in frustration, Lin Yu turned and strode towards the exit. "Where are you going?" Tang Lianxin, strikingly beautiful in her work attire, reclined on the sofa, her slender waist accentuated as she appeared languid. "I just need to clear my mind." Lin Yu felt the family's treatment of him akin to that of a dog, and he resented the comparison. Tang Lianxin nodded slightly, dismissing him as she returned to her work. With delicate features framed by high cheekbones, a refined nose, and a cherry-like mouth, her captivating beauty was undeniable, adorned with a beauty mark that enhanced her allure. Lin Yu speculated that perhaps Tang Laozu had surmised his status as a novice, unblemished by worldly experiences, compelling the engagement to safeguard Tang Lianxin's well-being. Alas, for the past 3 months, Lin Yu had been subjected to incessant commands, directed to comply without question, washing dishes, cleaning up after pets, performing tasks fit for servants. When would this life of servitude end? Cursed father, abandoning your son like this. Claiming to seek out my mother after all these years, yet to no avail. As Lin Yu walked along the roadside, smoking a cigarette, he gazed at the dazzling lights of the city, feeling utterly lost. Day after day, belittled as a worthless being, scorned by all, he endured the humiliation. Unable to even share a bed with his beautiful fiancée, relegated to sleeping on the floor. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew. Until a black Maserati suddenly raced towards him at an alarming speed. Oh no! Lin Yu barely had time to react before the car collided violently with him. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed within him, and a metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he coughed violently. Thud! Lin Yu was hurled to the entrance of a supermarket. There's been an accident. Xiaodan, call the police. The driver can't flee. A female salesperson rushed out. Seeing Lin Yu lying on the ground, barely conscious, and began administering CPR. Sir. Lin Yu's vision blurred. He heard someone calling out to him, but felt himself slipping into a deep slumber. The driver of the Maserati swiftly turned and fled the scene. The salesperson called for an ambulance while continuing her efforts to revive him. Bystanders gathered, and from the crowd emerged a woman. He had just been struck by a Maserati, and now it felt as if his heart was on the verge of stopping. The woman, identifying herself as a doctor, pressed her hands against Lin Yu's chest. At that moment, her blue gem necklace became visible. Seeing Lin Yu's lack of response and his faint heartbeat, she took an audacious step that left the onlookers in shock. She leaned down and kissed Lin Yu, her blue gem necklace mingling with his blood, a surge of blue light instantly entering his body. System pairing successful. Identity, humble son-in-law. Chapter 2. Sharing a bed, where am I? Upon opening his eyes, Lin Yu found himself staring at white curtains. As he looked around, he noticed his fiancée and in-laws seated nearby, all wearing expressions of impatience. This useless man. He steps out for a moment and gets hit by a car, costing us more money. I said we should use the cheapest room, but he insisted on the presidential suite. What he cost could feed our little dog for a month. Tang Mu crossed her arms, visibly irate. Tang Lianxin countered, Mom, why are you like this? Our family isn't lacking in funds, after all. Lin Yu is still my fiancé. Once he's dead, he won't be. Enough? You should hold your tongue. There is something amiss here. Xiao Yu was struck on the roadside, and the driver fled. It's likely those who compete with us for business are behind this. A warning. Tang Xiong remarked with a hint of anger in his eyes. Family of the patient, please wait outside and do not disturb him, a voice interjected. Summer Yuhan, listening to the family's conversation, felt a surge of anger. After all, the patient was their son-in-law, and they were wishing for his demise. The three exited the room, and Summer Yuhan approached the bedside, preparing a syringe to inject into the saline bag. Is this a hospital? Lin Yu asked softly. Yes, sir. You were hit by a car on the road. Do you remember? Summer Yuhan was surprised to see him awake and felt a twinge of sympathy. If even his mother-in-law believed that spending on Lin Yu's hospital stay was a waste, it was clear he was regarded as less than even a dog. Did you save me? Yes, it was an emergency. I merely performed artificial respiration. You needn't think too much of it. Summer Yuhan's face flushed as she regarded the man with sharp features before her, feeling an inexplicable charm emanating from him. Thank you. I will remember this kindness. However, I believe I am fine now and can be discharged. Lin Yu had heard Tang Mu's words and, given his current condition, had no desire to continue drawing on the Tang family's resources. Less than a dog, indeed. Lin Yu's heart was filled with self-deprecating resolve from this day forth. He vowed not to touch a single cent of the Tang family's wealth. A man should stand strong, possessing dignity, even if others regard him as worthless. He must retain a stubborn pride deep within. No, you have only been admitted for 3 hours. A full examination is necessary. We need to take some x-rays before you can leave, Summer Yuhan insisted, not believing that Lin Yu could have sustained no injuries from the accident. No need. I truly feel fine. Look, I can get up. Lin Yu rose, pulling out the 4-line and hopping off the bed, feeling lighter than air. To his astonishment, he found he could almost touch the ceiling with a mere leap. What had started as a demonstration of his recovery turned into a realization that something within him had changed. No, you must have an x-ray. Stop fooling around and lie down. Summer Yuhan gazed at Lin Yu, astonished by his vitality, yet still skeptical of his recovery. I'm truly fine. Don't believe me? I can even lift you. Lin Yu appeared before Xia Yuhan, bending down and effortlessly lifting her into a princess carry. Ah, put me down at once, Xia Yuhan exclaimed. Feeling the rapid heartbeat against her cheek, her face flushed with embarrassment as she closed her eyes. Realizing his abruptness, Lin Yu hurriedly set her down, apologizing, "I'm sorry, doctor. I merely wish to demonstrate that my health has indeed improved." To his surprise, Xia Yuhan felt remarkably light in his arms, making it easy to lift her. "Now I can process my discharge, right?" he asked. "Yes," Xia Yuhan replied, still blushing, her heart racing after their encounter. Although both moments, the kiss and being lifted, were unintentional, they left a lasting impression on her. "Thank you, doctor. By the way, I'm Lin Yu, with Lin as in forest and Yu as in universe. What is your name?" Lin Yu inquired with a charming smile, his eyes sparkling with clarity. "I'm Xia Yuhan," she replied succinctly, turning to open the hospital room door. Once she regained her composure, she addressed the three people outside, stating, "The patient is no longer in critical condition. You may proceed with the discharge process. Do we need to conduct any further examinations?" Tang Lianxin asked for confirmation, observing the indifference of Lin Yu's in-laws and Tang Lianxin's genuine concern. Xia Yuhan felt a flicker of warmth and humanity. "No need. You can go ahead and handle the payment, and I will manage the discharge paperwork," she assured them. "Fine. Since there's nothing more to discuss, here's a card with 50,000 yuan. Handle it for me. I spent my evening here for this good-for-nothing. And now I can't even get my beauty sleep. My skin is starting to get oily," Tang's mother complained, tossing the card to Xia Yuhan. Feeling the disdain of the wealthy, Xia Yuhan's temper flared, but after years of being a doctor, she had encountered all kinds of people and was no longer faced. Lin Yu, however, found it intolerable and snatched the bank card from Xia Yuhan's hands, declaring, "This card is yours. I refuse to accept your money for my treatment. I do not need your condescending charity." After firmly returning the card to Tang Lianxin, he took Xia Yuhan's hand and left. "Unbelievable. This ingrate. I spent my night accompanying you to the hospital, and this is the attitude I get? 50,000 yuan could buy several ornamental fish," Tang's mother complained. "All right. Since Xiaoyu doesn't want our assistance, let us leave," Tang Xiongtian remarked, a hint of surprise at Lin Yu's actions. Yet he understood his wife's earlier behavior was inappropriate. Tang Lianxin chose to remain silent and followed her parents out of the hospital, boarding their imported Lincoln Navigator. Once at the payment counter, Lin Yu finally released Xia Yuhan's hand, feeling awkward as he gazed at her obedient demeanor, despite perceiving his earlier actions as suave. The reality struck him. He had no money to pay. Having stayed at the Tang household for 3 months, he had no source of income. Yuhan, could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you once I earn some," Lin Yu said earnestly. Xia Yuhan nodded, her heart swelling with admiration for his every action. At the payment counter, Xia Yuhan completed the discharge paperwork and paid the 2,000 yuan on Lin Yu's behalf. 2,000. He gasped, astonished by the exorbitant fee for just 3 hours. "Your room was a presidential suite, charged by the hour. And you also received top-quality 4 fluids, which is why it's so costly," Xia Yuhan explained, her lips forming delicate words. "Thank you, Yuhan. I apologize for my in-law's behavior." Lin Yu said sincerely. "No need for that," she replied, feeling a surge of respect for his sense of justice and warmth, which only heightened her fondness for him. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yu's ear, prompting him to glance around, puzzled by its source. "What's wrong?" Xia Yuhan inquired. Lin Yu shook his head, suspecting he had merely imagined it. After exchanging phone numbers, he took his leave. Having borrowed money from a girl for the first time, Lin Yu felt somewhat like a gigolo, relying on others while living as a son-in-law. Even for a taxi ride, he had to ask for a loan. Xia Yuhan smiled and handed him 100 yuan. "Thank you. I will repay you. I have a job starting tomorrow," Lin Yu assured her, turning to leave. Xia Yuhan watched him depart, unable to suppress a smile, finding his character quite amusing. At 11 o'clock that night, Lin Yu stepped out of a taxi. The driver, staring at the opulent villa and Hohok community, exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. But why did you take the bus? This isn't my house." "I'm just staying with a friend," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Though the villa appeared lavish, he preferred the anonymity of the streets to the superficiality of such a cold environment. Sighing softly, he entered the villa and spotted Tang Lianxin seated on the sofa, watching television, wrapped in a blanket. Her delicate features and captivating phoenix eyes were undeniably alluring, especially as she donned a nightgown that revealed her fair, jade-like legs. Tang Lianxin's lips were pale, and she weakly asked, "Aren't you asleep yet?" Lin Yu approached her, sensing an icy chill emanating from her. "Your condition has returned," she remarked enticingly, Her eyes filled with tenderness as she opened her arms for his embrace. Lin Yu lifted her and carried her into the room. Inside, he laid Tang Lianxin on the bed, ensuring she was covered with blankets before heading to the bathroom to fill the tub with warm water. As he changed clothes, he pondered, could my body have truly mutated? He struck the bathtub wall with his fist, and to his astonishment, a crack appeared. He stared, dumbfounded at his own strength. When did I become so powerful? Gazing at the fissure, he inhaled sharply. The bathroom walls were constructed from the finest materials, reinforced with steel, yet he had shattered them with a single punch. What is happening? And what about that car accident? Who tried to kill me? His eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, radiating an aura of dread. In another room, a middle-aged man sat on a sofa, gazing out the window, pressing a woman's head down onto his lower body. You made me lose $1 billion. This is your warning, Tang Xiongtian. Next time, it won't be as simple as killing your son-in-law. Suddenly, the man held the woman down, his body convulsing as thoughts of Tang Lianxin's beauty flooded his mind. If your son-in-law is dead, then your daughter would be better off with me, he chuckled, concocting a bold plan. Lin Yu, immersed in thought while lounging in the bathtub, concluded he would take things one step at a time. After a quick wash, he donned a bathrobe and returned to the room. Seeing Tang Lianxin still shivering, he discarded the robe and wrapped her in a blanket, gently holding her close through the layers of bedding. Given her unique constitution, Lin Yu either needed to share his warmth directly or, as he was doing now, provide comfort through the blankets. Feeling the fiery figure of Tang Lianxin and the chill emanating from her body, Lin Yu found himself caught in a delightful interplay of warmth and cold. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Absorbing pearl, gain 0, 5 system points. Who could possibly be speaking? Lin Yu wondered as he scanned his surroundings. But there was no sign of life. It seemed that the mechanical voice was audible only to him, and it repeated itself just once. Please, do not move, Tang Lianxin said, sensing something swelling at her rear. She spoke shyly, yet she was not concerned that Lin Yu would take advantage of her. After 3 months of acquaintance, she understood that Lin Yu was not the type to exploit a vulnerable moment. On the contrary, he was quite upright and straightforward, never forcing her into anything she opposed. This quality was a significant reason why Tang Lianxin did not harbor any ill feelings toward him. Lin Yu remained silent, holding Tang Lianxin close. That night, he felt unusually alert, devoid of any sleepiness. At 1 o'clock in the morning, upon hearing Tang Lianxin's normal breathing and noticing that her body had ceased trembling, he quietly rose and moved to a small bed on the carpet to sleep. That was his bed, while Tang Lianxin enjoyed an exceptionally sweet and warm slumber that night. The next day, after having breakfast with Tang Lianxin's family, Lin Yu began to clear the dishes when Tang's mother scolded him. Enough. You won't be doing these chores today. Since you didn't use our Tang family's money last night, it's about time you start working at Lianxin's company. She continued, ungrateful wretch. If you're not using my money, then don't eat my food. I've supported you for 3 months, and this is how you repay me? Tang Xiongtian, as dignified as ever, turned to Lin Yu and said, Xiao Yu, just do well over there and don't laze around. Lin Yu nodded and followed Tang Lianxin out, finding the accusation of idleness amusing. Since their engagement, he had worked alongside the servants, contributing as much as they did, and at the core, wasn't the issue merely a matter of status? Taking a deep breath to dispel the morning's unpleasant mood, he entered Tang Lianxin's luxury vehicle, a pristine white Porsche Cayenne. It was remarkable for a woman to drive such a powerful machine. But Tang Lianxin had inherited her father's tenacity. She was strong-willed, composed, and elegant, though her physique and beauty reflected her mother-esque boldness. As they settled into the spacious back seat, Tang Lianxin slowly drove toward the central area of Nansha City, where the Tongxin group was located. Inside the car, Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin sat in silence. Although they were engaged, the foundation of their relationship was tenuous. To Tang Lianxin, Lin Yu was merely a useless individual, and she did not agree with her grandfather's decision. Yet, she felt powerless to change her fate and could only resign herself to it. Even if she viewed Lin Yu as a spineless fool, the fact remained that he was her fiancé. Lianxin, what kind of work will I be doing at your company? Lin Yu inquired with anticipation. Wearing sunglasses and bright red lipstick, Tang Lianxin replied nonchalantly, We'll see if there are suitable positions for you. Most upper-level jobs require a degree. But since you only graduated from a technical college, you'll have to start from the bottom. Hearing Tang Lianxin's disdainful remarks, Lin Yu chose to remain silent. Perhaps the term useless was indeed how she perceived him. Tang Lianxin parked beside a tall building, and as Lin Yu stepped out, he gazed in awe at the Tang family's enterprise. The Tongxing group occupied a 15-story building, with every 3 floors representing a different department. Each room spanned 30 square meters, showcasing the vast scale of the enterprise. The towering structure was adorned with the latest bulletproof glass, ensuring the safety of its occupants. As they approached the entrance of the company, they were met with a striking sight: a black, imposing Porsche Cayenne decorated with 99 roses arranged in the shape of a heart, surrounded by various luxury items. Zhao Qinglei, what is he doing here? Tang Lianxin muttered upon spotting the man next to the black Porsche, her expression revealing her discomfort. Lin Yu turned to look at the man, who wore a white shirt, a golden necklace, and tight black pants that accentuated his height. His appearance was rather ordinary, with a shiny, slick-back hairstyle, and the scent of his cologne wafted toward Lin Yu. Wow, Boss Zhao is indeed persistent. This is the 4th time this week. One employee commented. Persistence 1T help. Our CEO is known for her icy demeanor and shows no interest in anyone, another added. I heard that she is engaged to a useless fellow. Really? If that's true. Our CEO has really been taken for a ride, they whispered, their words reaching Lin Yu's ears despite the soundproof glass. Surprised, Lin Yu surmised that his body had become enhanced, yet he felt angered by the employee's remarks. What did they mean by being taken for a ride? He hadn't even touched the cabbage yet. Wait, that's not right. I'm the cabbage here, he reassured himself, as if he were the treasure in this situation. Noticing Tang Lianxin frowning, Lin Yu, ever perceptive, smiled gently and casually placed his hand on her waist. Don't say anything. Just watch how I deal with that rich boy. Wow. Look, that's our CEO. Who is the guy holding her waist? Get your filthy hands off her. Our ice queen isn't to be disrespected. The employees eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, with some male colleagues even fantasizing about tearing Lin Yu apart. Yet Lin Yu reveled in the attention, enjoying the notion that they wanted to harm him yet could not. What does it matter if I'm seen as useless? I still have a stunning beauty as my fiancée. Let them envy me. Zhao Qinglei, holding a bouquet of roses, dropped them upon witnessing Lin Yu embracing his beloved Tang Lianxin. Lianxin, who is this guy? Zhao Qinglei demanded, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he could incinerate Lin Yu with his gaze alone. I am, of course, my wife's husband. Who are you? Lin Yu replied innocently, sensing hostility. Shut up. Do you take me for a fool? You think I don't know you're just a shield for Lianxin? Zhao Qinglei, we're not that familiar. There is no need for such affectionate terms, Tang Lianxin replied coldly. Lianxin, I understand if my frequent declarations of love have annoyed you, but I can't help it. I like you. I cannot bear the affections of the esteemed Zhao. If there is nothing else, please leave. Do not disturb my work. Did you hear that, Zhao? My wife said you should leave. Lin Yu said nonchalantly. You think you're something? How much did Lianxin pay you to be her shield? Here is 10,000. Now vanish from my sight. Zhao Qinglei tossed a check for 10,000 at Lin Yu. And in the future, don't touch what isn't yours. He scoffed, eyeing Lin Yu disdainfully. Tang Lianxin's expression grew colder as Zhao Qinglei's possessiveness was palpable. 10,000. That seems insufficient, Lin Yu said, letting the check fall to the ground. Don't push your luck. That amount is likely more than what Lianxin pays you. Greed will lead to ruin. Zhao Qinglei's gaze turned icy. Normally, he would have acted out, but with the goddess present, he restrained himself. Chapter 4. Elevator Antics. How does your 10,000 yuan compare to Lianxin Company? Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly, his left arm comfortably wrapped around Tang Lianxin's slender waist, reveling in the moment. I'll say this one last time. You have crossed my line. Release your filthy hand. Zhao Qinglei's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists, itching to pummel Lin Yu. I'm merely embracing my fiancée. What business is it of yours? You're delusional. Lin Yu retorted, bemused, as he continued to hold Tang Lianxin and walk towards the company. Damn it, kid, you'll pay for this. Zhao Qinglei's rage boiled over, and he kicked towards Lin Yu's back, certain that this would result in a spectacular fall. Young Master Zhao couldn't hold back any longer. It's on now. Tang's fiancé is in for it. Hopefully, they'll both end up hurting each other. Our goddess deserves better than to be sullied by someone like him. The bystanders within the company eagerly whispered, relishing the unfolding drama. Suddenly sensing a chill behind him, Lin Yu instinctively lifted Tang Lianxin, leaping into the air. In the next instant, they appeared at the company entrance. Snap! Per Zhao Qinglei had aimed to deliver a kick, but found himself missing entirely. The inertia from his kick caused him to slip and land in a perfect split. A pained cry escaped Zhao Qinglei, the agony almost bringing him to tears. Young Master Zhao, who knew you could do the splits? Impressive. But even if you can, my wife will never look your way, so give up already, Lin Yu said, placing Tang Lianxin down and casting a smirk at Zhao Qinglei, who was still on the ground in pain. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Qinglei is not someone to provoke lightly. Avoid him at all costs, Tang Lianxin advised, her expression remaining cool and composed, her inner workaholic resurfacing in the office environment. What are you standing around for? Get to work. Tang's company does not employ idle hands. If this month's performance doesn't meet expectations, you're out. The icy demeanor of the president emerged as she reprimanded the sales department staff. Wow, my wife is incredible, Lin Yu thought. Witnessing the authoritative side of Tang Lianxin for the first time, she was calm, serious, and radiated an undeniable air of command. Follow me, Tang Lianxin said blandly, leading Lin Yu to the elevator and pressing the button for the 15th floor. Outside, Zhao Qinglei finally managed to stand, wincing while clutching his strained thigh as he made his way into his black Porsche Cayenne. Damn it, Tang Lianxin, I've come to you time and again. And if you refuse me, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he drove off slowly. Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin arrived at the office, which was well arranged with 4 sofas in a square, a tea set on a table for contract discussions, and a desk with a computer behind it. Lin Yu settled into the sofa, finding the environment quite comfortable for work. Tang Lianxin took a seat at the office chair and turned on the computer. In a moment, Shao Jie will take you to your tasks. Just wait here for a bit, she instructed, her lips moving as her fingers began typing away at the keyboard. Lin Yu watched her intently, captivated by her focused expression and the graceful way her delicate fingers danced across the keys, creating a delightful symphony. This was his first time seeing Lianxin at work, and he found her utterly enchanting. He marveled at how she remained unaffected by external distractions, her icy facade akin to a snow-capped mountain, yet to encounter someone who could thaw her heart. If only she were truly my wife, Lin Yu mused silently, the allure of conquering such an indomitable woman only deepening his desire. Though they were engaged, the emotional foundation between them was virtually non-existent. Their nightly cohabitation served merely to alleviate Tang Lianxin's distress. Creak. The door swung open, and Lin Yu's gaze shifted toward the entrance, his eyes lighting up. An adorable girl. This was Lin Yu's immediate thought as he beheld a petite figure, around 5'6", with an irresistibly cute face. Her oval-shaped face, delicate nose, and sparkling large eyes captivated him, while her striking curves were enough to dazzle any man. Cough, cough. I am a married man. I cannot entertain such thoughts. Lin Yu chastised himself, swiftly dismissing any impure notions. Shao Jie is here. This is Lin Yu. Please introduce him to a suitable position, something neither too high nor too low. He should start from the ground up, Tang Lianxin said, her icy demeanor softening slightly as she addressed Lu Shaojie. Lu Shaojie nodded, her large eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded Lin Yu with a hint of disdain. She had felt his gaze lingering on her figure upon entering, a sensation that left her feeling uncomfortable. Come with me. Don't disturb Lianxin while she is working, Lu Shaojie ordered Lin Yu. Having mentally categorized him as a potential sleazebag and wishing to keep such individuals away from her boss, confused by Lu Shaojie's abrupt tone, Lin Yu followed her out of the room. They reached the elevator, which was bustling with employees at the start of the day. Good morning, Secretary Liu. Several staff members greeted her, avoiding eye contact, standing quietly to the side. With each floor they descended, more employees joined, and soon the elevator was cramped with people. Lin Yu found himself pressed against the wall behind Lu Shaojie, feeling the crowd sway as she inadvertently leaned against him. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth as he was enveloped by her form, a reaction he could hardly ignore. What is going on here? Lin Yu thought, attempting to maintain his composure while noticing Lu Shaojie tremble slightly in front of him. Don't move that, Lu Shaojie exclaimed in a barely audible voice, feeling a discomforting pressure against her lower back, causing her cheeks to flush. Lin Yu, despite his best intentions, found his body responding involuntarily to the situation. He leaned back against the elevator wall, hoping to create some distance, but Lu Shaojie's retreat only deepened the contact. She stifled a soft groan, her denim-clad form reacting to the unexpected closeness, leaving her feeling flustered. Finally, the elevator reached its destination, and as most stepped out, only Lin Yu and Lu Shaojie remained. Realizing the others had exited, Lu Shaojie took a few steps forward, eager to distance herself from Lin Yu, but suddenly felt weak, losing her balance and stumbling toward the elevator wall. As she neared the wall, fear gripped her. A collision would surely result in injury. As a good man, Lin Yu could not let such an adorable girl suffer harm, and his hand instinctively reached out to steady her waist, the sensation reminiscent of his earlier embrace with Tang Lianxin. Lu Xiaojie possessed a waist that was both full and firm, balanced to perfection. Any excess would render it too plump, while any deficiency would make it too slender. It was a marvel of elasticity. Tang Lianqin, with her delicate waist that could be grasped effortlessly, boasted an enchanting figure that flowed with grace, as smooth and cool as ice, an intriguing blend of volcano and glacier. Let go. Lu Xiaojie felt the warmth radiating from the hand at her waist, causing her to twitch once more as she pushed Lin Yu away and leaned slowly against the elevator wall. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered, questioning what he had done to evoke such disdain from this woman. Could it possibly be because of his striking looks? Helping others earns 15 system points. That mechanical voice echoed in his mind once again, and Lin Yu had grown accustomed to it, accepting the absurdity of the situation. He gazed at his own handsome reflection in the elevator wall, shamelessly pondering. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojie was less concerned with such trivial matters. A reaction had stirred within her, and she was eager to complete her tasks with Lin Yu so she could rush to the restroom. Upon reaching the third floor, they exited the elevator, Lu Xiaojie's eyes glimmering with resentment as she glared at Lin Yu. Scoundrel! The words slipped from her lips, leaving Lin Yu feeling unjustly accused. You were the one who pressed against me. I did nothing. Besides, any man would react in such a manner. Lu Xiaojie's anger flared anew as Lin Yu's words seemed to trivialize her feelings. What a despicable brat! I can't fathom how Lianqin could allow such a lecher to work in our company. With a huff, she turned her head and marched toward the introduction room, leaving Lin Yu standing there, furrowing his brow at the peculiar temperament of the beautiful women in this company. Having grown up in a rural setting, Lin Yu had spent 3 months at Tang Lianqin's home, enduring disdain from the Tang family. Now, even in the outside world, he felt similarly unappreciated, realizing that helping others often went unacknowledged. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. My time is precious. After introducing you, I have work to attend to. Lu Xiaojie called out, urging him forward as he lingered at the elevator's entrance. Oh well, my father always said that in this world, only women and petty individuals are difficult to manage. What does it matter to me, a man of principle, to quibble with these women? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before deciding not to dwell on it any longer. He proceeded to the introduction room, where he found a balding man in his 30s seated at a desk, perusing an introduction letter. How dazzling! Lin Yu marveled at the man's shiny head. Momentarily astonished, truly a brilliant mind. Ah, Xiaojie, what brings you here? And who is this gentleman beside you? Ma Guangliang's initially warm demeanor dulled as he noticed the plainly dressed man next to Lu Xiaojie. This is Lin Yu, brought by President Tang. Just find him a job. Any mid-level position will suffice. Lu Xiaojie introduced him with a hint of indifference. Understood. By the way, Xiaojie, are you free in the coming days? Shall we dine together? Ma Guangliang, oblivious to Lin Yu's presence, was solely focused on his pursuit of women, his gaze fixed covetously on Lu Xiaojie's figure. I'm busy. You can wait for Ma Guangliang to find you a job. 2 lecherous men. Lu Xiaojie retorted with disdain before departing, not wishing to linger any longer. Ma Guangliang, taken aback by Lu Xiaojie's remark about 2 lecherous men, was aware of his standing in the company as a mid-level figure, serving as the deputy director of sales and the head of the introduction department. While the upper management was oblivious to his intentions toward Lu Xiaojie, the rest were acutely aware. No one dared to pursue her, which was why Ma Guangliang had felt emboldened to openly admire her. Yet, this newcomer had the audacity to harbor feelings for his beloved goddess, and he felt a surge of protectiveness. What is your name? Ma Guangliang inquired coldly. Lin Yu, came the reply. Where do you reside? That seems unrelated to the job, doesn't he? Lin Yu countered. Spare me the nonsense. Just answer my questions. Ma Guangliang snapped, ready to defend his interests. Pohat community, Lin Yu said nonchalantly, omitting the fact that it was actually part of the Tang family's holdings. What is your educational background? A vocational diploma. Ma Guangliang, skeptical, began to question how this young man was recommended by President Tang, as the company typically employed only the most talented individuals from prestigious universities. Yet here stood a mere vocational graduate, raising suspicions about the reasons behind his recommendation. Very well. Since President Tang vouched for you, I have a position in the sanitation department available. Ma Guangliang, dismissing his doubts, decided to assign Lin Yu to the role of a janitor, instructing him to clean toilets. He tossed a notification letter at Lin Yu and then made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a flamboyantly dressed woman sauntered into the introduction room, her sultry figure swaying enticingly. Director, what can I do for you? The woman, reeking of heavy perfume, made Lin Yu feel a wave of revulsion. Ahua. Take this fellow to the sanitation department. They need a new head there. Let him take the position. Certainly. The enchanting woman nodded, casting a flirtatious glance at Ma Guangliang, causing Lin Yu to shudder in apprehension. Ma Guangliang, momentarily distracted by the woman's allure, swallowed hard and replied, "Yes, that sounds good." The woman's cooing voice made Lin Yu feel nauseated, further solidifying his belief that this company was far from the professional environment he had envisioned. Following the woman out of the introduction room, they arrived at a restroom that reeked of urine and filth, making Lin Yu feel queasy. In the middle of the restroom stood a small door, which, when opened, released a cloud of noxious air. Inside, 3 young men with dyed hair were smoking and playing cards. Seeing them was akin to witnessing a traffic light, each dyed head representing a different color. "Ahua is here. Want to smoke?" The trio offered cigarettes to the alluring woman. "I'm not smoking. You 3 rascals, all you do is play cards. Your uncle introduced someone to you. You deal with it yourselves," she said dismissively as she stepped outside. "Make sure to clean the restrooms on this floor thoroughly," she added, pinching her nose and patting Lin Yu on the shoulder as she left. Confused, Lin Yu wondered why he was being ordered around when he was supposedly the head of the sanitation department. "Oh, a newcomer, are you? Got any cash?" One of the young men with yellow hair and a bare torso, showcasing a dragon tattoo, asked brazenly. "No, I'm here as the new head. Here is my notification letter." Lin Yu shook his head, placing the letter on the table. The green-haired youth took a deep drag from his cigarette and stubbed it out on the notification letter, burning a hole through the paper. "Put on that uniform and clean all the toilets outside," he commanded, pointing at the janitor's outfit. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be giving orders? "You little brat, do as you're told. Why are you standing there like a fool?" The red-haired youth approached Lin Yu, raising his hand as if to strike him. At that moment, Lin Yu swiftly seized the red-haired youth's arm, rendering him immobile. "Let go of me, you little punk. Do you know who our uncle is? If you don't do your job properly, I'll have him fire you." The trio of dyed-haired youths were merely high school students, enjoying the summer break while their uncles, who were the heads of the introduction department at the Tang family company, had sent them to the sanitation department under the pretense of working to earn some money, though in reality, they intended to spend their days idly, awaiting their paychecks at the end of the month. They neglect their cleaning duties, and the other employees are too polite to speak up. As their uncle is the head of the company, the staff refer to these 3 as the cleaning tyrants. Today, Lin Yu happened to arrive, and in their eyes, he was merely someone introduced by Ma Guangliang to assist them with their tasks. "Oh, what did you just say? Old man?" As soon as Hong Mao uttered the term old man, Lin Yu seized his arm, causing an intense pain, as if it were caught in a vice. "Let go of me, you brat. Hey, big brother, if someone doesn't know their place, they deserve a bloody lesson." Green Mao and Huang Mao picked up iron rods from the edge of the table and swung them directly at Lin Yu. A chill shot through Lin Yu. Enduring bullying at home was one thing, but now even these 3 school kids dared to pick on him. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Lin Yu yanked Hong Mao towards him with immense strength, using him as a shield against Green Mao and Huang Mao's blows. Before Hong Mao could react, he found himself in front of Lin Yu, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and head. "Ah, why are you hitting me?" Hong Mao clutched his head with one hand and his stomach with the other, collapsing to the ground in pain. "Third brother. Damn it, this kid has some skills. Big brother, we need to avenge third brother," Green Mao shouted, gripping the iron rod tightly and raising it to strike Lin Yu's head. Watching Green Mao's movements, Lin Yu perceived everything as if in slow motion, akin to a snail's pace. "My body has really undergone a transformation, even my vision has sharpened." Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, a smile creeping onto his lips. He sidestepped the incoming blow with ease, then delivered a swift kick that sent Green Mao flying several meters, crashing into the foul-smelling work uniform. "Ugh." Green Mao gagged at the stench and promptly vomited the iced tea he had just consumed. Lin Yu turned to Huang Mao, picked up the iron rod from the ground, and calmly stated, "Now, who will do the cleaning? Don't get cocky, brat. I'll tell my uncle to have you fired." "Is your uncle really that impressive? Now, put on this cleaning uniform and start tidying up." Lin Yu tightened his grip on the iron rod and let it drop to the ground with a loud clatter. The imprint of his hand was clearly visible on the rod, causing the 3 to turn pale with fear. What kind of strength did it take to leave such an impression on an iron rod? A minute later, Lin Yu sat on a bench, observing the 3 young men who looked as though they had committed a grave error, their heads bowed in silence. "You 3 are only 17 or 18. Yet you dye your hair and sport tattoos. What future do you envision for yourselves?" Lin Yu admonished them in a tone befitting an adult. Do you wish to learn martial arts from me? He asked, noticing their silence. Yes, big brother, we want to learn martial arts, they exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile inwardly, realizing he possessed no martial arts skills. The reason he had managed to leave a handprint on the iron rod was solely due to his enhanced physique. These three boys didn't seem inherently bad and could potentially be guided toward a better path. He reflected that one could often discern the character of children based on their parents. The reason these boys were leading such a wayward life was likely due to their parents' neglect, compounded by the influence of their uncle, which had led them astray. Ma Guangliang is not a good person either, Lin Yu noted to himself, deciding to remain cautious of him. After all, it was he who had introduced Lin Yu to this place, where he would essentially be tasked with cleaning and maintaining the toilets. If he had still been the spineless individual he once was, he would have undoubtedly lost face by now, scrubbing toilets. With this thought, Lin Yu's eyes burned with resolve, igniting a fire within him. First, he needed to address the immediate issue. If you wish to learn martial arts, it is not impossible. Clean this entire floor. Make sure the toilets and urinals are spotless. If you perform well, I will teach you some martial arts techniques, Lin Yu declared dramatically. Any ordinary adult would likely deem him insane, yet these young men, in their adolescent fervor, yearned for the kind of martial arts prowess depicted in novels. The three quickly nodded, donned their cleaning uniforms, and armed with mops and brushes, exited the small room to begin their work. This spectacle left the staff entering the restroom utterly astonished. The notorious cleaning tyrants were actually cleaning. Was the sun rising in the west? By the end of the day, rumors spread throughout the third floor, declaring that the cleaning tyrants had been reprimanded and had started cleaning. Watching the trio labor diligently, Lin Yu smiled faintly. Realizing that his method of education was indeed effective, perhaps he was suited for a leadership role. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear, upholding justice and punishing evil. You have earned 10 system points. Chapter 6. Defeating Zhang Guorong. To his surprise, he had received 10 points. But what purpose did these system points serve? Lin Yu was amazed by the system's generosity, yet puzzled by the utility of the points. Observing the restroom now spotless, he felt a sense of pride in his teaching abilities, almost as if he had the potential to be a teacher. Continue your diligent cleaning. I will return to inspect your work. If you perform well, I may teach you a technique or two, Lin Yu said, feigning authority before turning to leave. With nothing else to occupy his time, he stepped out of the restroom and wandered through the company. Suddenly, he noticed a demure-looking woman being reprimanded by a corpulent man. Jingyao, I assigned you to collect the 500,000 our company is owed by Lianxin Group over a month ago, and you still haven't done it. Do you have no intention of staying here? Zhang Guorong, the sales department head, was a portly man whose formal attire could not conceal his rotund figure. And the sales team was all too aware of his unscrupulous behavior. Zhang Guorong had recently taken charge of the sales department, and while he initially appeared earnest, his newfound power had led him to pursue inappropriate relationships with female employees. For some women in the sales department, climbing the corporate ladder often meant compromising their integrity. However, Zhao Jingyao was not one to succumb. She had joined Tongxin Group 3 months prior, believing that hard work and dedication would suffice for career advancement. Initially, Zhang Guorong had shown interest in promoting her, but his conditions were unspeakable, spending a night with him to become the sales manager, with a salary of 20,000. Zhao Jingyao resolutely refused to trade her dignity for advancement, and since her rejection, Zhang Guorong had inundated her with excessive tasks, often forcing her to work late into the night. Alone and tormented, she bore the brunt of his harassment. A recent graduate, she had never even dated in college and had no intention of selling herself in the workplace. Today, Zhang Guorong was once again berating her, threatening her future. If you fail to collect the money, you can pack your things and leave. Of course, as the head of the sales department, I do have some leniency. If you join me for dinner this afternoon, I can ensure you a stable position here and even promote you to sales manager. Zhang Guorong's face broke into a lewd grin, his fat cheeks obscuring his eyes as he reached toward Zhao Jingyao's chest. Startled, she attempted to retreat, but was paralyzed by the fear of losing her job if she evaded his groping hand. She had recently started to gain traction at work. Losing it would mean her family could no longer afford her brother's education. Just as his hand was about to reach its destination, a smooth, white hand grasped his greasy paw. I have never encountered someone so shameless. You are the first, Lin Yu remarked with a smile, applying gentle pressure to Zhang Guorong's hand. Which department do you belong to? Release me at once, or I shall ensure that you lose your position. Zhang Guorong bellowed, having almost succeeded in her endeavor, only to be interrupted by an unexpected intruder. I have just been appointed as the Minister of Health today, and you dare to harass women during working hours? As the Minister of Health, it is my duty to ensure that you face the consequences of your actions. Lin Yu spoke in a rather juvenile manner. Zhang Guorong regarded Lin Yu with a look of bemusement. The Ministry of Health, it turns out, is under the command of Ma Guangliang. Yet it seems to be managed by his 3 nephews. Could it be that you are one of them? Zhang Guorong pondered for a moment, observing Lin Yu, who appeared to be in his 20s, completely failing to resemble his youthful self from 17 or 18 years ago. His 3 nephews were diligently cleaning the restroom, with him serving as their supervisor. Lin Yu felt a subtle sense of pride, believing he had the potential to be a commendable teacher as he guided the trio. Aptly named Red, Yellow, and Green. If he did not possess such qualities, then he should simply leave. What a nuisance. Zhang Guorong, feeling exasperated, attempted to shake off Lin Yu's grasp. However, no matter how she struggled, his grip remained steadfast, akin to that of a vice, far too strong to escape. Damn it, this brat is overstepping his bounds. Just perish. Zhang Guorong swung his other hand directly towards Lin Yu's pale face, declaring that anyone who dared to disrupt his affairs would face dire consequences. Beside them, Zhao Jingyao watched in horror as the hefty hand was about to strike Lin Yujun's face, covering her eyes with her hands, unable to bear the sight of Lin Yu being sent flying. To Lin Yu, the massive hand appeared to move in slow motion, and effortlessly, he evaded it, delivering a swift kick in response. Bang! Zhang Guorong was propelled by a kick from Lin Yu, his body soaring like a projectile for 10 meters before colliding with the wall. His stout figure left a crack in the surface, and the force of Lin Yu's strike induced him to expel gastric acid from his stomach. How could this slender youth possess such remarkable strength? Are you all right? Lin Yu inquired with a gentle smile, observing Zhao Jingyao beside him. Noticing a few unruly strands of her hair, he tenderly tidied them, revealing her delicate and innocent visage before him. I'm fine, she replied. But since you reported Minister Zhang, won't that jeopardize your position? Zhao Jingyao expressed her concern for Lin Yu. Lin Yu, with a calm demeanor and a radiant smile, reassured her, rest assured. This matter originated from his initial flirtation with a female colleague online. I merely fulfilled my duties as a cleaner. Lin Yu exuded a sense of righteousness, his charming visage leaving Zhao Jingyao somewhat entranced. Young man, your time is up. Let me tell you, you are finished. I shall certainly discuss this matter with Ma Guangliang, ensuring that you are incapable of even performing the duties of a cleaner. Zhang Guorong pointed at Lin Yu and bellowed, then directed the staff with fervor. You all, come at me. Whoever brings this young man down, I shall ensure their promotion and wealth. Oh, as the head of the sales department, you boldly flirt with female colleagues in such a setting. Are not these colleagues' eyes sharp and discerning? Lin Yu pointed at the individuals engrossed in their work, who merely glanced but remained indifferent. Yet, the gaze of the crowd was undeniably present. Who is this person? To dare to oppose Minister Zhang is nothing short of courting death. Indeed, this fellow appears to be a janitor, daring to meddle in our sales department. Let us seize our weapons and put an end to his insolence. This presents an opportunity for advancement in one's career. Approximately 20 individuals from the sales department approached Lin Yu, brandishing whatever weapons they could muster. How amusing it is that in this day and age, such an inept and corpulent minister openly harasses young women, and you not only turn a blind eye, but also brazenly oppose those who stand for justice. Do you truly believe you are a returning champion? Or a hero, perhaps? Step aside. The sales personnel hurled the books they could grasp directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, with a faint smile, observed the sluggish crowd before him. After stretching his muscles for a brief moment, all these individuals collapsed to the ground. Oh dear. I am in excruciating pain. Please call an ambulance immediately as I feel as though my bones may be broken. Forget about calling for an ambulance. We need to contact the police. This individual has assaulted us employees, and he must be held accountable for his actions. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards the surveillance camera above. You see, there is a recording device. You were just attempting to assault me. I was merely acting in self-defense. Besides, I hardly exerted myself. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone rose to their feet. Their earlier reluctance to engage in combat with Lin Yu was merely a facade to showcase their enthusiasm, hoping to catch Zhang Guorong's attention. Yet, they were acutely aware that they were no match for Lin Yu. How could they possibly fight? You worthless bunch, just you wait. I shall ensure that you cannot remain in this company. Zhang Guorong threatened and intimidated, fleeing the scene while casting an angry glare at the astonished Zhao Jingyao beside him. If you wish to continue your employment here, remember to come to my office this afternoon. Otherwise, humph. Upon hearing Zhang Guorong's threat, Zhao Jingya's complexion instantly turned pale, and tears began to stream down her cheeks, even though she had narrowly escaped the clutches of Zhang Guorong's lecherous hands. It was evident that she could not evade his grasp this evening. Contemplating this, Zhao Jingya wept sorrowfully as she made her way to her desk. Humph. It is merely a matter of one night. We would rather embrace it. Isn't it just a matter of possessing a beautiful exterior? If I were endowed with such exquisite features, I would certainly utilize them wisely. Surrounding her were several women of ordinary appearance, who scoffed disdainfully, some even harboring envy and jealousy. To barter one's body for wealth, do they not find it degrading? Lin Yu approached Zhao Jingya, casting a glance at the two unremarkable women, and whispered sternly, "Who are you, young man? It is indeed perplexing. We are merely speaking the truth. This society operates in such a manner. In order to advance one's position, what alternatives do women have aside from their physical allure? They can rely on their diligence, perseverance, and unwavering determination. Those who rely solely on cunning and opportunism are destined to achieve nothing of significance." Lin Yu clenched his fist and declared resolutely. This statement was equally directed at Zhao Jingya. Relying on mere perseverance can only lead one to the role of a cleaner. How pathetic. Amidst the jeers of those around him, Lin Yu, possessing a magnanimous heart, chose not to engage in their scorn. Leaning against the edge of his desk, he produced a piece of paper and handed it to Zhao Jingya. He was uncertain why he felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. Perhaps it was her pure and unassuming demeanor that resonated with him. Having grown up in the countryside, Lin Yu shared a kinship with her struggles, navigating the vastness of the city alone, devoid of connections, and striving for education had not been an easy journey. Although Lin Yu had entered the Tang family as a son-in-law, he found solace in the fact that, despite enduring disdain and verbal derision, his situation was still preferable to that of many others from rural backgrounds seeking their fortunes in the city. "Thank you," Zhao Jingya said, accepting the tissue to wipe her tears, even though Lin Yu's earlier assistance felt rather trivial. "Rest assured, you need not worry about being dismissed by that rotund manager. I will handle everything. Entrust it to you. Is it truly beneficial to entrust such matters to you, a mere janitor? How amusing it is to hear such grandiose claims." A commonplace girl, envious and resentful of Zhao Jingya's beauty, sneered with disdain. "Rest assured, I assure you, I can handle it." Lin Yu replied with unwavering determination and warmth in his gaze, his words imbued with confidence, which left Zhao Jingya feeling surprisingly convinced. One could even sense the charismatic allure of Yu, becoming somewhat infatuated. Chapter 7. The Frustrated Ma Guangliang. What are you all doing? While at work, one should focus on their tasks rather than engage in incessant chatter. At that moment, Ma Guangliang emerged, having just received a call from Zhang Guorong, who informed him that the cleaning worker he had introduced earlier had unexpectedly caused a commotion in his sales department. Upon witnessing Lin Yu flirting with a certain beauty, occasionally breaking into a smile, Ma Guangliang's expression darkened instantly. How intriguing! The young man, filled with indignation, confronted Lin Yu, his anger surging as he approached with the intent to kick him. Lin Yu, taken aback, managed a mocking smile, which only intensified Ma Guangliang's sense of humiliation. "You scoundrel! I offered you the position of head of the cleaning department, yet you refused to fulfill your duties. What are you doing here instead? Do you wish to abandon your responsibilities?" Ma Guangliang erupted in a fit of rage. The three young men in the restroom were diligently working, and I was merely instructing them. Although I wasn't physically harmed, Lin Yu would not accept such a silent humiliation. "You instructed them?" Ma Guangliang gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, suspecting he was deceiving him. "Indeed. If you don't believe me, go take a look. Those three young men are exceptionally industrious. By the way, Minister Ma, where did you find such diligent youngsters? Such good youth are rare these days." Lin Yu enthusiastically patted Ma Guangliang on the shoulder, a seemingly gentle gesture that felt like a blow from a wooden stick. "Damn, this kid is off." Ma Guangliang winced in pain, quickly retreating to avoid Lin Yu's next pat, noticing the peculiar glances from his colleagues. Though it hurt, he feigned indifference. Turning towards the restroom, he said, "Come with me. If no one is cleaning the restroom, you can just pack your things and leave." Ma Guangliang had little faith that his three nephews would be so obedient. Lin Yu followed behind him leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. "Humph, this cleaner actually sent the cleaning trio to do the work. He must be deceiving Minister Ma. The cleaning trio cannot be commanded by just anyone, especially since those three are related to Minister Ma." The others whispered, "Zhao Jingya, you had better not associate with such people. If you dine with Minister Zhang this afternoon, you might get promoted. Imagine earning hundreds of thousands a year, enough to buy a car and a house. Unlike that poor fellow, a good-for-nothing with no ambition, destined to remain a cleaner. Scrubbing toilets. Zhao Jingya's female colleague had always looked down on Lin Yu, believing that mere fighting skills wouldn't suffice in this world. Zhao Jingya frowned, listening to her colleagues disparaging Lin Yu. At least he doesn't force me to do things I dislike, while you all just stir up trouble. If you want to sell your bodies, why not go ahead? TSK, a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good-hearted person. If I had your looks, I would have already pursued Minister Zhang. The colleagues, less attractive than Zhao Jingya, mocked and admonished her, then returned to their work. I hope you are safe. Thank you. Zhao Jingya silently prayed that Lin Yu would be all right. As Ma Guangliang and Lin Yu entered the restroom, Lin Yu whistled cheerfully, appearing quite carefree. Meanwhile, Ma Guangliang's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. Inside the restroom, under the lights, he saw the trio, red, yellow, and green, diligently cleaning. Am I hallucinating? Ma Guangliang rubbed his eyes, reopening them to find his three nephews seriously engaged in cleaning. Uncle, you're here. Come see how well we're doing, Red said, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a smile. Little red, little yellow, little green, what has gotten into you today? Shouldn't it be the person I introduced who cleans? Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff, just as he suspected. Being appointed as the Minister of Hygiene meant he was to clean the filth himself. No need for that. How could we let the boss do such trivial work? We can handle it ourselves, the three chimed in eagerly, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, eager to finish and learn martial arts from Lin Yu. Stop right there. Ma Guangliang was furious. His nephews were performing the most menial tasks, scrubbing toilets, and how could he explain this to his sisters? Yet the trio continued their work. Seemingly entranced, utterly disobedient. All right, you're working hard, so take a short break before continuing, Lin Yu chuckled softly. The three immediately set down their cleaning tools. Okay, boss. We will make sure to clean this restroom thoroughly. The once foul-smelling restroom, with yellow-stained walls and a floor scattered with urine, was now almost spotless. You all can rest now. Lin Yu gestured for them to enter the small room and cool off with the air conditioning. In the sweltering summer heat, with the restroom's strong odor, it was commendable that these three youngsters were so focused on practicing martial arts. Anyone else would have given up long ago. Kid, you better clean up this mess. And from now on, you are not allowed to instruct them. Ma Guangliang shouted angrily at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. He had not sought trouble with Ma Guangliang, yet he was being ordered around. I want to do it, but those three won't let me. What can I do? Lin Yu sighed helplessly, feigning indifference. What kind of magic have you cast on my nephews that they no longer listen to me? They are usually quite proud. I never expected you to have them under your control. Ma Guangliang, frustrated, questioned Lin Yu. If you want to know, I want to tell you, Lin Yu teased, enjoying the anticipation on Ma Guangliang's face. Damn it, I didn't hold you accountable for hitting Zhang Guorong earlier, and now you dare to instruct my beloved nephews? You're looking for trouble. Ma Guangliang, unable to tolerate Lin Yu's smug demeanor, threw a punch. He wanted his nephews to recognize who was in charge here. A single punch could easily take down this lanky figure. Bang! Lin Yu caught the punch effortlessly, applying slight pressure and freezing his expression. Minister Ma. As the Minister of Hygiene, I am the one instructing the workers. Is that wrong? You dare to strike me? I'm hitting you. How dare you give orders to my relatives? I'll make you regret it. Ma Guangliang was taken aback that his punch had been caught. Erupting in a stream of curses, spittle nearly hitting Lin Yu's face. However, when Lin Yu heard Ma Guangliang insult his mother, a chill enveloped him. He was a child raised without maternal care, and such slights were his ultimate trigger. Those who insult my parents shall die. Lin Yu spoke no further, delivering a kick to Ma Guangliang's abdomen. Thud. Ma Guangliang was sent flying into the urinal, his head striking the metal edge. His face became soaked in urine, and blood streamed from his nose. Ah, bastard, I want to let you off. Ma Guangliang struggled to rise, the stench of urine making him gag. Next time your mouth runs dirty, I'll make sure to stuff it with filth, Lin Yu coldly remarked as he exited the restroom. Damn it. Today I've lost all face. Lin Yu, you will pay for this. Ma Guangliang ground his teeth, yelling, suddenly swallowing a mouthful of urine that lodged in his throat, causing him to retch. Today he had confronted Lin Yu. Everything had gone awry. A department head's three nephews were reduced to cleaning toilets, losing all dignity. And now Lin Yu had thrown him into the urinal, forcing him to ingest urine. It was an unbearable humiliation. Ma Guangliang dialed Zhang Guorong, realizing that Lin Yu had already offended two people in the company. However, Lin Yu was unperturbed. He was no longer a pushover to be bullied. What of being a son-in-law? He was an extraordinarily capable one. In the smoking room, Lin Yu smoked while glancing at his phone, finally calming the anger ignited by Ma Guangliang. Other staff members were engrossed in their phones, watching a chat group from Tang Xi and Company. Suddenly, someone uploaded a video of Ma Guangliang being kicked into the urinal, and the chat exploded with excitement. Haha, look at Ma Guangliang. Finally, someone stood up to him after he oppressed the employees, but that kid who hit him seems unfamiliar. Whoever it is, they dared to strike Ma Guangliang. They probably won't be working here for long. I regard him as a great man of our generation. I had long harbored the desire to confront Ma Guangliang, and to my surprise, someone has fulfilled my wish. Were I to know his identity, I would surely address him as brother. Inside the smoking room, several individuals were engrossed in discussions while gazing at their phones. Lin Yu observed them from the side, unable to suppress a smile. He had merely taught Ma Guangliang a lesson, yet here were admirers emerging from it. In the afternoon, Lin Yu left the office and made his way to the parking lot. Prior to his departure, Tang Lianqin had advised against leaving the company together, fearing it would lead to misunderstandings. Although they were already married in name, Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort as he was still reliant on her. He reached his Porsche Cayenne and patiently awaited Tang Lianqin's arrival. The underground parking garage was dimly lit when Lin Yu unexpectedly spotted Zhao Jingya, the woman he had helped in the morning, standing beside a BMW 7. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the driver was none other than Zhang Guorong, the individual he had confronted earlier. Since she was here, he thought, he might as well get into the car. Zhang Guorong's face was grotesquely adorned with excess flesh, rendering her rather unattractive. Is this truly just a dinner? He inquired. Of course, it's merely a simple meal, during which I intend to discuss your future development within the company. Sensing Zhao Jingya's unease, he began to offer her gentle reassurances. He had spent the entire afternoon chatting with her on WeChat, applying subtle pressure, and had finally managed to entice her into this arrangement, promising wealth and promotion for a mere dinner. Such notions were utterly ludicrous. Chapter 8. A comparison of two women as Zhang Guorong opened the car door. She suddenly felt a resistance and promptly closed it again. Bang. Lin Yu smiled and inquired, Director Zhang, where are you off to? His gaze shifted to Zhao Jingya. You again? Humph. I thought my preparations were excessive, but it seems they are now quite useful, Zhang Guorong sneered. At that moment, 4 burly men, clad in shirts, emerged from a nearby van, each possessing muscles that made them appear twice Lin Yu's size. You brat, you bullied our boss. They snarled, their arms crossed defiantly. Enough chatter. Just beat him. Break all of his limbs. They were commanded. With cracking knuckles, the 4 men advanced towards Lin Yu. No, you cannot do this. Director Zhang, I've already agreed to dinner with you. Please do not let your bodyguards harm him. Zhao Jingya pleaded desperately, clutching Zhang Guorong's clothing, anxiety etched on her face. Humph. Do you think your pleas are of any use now? You made me lose face this morning. Do you think dining with me will resolve this? I simply detest this man, and inviting you to dinner was merely a guise to pursue you. Zhang Guorong's sinister laughter filled the air as she seized Zhao Jingya's wrist and flung her against the car. Zhao Jingya's arm collided painfully against the vehicle, causing it to redden. No, you can't, she cried out. Ha ha, I can do anything. There is nothing Zhang Guorong, cannot achieve. As she began to unfasten her belt, she commanded her henchmen, subdue this brat. Once I am satisfied, you can have your way with her. Killing her would be no issue. As her clothes slipped off, she reveled in Zhao Jingya's terrified expression. Tears streamed down Zhao Jingya's face, trembling with fear. Sigh. I had hoped to let this matter rest. But you've made a girl cry, and that is truly your fault. Suddenly, Lin Yu's gentle, reassuring voice reached Zhao Jingya's ears, calming her down and making her lean towards him. In an instant, Lin Yu appeared before Zhang Guorong and delivered a resounding slap to her grotesquely round face. Bang! Zhang Guorong was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching her left cheek as she angrily berated her bodyguards. What good are you if you don't act? Am I supposed to do it all myself? With one side of her face swollen and a tooth knocked out, she spoke with a stutter. The 4 bodyguards stood momentarily stunned. They had been fixated on Lin Yu when he had suddenly appeared before Zhang Guorong. After a brief pause, their anger ignited, and they charged at Lin Yu, fists and feet flying. Be careful, Zhao Jingya warned, her heart racing as she watched Lin Yu. For some reason, whenever Lin Yu was near, her anxious heart calmed. Lin Yu smiled gently, wiping the tears from Zhao Jingya's cheeks. Do not cry. A girl becomes quite unappealing when she weeps. His playful banter coaxed a smile from Zhao Jingya, dispelling her earlier panic as she savored the comforting touch of his hand. How dare you flaunt your affection in front of us? Die. The 4 men shouted, lunging at Lin Yu. Ah, be careful. Zhao Jingya had been so engrossed in her conversation with Lin Yu that she had forgotten the 4 men behind her. As they closed in, she shut her eyes in fear. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yu nimbly evaded their attacks, effortlessly countering with a kick that sent 2 of them flying before swiftly appearing behind the remaining 2, delivering swift kicks to their posteriors. Oh, they yelped, clutching their sore behinds and hopping around in agony. You split my backside. One of the burly men screamed, dancing about in pain. What do you want? I warn you, if you dare to touch me, I will have Ma Guangliang fire you. You will struggle to find work. Zhang Guorong, increasingly terrified, scooted backward, her legs trembling. Didn't I just make Ma Guangliang drink urine today? What? Do you want to join him for a drink? Lin Yu suddenly appeared before Zhang Guorong, delivering a fierce kick to her midsection. Thud. Pain coursed through her abdomen, and she felt as if she might vomit from the acid rising in her throat. Her face turned pale, her mouth swollen like a pig's head. I can't hold back any longer. You had a lovely girl just starting her career at the company, hoping to work hard and earn a living, and you've shattered her dreams. Are you even human? Lin Yu exclaimed, delivering kick after kick, offering Zhang Guorong no chance to fight back. Zhao Jingya approached Lin Yu, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed the pitiful state of Zhang Guorong lying on the ground, bearing the brunt of Lin Yu's wrath. Her initial sorrow was washed away, replaced by sympathy. Enough, Lin Yu. Let this matter go. As long as Zhang Guorong reforms, it's fine. She shouldn't trouble me at work anymore. Despite her previous idealism being shattered by Zhang Guorong's actions, Zhao Jingya's kind heart could not help but feel pity for even a villain. You know, they say once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Yet here you are, sympathizing with a beast who would do such things to you, Lin Yu sighed, pausing to stroke Zhao Jingya's hair, his gaze softening. He thought of her as a sweet neighbor girl, pure-hearted and gentle. Zhao Jingya savored the warmth of his gentle hand, basking in the safety of his masculine presence. Lin Yu. At that moment, Tang Lianxin appeared behind him, holding the key to the Porsche, her demeanor calm and composed. Who is this? Zhao Jingya sensed the hostility emanating from Tang Lianxin, noting her elegant attire, and instinctively took a few steps back from Lin Yu. What brings you here? An hour has now passed. I have been waiting for you in the car. Hearing some commotion, I came to investigate. What is happening here? Tang Lianxin discovered 5 individuals sprawled on the ground, one of whom was Zhang Guo, and her curiosity piqued. Lin Yu felt as though he had been caught in a compromising situation. Although nothing had transpired, his previous intimate gestures with Zhao Jingya could easily be misconstrued, especially since she was his fiancée. He wished to divert Tang Lianxin's attention. No need, I shall wait for you. How much longer will it take? Tang Lianxin's words were cool and detached as she glanced at Lawrence's watch. This action dimmed Zhao Jingya's expression, leaving her feeling inferior. Very well then. Lin Yu replied with a hint of resignation, aware that without any familial standing, Tang Lianxin would not heed his words. Shouldn't you account for your actions towards Jingya just now? He nudged the fainted Zhang Guo on the ground, who had indeed heard Tang Lianxin's voice moments earlier. This was the company president. If she learned of his misconduct, his position would be jeopardized. What? Do you need me to kick you a couple more times to wake you up? Zhang Guo, what are you doing here? President Tang, what brings you here? Zhang Guo ceased his pretense, rising to bow and smile, rubbing his hands together. I am here to pick up my fiancée, Tang Lianxin stated flatly, leaving everyone in stunned silence, including Lin Yu, who was momentarily speechless. What was the meaning of this? Hadn't she said I should not claim to be her fiancé at the company? Why was she revealing it herself? Zhao Jingya's eyes dimmed further upon hearing this, and feelings of inferiority surged within her. Tang Lianxin's reasoning for stating this was clear to any woman. Only women can understand women. The scent of jealousy was palpable, and Zhao Jingya sensed it keenly. Tang Lianxin, with her striking beauty and undeniable poise, exuded an aura akin to that of an ice-cold beauty and a commanding president. In contrast, Zhao Jingya was merely a naive girl from a poor rural background, unable to compete in terms of both looks and status. Is this a joke, President? With your status and beauty, you have a fiancé? Zhang Guo asked, astonished. He is, came the curt reply, accompanied by a finger pointing at Lin Yu. Zhang Guo stood in shock, fear washing over him. What? This unsophisticated fellow with a mere diploma is the fiancé of the ice-cold beauty president of Tongxin Towers. It felt surreal to him. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Forget about that. You ought to take responsibility for your actions toward Jingya. Zhang Guo hastily apologized to Zhao Jingya. I am sorry, Jingya. I acted impulsively. Please forgive me. I forgive you, Zhao Jingya replied softly, as Zhang Guo, with a swollen face, stammered through his apology. A slap resonated as it connected with Zhang Guo's face, causing his already swollen left cheek to redden further. Apologies alone would not suffice. The disgraceful actions he had committed could not simply be overlooked. He had frightened Jingya, and compensation for her emotional distress was due. Moreover, the injury to her arm required medical expenses to be addressed. Furthermore, I was also startled by the imposing figures of your 4 bodyguards. Shouldn't there be some compensation for that as well? Zhang Guo was left utterly dumbfounded, realizing that they were not merely seeking an apology, but rather extorting him. I don't have that much cash on me, Zhang Guo replied, his face pale and filled with trepidation. How much do you have? Lin Yu inquired coolly. Zhang Guo pulled out his wallet, counting around 2,000 yuan, feeling a pang of regret. That's rather insufficient. Before he knew it, Lin Yu had seized the cash from Zhang Guo's wallet, contemplating for a moment before turning to Zhao Jingya. Jingya, do you have WeChat? Yes, Zhao Jingya replied, slightly embarrassed at being called out by Lin Yu. Click on the payment option and have him transfer you the amount for the shock you received and the injury to your arm. Lin Yu emphasized the word injury. This infuriated Zhang Guo, who felt the injury was trivial. Ultimately, under Lin Yu's watchful gaze, Zhang Guo parted with 10,000 yuan as compensation for Zhao Jingya. Well done. If you wish to hire someone to assault me again, ensure you find better bodyguards. These ones are rather lackluster. However, do remember to bring sufficient funds next time. Lin Yu remarked with a smile. All right, now that this matter is settled, let us depart, Tang Lianqin interjected, her voice clear and cold. Lianqin, could we allow Jingya to ride with us? Lin Yu suggested, realizing that Tang Lianqin had publicly acknowledged him as her fiancé, leaving little dignity for him. Do you have no sense of decorum? I just declared you my fiancé, and you behave so shamelessly. You are a disgrace. Tang Lianqin's words dripped with scorn. Lin Yu remained unfazed, knowing that with the money obtained, he could settle his debts with Xia Yuhan and treat her to a meal in gratitude for her assistance. If every day were like this, earning 2,000 a day would amount to quite a fortune by year's end. Lin Yu thought gleefully about his newfound wealth. Save the innocent girl, earn 20 system points. The mechanical voice echoed in his ears, and Lin Yu took it in stride. An unrefined fool. Tang Lianqin scoffed at Lin Yu's avarice, muttering as she drove away. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. What did I hire you for? Zhang Guo lamented, kicking at a security guard in frustration over losing his 12,000 yuan. Suddenly, he recalled Tang Lianqin's declaration about Lin Yu being her fiancé, and a scheme began to form in his mind. Tomorrow, I will expose your identity. I won't have to trouble you myself, as others will surely come after you. Upon returning to the villa parking garage, Tang Lianqin slammed the car door shut with force. Is this woman on fire? Inside the villa, the housekeeper had prepared a meal while Tang Jingxiang and Tang Mu engaged in leisurely conversation. What a lovely day, Tang Mu said tenderly to Tang Lianqin, who was aloof and disregarded Lin Yu's presence, treating him as if he were invisible. Lin Yu, accustomed to being overlooked, washed his hands in the kitchen in preparation for dinner. Mom, I'm not hungry, Tang Lianqin coldly declared, her tone tinged with irritation as she retreated to her room. Tang Mu raised an eyebrow, while Tang Jingxiang, having experienced similar situations, sensed a hint of sourness in his daughter's demeanor. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Lin Yu? All right, let us eat then. Since Lianqin isn't hungry, let us begin our meal. Tang Mu remained skeptical, convinced that Lin Yu must have caused some trouble at work that upset her daughter. As Lin Yu emerged, he immediately faced an onslaught of questions from Tang Mu, igniting his inner fury, yet he understood his precarious position and bit his tongue, feigning ignorance. He took his seat at the dining table as Tang Mu and Tang Jingxiang began their meal. Lin Yu, did you upset Lianqin? Tang Mu pressed. Lin Yu attributed Tang Lianqin's anger to family matters. However, Tang Mu relentlessly pursued the issue. Lianqin's period has long passed. As her fiancé, you should remember such details. You are truly a waste. Enough. Let us eat in peace, Tang Jingxiang commanded, silencing Tang Mu. After dinner, Lin Yu sat in the living room watching television and recalled that he had over 2,000 yuan on him, prompting him to call Xia Yuhan. Hello, who is this? Came a melodious voice from the other end. Lin Yu smiled faintly, even I don't know who I am, but you are my savior. Oh, Lin Yu. What is up? Xia Yuhan replied. You covered my discharge expenses, right? When are you free? I plan to return the money. You have money already? Xia Yuhan asked in surprise, somewhat skeptical that Lin Yu had received the money from the Tang family. Well, Someone asked me to give him a beating today and paid me for it. So after I was done, he handed me over 2,000 yuan. Just enough to repay you. I have time the day after tomorrow. All right, I will come to find you then. And perhaps treat you to a meal to show my gratitude, Lin Yu said. No need. I've told you I'm a doctor. I help anyone who is unwell. But you've given me your first kiss. I can't just do nothing, Lin Yu teased, only to be met with laughter and playful curses from the other end. You rascal, what are you thinking all day? That was just artificial respiration, Xia Yuhan exclaimed, her face turning crimson. All right, let us leave it at that, she said. Hanging up the phone, touching her flushed cheeks, she murmured to herself, Xia Yuhan, what's wrong with you? It was just a joke. After hanging up, Lin Yu took a shower, a daily ritual for him. Due to Tang Lianxin's severe cleanliness obsession, he always showered before heating her bed. After bathing, he opened Tang Lianxin's room and found her typing away on her laptop, still working. It's getting late. You should rest, he suggested. Mind your own business. Tang Lianxin replied coldly, her tone as harsh as ever. Lin Yu, undeterred, climbed into bed to warm it. While one worked and the other warmed the bed, Lin Yu busied himself with his phone. Tang Lianxin, noticing Lin Yu's indifference to her, felt a pang of annoyance. Does he even know what I'm thinking? I'm in this state, yet he remains oblivious and uncaring. Today, she had been astonished to witness Lin Yu defeat all those bodyguards single-handedly. Suspecting he had hidden martial arts skills. What further irked her was that on Lin Yu's first day at the company, he had already gotten close to Zhao Jingya. They were holding hands and being affectionate. After all, Tang Lianxin was Lin Yu's legitimate girlfriend. Although their relationship lacked a romantic foundation, they were already engaged. Tang Lianxin believed she was exceptional in both appearance and figure, yet Lin Yu had chosen to associate with a subordinate instead of her, which was the true source of her anger. This led her to reveal their relationship to Zhao Jingya. To make it clear, if Lin Yu were aware of all this, he would surely lament. The intricacies of a woman's heart are truly unfathomable. Lin Yu, are you hiding something from me? Tang Lianxin could no longer endure the situation, feeling as if her fiancé had a mistress outside. What do you mean? Lin Yu asked, bewildered. Did you really defeat Zhang Guoron's bodyguards all by yourself today? Yes. Why didn't you tell me you knew martial arts? Tang Lianxin's inexplicable anger was directed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, feeling a bit irritated, retorted, you never asked. Besides, during my time at the Tang family, you all have ignored me. I felt like air. Would you even believe what I say? Upon hearing this, Tang Lianxin felt Lin Yu was somewhat innocent. Indeed, as he mentioned, he had faced disdain and ridicule for the past 3 months. I'm sorry, she said softly after a few seconds. The words startled Lin Yu. The esteemed president of the company, an icy beauty, was actually apologizing to her seemingly incompetent fiancé. Lin Yu pinched his cheek hard. Ouch, he yelped, quickly letting go, realizing it was real. Haha, what are you doing? Tang Lianxin laughed at his foolishness. This was the first time Lin Yu had seen Tang Lianxin smile at him. Her enchanting smile captivated him momentarily, her beautiful eyes slightly squinting, the beauty mark on her face twitching, and her rosy lips curling into a smile, making Lin Yu mesmerized. You look so beautiful when you smile. Tang Lianxin's sourness suddenly bubbled up. Lin Yu then realized that Tang Lianxin was actually jealous. It's not what you think, actually. Lin Yu began to explain. But Tang Lianxin's expression remained peculiar. But the way you look at her seems off. Chapter 10. Becoming famous, what's wrong? I merely think Zhao Jingya has a rural vibe, just like me, and I don't want such a good girl to be spoiled by society. Lin Yu said with an unusually earnest gaze, making it impossible for Tang Lianxin to detect any ulterior motives. Tang Lianxin nodded. All right. Although we may not be a real couple, we hold the title of husband and wife. I don't want to wear a green hat. Seeing Lin Yu genuinely harbor no feelings, she breathed a sigh of relief, the thorns in her heart finally dissipating. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, cast a suspicious glance at Tang Lianxin. Could it be that I'm so handsome that you've developed feelings for me? Full of yourself. As if you could move my heart. Now go away. I want to sleep. With that, Tang Lianxin kicked Lin Yu off the bed. Lying there, she felt the warmth Lin Yu had left behind, her cold hands gradually warming. Lin Yu patted his backside, casting an innocent look at Tang Lianxin on the bed. Humph. One day, this bed will be mine. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin got into her car and headed to the company. Based on my understanding of the employees, if I dare to reveal your identity, everyone in the company will likely know you're my fiancé today, Tang Lianxin said casually while driving. Oh dear. It seems I'll have to endure the gazes of all the men in the company, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, feeling no particular concern. Although it would be a bit troublesome, he was no longer the coward he once was. Noticing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, Tang Yanqing cautioned. Don't think it's that simple. Since I've made it public, other company executives will definitely come to bother you. Some may pursue me, while others might have business interests. If you knew that, why did you go public? You're pushing me into hot water. Lin Yu complained. Don't you want to be my man? Then show your strength. When you can make those people fear you, you will naturally win me, she said. Her alluring words igniting a spark in Lin Yu. Just watch closely. Your man can only be me. Although their relationship had only spanned 3 months since yesterday, Tang Lianqin felt Lin Yu had changed, becoming extraordinary. Perhaps that was why her grandfather had arranged their engagement. After parking the car, they made their way to the company entrance. At that moment, dozens of reporters gathered outside, microphones in hand, eager to uncover the true identity of the Ice Queen CEO's fiancé. What is going on? Those reporters? Lin Yu exclaimed as he stepped out of the garage, astonished by the throng. They're all here for you. Once today is over, you'll be famous, Tang Lianqin said matter-of-factly, walking forward. While Lin Yu gradually regained his composure and followed her. President Tang, yesterday, a media outlet reported that you have become engaged. Is this true? President Tang, can you disclose which company your fiancé belongs to? Facing the reporter's inquiries, Tang Lianqin smiled and removed her sunglasses, intertwining her arm with Lin Yu's wrist. This is my fiancé, Lin Yu, and as for his identity, he is the son-in-law of the Tang family. Lin Yu, confronted by the barrage of flashing cameras, squinted uncomfortably. Yet he understood that these journalists were vying for their moment on television. Thus, he struck what he believed to be a handsome pose for the camera. The son-in-law of the Tang family. Son-in-law. How could this be? President Tang, are you joking? This shabby-dressed young man is your fiancé? The reporters could scarcely believe it. Their worldview shattered in an instant. This is how it is. I have work to attend to, so you may leave now. Security. After speaking, Tang Lianqin instructed the security personnel at the entrance to block the reporters. As they did so, their eyes scrutinized Lin Yu, appraising him from head to toe. Do they really need to gawk like that? Lin Yu felt their astonished, shocked gazes, some even tinged with mockery. Let us go? What kind of world is this? A penniless fellow, dressed in rags, is actually the fiancé of our president. Strange things happen every year, but today is truly remarkable. A frog really can aspire to eat swan meat. He isn't even as handsome as I am. How could he possibly have the qualities of a kept man? Employees from the sales department stared at Lin Yu's retreating figure, grumbling and ridiculing him. This was merely a case of sour grapes. Lin Yu paid no mind to them. As he headed towards the restroom headquarters, Zhao Jingya suddenly caught up with him. Lin Yu. Yes, quite safe. Thank you for your help last night. I bought an extra breakfast for you, Zhao Jingya said, extending the breakfast in her hand to Lin Yu. Noticing the blush on her ears, Lin Yu understood her shyness and smiled slightly as he accepted it. Oh, isn't this the pretty boy, Jingya? Why are you still associating with someone like him who relies on others? Exactly. No wonder he works as a cleaner. He probably just wants to experience a life of ease. With his potential for being a kept man, he can still earn money without working. The president must have poor judgment to get engaged to such a waste. Some female colleagues from the sales department approached Lin Yu, and upon learning of his true identity, they began to openly mock him. Enough. Who I choose to be with is none of your business, Zhao Jingyao retorted angrily. Just as the female colleagues were about to respond, they saw Lu Shaojie approaching and immediately fell silent, retreating back to their offices. Lin Yu, I'm so sorry. If you hadn't protected me yesterday, the president wouldn't have revealed your engagement, Zhao Jingyao said, disheartened. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. It's just an everyday occurrence, Lin Yu replied, touched by Zhao Jingya's sympathy, and gently tousled her hair. Lin Yu, it's already work time. Hurry up and get to work. Lu Shaojie, aware of Lin Yu's identity, felt a bit upset for her good friend Tang Lianqin. But the situation was as it was. It's still a minute until work starts. Lin Yu checked the time on his phone and smiled. Since I'm already at the company, it's time to focus on work. Now go. Immediately. Get to work. Lu Shaojie shouted in response to Lin Yu's defiance. Understood. What is with the loud voice? Is it that time of the month? Lin Yu covered his ears as he entered the restroom. The sales department staff were taken aback by Lin Yu's parting words. How dare he suggest that the head of the management department, Lu Shaojie, was on her period? That was sheer folly. However, they all knew that Lu Shaojie and Tang Lianqin were close, leading them to believe that Lin Yu was merely leveraging Tang Lianqin's connections to speak back. Department head Lu. Yes, go back to work. It's best to keep your distance from that kind of person. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lu Shaojie whispered the last two words into Zhao Jingya's ear, an unusually intimate gesture that left everyone astonished. What was happening today? The normally aloof Lu Shaojie was acting so familiarly with a junior employee like Zhao Jingya. Though both were women, it still felt out of place. I understand. What are you all staring at? Get back to work. Lu Shaojie reprimanded the surrounding crowd, standing tall, her work attire accentuating her figure. Upon entering the restroom, Lin Yu found it spotless, the floor gleaming with cleanliness. Boss, you're here. Hong, Huang, and LV were playing on their phones in a small room and stood up seriously upon Lin Yu's arrival. Well done. You've managed to clean up so well in just one day. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Could you possibly share some martial arts secrets with us? The trio looked at Lin Yu with eager anticipation, which left him somewhat perplexed. Why do you want to learn martial arts? Of course, to bully those we don't like. If anyone dares to hit us, we can use your skills to retaliate. Smack. Lin Yu playfully struck the trio on their heads. Martial arts should be used to uphold justice. If I teach you just to bully others, what is the point? Lin Yu responded with an air of righteousness. Right. What the boss says is correct. We will uphold justice and never engage in harmful activities. This time, I'll let it slide. From today onward, put down your phones and exercise more, such as going to the gym. Why go to such a place? We're learning internal skills. Thump. Hong knocked LV on the head, scolding. You fool. The boss means we should strengthen our bodies before learning internal skills. Isn't that how novels and movies portray it? That makes sense. Let us go to the gym and get a membership. Let us go. Every morning, come in to sign in and clean. After a month, I'll teach you the basics of martial arts. Lin Yu himself didn't know any martial arts, so he thought he would just take it one step at a time. If worst came to worst, he could buy some martial arts manuals to show them. Wu Ming, with nothing to do, lounged in a chair, scrolling through his phone leisurely. As he grew drowsy, he began to doze off when suddenly, Lu Shaojie burst into the restroom, shouting into Lin Yu's ear, Lin Yu. Who? What is going on? Lin Yu was startled awake, his heart racing. Upon recognizing Lu Shaojie, he sighed in resignation. Sister, shouting like that to wake someone up could cause a heart attack. I don't care about heart attacks. Go to Lian Xin's office immediately. She is in trouble. Chapter 11, The Lion Roars. Inside Tang Lian Xin's office, a man dressed in a tailcoat, with his hair parted down the middle and an unnaturally pale complexion, stood before her. However, his pallor was not due to natural causes, but rather a lack of vitality. Lian Xin, I've heard you've acquired a fiancé, a lowly country boy, no less. Don't your parents care? Jiang Lei smirked, crossing his legs and greedily eyeing the alluring curves of Tang Lian Xin's figure. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. You're here merely to discuss that contract. How much do you require for my company to proceed with the acquisition? Tang Lian Xin asked, her frosty demeanor unwavering, betraying no hint of anger. Jiang Lei, noticing that the icy beauty remained unfazed by his lascivious gaze, felt an insidious desire stir within him. I have yet to experience such an iceberg woman, but I can imagine it must be quite exhilarating. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lei nonchalantly extended a finger and remarked, multiply it by 10 based on the original foundation. I believe that even if my project were to be valued tenfold, it would still attract potential buyers. Haha, Boss Jiang, you truly have a bold ambition. A project that was originally worth merely 20 million is now being appraised at 200 million. Is it truly reflective of the project's intrinsic value? Tang Lianxin has navigated the commercial realm for 5 years, possessing a profound understanding of these contracts, far surpassing others. In negotiations, one must be aware of the precise value of the contract, while also engaging in a psychological duel between both parties. Haha, President Tang jested. Let us do this. If you accompany me for a meal this afternoon, I shall sell the contract at the previous price. What a fanciful notion. Tang Lianxin had already surmised that Jiang Lei harbored intentions towards her, and her expression grew increasingly frosty. Haha, this is beyond your control. A cabbage that has been prodded by a rural pig cannot pretend to be pure in front of me. Soon, you shall experience the sensations I impart. As Jiang Lei spoke, he rose with a lewd expression, taking deliberate steps toward Tang Lianxin while slowly unbuttoning his shirt. Do you believe I can summon someone? Tang Lianxin's countenance finally ceased to be unremarkable as she exclaimed with tension. Aha! Did you truly believe that I came to discuss business with you today without any preparation? In order to discuss the contract, I have specifically hired 2 elite bodyguards. I initially believed you to be innocent and pure, But it turns out you are merely a foul cabbage that has been ravaged by a rural swine. Do not pretend to be pure in my presence any longer. Jiang Lei, having spoken, immediately lunged towards Tang Lianxin, as if shedding his garments. He then reached out with his hand towards Tang Lianxin, seeking the weapon of his desire. Damn it! I have awaited this moment for far too long. Tang Lianxin never anticipated that Jiang Lei would be so audacious as to forcefully approach her in the office. However, with her proud and composed demeanor, she would not behave like those feeble women. She swiftly aimed a kick directly at Jiang Lei's chest. Tang Lianxin's high heels left a crimson imprint on Jiang Lei's chest, causing an immediate jolt of pain. In a fit of rage, he swung his palm directly towards Tang Lianxin's delicate face. Damn it! I dare you to kick me again. You are merely a woman who has been used. It would be a privilege for you if I desired you, so do not struggle against me. A blood-red handprint suddenly appeared on Tang Lianxin's enchanting visage. Jiang Lei, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall ensure that you live to regret it. Tang Lianxin did not weep or wail. Her eyes were as cold as ice, brimming with fury, and her gaze was filled with a profound hatred and murderous intent. I await your arrival. Yet soon you shall find yourself beseeching me. After all, who does not revel in the joys of love between a man and a woman? Upon finishing his words, Jiang Lei began to lower the zipper of his pants. Tang Lianxin turned her head, her face betraying a sense of despair. At that moment, the image of Lin Yu flashed through her mind. Yet, as she contemplated her fiancé, a man who, in the confines of their home, seemed utterly ineffectual and with whom she shared a rather tenuous bond, she questioned whether he would truly come for her. Bang! The man whom Tang Lianxin had envisioned burst through the office door with an air of urgency. Goodness gracious! Dare to harbor despicable thoughts towards my wife and attempt to tarnish my honor? Depart at once. Lin Yu entered the office and was taken aback to witness Jiang Lei attempting to exert force against none other than the icy and untouchable beauty of a CEO. Where did this beggar come from? My golden bodyguard, indeed. Jiang Lei halted his actions, fixating his gaze upon Lin Yu. He observed that the latter was clad in remarkably ordinary attire, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Are you referring to them? Lin Yu's countenance was frigid as he pointed towards the entrance, where two burly figures clad in black jackets lay unconscious, having just been rendered senseless by him. Do you have any idea who I am? He demanded. Dare to provoke me, and I shall ensure you meet your demise without a grave to mark your passing. Jiang Lei observed that his bodyguard had already been rendered unconscious by the beggar before him. He speculated that the opponent's strength was far from ordinary, and a sense of trepidation washed over him as he retreated, attempting to wield words as a means of intimidation. I care not who you are. Did you not hear what I just said? Touch my wife, and you shall perish. With that, Lin Yu appeared directly in front of Jiang Lei and delivered a resounding slap. Bang! This time, Lin Yu did not hold back. He poured all his strength into this single slap, sending Jiang Lei crashing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and trembling uncontrollably. What has happened? At that moment, Lu Xiaojie arrived. Just moments before, he had spoken to Lin Yu, who then swiftly dashed down the staircase at an astonishing speed. Despite Tang Lianxin's office being located on the 15th floor, while Lu Xiaojie had only just reached via the elevator. Upon arriving before Tang Lianxin, Lin Yu was struck by the sight of her enchanting visage marred by the imprint of a hand. A surge of anger mixed with compassion welled within him. Sitting beside Tang Lianxin, he gently caressed her injured, swollen cheek and inquired softly, "Does it still hurt?" Tang Lianxin felt the warmth emanating from the palm, and her heart was inexplicably warmed, as if the millennium-old ice within her was on the verge of melting. The pain had subsided. Tang Lianxin shook her head gently, her tone softening as she spoke. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in Lin Yu's embrace, a promise echoing in his words. Henceforth, I shall protect you from all that may come. We have already become partners in facing difficulties together, shall we? Lin Yu had just overheard the conversation within, and the unfolding of this incident was indeed triggered by Tang Lianxin's revelation of her marriage, although this would bring trouble to Lin Yu. The complications that Tang Lianxin would have to bear were far more significant than his own. Had Lin Yu arrived just a moment later, he truly could not fathom what might transpire in the next instant. The head of the Jiang family conglomerate had been struck by you. Yet this would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble for both you and me, Tang Lianxin murmured softly in Lin Yu's ear. If it would indeed lead to complications. Why did you not intervene earlier? My husband stood up for me. Why should I hinder him? Tang Lianxin spoke with composure, stirring Lin Yu's heart, making him feel profoundly grateful. How wonderful it is to have a wife. No wonder it is said that behind every successful man, there is always a woman who quietly dedicates herself. All right, go check if Jiang Lei has been killed by you. He seems to be foaming at the mouth. Tang Lianxin said lightly as she extricated herself from Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu approached Jiang Lei's side and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Pooh! Jiang Lei once again spat out white foam, yet this time he no longer trembled. His consciousness gradually began to awaken. At this moment, Lin Yu's face had turned dark. For his wife had been assaulted, and it was imperative that he take action without further delay. Lin Yu hurled Jiang Lei onto the sofa, then flipped the document on the table to the page requiring a signature. Sign this contract at once. He commanded. Young man, should you dare to lay a hand on me today, I shall ensure that you pay a grievous price. Little did Jiang Lei realize the current situation. He continued to threaten unabated. Bang! With a swift motion, a slap was delivered once more. This time, Lin Yu exerted only a moderate amount of force. Yet it was undeniably stronger than that of an average individual. Do you dare strike me again? Smack! I smack! After delivering 3 resounding slaps, blood stained the corners of Jiang Lei's mouth, and even the slightest movement of his lips elicited a sharp, searing pain. Lin Yu remained silent, placing a pin upon the document while resting his hand on the edge of the tea set. My patience is finite. Should you continue to court disaster, I shall have no choice but to respond with decisive action. In an instant, a corner of the tea set was crushed by Wu Ming. A scene that left everyone in the office utterly astonished. The tabletop of the tea set was crafted from natural marble, a material so resilient that even a hammer might struggle to fracture it. Yet, Lin Yu effortlessly shattered it. Jiang Lei gazed at the stone in Lin Yu's hand and contemplated whether, if his own head were to be like that, it would surely mean his demise. Confronted with fear, Jiang Lei hastily affixed his signature to the contract, his palm swollen like a pig's head. With a sycophantic smile, he said, Well, President Tang, let us proceed with the sale at the previously agreed acquisition price. Since the contract is signed, I may take my leave, correct? You wish to depart without offering any compensation for the injury inflicted upon my wife's charming visage? Do you truly believe that is feasible? I, Jiang Lei, currently find my face swollen from the blows dealt by Lin Yu, yet I have not even mentioned medical expenses. The audacity of this individual is truly remarkable. However, it is prudent to depart from this tumultuous place for the time being. With a faint smile, I remarked, Name your price. How much do you require? Slap. What is the price? This is compensation. My wife was slapped by you, and you think your money can make amends. What exactly do you want? I demand 10% of your company's shares. As soon as Lin Yu uttered these words, Tang Lianxin and Lu Shaojia were taken aback. Such a bold request. To dare ask for 10% of the Jiang Group's shares, something they themselves would never even consider saying. Kid, even if I wanted to give it to you, do you think you could handle it? Be careful not to choke on my Jiang family shares and end up breaking your teeth. Lin Yu, noticing Jiang Lei's incessant banter, grew impatient and delivered a punch directly to his front teeth. Crack! The tooth fell out, blood trickling from the corner of Jiang Lei's mouth. About to drop to the floor, Lin Yu quickly grabbed a tissue from the table and stuffed it into Jiang Lei's mouth. Just as I said, this is what you deserve. The price of my wife's face is worth this amount. Asking for 10% of the Jiang family shares is only fair. Lin Yu exclaimed arrogantly, looking down at Jiang Lei. With no other options, Jiang Lei reluctantly picked up a pen and began to write. After he finished, Lin Yu handed the document to Tang Lianxin, smiling. Wife, this is your compensation. Turning back, his once gentle demeanor turned cold again as he addressed Jiang Lei. Originally, you were to pay for the mental trauma inflicted on my wife and my own costs, but today I am in a good mood. So take your 2 bodyguards and leave quickly. With that, Lin Yu casually waved a shard of marble, striking the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards instantly felt the pain and came to their senses, as Jiang Lei hurriedly fled with them. Chapter 12. The Country Bumpkin Lianxin. Is he really your beggar fiancé? Lu Shaojia asked incredulously, still reeling from the shocking events that had just unfolded. Tang Lianxin nodded. I only found out a few days ago that he knows martial arts. I never expected him to be so formidable. Remembering how Lin Yu had tenderly caressed her face moments ago, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Oh dear, Lianxin, it seems you really have feelings for that boy. Lu Shaojia remarked with a hint of skepticism, wondering what kind of luck that scoundrel had from his past life. Help fiancé. Earned 27 system points. The mechanical voice echoed again as Lin Yu emerged from the restroom, holding a damp towel and entering the office. What are you discussing? He asked. Lianxin, I wet the towel with cool water. You should apply it. Thank you, Tang Lianxin replied, her tone noticeably warmer towards Lin Yu, which delighted him. No problem. Xiaojie, could you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. After preparing, Lin Yu addressed Lu Xiaojie and exited the office. Why the secrecy? Why not just say it here? Lu Xiaojie questioned. Fine, just go. Lin Yu must have something important to say, Tang Lianxin replied calmly. Sensing that Lin Yu had his reasons for not wanting to disclose everything to her, glancing at the contract on the table, she felt a twinge of worry. The Jiang family was no trifling matter. As Lu Xiaojie stepped out of the office, she found Lin Yu smoking in the restroom, his brow furrowed in deep thought. You called me out just to see you smoking? Lu Xiaojie asked, hands on her hips. I hope you can bring Ma Guangliang and Zhang Guorong to me. Lin Yu stated, leaving Lu Xiaojie puzzled. You don't need to ask now. Once you bring them to my cleaning department, you'll understand my reasoning. Lin Yu had already surmised that today's events were intricately tied to those two. Before long, Ma Guangliang and Zhang Guorong were summoned to Lin Yu's cleaning department. The air-conditioned room had Wu Ming sitting on the couch, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Xiaojie, are we here just to watch this useless person peel apples? We don't have time for this. Ma Guangliang and Zhang Guorong declared, attempting to leave. Whoosh. The fruit knife suddenly embedded itself several centimeters deep into the door. My apologies. I misfired, Lin Yu said, scratching his head with an innocent smile that made Zhang Guorong and Ma Guangliang feel as if they were staring at a devil. What do you want? They exclaimed, alarmed by Lin Yu's actions as he drew another fruit knife from his pocket, casually continuing to peel the apple. I summoned you both for a reason. Do you know who I am? Lin Yu inquired nonchalantly. Aren't you just the fiancé of President Tang? They replied. Now that you know, why did you attempt to set me up by contacting Zhang Lei from the Jiang group to harass my wife? What do you think should be done about this? Why you're talking nonsense? You can eat the meal but not speak carelessly. I've been working at the Tang Xin Daxia group for 3 years. Why would I collude with another company against the president? Ma Guangliang and Zhang Guorong stammered in fear. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lin Yu's fruit knife vanished again, and the next moment, everyone noticed it had flown past Zhang Guorong's head, slicing off a small tuft of hair and leaving him feeling a sharp sting. Ah! Zhang Guorong gasped, clutching his hair, his hands stained with blood. Cold sweat trickling down his back. Lu Xiaojie, leaning against the doorframe, was stunned. Lin Yu had almost severed Zhang Guorong's ear with that throw. The precision and force he wielded left her questioning Lin Yu's true identity. If you don't speak, my knife won't have eyes, Lin Yu warned, pulling out another fruit knife, causing Ma Guangliang and Zhang Guorong to feel blood rush to their faces in panic. What the hell? There is another knife. In truth, Lin Yu had acquired a box of fruit knives from the trio of boys, and they simply kept them under the table for show. Now, Lin Yu found himself using them effectively, frightening the two men to the point of sweating profusely, with a faint odor of urine emanating from their pants. Ugh! What is that smell? Lu Xiaojie covered her nose, noticing the two men's pants were damp, and turned away in disgust. Thud. I called Jiang Lei. I deserve to die. Please spare me. Zhang Guorong cried in sheer terror, his face pale, while Ma Guangliang, initially planning to confront Lin Yu, found all his intentions extinguished. Had you acted this way from the start, you could have left the company. Xiaojie, remove him from his position as sales department head. I will explain everything to Tang Lianxin. Lin Yu crossed his arms, addressing Lu Xiaojie. She nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Guorong before delivering a swift kick to his back. Beast! Zhang Guorong fell to the ground, pain shooting through his back, his face ashen. Now, he had lost everything, having sabotaged himself out of jealousy. As for you, just do your job as the introduction department head, work diligently, and don't provoke me. Understand? Lin Yu said, a palpable pressure emanating from him that left Ma Guangliang trembling, seated on the floor, nodding vigorously. All right, get him out of here. After resolving the situation and ensuring Tang Lianxin's safety in the company, Lin Yu reflected that the events of the day primarily stemmed from Zhang Guorong, indicating that this company was indeed complex. The afternoon passed relatively quietly. Lin Yu had no pressing matters, so he left work early, waiting outside Tang Lianxin's office for her to finish. Shall we go? Lin Yu smiled gently, and Tang Lianxin took his arm as they left the company under the watchful eyes of the employees. Well, Lianxin, I took the liberty of having Lu Xiaojie dismiss Zhang Guorong. I hope you don't mind. You've only been in the company for 2 days, and you've already dismissed the head of the sales department. You certainly have some audacity. Who do you think should take on the position of sales department head? Tang Lianxin's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Lin Yu merely grinned, as he was not well versed in company affairs. He simply felt that anyone who posed a threat to Tang Lianxin should not remain in the company. Why not you take the position? Tang Lianxin suggested. Me? Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. No way. I'm from the countryside and know nothing about sales. Just letting me be a janitor would be sufficient for me. I prefer to stay idle and not have to do much. Unambitious. So who do you recommend? Tang Lianxin pressed, not believing that Lin Yu had no one in mind to replace Zhang Guorong. In truth, Tang Lianxin had already guessed who Lin Yu wanted for the position. But she wished for him to voice it. What about Jingya? She is quite diligent and energetic. She could manage well if given the chance. I knew you would suggest her. Do you think being head of the sales department is that simple? One needs the trust and confidence of the employees to earn that title. As they entered the car, Tang Lianxin started the engine. This matter will be arranged by me. I want to be home for dinner tonight. My parents seem to be on a business trip, and Tang Xin needs to address some issues at the headquarters. Lin Yu silently rejoiced at the thought of avoiding a scolding at home. The Tang family's headquarters was located in the capital, while the company they were currently at was merely a subsidiary. Lin Yu understood this, but since he was assigned to be engaged to Tang Lianxin by her grandfather, he had not visited the Tang family in quite some time. Damn it, where are you now, old man? Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Feeling somewhat concerned for his father's safety despite enjoying the company of beautiful women, Tang Lianxin took Lin Yu to a Michelin-starred restaurant, renowned in the region for its exquisite decor and gourmet menu. As they walked through the grand entrance, two French waiters greeted them in French. Lin Yu, unable to comprehend a word, simply followed Tang Lianxin's lead. At the front desk, Tang Lianxin picked up a tablet to place their order. Similar to a popular hot pot restaurant, they found a cozy table for two on the second floor. Tang Lianxin ordered a selection of Chinese and French cuisine, then set the tablet aside. She looked up to find Lin Yu curiously surveying his surroundings, appearing somewhat out of place. However, Tang Lianxin did not share this sentiment. Lianxin, the prices here must be quite steep, right? Not really. The total was only a little over 3,000, Tang Lianxin replied nonchalantly. To her, that amount was merely a trivial expense, especially compared to the seafood soup she typically enjoyed at home. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, the meals he had at the Tang family were quite extravagant. Hearing that dinner cost over 3,000 yuan made his heart ache with disbelief. Don't worry, it's on me. Consider it my way of thanking you for helping me out at noon, Tang Lianxin said, seeing through Lin Yu's thoughts. Feeling exposed, Lin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, pondering if he truly had the potential to be a kept man. Suddenly, a well-dressed man approached Lin Yu, speaking in fluent French. Excuse me, beautiful lady. May I join you for dinner? No, thank you. I already have a boyfriend, Tang Lianxin replied coolly, not even addressing the man directly. The man felt embarrassed, realizing that his polished appearance and demeanor had failed to impress Tang Lianxin, who seemed entirely uninterested. Why bother, Misri? In France, if you want to dine with a beautiful woman, you need to show your wealth. Another foreigner approached, brandishing a wad of cash in front of Lin Yu. Get lost. You shabby-looking guy. You think you're worthy of this beauty? Take your money and scram. He reached out, intending to shove Lin Yu aside. Though Lin Yu couldn't understand the foreigner's words, he sensed hostility and decided to retaliate. He swiftly grabbed the man's hand and executed a throw, sending him crashing to the floor. Why are these foreigners acting like lunatics? I haven't done anything to provoke them. His innocent expression elicited laughter from Tang Lianxin, who beamed at him. The foreigner struggled to his feet, wincing in pain and cursing loudly. Shut up. Lin Yu shot a disdainful look at him. If you don't want to get hurt, back off. He then tossed a stack of money at the well-dressed man, hitting him squarely in the face. Misri, now nursing a sore nose, began to tear up. You little punk. You hit me. Lin Yu remained composed. Now you're speaking Chinese? What was with the pretentiousness earlier? Get out of my way, or I'll make you regret disturbing my meal. Lin Yu cracked his knuckles, ready for any further confrontation. You'll pay for this, Misri warned as he helped the foreigner out of the restaurant. Seriously, is it too much to ask for a peaceful meal without interruptions? Perhaps my good looks are inciting envy among others, Lin Yu remarked, glancing at Tang Lianxin with a hint of pride. All right, the food is here. Let's eat. Those people won't let this go easily. It's best to avoid further trouble. Tang Lianxin remained unfazed by the earlier incident, elegantly slicing into her French foie gras and savoring every bite. Her graceful movements caught the attention of several nearby men, but they were wary after witnessing the earlier altercation. The contrast between Lin Yu, dressed simply and appearing quite ordinary, and Tang Lianxin, who exuded elegance and charm, was striking. They seemed an unlikely pair. causing onlookers to question how such a beauty could be with someone like him. Lin Yu dug into the foie gras, finding it dry and unappetizing. Yet he reminded himself that it was still money being spent. He sipped the red wine, but it tasted bitter and lacked any fragrance. After the meal, Lin Yu felt somewhat queasy, having never experienced such lavish dining before. So this is what the wealthy indulge in? I still prefer a 30 yuan spicy hot pot, he remarked, causing the other patrons to gasp in disbelief. How embarrassing. Such extravagance. No wonder he remains poor. It's baffling how such a beautiful woman would be with someone like him. The guests muttered under their breath, feeling a sense of injustice, as countenance remained serene. Resembling a celestial beauty untouched by the mundane world, her composure remarkably steady. All right, once we finish our meal, we shall depart, she stated, rising to grasp her designer handbag, linking arms with Lin Yu as they exited under the gaze of bystanders. That pretty boy? What makes him better than me? In this world, even a toad can woo a swan, yet why can't I? I pondered, puffing on an expensive cigar, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of it all. The patrons dining at the Michelin-starred restaurant were undoubtedly affluent, drawn here not only by the refined ambience, but also by the exquisite cuisine. However, upon witnessing Lin Yu and dining together, my appetite vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of indignation. If Lin Yu were aware, he might merely innocently remark, "Wealth brings its own troubles." Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Yu spotted 5 youths loitering at the entrance, their arms and necks adorned with tattoos, wielding iron rods, clearly intent on violence. That's him. Everyone get him. Take that scoundrel down. A foreigner, puffing on a cigar, commanded the group. And remember, don't harm that woman. She's the first to reject me. I have to have her tonight. The foreigner, Misri, shed his veneer of sophistication. The true self emerged. Born in France and raised in opulence, he had acquired superficial manners while mingling with society's elite. No woman in France could resist his charm and wealth. Yet today, it was who piqued his interest. A post-meal workout seems in order. Very well, let us consider it a means to stretch our limbs. Stand aside. Be cautious not to injure yourself, Lin Yu suggested, performing a few simple stretches. Observing him, replied coolly, be careful, stepping aside. Her gaze icy, a clear indication of her mounting anger. Even in disguise, the underlying repulsiveness cannot be concealed, remarked coldly, directing her disdain at Misri. I am particularly fond of strong-willed women. I wonder if she'll remain as defiant later, Misri mused with a grin, his eyes drawn to Tu's alluring figure. Her elegant silhouette accentuated by her attire, igniting his excitement and desire to possess her immediately. Look at this fool. He's drooling over every woman he sees. Surely, he must have escaped from a mental institution, Lin Yu quipped, gesturing toward Misri, eliciting a smile from, who felt her earlier ire dissipate. Everyone attack. Misri commanded the 5 youths, his wealth and attire far surpassing theirs. Yet, he felt deeply insulted by this beggar before him. The youths advanced. Iron rods poised to strike Lin Yu. Whoosh. The rods sliced through the air ominously, promising to shatter Lin Yu's bones upon impact, as attention fixated on him. Her heart racing with concern. Bang. Lin Yu reached out, seizing the iron rod, which met his grasp with a resounding clang. Is this man a fool sent by a monkey? How dare he catch the rod with his bare hands? One youth sneered, attempting to wrest the rod from Lin Yu's grip, only to find it immovable, as if ensnared in a vice. Crack. Suddenly, Lin Yu tightened his grip, causing the rod to crumple and shatter, forcing the 2 youths toward him. Without a moment's pause, he kicked them away effortlessly. In a flash, he appeared before the remaining 3, swinging the iron rod with lethal precision, rendering them unconscious before they could react. Goodness, these individuals are utterly incompetent. I haven't even digested my meal, Lin Yu exclaimed, his gaze shifting to Misri and the foreigner, a wicked smile gracing his lips. This is monstrous. He caught that rod bare-handed. We must flee, Misri. The foreigner exclaimed, panic-stricken. Why run? I refuse to believe we cannot crush him. Misri retorted with a scoff, jumping into his BMW and accelerating toward Lin Yu. Overestimating his ability, Lin Yu hurled the iron rod at the car's windshield, which shattered upon impact, embedding itself into the passenger seat. The BMW careened out of control, crashing into a dumpster, smoke billowing from the engine. Lin Yu, are you all right? Startled by Misri's reckless behavior, rushed to his side. I'm fine. Let us go, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the foreigner, who cowered away, desperately avoiding Lin Yu's gaze. This is unbelievable. Is he some kind of deity? He pierced a bulletproof windshield with an iron rod. What immense strength! The foreigner gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Coughing, Misri exited the vehicle, seething with rage upon realizing that Lin Yu had already left. Damn it! I've noted your license plate number. Just wait. I will ensure your demise for daring to provoke me, Misri. Chapter 14. The trap back at the expansive villa. Only Lin Yu occupied the space, as the servants retreated to their quarters outside the complex for the night, with their rents covered by the family. I'm going to take a shower, announced, revealing her flawless skin, causing Lin Yu's heart to race with a mixture of temptation and restraint. He reminded himself of his principles, refusing to engage in any inappropriate actions. Opting to divert his attention, Lin Yu turned on the television, only to be astonished to see himself on the screen. No way. I'm on TV, he exclaimed, astonished at how quickly he had become a public figure after merely 2 days of work. Yet, his delight quickly faded upon reading the headline. The fiancé of the esteemed CEO of Group is a beggar. Was this a case of beauty amidst filth? Lin Yu touched his smooth face, contemplating his potential as a charming man, muttering to himself, surely, I am not filth. Emerged, donning a bathrobe, and upon noticing Lin Yu's mumblings, her expression hardened as she glanced at the television. Who are you calling filth? Ah, it's me, Lin Yu stammered, startled by her sudden appearance behind him, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Humph, a thief's heart without the courage, as final words were barely audible. But Lin Yu caught her meaning, perplexed by her intent. In reality, had intentionally changed her attire, leaving a gap for Lin Yu to admire her, initially feeling shy. However, her irritation grew when she realized he was entirely oblivious to her form. The blush that had graced her cheeks swiftly turned to icy displeasure. Smack! As the bathroom door closed, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder how women could possess such immense anger when he had done nothing to provoke it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the villa, the sound growing increasingly rapid before coming to a halt at the door. Ding dong. At that moment, a bell rang at the entrance. Who is it? Lin Yu, go answer the door, Tang Lianxin called from the bathroom in a calm tone. Rising from his seat, Lin Yu approached the door. Filled with suspicion, he had distinctly heard the footsteps quicken, almost light-footed, something the average person wouldn't notice. His enhanced senses, a result of his bodily mutation, allowed him to perceive it. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell continued to ring. Lin Yu reached the door and called out, I'm coming, stop ringing. He swiftly opened the door, only to find a robust man clad in black, a hat pulled low over his brow, lunging at him with a dagger. Lin Yu's suspicions were confirmed. He reacted instinctively, disarming the assailant and following up with a powerful punch to the man's face. The burly figure had not anticipated such a quick response from Lin Yu. In an instant, the dagger was gone, and he found himself reeling from a blow that left his nose throbbing and bleeding. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Lin Yu questioned coldly, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground, his foot pressing firmly against the intruder's chest. The man was taken aback. This was the very individual who had been behind the wheel when Lin Yu was nearly killed. He had expected to finish Lin Yu off then, but the latter had merely spent a night in the hospital, seemingly unscathed. This second attempt was meant to eliminate Lin Yu once and for all, to appease his employer. Yet it had failed spectacularly. Seeing the man silent, Lin Yu applied more pressure with his foot. The intruder gasped for breath, feeling as if an elephant were crushing his chest, suffocating him. Will you speak? Lin Yu pressed again, a smile curling on his lips. In the depths of his fury, he found himself smiling, a lesson taught by his father. Even in adversity, one must smile, whether with mirth or coldness. For a smile can reveal the face of a devil to one's adversaries. Lin Yu. Tang Lianxin emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe. Upon seeing Lin Yu standing over the black-clad man, she was momentarily startled but quickly regained her composure. Lin Yu spoke calmly, and she nodded, confident in Lin Yu's ability to extract information from the assailant. Well, kid, your woman is quite a looker, but I fear you won't be around to enjoy her for much longer. Even if you kill me, many more will come for you. The man sneered, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his chest as one of his ribs cracked, blood spilling from his lips. Lin Yu chuckled coldly, directing the dagger toward the man's shoulder. Ah, the intruder howled in pain. Will you talk or not? Lin Yu demanded. The man, bloodied and desperate, gritted his teeth and attempted to pull out a syringe, aiming it at Lin Yu's leg. Yet, his movements appeared sluggish in Lin Yu's eyes, who effortlessly sidestepped and kicked the syringe away, sending it plunging into the man's abdomen, the green liquid slowly entering his body. The The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his second ambush had failed, this time at the cost of his life. He convulsed, green foam bubbling from his mouth. With a final spasm, the burly man succumbed, his eyes reflecting a mix of defiance and despair. A seasoned leader of an assassination squad, he had failed twice, and now he lay lifeless. Damn it, it was poison, Lin Yu cursed inwardly, relieved that he had evaded the syringe. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate. Searching the man's pockets yielded nothing. As if he had anticipated his demise and erased all traces of his identity, Lin Yu sat back, rubbing his forehead as he pondered the identity of the man sprawled before him. All right, Lianxin, you can come out now, he called toward Tang Lianxin's room. The door opened, and she stepped out, her gaze falling on the corpse. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, for it was her first encounter with death. Yet, her usual composure quickly returned, her demeanor as icy as ever. Tang Lianxin retrieved her phone, snapping pictures of the deceased man. Click, click. Eliminated a criminal, 20 system points. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yu's ear, leaving him slightly astonished. Just for one kill, he received 20 points. It was clear this man had committed numerous wrongdoings. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, ringing in Lin Yu's ears like a warning bell. Looks like the fox's tail is showing, he mused with a wry smile. Rising to exit the villa and open the front gate, a police car rolled slowly into view, and a female officer stepped out, her expression serious and commanding. I received a report of a murder here. Officer Meng Lenning, clad in her police uniform, exuded authority. Her delicate features were striking. Beneath her arched eyebrows lay a hint of sternness, her lips subtly pink, and her nose delicately shaped. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night. It was astonishing that such beauty belonged to a police officer, and the 6 officers following her made it clear she was their superior. Lin Yu was taken aback. A woman of such beauty wielding substantial authority hinted at the high status of the man behind the black-clad assassin. Yes, I killed him. The body is still inside. Still warm, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, realizing he had fallen into a trap. He sensed a gaze lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. Turning quickly, he squinted but found no signs of danger. Why are you moving? Stand still. Officer Meng Lenning had never encountered such an audacious killer who willingly confessed and boasted about the warmth of the corpse. Her eyes filled with disdain. She regarded him as nothing more than a remorseless criminal, fit only for execution. The officers escorted the body out and began to lead others from the villa. After issuing commands, Officer Meng Lenning cuffed Lin Yu's hands, and Tang Lianxin was similarly restrained. They were seated in the back of the police car, which began its slow journey to the precinct. At the People's Police Station, in the interrogation room, Wu Ming sat on a bench as the female officer proceeded to question him, asking for his age, address, gender, ID number, and residence. Finally, she asked, "What was your motive for murder?" Lin Yu smiled faintly and replied, "I had no intention to kill him. He merely sought to kill me." Slap. Kid. Don't play the fool. If you had no motive, why did you kill him? You claim he wanted to kill you. Yet here you are, alive and well. The female officer Meng Lenning was seated beside a man clad in a police uniform, whose appearance was rather ordinary. He pounded the interrogation table fiercely, shouting at Lin Yu, spittle flying from his mouth and splattering Lin Yu's face. Chapter 15. The dominant flower feeling the irritation of being sprayed with saliva by the man with yellowed teeth. Lin Yu's anger flared. Am I to be killed without resistance? What an idiot. After being called an idiot, Zhang Deheng was immediately infuriated, rising abruptly and kicking the stool aside. You better start confessing, or I'll make you regret it, he threatened, pointing at Lin Yu. I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, just check the villas over in the neighborhood. I was merely acting in self-defense, Lin Yu retorted nonchalantly, with a glint of defiance in his eyes that caused Zhang Deheng to hesitate and fall silent. Meng Lenning, crossing her legs and twirling a pin in her hand, continued to take notes while questioning him. Half an hour later, as night deepened, Lin Yu began to feel drowsy, but the two before him showed no signs of relenting. Repeat what you just said, Meng Lenning ordered, taking a sip of coffee. What more do you want me to say? I killed that person. That's all there is to it. Lin Yu replied somewhat helplessly, glancing at the beautiful police officer and momentarily distracted by her form, thinking to himself, no wonder, small chest. Small-minded. What did you say? Meng Lenning, having caught his inappropriate remark, slammed her hand on the table, her fury evident. Despite her anger, her figure remained flat and unimposing. The man beside her, witnessing his superior being mocked by this rustic-looking youth, could not help but smile, thinking to himself, You're about to provoke a volcano. In the police station, Meng Lining was known as the dominant flower. No one dared to express their feelings for her due to her perceived lack of femininity, as dating a woman like her would feel akin to befriending a brother. This was an unspoken taboo within the precinct, as the formidable officer was not one to be trifled with. I say, beautiful, it's quite late. Aren't you tired? Staying up late can affect a girl's development, Lin Yu remarked, casting another glance at her figure. In a flash, Meng Lining kicked the table aside and launched a spinning kick towards Lin Yu's chest. Haha. One kick from her, and he'll likely be injured. Once he is in the temporary detention center, those thugs will surely finish him off. Zhang Dehang thought greedily, imagining the 500,000 cash he would pocket if Lin Yu were to die. At that moment, the dominant flower was standing on one leg, the other leg caught in Lin Yu's grasp. Clad in her police uniform and a skirt, with the arrival of summer, she wore only white stockings below, revealing her slender legs. The sight of her legs, accentuated by black lace lingerie, was so tempting that Lin Yu couldn't help but want to look again. Let go of me, she exclaimed, her temper flaring as she glared at Lin Yu, whose grip had inadvertently exposed her. Lin Yu released her, noticing that the handcuffs had already fallen to the ground, his wrists having expanded and deformed, rendering them useless. Who is this guy? His strength is extraordinary, Meng Lining thought, somewhat astonished by the fallen handcuffs, while Zhang Dehang looked at Lin Yu as if he were a monster. Take him to the temporary detention center. Meng Lining, humiliated by being mocked in the interrogation room, resolved to let him stay in the police station for the time being before continuing the interrogation. Upon exiting the interrogation room, she spotted Tang Lianqing sitting on a bench outside, waiting anxiously. When she saw Lin Yu emerge, her expression shifted to one of concern. Lin Yu smiled reassuringly at her, indicating that she need not worry. I've already called Dad. He will send someone over, and you'll be out by tomorrow. Tang Lianqing watched Lin Yu being led away by two officers, and his playful tone instantly dissipated the tense atmosphere. Having fallen into the traps set by his adversaries, he could only observe the unfolding events. As for the two middle-aged men at home, they were bodyguards hired by Tang Xiongtian for Tang Lianqing, who typically remained out of sight unless she was in danger. Why didn't you intervene earlier? Tang Lianqing asked coldly. The master has decreed that we only act when the young lady is in peril. As for the fate of the son-in-law, it is none of our concern. Clearly, they were still targeting Lin Yu. Despite his father's ability to secure Lin Yu's release with a mere phone call, he chose to let Lin Yu spend a night in the police station. Was it simply because of his humble origins? Meanwhile, Lin Yu was taken to the temporary detention center, where he willingly entered the spacious room, his hands free of handcuffs. With such strength, handcuffs were futile. Inside the detention center, Lin Yu casually claimed a vacant bed, noticing a young, thin man sleeping nearby. He ruthlessly pulled the man aside and sprawled out on the bed, disregarding the gazes of those around him. After all, these criminals had committed various offenses in society, and Lin Yu felt no obligation to be courteous. Damn. This newcomer is so arrogant, stealing the bed from the seasoned criminals. One man murmured to his leader. Humph. Not bad looking and so pale. He probably hasn't experienced much. I'm too tired tonight. I'll wait until morning for some fun. In the early hours, Lin Yu was abruptly awakened by a bald old man in tattered clothes tapping his shoulder. Hey there, young brother. You look fresh. You must be new here. I just arrived last night. Be careful. Those guys are ruthless killers, and they specifically target newcomers. The old man pointed to a corner where a tattooed man with a dragon and tiger tattoo was lounging, emanating a menacing aura that made Lin Yu take notice. He's the boss of this temporary detention center, connected to people in the police station. They bring in naive criminals for him to handle, and he gets a cut of the profits. As the old man explained, Lin Yu merely observed the tattooed man, who was also eyeing him. Lin Yu paid little heed to the man's identity, choosing instead to lie quietly on his bed, waiting for morning when someone would likely come to release him. Hey, monkey. Crocodile, bring that kid over here, the tattooed man ordered, his smile sinister as he commanded his lackeys. The two men nodded and approached Lin Yu. Kid, come with us. Our boss wants to see you for some fun. The two lackeys, their expressions lewd, were taken aback by Lin Yu's pristine complexion, their mouths watering at the sight. In the confines of the detention center, they had not seen a woman in ages, and Lin Yu's fair skin sparked inappropriate thoughts in their minds. Lin Yu stood up, gazing at the two men before him. Upon glancing at the tattooed man seated on the bed in the corner, he could not help but question. Since it is your boss who wishes to meet me, what brings you here? Let him come to see me. Hey, you little brat, our boss wants to meet you, and I'm here to take you to him. What kind of attitude is this? Look at your skinny arms and legs. We really don't want to hurt you. Why don't you just comply with us? These two lackeys, with their repugnant appearances, seemed oddly interested in a man, which made Lin Yu feel a wave of nausea. I'll count to 3. Now step back 5 paces, or else. Or else what? You want to present your backside to us? They jeered. The two lackeys paid no heed and approached Lin Yu, reaching out to grab his shoulders. In a sudden burst of anger, Lin Yu shook his shoulders violently, instantly sending their hands flying away. He then delivered a swift kick, sending both men sprawling several meters away, unconscious. Damn it, even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Do you wish to perish? Behind him followed a dozen lackeys, each wielding iron rods and sharp pieces of metal, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. It was evident that these men were no strangers to violence. "Ah, I've just arrived at the police station. And you greet me with such enthusiasm? How can I refuse?" Lin Yu feigned innocence, sighing dramatically. "Humph. Now you regret it, don't you? Soon. I'll break your limbs and take good care of your little flower." The tattooed man raised a wrench, aiming to strike Lin Yu's head. Chapter 16. System Unlocked. Bang. Just as the iron wrench was about to smash into Lin Yu's skull, he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at the oncoming tool. The wrench slipped from the tattooed man's grip, causing a sharp pain in his palm, and upon inspection, he noticed a few drops of blood. The wrench fell to the ground as Lin Yu smirked, swiftly moving to the tattooed man's side and delivering a punch straight to his kidney. The tattooed man instantly crumpled, the pain forcing him to the ground, howling in agony. "Kill him." After failing, the tattooed man commanded his lackeys, who all gripped their weapons and launched an assault on Lin Yu. However, their movements were painfully slow in Lin Yu's eyes. Each punch and kick lacked any semblance of martial arts finesse. With each strike, a lackey would inevitably fall, leaving the others in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lin Yu dispatched so many of them in mere moments. A monster. He is undoubtedly a monster. With only 1 or 2 lackeys left standing, they trembled as they saw Lin Yu advancing towards them, his presence resembling that of a nightmare, eager to claim their lives. Their weapons clattered to the ground in fear, leaving them utterly defenseless. "Speak. Who sent you to trouble me?" Lin Yu asked the 2 remaining lackeys, his tone calm yet commanding. "We don't know." Before the lackey could finish, Lin Yu delivered a swift slap to his face, knocking him unconscious. He then turned to the other, about to inquire further when a sudden chill enveloped him. In an instant, he seized the second lackey by the neck and pulled him back. With a swift motion, a sharp, glimmering dagger pierced through the lackey's body, entering and exiting with brutal efficiency, aimed directly at the heart. The lackey's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend his impending demise. How ruthless! Lin Yu released the limp body, stepping back to see the assailant was none other than the bald old man who had spoken to him about the prison earlier that morning. He, unexpectedly. "You wish to kill me as well. Speak. Who is behind this?" Lin Yu demanded, his eyes wide with intensity. "I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. If you wish to know who my boss is, you'll have to prove your worth." The old man gripped his dagger with a reverse hold, his other hand moving swiftly to the ground like a hunting dog, circling around Lin Yu with a predatory grace. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, noticing shadows closing in. His pupils narrowed as a gust of wind sliced through the air from his left. He instinctively ducked to the right. Swish! A few strands of hair were severed by the sharp blade. Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, he spotted the wrench he had just sent flying earlier, and in a flash, a menacing dagger came at him. Lin Yu quickly crouched and rolled to the side, grasping the dented wrench. Now armed, he felt less vulnerable. As he stood, he scanned the area, waiting for the right moment. Just then, the bald old man could no longer contain himself and lunged at Lin Yu from behind like a hunting dog. Sensing the feint, Lin Yu smirked, pivoting around, gripping the wrench tightly, and swinging it with all his might. Bang! The impact sent the old man flying, crashing against the wall several meters away, embedding himself into it. Coughing. Hearing the old man still alive, Lin Yu was astonished as he coughed up blood, clearly gravely injured. How can he still be alive? I can't believe it. A mere rookie has bested me, a member of the assassination squad. This is unacceptable. Filled with resentment and frustration, the old man felt his anger surge. But the combination of Lin Yu's devastating blow and his own injuries overwhelmed him, leading to his demise. Lin Yu, bewildered, had initially sought to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this encounter, but only learned of the assassination squad. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, transforming into a sweet, melodious tone of a young girl. System unlocked, initiating master recognition mode. A human-like voice filled Lin Yu's mind, bringing him a sense of comfort. Moments later, a warm current flowed through his veins. After 5 seconds, the warmth dissipated, and Lin Yu felt stronger than before. Greetings, Master. I am the son-in-law system, and you will be its second-generation master. Would you like to initiate a random lottery with 100 system points? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he searched for the source of the voice but could not find it. The remaining lackeys and the tattooed man, seeing Lin Yu's gaze shift towards them, quickly retreated to a corner in fear. Would you like to proceed with the random lottery? Lin Yu remained still, contemplating. Then, his consciousness plunged into darkness, where a bright light illuminated him. Above him, a large disc appeared, filled with countless rewards. As Lin Yu commanded, the disc began to spin. Could it be? Is this a reward from the heavens? A son-in-law system? Wait, why is it called the son-in-law system? The system derives its name from your identity, Master. If you dislike it, you can change it. At that moment, a cute little girl with a pink head adorned with a blue gem appeared beside Lin Yu, reminding him of a certain necklace worn by Xia Yuhan. Upon reflection, it appears that during my car accident, my blood may have stained that blue pearl necklace. It was at that moment that my body began to transform and recover at an astonishing rate. Just then, a delicate young girl beside Lin Yu produced an ancient yellowed book and handed it to him. As Lin Yu reached out to take it, the book vanished the instant his fingers brushed against it. Immediately, he felt a sudden pressure in his brain, as though something had been forcefully inserted into his mind. Insufficient system points to enter the system world. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming influx of information in his mind. He had initially thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, but the discomfort in his body confirmed that something had indeed transpired. After a few minutes, the pain subsided, and when he opened his eyes, he was astonished to see luminous veins before him. What is this? Lin Yu stared in disbelief at the tattooed man and his companion behind him, clearly perceiving the intricate network of veins on each individual. Some veins appeared dark and lifeless, suggesting they had perished, particularly those encircling the tattooed man's lungs, which were already blackened, with some showing signs of rupture. Could it be that the system has bestowed upon me a book capable of saving lives? An idea sparked in Lin Yu's mind as he turned to look at the bald old man embedded in the wall. To his astonishment, the old man's veins had not yet turned completely black. Just as I was pondering how to uncover the mastermind behind this, I realize, if I can kill you, I can also save you. With this thought, Lin Yu approached the bald old man, grasping his ankle and pulling him down to the ground. He observed the several severed veins and the increasingly faint pulse of the heart and lungs. Lin Yu intended to take action when, instinctively, his fingers formed a gesture resembling that of holding acupuncture needles, with his index, middle, and thumb pressed together, aiming for the old man's heart. However, he soon realized he lacked any needles. The Qin Classic automatically carries cultivation techniques. Master, attempt to use the cultivation methods within the Qin Classic to condense internal energy into true qi, transforming it into silver needles. The voice of the young girl echoed in Lin Yu's mind once more. Silently approving of the system's capabilities, Lin Yu closed his eyes, calming his mind and focusing inward. He began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy at his fingertips, which he then channeled into his abdomen. Within seconds, he had amassed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, gradually transforming it into internal energy and directing it towards his fingertips. Good heavens, that man's palm is emitting smoke. One of the henchmen noticed the thick white smoke emanating from Lin Yu's hand and exclaimed to the tattooed man, "Humph, pay him no mind. That kid has killed the old man. Now we await Zhang Jinjing's arrival. As long as he shows up, this kid will be sentenced to death by firing squad this afternoon." Lin Yu concentrated, condensing the true qi in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a transparent silver needle appeared in his grasp. With remarkable skill, he expertly inserted needle after needle into the critical acupoints of the injured old man. Suddenly, the pale face of the seemingly lifeless bald man began to exhibit a hint of color. By 8 or 9 in the morning, 6 police officers stood at attention outside the People's Police Bureau. A silver Rolls-Royce pulled up, and a woman in police uniform emerged. Her commanding presence and the authority of the Public Security Bureau director causing the 6 officers to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Director Wu, can we release my fiancé now? He has spent the night in there. What if something happens?" Tang Lianxin had not slept well all night, constantly worrying about Lin Yu's situation in prison. "Miss Tang, rest assured, now that I am here, Mr. Lin Yu will come to no harm," Director Wu replied coolly. Although he was under the orders of Tang Jingxiu, the latter's demeanor suggested he wanted Lin Yu to face some hardships to deter him from causing trouble. He could have freed Lin Yu the previous day, But given Tang Jingxiong's stance, he had no choice but to comply. "Welcome to the People's Police Bureau, Director Wu. We apologize for the lack of proper reception." Director Mu hurriedly approached Director Wu, bowing respectfully. "You have quite the audacity to arrest the Tang family's son-in-law. Where is he now?" Director Wu inquired sternly, aware that if one were to assist someone, they ought to appear convincing. "Director Wu, the Tang family's son-in-law? I'm somewhat confused." Director Mu replied, perplexed, as he had not been informed that Ming Lining had arrested Lin Yu until that morning, when he learned of the Public Security Bureau Director's impending visit and prepared accordingly, thinking it was related to some past cases. "It is Lin Yu. Last night, 2 officers brought him to the temporary prison." Tang Yanqin interjected, her brows furrowed in anxiety. Temporary prison. Both Director Mu and Director Wu were taken aback. They were aware that the temporary prison was designated for serious offenders, where inmates were often subjected to brutal treatment at the hands of corrupt officials, leading to severe injuries or even death. "Who oversees the temporary prison? Call them immediately." Director Wu's voice rose with urgency. After all, the individual he sought to rescue was the son-in-law of the Tang family. If he were to perish in the police station, not only would Director Mu, who was of lower rank, suffer consequences, but Director Wu's own position as the director of the Public Security Bureau could be at stake. The Tang family's influence extended far beyond Tang Lianxin's company. Their true assets lay in the capital, where the wealth and connections of each clan ran deep. Thinking of the Tang family's background sent a chill down Director Wu's spine, and he felt a pressing need to confirm Lin Yu's safety. "Zhang Jinjing, get over here at once." Director Mu bellowed, and Zhang Jinjing promptly appeared before him. "Director, what is the matter? Did you arrest someone named Lin Yu last night?" "Yes." "Director, that kid is a murderer. Yesterday, when Officer Ming and I interrogated him, he was disrespectful, publicly insulting, and harassing Officer Ming, leading to his detention in the temporary prison for him to reflect on his actions." Zhang Jinjing hastily recounted Lin Yu's alleged offenses, exaggerating some of them. "Absurd. You will take us to the temporary prison immediately." Now, Director Wu was unconcerned with whether Lin Yu was good or bad. He understood that if Lin Yu were to die, the orders from above would surely result in the loss of his hard-won position as director. Zhang Jinjing hesitated, feeling bewildered about Lin Yu's true identity. He had been tasked with ensuring Lin Yu's demise within the police station, and now that he had received his payment, if Lin Yu escaped death, his fate would not be pleasant. Recalling the merciless figure who had orchestrated this, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had to delay for even a minute. I forgot my keys in the warehouse. Please wait a moment while I go retrieve them." "Enough. Take us there immediately. If there is even a slight mistake, your head will roll." Having spent years in the police bureau, Director Wu was astute enough to sense Zhang Jinjing's sudden shift in demeanor. He drew his firearm, aiming it at Zhang Jinjing's head, and coldly commanded, Yes, Director. Please be careful. The gun doesn't discriminate. I'll take you there right away." With his head in the crosshairs of the gun, Zhang Jinjing had no choice but to reluctantly lead the two towards the temporary prison, hoping that by now, Lin Yu had already met his end at the hands of their adversaries. Zhang Deheng harbored a fervent hope that Lin Yu was already dead. Upon their arrival at the makeshift prison, Zhang found himself petrified. There, Lin Yu was crouched beside an unconscious elderly man, his hands engaged in some mysterious manipulation. "Lin Yu," Tang Lianxin called out loudly. Lin Yu turned, smiled, and their eyes met, easing Tang Lianxin's previously tense demeanor upon witnessing Lin Yu's safety. "Quickly, unlock the door," Director Wu shouted, directing his ire at Zhang Deheng. Fearful, Zhang Deheng thought that if he could just leave, he would inform the gang leader, thus securing a modicum of safety for himself. He had already been suspected within the police station, and leaving was paramount. "Why complicate matters?" Lin Yu remarked, completing his final energy needle technique before rising and walking to the prison door. He passed through the iron bars, grasped the iron lock, and with a forceful pull, crack, bang, the lock shattered into 2 pieces, which he discarded on the ground, slowly opening the iron door. "Director Zhang, it seems you are quite familiar with the inmates here," Lin Yu remarked with an unusual gaze fixed on Zhang Deheng. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Zhang Deheng feigned ignorance, bewildered. "Director Zhang, you have finally arrived. This rascal just killed that old man, and he has severely injured several of my brothers. I demand that you execute this scoundrel." Unexpectedly, as Zhang Deheng pretended not to know, a tattooed man spoke politely, detailing Lin Yu's alleged crimes. Silence. Zhang Deheng's face darkened. He feared not formidable foes, but rather incompetent allies. His act was falling apart, and he took 2 steps back. "Speak." Who was the mastermind behind this? Lin Yu coldly interrogated. I don't know. Zhang Deheng stammered, a cold sweat breaking out as all eyes turned towards him. He waved his hands, signaling his ignorance. Suddenly, Lin Yu seized Zhang Deheng's shoulder, applying a slight pressure. Director, this rascal is assaulting an officer, and right before the director. Zhang Deheng cried out for help. Director Mu, somewhat perplexed, explained, Brother Lin Yu, perhaps my subordinate truly knows nothing. I think you should let go now. You are exonerated and free to leave. Director Mu's tone revealed no intent to offend Lin Yu, aware of the backing he had from the Tang family. Even 1,000 bold moves would not dare cross him. Colluding with these individuals to kill me. I suspect that person behind you is orchestrating this. Lin Yu disregarded the director's words. As he finished speaking, he tightened his grip. Crack. The sound of cracking bones echoed in Zhang Deheng's ears, a wave of pain rendering him nearly incapacitated. Will you not speak? Ultimately, Lin Yu released his grip, though his hand lingered for a brief moment. Since you refused to divulge, so be it. However, Director Zhang, should you feel any discomfort, do seek medical attention, Lin Yu said with a faint smile, instilling fear in Zhang Deheng. Disregarding the obstinacy of a dying duck, Lin Yu approached the bald old man, seizing him by the neck and lifting him. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the old man's face. Director, look, this rascal remains here, even striking a criminal before us. If the outside world learns that criminals are bullied within the prison, what will the public think? Zhang Deheng lamented, massaging his aching shoulder as he addressed Director Mu. Director Mu frowned. Though you have the backing of the Tang family, you cannot act recklessly within the police station. He was starting to lose his temper. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Now that you are unharmed, let us leave, Tang Lianxin urged, sensing Lin Yu was not addressing the issue at hand. Director Mu, it was this old man who attempted to assassinate me. He even spoke of an assassination group coming for me. I suspect he is aligned with Officer Zhang's master, Lin Yu stated calmly. Furthermore, every criminal here should have a record. If you believe I lack evidence, you can check the files for this old man. Director Mu pondered for a moment and, realizing Lin Yu's assertion was indeed plausible, summoned an officer to retrieve the records. Nonsense. All of this is merely your word. Do you possess any evidence? Zhang Deheng began to panic, rebuking Lin Yu, as the records indeed did not document the old man. He was unaware of how the bald old man had entered the prison, having given one of the keys to the gang leader. If that old man were truly an intruder, the key should be on him. Smack. The evidence lies with this old man. Lin Yu struck the old man's face once more, noticing that the old man's internal injuries had healed. He tossed the old man to the ground. The bald old man opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Did I not die? Why? Lin Yu sneered. Since I can kill you, I can also save you. Your life is now mine to command. You have no right to take it away. Director, this rascal continues to bully criminals. I believe he should be executed on the spot. Zhang Deheng, taken aback by Lin Yu's revelation of the undercover agent, revealed his true colors. In a swift motion, Zhang Deheng drew his handgun and aimed it at Lin Yu's head, firing without hesitation. Stop. The bullet sped towards Lin Yu's head. But as it appeared destined to strike, Lin Yu's right hand shot out, catching it effortlessly. His hand slowly lowered, revealing the bullet. Director Wu, witnessing Lin Yu's unscathed state, exhaled in relief and quickly apprehended Zhang Deheng, unable to resist scrutinizing Lin Yu. Could this be the so-called worthless son-in-law of Tang Xiong Tian, the man capable of catching bullets barehanded? Initially, Director Wu had viewed Lin Yu with contempt, noting his plain attire akin to that of a beggar. However, in just a few minutes, his perception of Lin Yu had shifted dramatically. He now exuded an air of fearlessness and calm, even a hint of pride. Such demeanor was not characteristic of a mere useless person. Was he truly the failure Tang Jingxiang had described? Chapter 18. The unveiling of the fox's tail. Lin Yu gazed coldly at Zhang Deheng, his left hand tightening slightly. Suddenly, Zhang Deheng screamed, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by excruciating pain that felt as though his very brain was exploding. What is happening? Director Wu and Director Mu stared in shock at Zhang Deheng, writhing in pain on the floor, as they turned to Lin Yu, chills running down their spines. I had intended to delay your suffering, but it seems you are courting death. Lin Yu had merely tapped Zhang Deheng's shoulder, channeling his energy into needles that targeted his most sensitive pressure points. Now, equipped with the Shinong Classic, he was intimately familiar with the body's acupuncture points. Now tell me, who is your master? Otherwise, I shall ensure your fate mirrors his. Lin Yu's right hand remained clenched around the bald old man's neck as he observed Zhang Deheng's agonized expression, the old man's fear palpable. Upon witnessing a shift in the bald elder's demeanor, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he placed his left hand upon the man's shoulder, channeling a subtle stream of true energy. "Ah!" the bald elder exclaimed, his voice piercing the air. Though Lin Yu had previously shattered his skull with a single blow, his body had been restored, yet the pain he now felt was far more excruciating than in that moment of death. "Please, spare me. I'll speak." The elder, overwhelmed with agony, clutched his head and finally uttered, "Badian." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded in an instant. Those present turned to see Lin Yu had swiftly evaded to a nearby wall, his speed astonishing. "Quick, take cover. Someone is using a sniper rifle." Lin Yu shouted to Tang Lianqin and the others, his gaze fixed on a window in the makeshift prison. The glass was shattered, and with enemies lurking in the shadows while they remained exposed, they were nothing more than live targets. The bullet that had struck the bald elder was originally intended for Lin Yu, but his heightened instincts warned him of the impending danger. A chilling sensation prickled at his back, prompting him to hurl the bald elder aside and swiftly find shelter from the sniper positioned outside. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, atop a colossal tree, a man clad in camouflage aimed a powerful sniper rifle at the prison. Observing that only the bald elder had been hit, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I was careless. That kid is a martial artist. This must be tied to the Tang family." He picked up his radio and communicated, "I intended to take them both out with one shot, but I never anticipated his heightened sensitivity. I knew Tang Xiangtian would oppose me by not bringing his daughter along. It turns out that kid is no ordinary individual." The sniper's voice was laced with frustration. "What should we do now?" came a voice from the other end. "Withdraw for now. That kid is tenacious like a cockroach. The assassination team has already lost 2 key members to him. I need to devise a thorough plan. Lin Yu must be eliminated." The chilling words echoed through the receiver, revealing the depth of their animosity toward Lin Yu. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he had become the target of scrutiny. After 5 minutes of silence from the window, he took a moment to breathe. "All right, it's safe now. Let us take Zhang Dehang away. This place isn't secure," he said to Director Mu before reaching for Tang Lianqin's hand and leading her outside the prison. "Wow, boss, who exactly is that kid? Why are so many high-ranking figures here today?" one of the subordinates exclaimed. "Indeed, that girl is quite stunning." Though I Haven T had a chance to, before he could finish, a tattooed man delivered a swift slap, silencing him. "Shut up. Do you want to die?" The tattooed man gazed at Lin Yu's retreating figure, deeply impressed. "He is extraordinary." He resolved to seek Lin Yu as a mentor once he was free. Admiration earned, 10 system points. A sweet voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. "Admiration? What admiration? What have I done?" Lin Yu pondered, perplexed. "Master, you have garnered admiration from that tattooed man, thus earning system points with a substantial following." Lin Yu was taken aback. "Is this even possible? What kind of system is this?" This system was designed by the former master, whose identity cannot be disclosed. However, it includes features for lottery, shop, and task projects. "Why did I have system points before if I couldn't use them?" Lin Yu questioned, recalling the accident he had experienced. He finally understood. He needed to accumulate 100 system points to unlock their utility. Currently, your strength is at the first level of martial artist, allowing access only to tasks and lottery. The shop will unlock upon reaching the 5th level of martial artist. Must it be this way? Shouldn't everything be available from the start? This is dictated by the former master. The system has no alternative. Dialogue system points depleted. Unable to converse with the master, Lin Yu was left in despair, cursing the system for its stinginess. Just as he was contemplating further inquiries about the martial artist classification, he heard a fragmented voice in his mind, resembling a dying battery. Turning his head, he cursed, "Damn, does this system really need to be so parsimonious? I just lost my 10 points conversing." Feeling exasperated, he turned to Tang Lianqin, whose pale lips bore a worried expression. "Lin Yu, you didn't face any difficulties throughout the night, did you?" In truth, she felt a pang of guilt, knowing her father had summoned Director Wu, which could have led to Lin Yu's earlier release. Lin Yu shook his head, warmed by her concern. "I'm fine." A simple response from him made her heart flutter. Gently stroking her hair, he reassured her, "From now on, I'll be by your side every night." Cough, cough. "Miss Tang, since Lin Yu has been rescued, I must take my leave. As for that fellow." Director Wu glanced at the disheveled figure sitting on the bench, his spirit entirely depleted. "I appreciate your assistance today, Director Wu. As for him, I have my methods to extract information," Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. "Huh. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Lin, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call me, Director Wu said, handing Lin Yu a business card, which he graciously accepted, recognizing its potential future usefulness. Brother Lin, we shall meet again. Director Wu departed with a mysterious smile. After a while, Lin Yu exited the interrogation room to find Director Mu standing, offering him a cup of milk tea. Lin Yu accepted and took a sip, realizing he and Zhang Deheng had essentially swapped roles. Brother Lin, did Zhang Deheng reveal anything? Director Mu inquired, visibly anxious. He had never thought that such a righteous figure as himself would have subordinates susceptible to bribery. If his superiors found out, his position could be at stake. Are you familiar with the Batian Society? Lin Yu asked casually. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe there is indeed a gang named Batian in Nansha City. Batian? It seems we are on the right track. Well, that concludes today's matters. Zhang Deheng just needs a day or two to recuperate. However, Director, I trust you know how to proceed from here, Lin Yu advised earnestly. Yes, I understand. Brother Lin, about that. Director Mu fidgeted with his hands, unable to articulate his thoughts. As for what transpired today, I am unaware. Lianxin, let us go, Lin Yu said, glancing at Tang Lianxin, who appeared fatigued after accompanying him since early morning until now, nearly 10 o'clock. A prominent figure with thousands of subordinates had taken a day off solely for him, warming Lin Yu's heart. Okay, Tang Lianxin replied as she stood, stretching her waist while Lin Yu held her hand, relishing the warmth. And she made no move to withdraw it. Perhaps it was Lin Yu's return that allowed Tang Lianxin to finally find peace and sleep. Sighing, Lin Yu smiled gently and embraced Tang Lianxin, guiding her to the bedroom. Young man, you best recognize your position and refrain from any reckless actions. At this moment, two bodyguards appeared upstairs, warning Lin Yu. My father-in-law truly does not trust me. After all, I am merely a son-in-law, an outsider. Rest assured, I, Lin Yu, am not desperate enough to become a beast driven solely by base desires. With a slight cold smile, Lin Yu stepped into the bedroom and forcefully shut the door. As he removed Tang Lianxin's high heels, her delicate little toes were revealed, each one sparkling like a diamond. Her slender calves were taut yet supple, and her exquisite legs resembled a masterpiece of artistry, breathtakingly beautiful. Gently laying Tang Lianxin on the bed, Lin Yu embraced her from behind, feeling her chill, which made him gasp in surprise. Why is she so cold? Absorbing Pearl, 05 system points. System, what is Een Pearl? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Master, I am the son-in-law system. Please refer to me by my full name. Your wife was cursed by a sorcerer at birth. Every night as she matures, she experiences a cold condition that can only be mitigated by the presence of a pure yang individual. Chapter 19. Has your medical heart been eaten by dogs? Is there a way to break the curse? Curse it all, more system points needed. Why does the system feel like a slot machine, demanding payment for everything? Master, I am the son-in-law system, and the system points are based on your status. You can earn points by completing tasks. What kind of son-in-law system is this? I want to change the name. Master, please give your instructions. Lin Yu contemplated and recalled the adorable little loli in his mind, whose sweet voice resonated with charm. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, elegant and delightful, indeed splendid. Lin Yu felt pleased with this name. System renamed to Xiaoyu. Serialization ongoing. By the way, Xiaoyu, are there any tasks assigned by the system at present? Task updated. Prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Tang Lianxin to gain her favor, which can yield 10 system points. Lin Yu pondered the nature of this task, questioning, is this really a task? Shouldn't it involve eliminating foes to earn system points? Xiaoyu's former master received tasks in this manner. As for eliminating evil individuals, that option exists, but given your current strength, it would be akin to courting death. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Goodness, that's harsh. How can I enhance my strength? Today, the divine farming scripture has been drawn, which includes a cultivation section. Did you not practice it earlier today? Oh, I see now. No wonder. However, as Lin Yu began to cultivate, he suddenly felt a coolness entering his dantian, accelerating his training. The spiritual energy from his dantian was swiftly absorbed, causing it to expand, followed by a violent tremor in his abdomen. What on earth, Xiaoyu? What is happening? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, calling out to the system. Master, this is the second rank of your martial realm. The energy absorbed from the Een Pearl within Tang Lianxin has expedited your cultivation speed. Incredible! If I continue to cultivate here, I could swiftly reach the 5th rank of warrior and unlock the shop. Once the energy from the Een Pearl is absorbed after the first breakthrough, Subsequent absorptions will become increasingly trivial, akin to the spiritual energy present in the air. By the way, Xiaoyu, why can you talk to me continuously now? Do I possess system points? Because you are perpetually absorbing the Yin Pearl, I am thus able to communicate with you at all times. Ah. So if I sleep beside Tang Lianxin for one night, I would accumulate points for the entire night. Lin Yu expressed his surprise. You could say that. That's splendid. All right then, I shall cultivate for now, and once I finish absorbing, I will complete the task of preparing breakfast for Tang Lianxin. Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had a powerful ally. He also understood that Tang Lianxin was far from the simple person he had initially perceived, cursed by a sorcerer, targeted by the powerful. How many secrets does the Tang family conceal? Lin Yu felt a chill towards the Tang family. Without the system, he might have already been on the path to the underworld. After an hour of cultivation, Lin Yu sensed that his Dantian's spiritual energy was only 1/10 full. While Tang Lianxin remained in a deep slumber, he quietly exited the room, glancing at his phone. It was now 1 in the afternoon. He still needed to treat Xia Yuhan to a meal this afternoon to repay her for saving his life. Today, Lianxin was off work, allowing him a day of rest. When Tang Lianxin awoke, she found Lin Yu had vanished. Stepping out of the room, she was suddenly greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Approaching the living room, she saw Lin Yu emerging from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. Although the dishes were simple, their colors were vibrant, and the fragrance was delightful. Having eaten little since the morning, her appetite was awakened. Wash your hands and come eat. Lin Yu smiled. Tang Lianxin, feeling as content as a little wildcat, walked into the kitchen to wash her hands before sitting down at the table. She picked up a piece of asparagus and placed it in her mouth. The flavor was exquisite, and she inwardly praised Lin Yu, gaining a newfound respect for him. After 3 months of meals prepared by a nanny, this was her first time tasting Lin Yu's cooking, and it was simply marvelous. This is a soup made with silver fungus and lotus seeds. You need to drink more since you are weak. Lin Yu served her a bowl and smiled at her. I want you to feed me. To Lin Yu's surprise, Tang Lianxin suddenly made a bold request, leaving him momentarily stunned. What did you say? I want you to feed me, Tang Lianxin repeated, her gaze soft and devoid of any of her usual authoritative demeanor. Clearly, Tang Lianxin was beginning to recognize Lin Yu. Her fondness for him rising significantly. Acquired Tang Lianxin's favor, 20 system points. Lin Yu silently rejoiced. Standing up, he took the bowl of silver fungus and lotus seed soup, approached Tang Lianxin, and scooped a spoonful, slowly bringing it to her lips. Tang Lianxin's slightly flushed lips parted as the thick, sweet soup entered her mouth. Delicious. I want more. Tang Lianxin's playful tone made Lin Yu feel elated. It was the first time in 3 months he had fed his fiancée, and it felt wonderful. Who says an icy beauty like the CEO cannot be moved? Her feelings for Lin Yu had indeed deepened. After more than 3 months of acquaintance, even animals can develop emotions. What more for this icy beauty? After their meal, Tang Lianxin felt warm and content. You must cook for me every day from now on. Tang Lianxin once again purred at Lin Yu, and he surrendered without hesitation. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept across Lin Yu's face, but it dissipated as quickly as it came. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he gazed at Tang Lianxin. This is a reward for you. Do not think too much about it. If you wish for the CEO to like you, you still have some way to go. So, does that mean if I cook for you, I get a kiss each time? Lin Yu touched his cheek, bringing his fingers to his lips. Oh my. It smells so good. Humph. Don't get ahead of yourself. Just this once. Feeling shy, Tang Lianxin lay back on the bed, transforming from the icy CEO into a naive, emotional girl. However, her composed nature returned after a few minutes as she picked up a notebook to resume work. Lin Yu exited the villa and hailed a cab to Xia Yuhan's hospital. The Nansha Old Hospital is the most renowned hospital in Nansha City, with its director, the esteemed Dr. Xia Chewei, possessing extraordinary skills. It is said that an elderly man suffering from a sudden heart attack needed immediate surgery, but time was of the essence. Fortunately, the miraculous Dr. Xia Chewei was present, and his acupuncture technique prolonged the man's heartbeat, allowing the doctors sufficient time to prepare for surgery, ultimately saving his life. Xia Chewei earned the admiration of the people and enjoyed an excellent reputation. Lin Yu alighted from the taxi and entered the hospital's inpatient area. He intended to call Xia Yuhan to inquire about her whereabouts, but to his astonishment, he suddenly witnessed a middle-aged woman clutching her chest, struggling to breathe, before she collapsed from her chair. Alarmed, Lin Yu realized that he possessed the Shinong scriptures, which enabled him to perceive the condition of the meridians within each person's body. He discerned that the woman's chest meridians appeared darkened, leading him to suspect she might be suffering from advanced breast cancer, which had severely affected her spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Yu rushed to the woman's side, where several onlookers merely observed without offering assistance. He carefully placed her back onto the chair. Upon closer inspection, he noted that despite her pallor, the woman was quite beautiful and possessed an admirable figure, although she could not compare to Tang Lianxin. "Get away from my wife, you little brat." Suddenly, a muscular man in a black coat, exuding a military aura yet clad in flip-flops and shorts, approached Lin Yu. The man seized Lin Yu's shoulder, attempting to perform a shoulder throw, but to his utter astonishment, Lin Yu remained unmoved. The military man, a seasoned soldier, felt his pride wounded as he realized he could not overpower this seemingly unassuming youth. "Enough. This lady just fainted, and I was merely assisting her." Lin Yu, dressed in a simple shirt, feared that if the man persisted, he would be harmed. "Your wife has late-stage breast cancer, and, given current medical technology, it is indeed challenging to treat. However, I possess a method, and whether you believe it is entirely up to you." "Humph. Nonsense. What do you know, you little brat? Just because you felt her pulse doesn't mean you can diagnose breast cancer. Can't you see with your own eyes?" At that moment, a male doctor in a white coat, Wang Xiaoxian, emerged from the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu. "If you don't believe me, there is nothing more I can do," Lin Yu replied, shrugging his shoulders as he turned to leave, feeling no inclination to overextend himself in the face of disbelief. "Ha! I knew it. This kid is merely a fraud, claiming breast cancer. How ridiculous. Sir, may I see the medical report you have?" Wang Xiaoxian scoffed. Directing his inquiry at the middle-aged man, the man handed over the report, and Wang Xiaoxian's previously arrogant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon reading it. "It truly is breast cancer, in the advanced stage. Sir, the cancer cells have already spread to the heart. You will need 200,000 for hospitalization. Please proceed to the payment counter." Wang Xiaoxian delivered his message with an air of indifference, as if the woman's life was merely an afterthought to him. "What? 200,000? I don't have that much." The crowd around them reacted with shock at Wang Xiaoxian's bluntness. "Could you possibly make an exception? I'm a soldier. The state provides subsidies." The man pleaded, his eyes reddening as he desperately fished out his identification. "If you have no money, then kindly step aside and don't disturb my work." To everyone's astonishment, Wang Xiaoxian dismissed him curtly and turned away. "Is your compassion gone to the dogs?" Lin Yu interjected with a scornful laugh. "Your foolishness does not represent everyone. Open your eyes and see clearly." "Humph, you arrogant brat. I'd like to see how you intend to treat her," Wang Xiaoxian retorted, his skepticism palpable. Lin Yu extended his index finger and pressed it gently at the collarbone of the middle-aged woman, allowing his vital energy to flow into the mass of breast cancer, enveloping it to prevent further spread towards the heart. Miraculously, as he did so, the woman's eyes fluttered open, drawing gasps from the onlookers. "Wow, this kid is incredible. At such a young age, his medical skills are extraordinary. He must be a direct disciple of the renowned Dr. Xia Chuwei. No way. With skills like that, his master must be someone exceptional." The elderly bystanders, familiar with Dr. Xia, speculated amongst themselves. "Darling, you're awake." The military man's eyes welled with tears of relief as he beheld his wife regain consciousness. "Look at you, acting as if I've died." "I'm not going anywhere. I still need to enjoy my life with you." The woman reproached him playfully, noticing Lin Yu's pressure on her collarbone with curiosity. You fainted just now. This young man saved you." "My name is Wu. May I know yours?" Wu looked at Lin Yu with gratitude as if he were a lifeline. "Brother Ge, I'm Lin Yu. You can call me Xiao Yu. I didn't expect you to be a soldier, which explains the strength you showed earlier." Lin Yu expressed his respect for those who serve the nation. "Ah, my apologies. Xiao Yu, as for my wife's condition," Lin Yu interjected, "I have temporarily stabilized her condition, but it is not yet resolved. I will need a room." "Humph, what a charade. How do we know you three aren't in cahoots? You must be scammers trying to exploit the hospital," Wang Xiaoxian sneered, branding Lin Yu and his companions as frauds attempting to deceive the patients for profit. Only someone as money-minded as you would harbor such vile thoughts. Everyone here witnessed what transpired. Lin Yu retorted disdainfully to the surrounding crowd. "Indeed, this young man acted selflessly to help, while you, a so-called doctor, refused to assist and actively hinder others. You are unworthy of the title." An elderly woman rebuked Wang Xiaoxian. "Unskilled and malicious. All you care about is money. You've sullied the reputation of this esteemed hospital." Another elderly patron added, calling for the crowd to seek out Dr. Xia. "Are you looking for me?" At that moment, an elderly man with a head of graying hair approached, exuding vitality despite his age. His weathered skin and keen eyes revealed a lifetime of medical experience. Upon reaching the group, he immediately recognized Lin Yu, his gaze filled with surprise. "At such a young age, you can harness vital energy to protect. Even I have yet to master that technique. Your mentor must be extraordinary." Behind Xia Chengwei stood a woman in a doctor's uniform, her graceful figure accentuated by her attire. Lin Yu was taken aback to see that she was none other than Xia Yuhan, the very doctor who had previously saved him and performed artificial respiration. "Dr. Xia, we were just about to look for you. This doctor is unfit to practice medicine. Indeed, he treats life and death with such indifference, undermining the noble qualities of a healer." The elderly patrons recounted Lin Yu's actions to Xia Chengwei, who was respected for his humility despite his position as the hospital's director. Each Sunday, he would engage with the elderly, fostering bonds that transcended mere professional courtesy. Before long, these individuals became well acquainted with Xia Chengwei and naturally voiced their grievances regarding the hospital. Young friend, are you capable of treating those on the brink of death?" Xia Chengwei, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Lin Yu. "I possess a modicum of knowledge," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. "Do you require any assistance?" Xia Chengwei was eager to witness how Lin Yu would handle a terminal cancer patient. "Simply prepare a quiet room for me." Xia Chengwei promptly nodded and addressed his granddaughter. "Xia Yuhan, please find the best room available." "No need. My office is conveniently located nearby. We can go there directly. It contains a bed for me to rest." Xia Chengwei, initially intending to send his granddaughter on an errand, suddenly recalled his office and stated so. "Very well." Gulanwu lifted his wife and followed Lin Yu to Xia Chengwei's office, carefully placing her on the bed. "Director, you see him as nothing but silence. Do not look down upon others with your narrow perspective. If it weren't for your connection as my nephew, I would have expelled you long ago." Xia Chengwei interjected angrily, dismissing Wang Xiaoxian from the room. "Damn it, I'm eager to see what capabilities you possess to save someone on the verge of death." Wang Xiaoxian, seething from Xia Chengwei's reprimand, redirected his anger towards Lin Yu, waiting at the door for him to perform a miracle. "Yuhan, please prepare a basin of warm water," Lin Yu said as he approached the bedside, speaking gently to Xia Yuhan. She nodded and fetched a basin for the warm water. Suddenly, Lin Yu's hands moved in a pinching gesture, and steam began to emanate from his thumb, index, and middle fingers, leaving Xia Chengwei utterly astonished. Is that true qi transforming into needles? Could it be the legendary Shinong needle technique? Xia Chengwei marveled in disbelief, as such miraculous healing skills had long been thought lost to time. Lin Yu concentrated, forming true qi into the shape of needles, and directly pierced the heart of the middle-aged woman. The life point, the Shanzhong acupoint. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's first needle aimed at such a critical juncture, Xia Chengwei gasped, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, observing the cancer cells infiltrating her heart and the blackened platelets. Lin Yu deduced that 7 needles were required to stabilize the heart before further treatment could proceed. With a clear intent, he executed each movement with precision, as if he had mastered this procedure long ago. Each needle was inserted with calculated depth, and Gulanwu, though ignorant of the technique, remained anxiously focused on his wife's condition, relieved to see her face unchanged. When the final needle was inserted beneath the left side of her rib cage, just below the liver, Xia Chengwei suddenly grasped the rationale, yet remained perplexed. Why here? This is the detoxification point in traditional Chinese medicine. What could the reason be? After the last needle was withdrawn, the middle-aged woman's abdomen suddenly caved in, and she expelled a copious amount of blood. At that moment, Xia Yuhan approached, placing the basin beside the table, only to be met with the shocking scene, her complexion paling. Could it be that Lin Yu's claim of being able to heal is a deception? Xia Yuhan, having only met Lin Yu once, was uncertain of his abilities. Yet this spectacle left everyone in disbelief. "Wife, how are you? Don't scare me." The middle-aged woman, who had retained some awareness, fainted after the blood expulsion. "Humph. I told you that this inexperienced brat knows nothing yet dares to practice traditional medicine, thinking himself a miracle worker. I see nothing but a lunatic. Call the police. This kid has killed someone." Wang Xiaoxian sneered and reached for his phone to report the incident. "Silence." Lin Yu turned, fixing him with a cold glare, causing Wang Xiaoxian to nearly drop his phone in fright. "Young friend, what is happening?" Xia Chengwei inquired, his brow furrowing. "Shoo, do not speak. Just watch slowly." Lin Yu motioned for silence. Suddenly, the transparent needles in the middle-aged woman's body began to ooze a black-red viscous substance. Lin Yu wrung out a towel from the basin and gently placed it over her abdomen, then turned to Wu, who was visibly tense. "Brother Go, rest assured. Your wife will be just fine. In 5 minutes, she will be healthier than ever." Lin Yu's reassurance eased Wu's tension, though concern lingered in his eyes. As time passed, the three observed the blackened blood flowing from the true Qi needles, while Lin Yu relaxed on a nearby bench, engaging Xia Yuhan in conversation, which led Xia Qingwei to suspect Lin Yu might have ulterior motives towards his granddaughter. After 5 minutes, Lin Yu stood, approached the bedside, and removed the towel. Then skillfully pinched the true Qi needles between his fingers, extracting them all at once. Once removed, the needles dissipated in the basin, releasing puffs of black smoke. An astonishing sight that left onlookers in awe, as if witnessing magic. Placing his fingertip on the middle-aged woman's forehead, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Expelling a cloud of murky black air, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, as if she hadn't experienced such ease in years. Lin Yu withdrew his finger but suddenly felt lightheaded, swaying unsteadily, nearly collapsing, only to be caught by Xia Yuhan, whose touch felt as soft as a mountain's embrace. Chapter 21. The Living Bodhisattva. Ah, how refreshing. The middle-aged woman sat up, stretching her waist, reveling in the profound relief that astonished Xia Qingwei and the others. Noticing her complexion had regained color, and the previous signs of illness had vanished, replaced by a vibrant spirit, he exclaimed, "Wife, you are finally well. This young brother Lin Yu saved you." Wu, sitting beside her, embraced his wife, pointing to the weak Lin Yu resting against Xia Yuhan. "Thank you, Lin Yu. Is my illness truly cured?" The middle-aged woman, overwhelmed with joy, gazed at Lin Yu with gratitude in her eyes. "Yes, you are completely healed. But you should visit the restroom to expel the remaining toxins from your body," Lin Yu suggested, relishing the comfort of leaning against Xia Yuhan. He swiftly released her wrist, preventing Wu from approaching. "Brother Ge, there is no need for such formality. Saving a life is a noble act. No need for thanks." "No. It is my fault for failing to recognize your greatness and attempting to dismiss you earlier. This bow is warranted," Wu insisted, determined to kneel before Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu gently supported him, his pale lips weakly uttering, "Brother Ge, please allow me a moment to rest. I am quite fatigued and cannot bear such an act." Upon hearing this, Wu refrained from kneeling but deeply bowed to Lin Yu, grateful for his intervention. If not for Lin Yu, he would have been helplessly watching his wife slip away. Throughout his years in the military, it was his wife who cared for his elderly, disabled mother. And aside from her, she was the most important person in his life. Thus, Lin Yu's successful treatment of Wu's wife filled him with a desire to repay his kindness, even if it meant toiling tirelessly. Xia Yuhan assisted Lin Yu to a nearby sofa, allowing him to take a deep breath, drawing in spiritual energy to alleviate his fatigue. Wang Xiaoxian entered the room, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu, struggling to accept what he had just witnessed. "Humph, there is nothing impossible. You need not work for me any longer. My initial intention in bringing you here was for you to learn the ways of healing. Yet it appears you have gleaned nothing." This time, Xia Qingwei could no longer contain his frustration, pondering how he could have a nephew who views the world through such a crude lens. "Uncle," Wang Xiaoxian exclaimed, his countenance darkening upon realizing he had been dismissed by Xia Qingwei. Noticing that Xia Qingwei was ignoring him entirely, Wang Xiaoxian sought the support of his cousin, Xia Yuhan, who stood beside Lin Yu. "Cousin, please speak to uncle on my behalf. I truly regret my actions." "Brother, this time it is your own lack of discernment that has brought about this situation. I can do nothing to assist you. The essence of medicine lies in equality and the treatment of all individuals. Yet you have been solely fixated on money, belittling Lin Yu and speaking ill of him. You owe him no apology." Xia Yuhan's gaze turned icy. Though she initially intended to disregard her arrogant cousin, she felt compelled to offer him a word of caution. Given her father's high regard for Wang Xiaoxian, apologize to him? Why should I? Even if I were to resign, I would never seek forgiveness from this brat. Wang Xiaoxian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu's plain and modest attire. Were it not for Lin Yu's presence, he would not be facing dismissal from Xia Qingwei. Anger surged within him as he stormed away. "Oh dear, you are truly beyond redemption," Xia Yuhan sighed, shaking her head in dismay. "Yuhan, is he truly your cousin?" Lin Yu inquired after a brief moment of rest, having regained some strength. "Yes, my grandfather and Wang Xiaoxian's father were sworn brothers, which makes him my cousin. In fact, Wang Xiaoxian is the youngest son in their family, naturally spoiled and pampered, which has led to his sense of entitlement, Xia Yuhan explained, nodding at Lin Yu. Dear friend, please do not take offense, Xia Chui said to Lin Yu, his tone subdued. It is of no concern. My capacity for irritation is not so narrow. However, you must take care of your health, Elder Xia, Lin Yu advised, having noticed a dark energy within Xia Chenwei's cranial acupoint. Oh, have you discerned something? Xia Chui asked. Astonished. Yes, I have perceived certain matters, yet my current abilities are insufficient for a cure. Elder Xia, your ailment must have persisted for quite some time, Lin Yu remarked. Xia Chui nodded with a wry smile, acknowledging that the affliction was an old one, yet it had not posed significant issues thus far, thus he had little concern. Xia Yuhan, feeling somewhat anxious, remained silent. She believed Lin Yu possessed remarkable medical skills, while she herself had only learned a fraction of her grandfather's expertise. Leaving her to observe quietly, Dear friend, why not visit my humble abode next time to discuss medical practices? What you demonstrated earlier was the long-lost technique of the divine farmer's needle. Xia Chui looked at Lin Yu with a hint of apprehension. That technique had been forgotten for ages, and even his master, the great healer Yu Shi, could only condense a single true qi needle. Yet today, he witnessed Lin Yu wielding 7 or 8, leaving him utterly astonished. Perhaps I shall, in the future. I would be honored to engage with you in discussions on traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, unaware that the technique he utilized was derived from the divine farmer's classic acupuncture methods, coupled with his true qi, enabling him to treat individuals afflicted with cancer. Initially, Xia Chenwei had intended to converse further about the art of healing, even considering inviting Lin Yu to work at the hospital as a renowned healer. However, Xia Yuhan interjected. Grandfather, Lin Yu still owes me a meal. It is time to conclude this conversation. We can always invite him to our home another time. Seeing the rapport between Xia Yuhan and Lin Yu, Xia Chui was taken aback. He was well aware of his granddaughter's lofty standards in selecting a partner, so it surprised him to witness her interacting closely with Lin Yu. Little did he know, Xia Yuhan had sacrificed her most precious first kiss in saving Lin Yu. An experience that remained etched in her memory, and being in Lin Yu's presence had a captivating effect on her. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged, expressing her gratitude to Lin Yu. Golangwu, her husband, wished to treat Lin Yu to a meal as a token of appreciation and even offered him the last of his savings, but Lin Yu graciously declined. I do not require any monetary compensation for saving lives, Lin Yu stated earnestly, prompting admiration from the couple. The crowd outside overheard his words and began to commend him. This is a true healer, a living bodhisattva. Those unscrupulous doctors should learn from this young man. Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses a kind heart and is willing to help others. If only my son could be like him. Handsome lad, are you still single? My daughter is in need of a partner. Would you consider her? Mission accomplished. 50 system points awarded. Public goodwill earned. 30 system points awarded. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Lin Yu felt elated. After all, the more admiration he earned from the public, the more system points he would accumulate. He couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the system's creator, who had devised such an ingenious mechanism. Lin Yu had initially intended to avoid entanglements, but the system had assigned him the task of saving the middle-aged woman. The points he earned were invaluable, and he relished the respect and admiration he garnered from the onlookers, achieving a dual benefit in the process. Apologies, but I am already committed, Lin Yu replied with a hearty laugh as he walked out of the office, arm in arm with Xia Yuhan, leaving the crowd disappointed. Xia Chui, hearing Lin Yu's words, did not frown. He contemplated the gratitude emanating from Golangwu, who watched Lin Yu's departing figure with appreciation in his eyes. Should my benefactor ever find himself in need, I shall rally my brothers to assist, Golangwu vowed. He was a formidable figure among soldiers, and his years of service had granted him insights into national secrets and extraordinary phenomena. His departure from the army was solely to care for his family, while his comrades awaited his return. Each time he thought of this, Golangwu felt a pang of bitterness and helplessness. Perhaps fate had a hand in it. Lin Yu's act of saving Golangwu's wife would someday intertwine their destinies in an unexpected manner. As Lin Yu and Xia Yuhan exited the hospital, they strolled along the roadside, the sky still aglow in the late afternoon. Lin Yu returned the money Xia Yuhan had lent him. Thank you for lending me 2,000 yuan earlier. Do not mention it. However, I never anticipated your proficiency in medicine, and so remarkable at that. Xia Yuhan smiled at Lin Yu. Just average, really, he replied. How is your relationship with your fiancée? It is going all right, I suppose. I'm currently working as a janitor at her company, taking it easy, Lin Yu replied. A janitor? You possess such exceptional medical skills. Yet you choose to be a janitor? Why not join the hospital? I can speak to my grandfather. He would surely welcome you, and the pay would be decent. Xia Yuhan suggested, her concern for Lin Yu evident. You saw me treat a patient today. Do you truly believe I am in need of money? Lin Yu responded softly. Yet internally he protested, what I lack is system points. With the system, wouldn't material wealth and resources follow? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Xia Yuhan paused, realizing that he had indeed not charged a single penny for his medical services. If he were to treat the wealthy afflicted with terminal illnesses, they would spend any amount to seek a cure. It was clear that Lin Yu had long since set aside the pursuit of fame and wealth. As Xia Yuhan gazed into Lin Yu's captivating eyes, she found herself enchanted once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Xia Yuhan's phone rang inside her handbag. Upon seeing it was her close friend calling, she recalled that her friend had asked her to accompany her for a shopping trip today. Chapter 22. Acting Hello, Linning. I just left the hospital. Today, I brought along a male companion for shopping. A male companion? Could it be that our esteemed Dr. Xia has a boyfriend? A teasing voice echoed from the other end of the line. What boyfriend? He is merely a friend of the opposite sex. Just come to Huaran Street. I'll be waiting for you by the Niao Chao phone. Xia Yuhan felt her face flush at Meng Linning's words and glanced at Lin Yu, who was currently hailing a taxi. All right, I'm riding my motorcycle over now. After Meng Linning hung up, she revved her vibrant green Kawasaki motorcycle. Clad in a leather jacket and short leather pants, exuding a seductive allure, with her captivating features framed by short black hair. It was hard to believe she was a fierce female police officer. She accelerated, racing towards Huaran Street. Moments later, Lin Yu and Xia Yuhan arrived at the Niao Chao phone pillar on Huaran Street, feeling the gentle spring breeze. Lin Yu took a deep breath. System task, save the innocent girl of youth. A women's lingerie boutique is located 500 meters ahead. Completion will earn the system 50 points. Failure will reset all system points to 0. A voice whispered in Lin Yu's ear, leaving him utterly stunned. The gravity of a task failure could lead to a complete reset of his system points. Following the system's directions, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the lingerie store, only to find a familiar face, Zhao Jingya. Perplexed, Lin Yu momentarily pondered this but quickly dismissed the thought as he witnessed Zhao Jingya being harassed by 3 flamboyantly dressed ruffians. Hey, girl, what do you think of this black lace lingerie? Why don't you try it on for us? If it suits you, we'll buy it. The ruffians leered at Zhao Jingya's slender waist, their eyes fixated on her prominent curves, salivating at the sight. Boss, you think she's wearing something like this black lace set right now? Huh. Another ruffian chimed in, his imagination running wild with the thought of Zhao Jingya adorned in such lingerie. Excuse me, gentlemen, this is a women's boutique. The men's store is next door. If you wish to purchase lingerie, kindly proceed there. Zhao Jingya, though annoyed, understood the danger of the situation and was forced to swallow her anger. Hee. We just want to buy something for the ladies, but we need a model to see how it looks on. How about you try it on for us? The ruffian smirked, grabbing Zhao Jingya's delicate wrist. Bystanders averted their gazes, unwilling to intervene. They were merely here to shop. And even the men accompanying women remained fixated on Zhao Jingya, drawn to her innocent charm and vibrant demeanor, which made her all the more appealing. Naturally, the other female customers felt a pang of jealousy towards Zhao Jingya. Damn it, how dare these thugs force a girl in broad daylight? I can't stand by and watch. At that moment, a successful-looking man with a Rolex spoke up, ready to step in, but was immediately silenced by the woman beside him, who pinched his ear and scolded. Humph, you think I don't know what men like you are thinking? I actually hope that these ruffians take advantage of this vixen. You want to be a hero? Are you hoping to rescue her and then add her on WeChat? No, dear, please don't pinch me. I won't go. Humph, wise decision. See, everyone is ignoring you. If you agree, let us accompany you to the fitting room to see how it looks on you. Then we'll leave. If you refuse, don't blame us for being unkind. As the 3 ruffians began to close in, the onlookers merely watched, their expressions revealing their helplessness. In broad daylight, you beasts dare to commit such acts. You deserve to die. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd of onlookers. His features were striking, with a rugged charm marked by a strong jaw and a muscular build, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Who do you think you are? You think your height intimidates us? We are with Batian. If you dare to touch us, you're challenging the entire Batian. Humph, you're courting death. Unfazed by the ruffian's threats, the muscular man coldly scoffed before launching a punch that struck one of the ruffians squarely on the nose. The ruffian stumbled back, clutching his nose as blood began to flow. "Boss." The other two ruffians rushed to support their leader, their faces filled with panic as they saw the formidable man approach. Hong Haoran, the muscular man, felt a surge of satisfaction while occasionally glancing at the stunned Zhao Jingya. "Scram. If I ever see you engaging in such vile acts again, you will pay dearly." With a self-satisfied grin, Hong Haoran posed dramatically, his imposing height and presence reminiscent of a celestial being descending to assert justice. "Humph. Don't get too cocky. If you provoke us, Tian, you'll regret it." The two ruffians helped their injured leader escape, casting fearful glances back at Hong Haoran. He turned to Zhao Jingya with a smile, introducing himself. "Beautiful lady, I am Hong Haoran." "Wait. How can we let these three brazenly act like this in a lingerie store? Shouldn't we call the police? They deserve to be imprisoned." Unfortunately, before Hong Haoran could complete his introduction, he was interrupted by a voice. The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes shifting towards the source of the interruption, a scruffy figure clad in tattered clothes and cheap shoes, who looked more like a beggar if not for his fair complexion. "Kid, you'd better stay out of this, or you might lose your life." As the ruffians approached the exit, they brandished a sharp knife at Lin Yu. "Oh, you have a knife? Why not use it against that man? Or are you all just cowards?" Lin Yu casually blocked their path, completely disregarding the threat posed by the knife. "Young man, it's best you let them leave. If these three corner you, your life could be at stake." Hong Haoran's face darkened as he was interrupted, his voice resonating with a mature charm that made the onlookers nod in agreement. "Yes, young man, let them go. We wealthy and powerful individuals cannot afford to lose our lives over this. If you wish to die, then stand in their way. But if you endanger us, I'll make sure your whole family pays the price." The atmosphere inside the lingerie store grew tense as those of higher status began to panic, prioritizing their own safety over justice. "Lin Yu, this man was truly trying to help me. Perhaps you've misunderstood. Let them go for now." Zhao Jingya gazed at Lin Yu, her hands gently clasped before her chest, and spoke with a relaxed tone. "Heh, you say my life is worthless. Now open your eyes wide and watch." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remained unperturbed, but the bystanders, who were merely spectators, were instantly enraged, threatening his family. At that moment, Lin Yu had already seized the arm of the thug who had been struck and was bleeding from his nose, yanking him forcefully forward. Creak. "Ah, what is this? It seems like a blood bag, like the props in movies. Could it be that this man is truly in cahoots with these thugs?" The crowd suddenly realized, and those who had doubted Lin Yu felt a twinge of shame, casting him sidelong glances of contempt, astonished that he was indeed in the right. "Damn it. You little brat. The road is wide. Go your own way. Why do you have to meddle in my business? Do you want to die?" Hong Haoran, who had been acting the hero, was thoroughly disrupted by an unexpected arrival. A towering figure, broad-shouldered and imposing, approached Lin Yu in just a few strides. Looking down at him, who barely reached his nose. Without a word, he drew an electric baton from his waist, switching it on, and without allowing Lin Yu to speak, intended to strike first. Crack. Zzz. Suddenly, the thug that Lin Yu had held onto appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of the baton. "Ah, whoa, boss. Turn off the electricity." The thug trembled under the electric shock, struggling to call out. Thud. The thug who had been incapacitated lay on the ground, smirking at Hong Haoran. "What's wrong? Not acting anymore. Continue. What a splendid hero-saving damsel in distress plot. But too bad your looks are lacking. You're simply too ugly." Lin Yu shook his head, beginning to critique the scene. "Damn it, sharp-tongued. Today, I will make sure to rearrange your mouth." Hong Haoran, having been exposed by Lin Yu, felt all his earlier efforts evaporate, gripping the baton tightly and swinging it towards Lin Yu's face. Bang! Suddenly, Hong Haoran found his grip empty, and in the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder as an electric current coursed through him, causing him to convulse and collapse. "Boy, you better let go of our boss. He is the younger brother of the 5th underboss of Batian. You should weigh whether you can contend with us." Lin Yu's interest in Batian grew more serious. Aside from the assassination group, even these thugs dared to associate with Batian's name. "Who exactly are you?" Smack. Lin Yu tossed the baton to the ground, addressing the thug. "Wasn't Batian's leader trying to kill me? Don't worry, in a few days, I'll pay a visit. Relay this message to your boss. If he wants to kill me, he can target me alone. As for my friends, it is best not to touch them. Otherwise, the next casualty could very well be Batian." Lin Yu's smile was cold. As the two thugs hastily assisted their comrade, who had lost consciousness, preparing to leave, Lin Yu raised his hand once more to stop them. "You can't just leave after such a poor performance. And you brought a leading lady without even informing her. Don't you think there should be a fee for the actors? Actors' fee? Yes. Even if you are from Batian, you should at least save some face for them. If you are going to drag this young lady into your act, you should at least compensate her. A few tens of thousands should suffice. Lin Yu nodded seriously at the four of them. Scamming again. Damn. Actors' fee? We don't even have money. The two thugs cursed inwardly, having no choice but to dig into their pockets, pulling out the wallets of the unconscious duo. Together, they managed to gather 20,000 yuan, handing it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the money, counting it in his hands, his expression cheerful. The onlookers were taken aback. Moments ago, they had felt some shame in blaming Lin Yu, but this scene tarnished their image of his righteousness. If Lin Yu were aware of their thoughts, he would simply scoff and say, I'm no saint. Why should I strive for such a grand image? Those who pursue justice only find themselves in misfortune and discontent. The amount was precisely 20,000, and he waved them off. All right, you can go now. If you ever need actors again, remember, I could easily take the lead role. Lin Yu shamelessly declared, prompting the others to nearly retch. 2,000 for a single performance? He was no celebrity. Once the four departed, Lin Yu chuckled, walking over to Zhao Jingya and handing her the 20,000 yuan. Take this. Don't be fooled again. The world out there is not as simple as you think. You still have much to learn about social dynamics. Lin Yu smiled, presenting the money in his hand. I can't accept this. You've already helped me once. I can't take it again. Zhao Jingya, having recently swindled 1,000 yuan from Zhang Guorong, had not spent much and was reluctant to accept another 2,000. Are you really short on money? You work in the company and now here. If you're truly in need, just tell me. Take this money for now. Lin Yu believed Zhao Jingya's family was struggling. No, my cousin runs the shop. Her husband was in an accident and suffered a double leg fracture. And she needs me to watch the shop while preparing for his amputation surgery. Zhao Jingya spoke bitterly, feeling immense sympathy for her cousin's husband. Lin Yu, your medical skills are remarkable. Can you help him? Summer Yuhan, standing behind Lin Yu, suddenly asked. Today, she had been enlightened. Discovering that Lin Yu could even cure terminal cancer patients, so a leg fracture should be manageable. Well, it's not impossible. How about this? Call your cousin and tell her to hold off on the amputation for now. I'll come by tomorrow to take a look. Lin Yu replied casually, feeling that ever since he acquired the system, matters had become increasingly complicated. Was this what they meant by greater power leading to greater responsibility? Zhao Jingya glanced at Summer Yuhan behind Lin Yu, noting that the latter's beauty was not inferior to her own. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Didn't Lin Yu already have President Tang? Why was he familiar with this woman? And they seemed quite close. Okay, I will tell her. But I truly can't accept this money. You should keep it. Zhao Jingya insisted once more, and Lin Yu, understanding her strong sense of pride, decided not to press further and kept it for himself. Lin Yu, my best friend has already arrived at Bai Niao Chao Feng. Let us hurry over. Summer Yuhan linked arms with Lin Yu, their intimate gesture causing Zhao Jingya's eyes to widen, a sense of discomfort stirring within her. Reflecting on the earlier performance, that man named Hong Howren had also tried to make her develop feelings for him, aiming to pursue her. Lin Yu had helped her twice. If his intentions were purely altruistic, she found it hard to believe. Indeed, there were ulterior motives, aimed at completing the system's tasks. However, this series of events led Zhao Jingya to harbor doubts, suspecting Lin Yu might have designs on her. Jingya, what were you just thinking about? Lin Yu stretched out his hand, intending to touzle Zhao Jingya's hair, genuinely viewing her as a younger sister. Zhao Jingya quickly dodged his hand, her demeanor cool. We're not that familiar yet. Just call me Zhao Jingya. Huh? Lin Yu was baffled, unsure of the meaning behind Zhao Jingya's words. As he pondered what he had done wrong, he followed Summer Yuhan towards the shop's entrance. Seeing the confusion on Lin Yu's face, Zhao Jingya couldn't help but feel she may have misinterpreted the situation. Could it be that she truly had misunderstood? Lin Yu genuinely wished to assist me. With a stunning beauty akin to a president as his wife, how could someone of my caliber ever compete? Perhaps he merely desired to be friends. Zhao Jingya found herself in a turmoil of emotions, a struggle only a girl experiences when she harbors feelings for someone. Little did she know that Lin Yu had already begun to take root in her mind. As Lin Yu walked alongside Xia Yuhan, he suddenly felt their closeness was too intimate, prompting him to quickly release her arm, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. On the other side of the grand pillar at Bai Niao Chao Feng, Meng Lining approached, clad in leather, her shorts and boots exuding an air of authority. However, Lin Yu, upon catching sight of her, felt a wave of dread and attempted to flee. Stop right there. You dare escape. Ming Lening had also spotted the male companion beside Xia Yuhan, instantly recognizing him as the murderer from the previous day, Lin Yu. Lin Yu was at a loss, for he had indeed been released, though Ming Lening was blissfully unaware. Sister, I truly have been released. You can verify it with a phone call, please. Don't chase me. I came to invite your good friend to dinner. Humph. Who would believe the words of a murderer? Yuhan, please help me plead my case. I did save someone today, Lin Yu implored Xia Yuhan, who could only chuckle at the absurdity of her friend and Lin Yu being such a classic case of enemies drawn together. Lening, you should really calm down. We can discuss this rationally. After Xia Yuhan's intervention, Meng Lening halted, panting and wiping the sweat from her neck. I am truly at my wit's end. I really have been released. If all else fails, you can ask your director. Lin Yu resignedly sat on a wooden bench surrounding by Niao Chao foam. Observing how Meng Lening's figure showed no sign of enhancement, sighing inwardly, her temper and physique are indeed fiery, yet her modesty resembles that of a shy maiden. Little did she expect that during a casual outing with her best friend, she would encounter the person she despised the most. She promptly dialed the director. Hello, director. Lening here. Is there a case today on your day off? Director, is the murderer named Lin Yu truly on the run? Meng Lening inquired. There's no room for negotiation. This is an order. The call abruptly ended, leaving Meng Lening with a dark expression, her gaze fixed with hatred upon Lin Yu. No matter how powerful your background may be, justice will prevail. I will surely find evidence to bring you to justice. Feeling the intensity of her resolve, Lin Yu felt helpless. Sister Ming, I am genuinely released by the director. Besides, the person I killed was undoubtedly a villain. I assume you have already examined the body. Surely you would investigate further? His words momentarily stunned Meng Lening, prompting her to check her phone for the early morning report concerning the identity of the man Lin Yu had killed. It was then that she learned the man was indeed a criminal from the underworld, leading her to realize she may have misjudged Lin Yu. However, her prideful demeanor would never allow her to apologize, especially not to someone like Lin Yu, who had seen her in her most vulnerable state. All right, Lening. We still have shopping to do. It's already late, and stores will soon close. Xia Yuhan approached Meng Lening, gently squeezing her shoulder with a smile. Very well. For Yuhan's sake, I shall forgive you this time. With Xia Yuhan's intervention, the tension dissipated and the encounter concluded. The three walked side by side, with Lin Yu positioned next to Xia Yuhan, keen to avoid any further conflict. Now, with only Lin Yu and Meng Lening remaining, he held the clothes she had purchased. Meng Lening cast a proud glance at him. Lin Yu, emboldened by her presence, shared the address with a cheeky grin, with a beautiful companion accompanying him. Lin Yu was eager to embrace the moment, wrapping his arms around Meng Lening's slender waist. Oh my, how delicate you are. Your physique is quite impressive. A result of your rigorous training as a police officer. Hey, keep your hands to yourself. Rest assured, I am not the kind to take advantage of others. Lin Yu declared earnestly. Meng Lening accelerated her motorcycle, her right hand gripping the throttle firmly. You know, you're quite a decent person, though perhaps a bit petty. And your assets could use some enhancement. Perhaps I could assist you one day. I assure you, the results would be transformative. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu broached a sensitive topic, prompting Meng Lening to slam on the brakes. Get off. No, wait. I spoke without thinking. As Meng Lening sped away on her motorcycle, Lin Yu could only shake his head in disbelief, regretting his own words. Upon returning home, Lin Yu was met with the scent of something burnt. He found Tang Lianxin seated on the sofa, absorbed in a television show, while the dining table was laden with blackened dishes. Tang Lianxin had made an effort to learn cooking today, guided by a maid. Although the presentation left much to be desired, the taste was surprisingly decent. Did you make all this? Lin Yu asked as he sat at the table, eyeing the unappealing meal. Though it may not look appetizing, it tastes rather good. Try the tomato scrambled eggs, Tang Lianxin suggested, serving him a bowl of rice and a clump of dark, scrambled eggs. Lin Yu grimaced but forced himself to eat, likening the texture to chewing wax while he feigned praise. Humph, at least you can still compliment. If you dare say it's unappetizing, I will never cook for you again. This is your reward for my culinary efforts today. You smell of perfume. Did you meet a woman? Tang Lianxin inquired, leaning closer to Lin Yu, catching a whiff of a feminine fragrance. Earlier, I was involved in an accident, but thankfully, Dr. Xia helped me. So I invited her to dinner. There were no ulterior motives. Lin Yu felt astounded by her keen observation, nearly impressed by her ability to detect even the faintest hint of smoke from his earlier cigarette. Remember to shower after dinner, she stated coolly. Turning to retreat into her room, Lin Yu could only smile wryly, realizing the complexities of a woman's heart. After hastily consuming the meal, he cleared the table, knowing well that if an ordinary person had eaten such a meal, they would likely spend the next day in the restroom. Fortunately, Lin Yu was a warrior. As he soaked in the bathtub, he inquired of the system, "Xiao Yu, how many system points do I currently possess?" "Master, you currently have 180 system points. Would you like to draw again or enhance your abilities? Can my strength be enhanced through the system?" Lin Yu asked, surprised. "If so, why practice at all? The system does not grant direct elevation of realms, but enhances your innate talents." "Master, Lin Yu speed, 20 strength, 20 resistance, 20 mental power, 5 comprehension, 3 realm, warrior level 2. Lin Yu reviewed his abilities, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Why so little? What are the typical strength levels of ordinary people? Ordinary individuals possess only 1 or 2 points in each category, with some having a mental power of merely 1 point. Xiao Yu's voice faintly echoed in Lin Yu's mind. How many system points are needed to enhance one's talent? 50 system points equate to 5 talent points. Damn, is it really that steep? The allure of the lottery was undeniable. Presently, Lin Yu possessed only 180 system points. After a few draws, he would be left with merely 80. "Master, each draw from the prize wheel requires 150 points. Do you agree? Why on earth does it require so many? With each draw from the prize wheel, the subsequent draws will demand an increasing number of system points. There are 100 items in the prize wheel, and each completed draw will elevate the required system points by 1 to 2 times, Xiao Yu explained. Lin Yu suddenly realized that this system might not be as advantageous as it seemed. System points. How could he possibly acquire more? Though he was aware of some techniques to earn system points, they were still scant and insufficient. Damn it, let us draw. I'll take it one step at a time. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu reluctantly commanded Xiao Yu to spin the wheel. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, the pointer landed on an oval object, and suddenly, a large egg akin to the size of a head appeared in his hands. A prize egg. Lin Yu scornfully gazed at the egg adorned with white patterns, his heart aching as he realized that his hard-earned system points had dwindled to just 30. And he had only drawn an egg. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the spirit egg of the devouring sky purple beast. Would you like to spend your last 30 system points to incubate it? Upon hearing the name of the spirit egg, Lin Yu was captivated. He assumed whatever hatched from it would be immensely powerful, so without a second thought, he initiated the incubation. Incubation time for the devouring sky purple beast, 1 year. Are you kidding me, Xiao Yu? Lin Yu felt an explosion of frustration. He had thought that the remaining 30 system points would directly hatch the egg, only to find out it would take an entire year. This meant that the prize he had drawn would be of no use to him for a whole year. Lin Yu wished he could appear in the system world and pinch Xiao Yu's adorable face, feeling utterly agitated. To his surprise, his thoughts manifested, and he indeed found himself in the system realm, observing Xiao Yu with the spirit egg placed in a machine resembling an incubator. Master, you've arrived. Xiao Yu greeted with a silly smile. You've become anthropomorphized, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly recalling how this little girl had tricked him into losing all his hard-earned system points. In a fit of annoyance, he pinched her cute face. Ah, the sensation is simply delightful, so smooth and soft. Master, I was wrong. Please let go. Xiao Yu pouted, trying to push Lin Yu away, but as a mere child, her hands couldn't reach him. After indulging in the pleasant sensation, Lin Yu released her, warning, you better clarify things with me next time instead of tricking me. This isn't my fault. You agreed to it. I merely followed the system's guidance, Xiao Yu replied, covering her reddened cheek, appearing quite adorable. Is the creature inside this egg truly powerful? Lin Yu inquired, pointing at the incubator. Xiao Yu remained silent, exhibiting a proud expression, crossing her arms as she huffed, Master. Without system points, I cannot provide you with answers, and you cannot remain in the system world. Alas, all my system points are gone, Lin Yu lamented, commencing his meditation. It was not until the temperature of the bed had risen that he decided to stop and lie down, only for Tang Lianxin to suddenly grasp his hand. You should sleep on the bed from now on. It turned out Tang Lianxin had not actually fallen asleep. The moonlight illuminated her face, rendering her exceptionally enchanting, igniting a stirring within Lin Yu. Until I have your heart, I cannot share a bed with you. Lin Yu shook his head, choosing to step away from the bed. He disliked forcing others. He understood that Tang Lianxin only harbored fondness or perhaps a slight affection for him, but not love, at least not yet. Tang Lianxin gazed at Lin Yu, lost in thought. She too was bewildered by her own feelings. Despite having developed a fondness for him, she found herself unable to engage in romantic matters. It felt as though her emotions were encased in ice. A night passed in silence, and the following morning, after breakfast, Lin Yu headed to his company, making his way to the cleaning department. Suddenly, he remembered he needed to assist Zhao Jingya's brother-in-law with his illness today. Approaching Zhao Jingya's desk, he noticed her frowning, seemingly troubled by something. "What's wrong, girl? Have you encountered some trouble?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. Zhao Jingya was momentarily taken aback by his intimate address, responding, "Ever since the sales department manager left, no one has been overseeing the sales debts. Now the sales department is a complete mess." Lin Yu felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. It was he who had dismissed the sales department manager, leading to the current chaos. "Do you know which companies owe debts? Take me there." "What do you intend to do?" Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. "Of course. To collect the debts. Just the two of us? That's impossible. We're heading to someone else's company. You won't know until we go." Lin Yu chuckled, reaching for Zhao Jingya's hand, only to have her swiftly shake it off. "Why do you keep helping me?" Zhao Jingya questioned, genuinely perplexed by Lin Yu's intentions. "Why? Because I also come from a rural background and understand how hard it can be here," he replied. "So, you have no other intentions towards me?" Zhao Jingya pressed again, causing Lin Yu to pause as he finally grasped the implication of her previous words. She was concerned he might be like others. Gently stroking Zhao Jingya's hair, he reassured her. "I truly see you as a sister. I harbor no ulterior motives. You know my situation. How could I dare?" Lin Yu chuckled wryly. He hadn't even succeeded in securing the affections of the one at home, so he had never considered such thoughts. "I'm sorry, Lin Yu, I misjudged you." Zhao Jingya realized that Lin Yu genuinely regarded her as a sister, while she had mistakenly believed he had feelings for her due to his kindness. "You did nothing wrong. Now, shall we go collect those debts?" Lin Yu smiled slightly, placing his hands in his pockets as he followed Zhao Jingya out of the company towards a small group notorious for its debts. Upon arriving at the group's premises, Zhao Jingya asked the assistant to locate the company's boss. However, the boss was currently engaged in contract negotiations with another large group. Thus, Lin Yu and Zhao Jingya found themselves seated in the lobby, sipping tea while they waited. In an office nearby, the company's boss, Young Bin, was discussing business with Zhao Chunlei when his secretary entered, whispering urgently. Yang Bin frowned upon hearing the news. "Why is Tang Xin from Daxia showing up now?" "Forget it. Let them wait outside," he instructed, dismissing the secretary. Zhao Chunlei had come only to invest in the company with the ulterior motive of undermining Tang Xin Group. "Is there something concerning you, Boss Yang?" "Ah, it's just about the debts owed to Tang Xin's company. They're here to collect again," Yang Bin sighed. "Tang Xin Group, you say?" Zhao Qinglei's expression darkened upon hearing this. Suddenly, a cunning idea struck him. Have the representatives from Tang Xin Group come in. It's high time we settled the previous accounts. As Zhao Qinglei spoke, he glanced at the two middle-aged men in Tang suits behind him, one stout and the other slender. Having learned from his previous encounter with Lin Yu, he now always traveled with bodyguards, both of whom were martial artists proficient in their craft. The two bodyguards had been hired at great expense, their sole task being to ruthlessly beat the two debt collectors from Tongxin Company. In order to avenge a past humiliating incident. "Tang Yanxin, how dare you refuse to be with me and actually associate with that filthy beggar? I will teach your employee a lesson to remind you of your place." Chapter 25, Debt Collection. As Zhao Qinglei contemplated this, a man and a woman suddenly entered through the door. The woman was strikingly beautiful, while the sight of the man ignited a fury within Zhao Qinglei. "Lin Yu." Zhao Qinglei rose, gritting his teeth as he fixed his glare on Lin Yu. "How do you know my name? Do we know each other?" Lin Yu inquired, feigning ignorance. "Humph. If you don't remember me, then I will make sure you do. Uncles, teach him a lesson." Zhao Qinglei addressed the two middle-aged men behind him with a tone of respect. "Who is this brat, daring to provoke our boss and not even knowing his name? Truly asking for trouble. Is your boss famous? Oh, I remember now. You're the one who tried to steal my wife and performed that ridiculous split." Lin Yu's words instantly enraged Zhao Qinglei. He was still nursing muscle strains in his thighs from their previous encounter, all thanks to Lin Yu. "Damn it. Stop wasting time with this loser. Uncles, beat him up hard." Zhao Qinglei could hardly contain his disdain for Lin Yu. If only his legs weren't compromised, he would have attacked first. The two middle-aged men wasted no time, stepping forward with steady strides, preparing to launch their assault with a fist and palm directed at Lin Yu. Zhao Jingya watched anxiously as Lin Yu smiled reassuringly at her, saying he was fine, before stepping forward himself. It was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of his martial arts skills. The two men trained in Xingyiquan were now mere feet away, launching their attacks at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu unleashed a double fist, striking both men with tremendous force. Bang! As the confrontation commenced, the two Xingyiquan practitioners were utterly unprepared for the might behind Lin Yu's punches, stumbling backward. This kid is no ordinary opponent. He certainly has a solid foundation. One of the men thought, his palm tingling from the impact. Humph. I doubt he can withstand more than a few of our strikes. Form the stance. One man extended his hands like claws, while the other raised one foot, spreading his arms wide as if to mimic a great bird taking flight. And they charged at Lin Yu again. Lin Yu smirked, having treated that last punch as merely a warm-up. Turns out you're not that impressive after all. I expected more. Arrogant fool. I'll make you regret those words. The two Xingyiquan fighters, incensed by Lin Yu's derision, surged forward, but just as they reached him, Lin Yu vanished from sight. Where did he go? The two men searched frantically for Lin Yu, only for Zhao Chunlei to shout, "Behind you." As they turned, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their backs as Lin Yu struck them down to the ground. I already told you, you're not that formidable. Lin Yu shook his head as he observed the two men struggling to rise, their backs in agony, having unleashed all his strength in those punches. He found it absurd that these martial artists could challenge him, a true warrior. It was like a chicken trying to break a rock. They were merely inviting their own demise. Turning his attention back to Zhao Chunlei, Lin Yu's face twisted into a sinister grin. Now, shall we discuss the debt? Debt? What debt? Lin Yu. I warn you not to touch me, or I'll smack. Or what? You're quite talkative for someone in your position. You owe money to Tongxin Company, so hand it over. There are plenty of people who want to provoke me, but who do you think you are? With that, Lin Yu slapped Zhao Chunlei across the face and seized his collar, his impatience unmistakable. How dare you? I won't pay you a single cent. Zhao Chunlei was incredulous. Given his family status, the idea that he owed money was laughable. Smack. Stop glaring at me and pay up. Jingya, bring out the contract. Dao Jingya, caught off guard by Lin Yu's swift and forceful actions, hurriedly fetched the contract. Upon examining it, she realized the photograph did not feature Zhao Chunlei, but rather a plump man named Yang Bin, who looked utterly shocked. Lin Yu. The man you hit doesn't owe us any money. It's someone else. What? Then who owes? Lin Yu asked, bewildered. I don't owe you anything. My family is wealthy. I only collect debts. I don't know anyone. Zhao Chunlei bellowed, his frustration boiling over as he recalled how Lin Yu had humiliated him publicly, only to now suffer further indignities. Smack. Why are you still talking? Pay up already. Zhao Chunlei's face was now red and swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He felt utterly defeated, tears welling in his eyes. Lin Yu chastised him. If you don't owe Tongxin Group, why didn't you say so when we entered? You made me think you were the debtor, and now my hand hurts from hitting you. After blowing on his palm and feigning pain, he turned to Yang Bin. I'll pay right now. Yang Bin, terrified, quickly raised his hands in surrender. Yes, sir. I'll comply. See? That's how it should be done. Look at him, and then look at you. You wasted my time. Do you not realize my time is precious? Lin Yu pointed at Yang Bin, casting a disapproving glance at Zhao Chunlei. Zhao Chunlei, feeling utterly humiliated, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He had merely come to conduct business, only to encounter Lin Yu. His initial intent was to retaliate against Tang Lianxin by assaulting Tongxin Company's staff, yet he found himself on the receiving end of numerous slaps, berated, and forced into silence for fear of further punishment. Is crying all you can do? You're not even a real man. My wife would never be interested in you. Yang Bin retrieved a briefcase containing 5 million, presenting it to Lin Yu with great respect. Sir, the 5 million is all here. If you don't believe me, feel free to count it. Lin Yu accepted the briefcase, smiling as he patted Yang Bin on the shoulder. Well done, you're quite astute. Now that the debt has been settled, the IOU is void. Jingya, let us go. Having completed the debt collection, Lin Yu turned to leave, leaving the room in stunned silence. Are you okay, Boss Zhao? Yang Bin regarded Zhao Chunlei with pity, astonished at how events had unfolded. Originally, they had summoned Lin Yu to exert violence on their opponents, but the plot had drastically changed. Bang! Get out! Damn it! Just watch as I'm humiliated. Zhao Chunlei vented his frustration on Yang Bin, kicking him in the stomach before storming away, flanked by the two middle-aged men who gingerly supported their aching backs. Lin Yu, if I don't destroy you, I want to bear the Zhao name. Zhao Chunlei climbed into his luxurious Lincoln. Unconcerned for the two Xingyiquan masters who had proven useless to him, there was no point in keeping them around. Lu Xiaojie couldn't believe her eyes as she watched the scene unfold. She had previously attempted to retrieve 5 million, but the other party had refused to pay. despite their small company backing having some influence. Extracting resources from Yongbin was akin to scaling a mountain. Zhao Jingyao promptly acknowledged Lin Yu as the true hero of the day. Where would it be? If it weren't for Jingyao reminding me of this debt, I wouldn't have sought it out. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, the credit belongs to you. Lin Yu shook his head and said. Lu Shaojie sternly replied, No, I cannot accept it. Thank you, beautiful Lu. You're truly too polite. Lin Yu interrupted Zhao Jingyao, subtly signaling her to refrain from further comments. Smooth talker. Lu Shaojie revealed a barely perceptible smile as she turned to leave. After her departure, Lin Yu addressed Zhao Jingyao. You should take this money, 500,000. 25 each isn't bad, and besides, I'm not in need of money right now. Zhao Jingyao could only nod in agreement, just as she was about to express her gratitude. Lin Yu inquired again, after work this afternoon, I'll help you check on your cousin's leg injury. As for whether it can be treated, I'm not entirely sure. Zhao Jingyao nodded. I've already informed my cousin. I'll take you to see him this afternoon. Meanwhile, in the executive office on the 15th floor, Lu Shaojie placed a 500,000 yuan handbag on the table and recounted the events to Tang Lianqin. Yes, I'm already aware. The Zhao family just called me, requesting Lin Yu to apologize to them now. He has stirred up trouble while trying to claim this money. Tang Lianqin reclined in her chair, pinching the bridge of her nose as she spoke. Lianqin, are you saying that Lin Yu fought with Zhao Chunlei while collecting debts from Yongbin's company? Lu Shaojie looked at Tang Lianqin in surprise. Indeed, that's the case. So what should we do now? In my opinion, we should just hand Lin Yu over. He is nothing but a troublemaker. Lu Shaojie maintained her cold demeanor towards Lin Yu, feeling pity for her close friend who was entangled with such a troublemaker fiancé. The Zhao and Tang families were both in a state of equilibrium, so it was unlikely they would go to war. Besides, as a collateral relative, I wouldn't concern myself too much. Whatever scheme the Zhao family devises, I shall follow suit. Should we inform that young man Lin Yu? Lu Shaojie concluded. Observing Tang Lianqin's narrowed eyes, she inferred the answer. I wonder what kind of fortune that lad accrued in his previous life to have you, his protective mountain, shielding him from the storm. Lin Yu had long been aware of Tang Lianqin's aloofness. After all, the messages sent were merely for the other party's awareness. Taking a taxi with Zhao Jingyao to Nansha Second People's Hospital, the two entered the ward. Due to her cousin's family not being affluent, they could only afford a standard room. The ward had 4 beds, one of which held a pale-faced man with his legs encased in plaster. Beside him, a woman in her 30s was feeding her husband. Jingyao, you're here? Who is this? Zhu Qiaoli, upon learning her cousin had brought a miraculous doctor for her husband's treatment, hesitated upon seeing the young man by Zhao Jingyao's side. Clearly suspecting Lin Yu was not the so-called miracle worker. Cousin, this is the doctor I mentioned on the phone who can treat your husband's legs. This is Lin Yu, my cousin Zhu Qiaoli. Hello, Sister Zhu. Lin Yu greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Lin. Can you really heal my husband's legs? Zhu Qiaoli was skeptical of Lin Yu's claims. Lin Yu humbly replied, I wouldn't dare claim to be a miracle worker, but I will do my utmost to treat him. Approaching the patient, Lin Yu examined his legs closely. What a severe injury. He noted the internal bones were completely shattered. Even the kneecap fragments had pierced the surrounding tissues, leading to swelling. Given the current medical standards, the only option would be amputation to save his life. Mr. Lin, is there still hope for treatment? Zhu Qiaoli's husband had already lost sensation in his legs and had resigned himself to the belief he would live as a cripple. Although Zhao Jingyao had introduced a miracle doctor, seeing the young man made him feel hopeless about his recovery. There is a chance for treatment, Lin Yu replied calmly. What? Mr. Lin, are you saying my legs can still be treated? The husband was suddenly filled with joy and anticipation. Yes, but I will need a quiet room. Lin Yu reiterated. All right, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment while I find a doctor to arrange a room for you. Who claims this patient can be treated? Chief Physician Miao Tianyun was extremely knowledgeable in orthopedics. However, this patient's legs had long since suffered cellular death and shattered bones, making recovery impossible. He had come to see who this miracle worker was. I said it, Miao Tianyun responded. You just need to arrange a room for me. Lin Yu noticed the doctor's name badge and mentioned it. You know me? Miao Tianyun shook his head, and upon realizing Lin Yu's recognition of his badge, he looked at him in surprise. You're so young. Can you truly treat this patient? I can, but could you please arrange a room for me? Lin Yu noted that not all doctors judged by appearances as Miao Tianyun did not resort to mockery. All right, please wait. I will report to the director. If you can indeed treat such a patient, you would be a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Miao Tianyun hurriedly left the ward and entered the director's office. knocking before walking in. Tianyan, what brings you here? Is there an issue? The office contained the director and two elderly men. Director. There's a young man in room 315 requesting a room to treat a patient whose legs are broken and needs amputation. What? Treat that patient? How is that possible? How old is that young man? The director was incredulous. The need for amputation indicated cellular death and irreversible nerve damage. He seems to be in his 20s. At that moment, Xia Chengwei interjected, is this young man dressed simply, with fair skin and ordinary features? Yes, that's him. Do you know him, Dr. Xia? Miao Tianyun inquired. Old Xia, do you know this kid? The director asked, looking at Xia Chengwei. Haha, I just mentioned that my illness and old Xi's illness could be treated. That young man who successfully treated a cancer patient in my hospital yesterday must be him. Xia Chengwei thought to himself, feeling a surge of joy. He had intended to inquire about the relationship between his granddaughter, Xia Yuhan, and Lin Yu, only to find out it was merely a casual acquaintance. This made him feel he had no grounds to approach Lin Yu for help. However, today was different. With Sima Liang by his side, he had a substantial connection and must seize this opportunity to build a relationship with Lin Yu. Is he really that miraculous? Let us go see for ourselves. Sima Liang expressed skepticism, intrigued by the prospect of meeting someone so extraordinary at such a young age. Tianyan, lead the way. Let us witness this miracle, doctor. The four entered the ward, and Xia Chengwei immediately recognized Lin Yu, approaching him with a smile. Dr. Lin. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Director Xia, is this hospital also yours? Lin Yu inquired casually. Haha, this hospital belongs to my friend. Who is also this old gentleman beside me? Xia Chengwei gestured to Guanji Yuan, asking, Young Lin, can you really treat the patient whose legs need amputation? Why does everyone keep asking the same question? Lin Yu spoke strangely, pondering why everyone questioned his ability to save a life. If he couldn't, what was he even doing here? Hey, kid, Sima Liang scrutinized Lin Yu. Old Xia claims you possess exceptional medical skills. Can you discern what ailments plague me? Sima Liang examined Lin Yu closely. Aside from his pale complexion, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. Surviving a missile explosion is a miracle in itself. Lin Yu noted, sensing the hostility in Sima Liang's tone, and responded with equal sharpness. You've dared to curse my demise. You're the first. Sima Guang chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. Miao Tianyan observed Lin Yu with admiration, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Sima Guang. He feared provoking him might lead to a violent outburst, especially considering Sima's imposing stature. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed, his confidence indicating he was no ordinary individual. If there's something to discuss, we can talk after I treat the patient. Is the ward ready? Lin Yu inquired, already suspecting their intentions. These three had come with ulterior motives, their friendliness masking hidden agendas. All right. Does Brother Lin need any assistance? No need. Guanzi Yuan casually found an empty room and called two doctors to transfer Zhu Qiaoli's husband to the bed. Xia Chengwei suggested observing Lin Yu's treatment, to which Lin Yu agreed, provided they maintained silence. He prepared a surgical knife, cotton, basins, and towels. After administering anesthesia, the patient fell into a deep slumber. With everything set, Lin Yu pressed down on the patient's legs encased in plaster, applying a firm grip. Crack! The plaster shattered, crumbling into pieces beside the bed. Upon seeing the patient's swollen legs resembling those of an elephant, Xia Chengwei and the others gasped in disbelief. Lin Yu remained composed, channeling his energy into two acupoints to staunch the bleeding before wielding the surgical knife to make an incision on the calf. A stream of foul, blackened blood oozed out, accompanied by fragments of shattered bone. Even a master might struggle to treat this leg, Xia Chengwei pondered, curious about Lin Yu's next move. Lin Yu stuffed cotton into the calf muscle and once again directed his energy into the knee. Gradually, he infused spiritual energy into the energy needle, which served as a conduit to deliver it into the knee joint. This primordial energy of the universe naturally revitalized living beings, allowing human cells to be healed as well. He gently infused the spiritual energy into the knee, reviving the dead cells, hastening their growth, and enabling the atrophied muscles to regenerate. After completing this, beads of sweat adorned Lin Yu's forehead. He felt lightheaded. The final step involved bone regeneration. The Shinong Classic contained methods for bone regeneration, which required transferring excess bone from other parts of the body. The human skeletal structure has various excess bone fragments, which facilitate accelerated growth. Lin Yu aimed to slightly reduce his height and redistribute that bone to his legs, thereby creating new bone to replace the injured ones. What is he doing? Sima Liang whispered to Xia Chengwei beside him. It looks like a massage. But I'm not quite sure, Xia replied. Crack, as Lin Yu massaged the patient's bones. The sound echoed, and the patient's form visibly shrank. Each massage required Lin Yu to envelop the bones in spiritual energy to facilitate their gradual reduction. Several minutes passed before Lin Yu ceased his efforts, wiping the sweat from his brow and taking a moment to rest. Brother Lin, is the treatment complete? Not yet. Just a few more minutes, Lin Yu replied, casually observing Zhu Qiaoli's husband as the incisions on his legs began to heal. After a brief respite, Lin Yu approached the patient again, pressing his hands against the 5-inch wounds on the calf. The hollow skin where bones once shattered slowly solidified, forming new bone. With his middle and index fingers, Lin Yu extracted the cotton from the calf. The darkened remnants mingled with bone fragments discarded into the basin, instantly staining the warm water crimson. His actions astonished everyone. Lin Yu then grasped the patient's thigh, applying force that compressed it to the size of a twig. This is madness. Such pressure will surely damage the nervous system. This is not healing. It's murder. Guanzi Yuan scolded quietly, preparing to intervene, but was restrained by Xia Chewei. Calm down, old friend. Trust me, Lin Yu's medical skills will astonish you, but he won't disappoint, Xia reassured. Meanwhile, Sima Liang was less concerned with their conversation and more focused on the precision of Lin Yu's technique. Lin Yu's strength was measured and exact, each application of force calculated to avoid vital acupoints. This young man's technique is remarkable. His martial arts foundation is extraordinary. Guan Ziyuan, a seasoned warrior, recognized this, now questioning whether Lin Yu was truly an ordinary person. The veteran's prowess had reached the 9th tier of martial arts, enabling him to sense the energy emitted by lower-level practitioners. Yet, Lin Yu emitted no such aura, appearing indistinguishable from an average individual. This concealment stemmed from Lin Yu's system, designed to mask his true abilities. Suddenly, the patient's legs, having sunken in, began to swell as if being inflated. Moments later, they regained their original form. Hiss. The wounds on the calves healed, leaving only a small opening, from which black blood erupted like a geyser. After 10 seconds, the blood ceased flowing, and Lin Yu once more directed his energy needle into the healing wound, witnessing the closure at an astonishing speed without leaving a single scar. Chapter 27. 3 conditions in the imaging room. Everyone gazed in astonishment as the machine revealed the patient's legs, now fully restored. They were intact, albeit slightly shorter. Yet the legs that once faced amputation were now healed, as if nothing had happened. Zhu Qiaoli's husband awakened, suddenly aware of the sensation in his legs. Shocked, he propped himself up and looked down. These were no longer the legs encased in plaster, but restored to their former glory. Overcome with emotion, he rushed to find Lin Yu, approaching him with gratitude. Benefactor, my life is yours. Lin Yu quickly helped him up, smiling. Brother Wang, there's no need for such formalities. You should thank Jingya. She is the one who brought me to save you. He gestured toward the window, where Zhu Qiaoli stood, ecstatic and on the verge of tears. A miracle. This is undoubtedly one of the greatest achievements in medicine. Master, how did you cure that patient? Could you share your methods? Guanzi Yuan, trembling with astonishment, had never witnessed such a miraculous recovery through mere massage techniques. Lin Yu's expertise was something that would take decades for others to even approach. It is merely a method of transformation. Even if I were to explain it to you, you would not comprehend, Lin Yu said indifferently. To perform this transformation, one must have spiritual energy to sustain it, and the consumption is rather severe. Currently, the spiritual energy within Lin Yu's dantian is nearly depleted. Ah well, I admit my knowledge is rather rudimentary. Might you, young friend, visit my humble abode to discuss medicine? At this moment, despite being over 60, Guanzi Yuan, fervently seeking medical knowledge, resembled a student wishing to learn from Lin Yu. Very well, I shall first notify my friend, Lin Yu replied with a slight nod, gesturing to Xia Chewei before stepping outside. Dr. Lin, thank you for healing my husband's legs. Please tell me what reward you desire. Zhu Qiaoli expressed her gratitude repeatedly, even preparing to offer Lin Yu money. Well, it is reasonable to accept compensation for saving a life. How about 100 yuan? Lin Yu raised a finger, leaving Zhu Qiaoli and her husband utterly astonished. The cost of amputating Wang Hui's legs in the hospital would amount to hundreds of thousands. Yet Lin Yu only requested a mere 100. What kind of logic is this? Just 100, will you comply? Lin Yu chuckled helplessly, wondering why being a good person had become so difficult. Yes, we shall give it to you immediately. Zhu Qiaoli hurriedly retrieved a 100 yuan bill from her bag, presenting it to Lin Yu with utmost respect. After receiving it, Lin Yu handed it to Zhao Jingya, instructing her, Jingya, Please assist me in purchasing some high-calorie meat. Having expended considerable spiritual energy, Lin Yu's stomach was already growling with hunger. His request for 100 yuan was solely to procure food. As for the amount, he would never demand money from a family of modest means. Understood. I shall go right away. Zhao Jingya did not expect Lin Yu's request for 100 yuan was for food. Benefactor, should you be hungry, there is no need for Jingya to go buy food. We can take you out to eat as a token of our gratitude for healing my husband's legs, Zhu Qiaoli quickly suggested. Perhaps next time. I have matters to attend to, and I would prefer Jingya to assist me with the purchase. The hospital director wishes to discuss medicine with me. Very well. In a few days, I shall ensure Jingya informs you to express our gratitude. Zhu Qiaoli and her husband were filled with admiration for Lin Yu. Recognizing his disregard for wealth and fame, such a divine being was akin to a living bodhisattva. After bidding farewell to Zhu Qiaoli and her husband, Lin Yu followed Xia Chuwei and others to the hospital's backyard, where there was a small courtyard. Upon entering the room, Guan Ziyuan instructed Miao Tianyuan to brew tea for Lin Yu and the others. Then Guan Ziyuan turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Young friend Lin, I previously heard old Xia mention your ability to condense energy into needles. I found it hard to believe such a skill could belong to a young lad in his 20s, yet upon witnessing it today, your medical prowess truly rivals that of Hua Tuo. Old Xia was merely flattering me. My skills are rather modest." Lin Yu feigned humility, smiling lightly. Such humility is commendable. Indeed, this quality befits a prodigious young healer. If such talent does not participate in the medical competition, it would be a terrible waste. Guan Ziyuan silently assessed Lin Yu. At this moment, Sima Liang spoke up with a coarse voice. "You are Lin Yu, right? Old Xia mentioned you could diagnose his condition. Can you also discern mine? I wonder if my ailment can be treated." Lin Yu fixed his gaze on Sima Liang for a full half-minute. The room fell silent, and no one dared to interrupt Lin Yu's focus. Through the traditional Chinese medical methods of observation, inquiry, and examination, it is indeed possible to ascertain your condition. However, the fragments of missiles within you are beyond my current medical capabilities to eradicate completely. It will require long-term treatment, though perhaps I can assist in your recovery. Lin Yu was genuinely astonished to discover that Sima Liang harbored hundreds of missile fragments within him, with some as large as a thumb, even penetrating his heart. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to death, truly alarming. But why should I help you? Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk, hinting at a scheme. 10 million. If you agree to my terms, I shall grant you 10 million. Sima Liang extended a finger, smiling, believing that if Lin Yu could cure him, 10 million would be a trivial sum. Not interested. Lin Yu shook his head, stretching lazily. Just then, Zhao Jingya approached with KFC, and Lin Yu promptly accepted it, inviting her to sit beside him while he settled into a chair, crossing his legs to enjoy his burger. Not interested? Haha, no one is disinterested in money. The price simply must be right. State your terms. I advise you to reconsider. I have no genuine interest in wealth. My desire to save lives relies solely on my inclination. If I wish to help, I shall. If not, even billions would not entice me. Lin Yu said while devouring his burger. Zhao Jingya and Miao Tianyuan were both dumbfounded. After all, it was a matter of millions. Yet Lin Yu spoke of it so lightly. They could not compare to such a realm. However, Zhao Jingya knew Lin Yu genuinely lacked financial need. Not to mention his fiancée, he was the CEO of the Tang family, and opposing Lin Yu would only lead to dire consequences, often resulting in extortion of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Seeing that Lin Yu was completely indifferent to him, Sima Liang's anger flared. "Damn it, brat. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Old Si, just as Xia Chuwei was about to speak, Lin Yu coldly interrupted. "If you wish to save your life, you must relinquish your lofty identity. Otherwise, I shall not only refuse to save you, but will hasten the fragments within you to penetrate your vital organs, leading to your demise without hesitation." Lin Yu spoke devoid of emotion. He understood the cunning nature of these elderly individuals and knew that a sharp rebuke was necessary to dismantle their arrogant demeanor. "Young friend Lin, do not press old Si too hard. He is a king among soldiers in the nation's most secretive dragon group, and all the patients under his care are devoted to serving the country. He is, after all, a pillar of our nation. Perhaps you could treat him out of consideration for his status?" Guan Ziyuan interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "The dragon group? Is that a significant position?" Lin Yu inquired, seemingly indifferent to the dragon group's reputation. "If you can cure my ailment, I can arrange for you to join the dragon group. Who would wish to enter such a place? My life is already quite satisfactory. Why subject myself to that ordeal?" Lin Yu shook his head, disinterested in such an affiliation. Sima Liang had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless, for those who dared to challenge him in the past had long since met their end. I can treat your condition. But you must agree to 3 of my conditions, Lin Yu stated calmly. Although he was unaware of the Dragon Group's true power, he recognized that any affiliation with the state could potentially benefit him in the future. Humph! What audacity! For a mere youth to demand 3 conditions from me. A soldier king, I will not engage in any actions that harm the nation or violate the law. If your requests jeopardize the state, I reserve the right to detain you, even if you refuse to treat me. Sima Liang proclaimed with righteous indignation, his military authority pressing down on Lin Yu. Lin Yu nonchalantly nodded in agreement. For today, let us conclude here. I will seek you out in 2 days. Lin Yu exchanged contact information with Sima Liang and began to leave, only to recall Xia Chengwei's hidden ailment. He turned back and said, Old Xia, should your condition worsen, be sure to inform me. Though I may not be able to assist you presently, I promise to cure you in the future. Xia Chengwei felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, thankful that his granddaughter had introduced him to Lin Yu, leading to this day. 2 individuals nearby gazed at Xia Chengwei with envious eyes, particularly Sima Liang, who, despite his identity as a national figure, had come in search of Xia Chengwei's master, Yu Shi, to cure his own ailment. To his dismay, he learned that the master had been in seclusion for 2 years and had yet to emerge. Furthermore, the Dragon team had recently announced the recruitment of a super vanguard team to counteract threats from the island nation. However, given that a year remained until the commencement of this endeavor, he hoped that his malady might be resolved in that time. Sima Liang rested his head on his hand. Feeling somewhat weary, Lin Yu and Zhao Jingya exited the hospital as night fell. After consuming a high-calorie meal, Lin Yu felt the energy within him gradually replenishing. The 2 hailed a cab, preparing to depart. Xiaoyu, how many system points do I have now? He inquired. Practicing medicine to save lives earns 30 system points. Being admired by patients grants 10 system points, responded Xiaoyu in a youthful voice within his mind. Lin Yu calculated that he had only earned 40 system points that day, noticing that the spinning wheel required 300 points for a single draw. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His current abilities were still inadequate. If only he were stronger, the system could scan for the most notorious individuals nearby. And by eliminating them, he could gain more system points. Xiaoyu continued, her tone laced with condescension towards Lin Yu's current 2nd-tier martial artist status. You must reach at least the 4th tier to defeat those individuals. Lin Yu was astonished. It seemed there were numerous martial artists in this place. And as a mere 2nd-tier martial artist, he realized that without the system, he would still be an ordinary, inconsequential person. For reasons unknown, Tang Lianxin had prepared meals for Lin Yu for 2 consecutive days, leaving him quite surprised. More notably, the dishes were indeed somewhat exquisite. In the past couple of days, life had been unusually tranquil. Each morning, Lin Yu would play on his phone in the cleaning department, while the trio of red, yellow, and green visited him to showcase their training progress. Over these days, the 3 had developed some muscle from their time in the gym. But Lin Yu found he had little to teach them and encouraged them to practice more, while also assigning them some cleaning tasks. During lunchtime, Lin Yu was napping when suddenly his phone rang. It was Tang Lianxin calling, instructing him to come to her office. A few minutes later, Lin Yu found himself seated on a sofa, astonished as he looked at Tang Lianxin and the slightly blushing Lu Xiaojie beside her. What? You want me to pretend to be Lu Xiaojie's boyfriend? He asked, incredulous. It's just for today. After the class reunion, I have no plans. Lu Xiaojie pouted, regretting having allowed Tang Lianxin to summon Lin Yu. Why would I go to the reunion? What is the point? Lin Yu was still perplexed, scratching his head as he looked at Tang Lianxin. She responded coolly. And Lin Yu couldn't help but think how strange it was for a fiancé to offer her fiancé for someone else's use. Just tell me whether you agree or not, Lu Xiaojie said, her face still slightly flushed, although she regarded Lin Yu with a hint of suspicion. She also recognized his martial prowess, thinking that he could be a reliable ally should any trouble arise. System task: pretend to be Tang Lianxin's boyfriend for a day to earn 100 system points. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement and immediately asked, when and where? Since it was a class reunion, surely there would be food, and if someone was treating, he could indulge. At 7 in the evening, the reunion will be held in the vineyard garden, Lu Xiaojie replied, beginning to scrutinize Lin Yu's attire. He still wore an ill-fitting short shirt, cargo pants, and a pair of cloth shoes, which would surely embarrass Lu Xiaojie. What is the problem? I'm already taken. Although you are quite beautiful, I assure you I harbor no romantic interest, Lin Yu said with an air of righteousness, casting a dubious glance at her alluring figure. Suddenly, he felt a pinch at his waist and turned to find the icy CEO glaring at him. Stop teasing Xiaojie. If I catch you again, tonight you'll be kneeling on a washboard, she warned, her tone fierce. Lu Xiaojie felt emboldened with Tang Lianxin's support, no longer fearing Lin Yu's potential mischief. Xiaojie, take the afternoon off. Bring Lin Yu to buy some proper clothes. While his current outfit is acceptable for the office, he ought to dress appropriately for the reunion, Tang Lianxin advised gently, demonstrating the unspoken understanding between two close friends. Ah, Lianxin knows me well. Lin Yu, let us go, exclaimed Lu Xiaojie with a smile before turning to Lin Yu with a haughty expression. Lin Yu felt somewhat disheartened, pondering the peculiarities of the day. Driving a Volkswagen worth around 200,000, Lu Xiaojie took Lin Yu to the renowned Zhujiaoui shopping mall in Nasha City. Soon, they arrived at the largest and most famous market in the area, a grand structure with 10 floors, where the minimum expenditure on the top floor was no less than 50,000. As Lin Yu exited the car and gazed at the bustling market, he couldn't help but exclaim, shopping here must be incredibly expensive. Not to worry, there's money for your clothes, Lu Xiaojie replied nonchalantly. Having received a 1 million yuan bank card from Tang Lianxin, who insisted she use it despite Lu Xiaojie not lacking in funds herself, we'll head to the 8th floor. Home to high-end clothing stores where each piece comes with a hefty price tag, Lu Xiaojie explained as she guided Lin Yu through the market. After a while, Lin Yu noticed the people around them staring at him with disdain, prompting him to lean closer to Lu Xiaojie and ask, why are they looking at me? Is there something particularly unusual about me? Perhaps it's because you're too handsome, Lu Xiaojie replied, somewhat disingenuously. Indeed, Lin Yu thought to himself. Lu Xiaojie, clad in a black skirt and enticingly beautiful, naturally drew attention, while Lin Yu, in his faded yellow t-shirt and worn cargo pants, looked like a beggar in comparison. As they passed by, whispers of envy and disdain echoed around them, with onlookers lamenting that such a stunning beauty was with someone who appeared unremarkable. How could that kind of loser have such a gorgeous girl? One voice sneered. No matter how many whitening injections he gets, he'll still look like a toad. Despite the ridicule surrounding him, Lin Yu remained unfazed, eventually exclaiming, I'm just naturally handsome. It's my parents' good genes. Xiaojie, don't you think stepping out with me is quite impressive? Shameless, came the retort from the crowd. Lu Xiaojie found it impossible to speak with a clear conscience. She could only resort to scornful insults. What is there to be embarrassed about? Look at my teeth, so white. As she spoke, Lin Yu revealed his gleaming white teeth, glimmering under the light. Humph, I can't argue with you. But Lianxin told me I could pinch you. With a cold snort, Lu Xiaojie suddenly placed her hand on Lin Yu's waist and pinched him hard. Ouch! Why are you copying Lianxin? Lin Yu exclaimed. Humph, given your shameless demeanor. You deserve this. Lu Xiaojie strutted into a Prada menswear boutique, exuding an air of pride akin to a haughty swan. Excuse me, sir and madam. How may I assist you? A beautiful saleswoman inquired softly, her gaze lingering on Lin Yu with curiosity. If not for Lu Xiaojie's extravagant attire and striking beauty, she might have doubted Lin Yu's ability to afford anything, as he appeared rather shabby and simplistic. Get him some outfits, clothes, pants, shoes, and a couple of casual and formal suits to try on, Lu Xiaojie commanded. Certainly, please wait a moment. The saleswoman nodded slightly and selected a suit, explaining. This suit is designed by the renowned Italian fashion designer Gianni Versace, emphasizing a mature and elegant silhouette that beautifully complements one's figure. All right, let him try it on, Lu Xiaojie decided, feeling the luxurious fabric with her fingers. As Lin Yu took the suit and headed toward the fitting room, he suddenly turned and asked, Do you have any underwear? Both Lu Xiaojie and the saleswoman flushed slightly. Yes, sir. What style would you prefer? Choose a few styles, preferably something loose. My underwear feels a bit tight lately, Lin Yu stated earnestly, without a hint of shyness. His boldness was indeed on par with a city wall. Understood. The saleswoman, slightly embarrassed, turned to fetch some men's underwear for Lin Yu. Lu Xiaojie's eyes sparkled, evidently perceiving that the saleswoman assumed she was Lin Yu's girlfriend. A bit flustered, she approached the fitting room door, thrusting the underwear at Lin Yu and haughtily commanded, Here, take it quickly. And don't mention that you know me when you come out. It's embarrassing to change underwear in a fitting room. Why can't I change? The fitting room, as the name suggests, is for changing clothes. Anything worn can naturally be changed, Lin Yu countered seriously, leaving Lu Xiaojie momentarily speechless. A few minutes later, as Lin Yu emerged from the fitting room, Lu Xiaojie's earlier annoyance vanished, replaced by awe as she gazed at him. The suit fit him as though it were tailored specifically for him, accentuating his tall frame splendidly. Coupled with his fair complexion and deep, thoughtful eyes, he was captivating, resembling a handsome model from a Korean magazine. How handsome! Is this really the same Lin Yu who was once so unremarkable? The saleswoman found herself momentarily entranced. Like a lovesick girl, captivated by Lin Yu's presence. Women in the store, shopping for their boyfriends or husbands, were taken aback by Lin Yu's striking appearance. Stunning. He is absolutely breathtaking, not just because of his handsome features, but those deep eyes filled with a hint of melancholy, paired with a devilishly charming smile that exudes masculinity, rendering him irresistible. Their admiration was palpable. Feeling the intense gaze of the surrounding women, Lin Yu shivered slightly. Suddenly, he became aware of a soft sensation on his arm and turned to find Lu Xiaojia linking her arm with his, her ample bosom quite astonishing. "Humph. I'm just helping you out. Don't get any wild ideas," she declared, though even she seemed unconvinced by her own words. Earlier, she had been mesmerized by Lin Yu, but sensing the possessive glances from those around them, she positioned herself next to him, ensuring that everyone recognized him as hers. "Ah, I wouldn't think of anything untoward. After all, I'm handsome. I used to keep a low profile. But now there is no need for that. I'm undeniably a handsome guy," Lin Yu said with a smirk, admiring his reflection in the mirror while striking a few charming poses, eliciting envious glances from those nearby. "Enough with the vanity, go try on a few more outfits. Lianxin gave me money to buy you some clothes. She wants you to have a good appearance when we go out," Lu Xiaojia urged. Upon hearing that the money was from Tang Lianxin, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. In the end, I'm still spending her money. He contemplated refusing, but feared hurting her feelings. Sigh, it's rare to find a kind-hearted, sensitive man like me. As the sun set and twilight enveloped the sky, the moonlight began to rise, illuminating the garden of a winery. The flowers swayed gently in the night, resembling dancers in a graceful performance. At that moment, Lin Yu and Lu Xiaojia were making their way toward the winery garden, which was renowned in Linxiao City for hosting the finest events. The winery featured both indoor and outdoor spaces, catering to the preferences of its clientele, with a sprawling area of 300 square meters, 50 of which was lush grassland, while the rest housed the winery's essential facilities. Upon arriving, Lin Yu and Lu Xiaojia found a parking spot, but suddenly, a shadow darted by, causing Lu Xiaojia to almost collide with it. She slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid an accident. But the sudden jolt left her arm slightly sore against the steering wheel. Lin Yu's handsome face bore a hint of coldness as he noticed that the parking space Lu Xiaojia had just attempted to occupy was now taken by a sleek black Maserati. While there were plenty of available spots, the owner of the Maserati had deliberately chosen to park there, clearly looking for trouble. "No worries, there's another spot nearby," Lu Xiaojia said dismissively, steering the Volkswagen to a different location. As they exited the car, the Maserati's door swung open, revealing a well-dressed couple. The man wore formal attire with gold-framed glasses, exuding an air of refined sophistication, while the woman was clad in an opulent pink gown, her face heavily made up. Lin Yu's keen eyes discerned that the woman appeared to be in her 30s. The elegantly dressed woman approached Lu Xiaojia, clutching her designer handbag, and, feigning sweetness, said, "Oh, Xiaojia, I'm so sorry. I thought someone was taking this premium parking spot. Had I known, I would have had my boyfriend yield your Volkswagen." The insincerity in her tone made Lin Yu frown. It seemed that their encounter in the parking lot was turning into an act of provocation against Lu Xiaojia, making him feel as if this gathering of classmates was reminiscent of a trap. It's no problem. How have you been, Xiaohong?" Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly, shifting the conversation away. "As for me, in recent days, I have been sipping tea at the office. Originally, there was a project worth several million that I was supposed to discuss with my husband today, but since it coincided with a class reunion, I asked him to cancel it. After all, that sum could merely purchase a few carats of diamond." Sigh. After finishing her sentence, Guan Xiaohong extended her finger, revealing a dazzling diamond ring on her ring finger. "Hello. You must be Lu Xiaojia. I am Sun Changshui, Guan Xiaohong's boyfriend. I heard from Xiaohong that you were the school beauty back in the day, and I must say, you truly live up to that title," he remarked. "Who is this?" Guan Xiaohong inquired, noticing the tall and handsome Lin Yu standing nearby. "This is Lu Xiaojia," Lin Yu interjected, having already appeared at Lu Xiaojia's side, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and smiling softly. "I am Lu Xiaojia's boyfriend, Lin Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, Lin Yu extended his hand towards Sun Changshui for a handshake. Taken aback, Sun Changshui felt a wave of disdain wash over him as if his hand had been sullied. Suddenly, his expression shifted as Lin Yu's grip tightened, causing him a sharp pain. He nearly cried out, but recollected that they were in a public setting, forcing himself to endure it. After a brief moment, Lin Yu released his grip and retrieved a tissue from his pocket, gently wiping Lu Xiaojie's delicate hand, which had just been clasped by Sun Changshui. Lu Xiaojie, you should always wipe your hands after shaking hands with someone of the opposite sex. You never know if they carry any germs, Lin Yu advised. What are you implying, that I am ill? Sun Changshui's face darkened immediately. Lu Xiaojie, you should really control how your boyfriend speaks. His words can be rather hurtful. We are merely classmates, and this is our first meeting. Your boyfriend is making things difficult for us, he added. Lin Yu, please stop. We are just classmates, and this is a reunion. Let us not spoil the atmosphere. Lu Xiaojie calmly addressed Lin Yu, feeling a warmth in her heart as he earnestly wiped her hand. Guan Xiaohong had been going on about how unworthy Lin Yu was of Lu Xiaojie, which left Lu Xiaojie feeling quite dissatisfied. I can decide whom I want to be with without anyone's interference. The wine cellar has already begun. Let us make our way inside. With that, Lu Xiaojie intertwined her fingers with Lin Yu's and walked towards the entrance of the wine cellar. Seeing Lu Xiaojie's displeasure, Guan Xiaohong scoffed disdainfully. Humph, a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Just a bit of charm, and they think they are something special. Guan Xiaohong linked her arm with Sun Changshui's and proceeded into the wine cellar, while Sun Changshui's anger simmered beneath the surface. Lin Yu, you are the first to dare treat me this way. I shall not let you off easily. As Lin Yu and Lu Xiaojie entered the wine cellar, they walked along the green stone pavement, inhaling the fragrant blossoms mingled with hints of wine, which left them somewhat enchanted. Upon entering the spacious interior, they found long sofas against the walls adorned with famous paintings and wine racks. A large LCD television was positioned nearby, accompanied by microphones and speakers for singing, while a round table was set with a fusion of Western and Chinese dishes surrounded by bottles of red wine. The spread before them was worth the wages of an ordinary person for several decades. Lu Xiaojie, you're here. Come sit over here, called out a group of 7 or 8 women in their mid-20s from the sofa area. Lu Xiaojie smiled and walked over to join them, with Lin Yu taking a seat beside her. Hey, this is not where you should be sitting. The boys should be over there, one of Lu Xiaojie's classmates suddenly interjected. Lin Yu glanced at Lu Xiaojie, who appeared resigned to the situation, prompting him to move to the boys' section of the sofa. Just as he settled in, a slightly overweight individual in loose, casual attire approached him, introducing himself with a grin. I'm Yu Xiaoping. Dude, are you Lu Xiaojie's brother? Yu Xiaoping didn't believe Lin Yu was Lu Xiaojie's boyfriend, knowing she had only spent the last 3 months of college with Ying Yun, who had since gone abroad, leaving no opportunity for further interaction. No, I'm not. Oh, you must be her male best friend then. Ah. Sitting next to Lu Xiaojie's male best friend is not an easy feat, especially today. The event's organizer, Ying Yun, arranged this reunion specifically for Lu Xiaojie. If he finds out you're her male best friend, he might become cautious and even question whether you have feelings for her. That could get complicated, Yu Xiaoping explained earnestly. Lin Yu, however, paid little mind. He noticed that on the sofa, there were only 3 of them, while the other men, including Sun Changshui, were seated elsewhere. Curious, he asked, why aren't those guys sitting over here? Brother, those people are wealthy individuals. Their words are worth gold. We can only sit here and wait. Since someone is treating us, we might as well enjoy it. Their perspective is quite different from ours, Yu Xiaoping explained with a bitter chuckle. Lin Yu finally understood that the others were affluent and engaged in financial discussions, while they were merely here to make up the numbers. Son, is that the guy who has captured our school beauty's attention? He asked, just a little pale. He can't possibly be a kept man, can he? Humph. He's south, not even close to your wealth, Sunday. How could he be worthy of Lu Xiaojie? Hearing his peers speak about him, Sun Changshui nodded in agreement. Recalling Lin Yu's earlier mockery, his expression darkening once more. Sun Changshui believed in resolving grievances promptly, and he aimed to address the insult he had just endured. You all need to teach that punk a good lesson. When the time comes, I will naturally lend a hand if you find yourselves in trouble. He swirled his drink and took a gentle sip. That's precisely what we were waiting to hear, son. The 3 classmates stood, clutching bottles of white liquor as they approached Lin Yu. Hey, so you're Lu Xiaojie's boyfriend, right? Yu Xiaoping, seated on the sofa, was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Lin Yu. You're Lu Xiaojie's boyfriend. Lin Yu nodded, scratching his head with an endearing smile. Am I really that famous? Yes. I am Lu Xiaojia's boyfriend. Pretty handsome, am I not? Pfft. You think you're worthy? One of the classmates spat disdainfully at Lin Yu's feet. Lu Xiaojia is our class's treasure. You are utterly unworthy of her. However, since I have a friendship with the school beauty, if you drink the white liquor we have, we might let you stay. Lin Yu quickly grasped their intentions. They were clearly trying to make things difficult for him. With an expression of indifference, he replied, What if I refuse to drink? Then you can pack your things and leave. You, of all people, don't deserve to be with Lu Xiaojia. You are simply tarnishing her reputation. The three men threatened, brandishing the bottles of liquor menacingly. Lin Yu smiled slightly, picked up a glass of water from the table, dipped his fingers in it, and with a subtle flow of energy, he directed a cold mist that shot into the bellies of the three men. Humph! A punk who can only sit in the ordinary section, and you think you can leave us a way out? Since you refuse to drink. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 30. The confession. As the three men advanced to strike Lin Yu with their liquor bottles, Yu Xiaoping turned in shock, unable to bear witness. Bang! Suddenly, the three men grimaced as the bottles fell to the ground, bending over and clutching their stomachs, the pain contorting their faces. Xiaoping, do you know where the restroom is? Lin Yu asked quietly, glancing at the three men. Turning left leads directly to the restroom, Yu Xiaoping said, pointing outside with his finger. The three individuals immediately rushed out of the room. With a puzzled expression, Yu Xiaoping leaned in to whisper to Lin Yu. I don't know. Perhaps it's due to some bad food causing an upset stomach, Lin Yu replied casually, though internally he scoffed at the thought. Those who provoke him are only courting trouble. The chill they had just experienced was enough to send them running. Sitting opposite, Sun Chashu stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. Utterly shocked, he had intended for the three to confront Lin Yu, but unexpectedly, they had all dashed off to the restroom. If it weren't for Lin Yu's interference, he would never have believed it. However, with no evidence at hand, he could only bide his time. Suddenly, an excited voice interrupted, Yun has arrived. And she came by helicopter. Everyone, let us go outside and see. The men and women lounging on the sofa sprang to their feet and moved toward the door. Yun? Huh. It's about time to see if that so-called ex of Xiaojia's is more handsome than me, Lin Yu remarked, approaching Lu Xiaojia. How vain, Lu Xiaojia retorted, crossing her arms and ignoring the shameless comment as she stepped outside. There, hovering in the sky, was a helicopter, its door flung open. A man dressed in a suit with golden trim, his hair shimmering in the moonlight, stood at the entrance, noticeably taller than Lin Yu. Yet, in terms of appearance, Lin Yu's fair visage still held an edge. Nevertheless, the aristocratic aura surrounding the newcomer added a certain allure that made the two comparable. Xiaojia, I specially gathered our university classmates today to prepare an unforgettable reunion for you. I love you, Lu Xiaojia, he exclaimed. Suddenly, vibrant powder erupted from the helicopter's wings, forming 5 grand words in the air. Xiaojia, I love you. Wow, how romantic. Yun truly deserves the title of romantic prince. Just this display alone must have cost a fortune. The crowd buzzed with admiration. If it were me, I would definitely say yes. Lu Xiaojia, look at Yun. That's what a real man looks like. Compare him to your current boyfriend. He may look decent, but he lacks the romance of Yun. Huh. I bet after witnessing such a grand gesture, Xiaojia will surely break up with her current boyfriend, the crowd murmured enviously, with many openly mocking Lin Yu, even suggesting he was unworthy of Lu Xiaojia. Xiaojia, be with me. I will love you dearly, even with my life. Yun's declaration was met with a gasp as he leaped from the helicopter, leaving everyone in shock. What is Yun doing? No. Xiaojia, look at his passionate display of love. Surely, you cannot remain unmoved. Qian Xiaohong chastised Lu Xiaojia. Uncertain, Lu Xiaojia felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had not anticipated such a dramatic act from her ex-boyfriend. Memories of their last 3 months in university flooded back, tainted by betrayal. She was torn, unable to make a decision. Suddenly, Lin Yu embraced Lu Xiaojia, speaking softly with a gentle smile. Do not worry. Make the choice you desire. And leave the rest to me. His soothing words brought her unexpected comfort as she nodded slightly, her gaze returning to Yun descending from the sky. With a swift motion, Yun deployed his parachute, unveiling a banner that read Beloved Xiaojia, evoking envy among the onlookers. Many women, already with boyfriends, found themselves captivated by the spectacle, yet Lu Xiaojia remained conflicted. As Yun landed gracefully, holding a bouquet of roses, he knelt before Lu Xiaojia, his handsome face alight with a joyous smile. Xiaojia, will you be my girlfriend? After studying abroad for 3 months, I realized you are the only girl I truly love. My thoughts are consumed by you. Say yes. Say yes. The crowd urged, envisioning the perfect union of the handsome pair, akin to a fairy tale. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend, Lu Xiaojie regrettably replied. With a thud, the roses fell to the ground as Ying Yun's expression darkened. He pointed at Lin Yu and, taking a deep breath, spoke gently. Xiaojie, I know this man is the reason for your hesitation. I cannot speak to how he treats you, but I promise to cherish you. Even if you have been intimate with him, I will not mind. Wow, now that is true love, unencumbered by the past. Xiaojie, why would you choose to remain with this coward? The crowd grew anxious. This opportunity, if missed, would be lost forever. I'm sorry, but I have someone I truly like. Thank you for your efforts, Ying Yun, Lu Xiaojie stated resolutely, disregarding the scornful remarks around her. The turmoil in her heart remained. Why? Why can't you see that I genuinely love you? Ying Yun implored, each question piercing Lu Xiaojie like a cruel ice arrow. As he approached, Lin Yu stepped in front of Ying Yun, blocking his path. What is this kid doing? This third wheel should leave now. Ying Yun, with his romantic flair and polished appearance, had the audacity to confront Lin Yu. Unfazed by the surrounding hostility, Lin Yu calmly addressed Ying Yun, you need to leave immediately. I can overlook past grievances and allow you some dignity, but if you disrupt my affairs again, you will regret it. Ying Yun's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Lin Yu. Thank you for your gestures, but I still cannot agree. Lin Yu, let us go, Lu Xiaojie said. Her countenance pale as she grasped Lin Yu's hand to leave. In a flurry, Ying Yun positioned himself before Lu Xiaojie, arms outstretched to block her exit. Wait, Xiaojie. We still have so much to discuss. Don't rush off. Surrounding girls tugged at Lu Xiaojie's arms, leading her back inside. Despite the grandiose confession, Ying Yun's efforts ultimately fell short. As Ying Yun glared at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with coldness and malice, he vowed, you will pay for ruining my plans. I cannot lose this chance. Xiaojie must fall for me, or my scheme will collapse. Fortunately, Lin Yu was unaware of Lu Xiaojie's background, which remained Ying Yun's secret weapon, providing him with a glimmer of hope. I only know how to eat. I really don't understand what Lian Xin wanted with you. Lu Xiaojie was greatly affected by Ying Yun's earlier display, her heart in turmoil. This spicy crayfish is quite delicious. Try some. If you feel conflicted, just don't think too much about it. Lin Yu offered a small plate of crayfish to Lu Xiaojie. She looked down at the plate filled with peeled crayfish, her heart warming at his thoughtfulness. At least you have a bit of conscience. Higi, of course. I am a considerate and warm-hearted man, Lin Yu grinned with a smile. TCH, that's something a boy should do for a girl. It was Ying Yun's earlier actions that were truly warm, Lu Xiaojie remarked, trailing off. For Lin Yu was her pretend partner at the moment, and voicing her thoughts directly would surely provoke Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lin Yu continued to munch on a roasted pig's trotter, mumbling to Lu Xiaojie beside him. Isn't it just a helicopter? And those smoke effects? I'll prepare something even more spectacular for you later. TCH, you're just bragging, Lu Xiaojie retorted, clearly skeptical. After finishing the spicy prawns on her plate, she licked the oil from her fingers with her delicate tongue, a gesture that left Lin Yu momentarily spellbound. Oh dear, that alluring action. If only it were directed towards something else. Ying Yun, observing the intimate exchange between Lin Yu and Lu Xiaojie, felt a tinge of discomfort. Inge, I have a plan that can make Lu Xiaojie despise that scoundrel, Sun Changshu whispered conspiratorially to Ying Yun. All right, if your plan succeeds, I shall invest 30 million in your company, Ying Yun declared. Xiaojie, I must say, do you really think someone like him deserves your affection? Ying Yun is so much better. Perhaps you should reconsider, Guan Xiaohong chimed in, approaching Lu Xiaojie and continuing her incessant chatter while gradually moving closer to Lin Yu. My matters do not require your input. Lu Xiaojie replied coldly. Oh, what a useless fool you are. How did you end up here? Guan Xiaohong retreated only to bump into Lin Yu, nearly losing her balance. As her ring slipped off her finger and fell into Lin Yu's pocket unnoticed by the crowd, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in confusion, realizing the ring had fallen into his possession, revealing a sly smile. It seems she remains undeterred. Lin Yu had already suspected that Guan Xiaohong and Sun Changshu were scheming against him, and now they had resorted to slander. The diamond ring vanished in a flicker of light, unnoticed by those around them. Chapter 31. True Romance. Ah, darling. The diamond ring you bought for me has suddenly gone missing. At that moment, Guan Xiaohong approached Sun Changshu, extending her left hand, once adorned with the diamond ring. Her expression frantic. What? The ring is lost? Where have you been? Sun Chashu responded, equally astonished, furrowing his brow while scanning the vicinity. His gaze eventually landing on Lin Yu. Guan Xiaohong urged, "Everyone, please help look for it. Xiaojie, check if you or your boyfriend have it." Sun Chashu pushed the girls seated on the couch to search, yet despite scouring every corner, nothing turned up. Lu Xiaojie, too, searched in vain. While Lin Yu casually enjoyed a piece of cake, showing no inclination to assist. "Lin Yu, everyone is searching for the ring. Why are you so indifferent? Do you lack even an ounce of compassion?" Sun Chashu yelled in frustration, pointing at Lin Yu. The crowd stopped their activities, their gazes fixed on Lin Yu. A man devoid of compassion does not deserve to be Lu Xiaojie's boyfriend. Look at our class beauty, Xiaojie, pure and innocent. Who would have thought she'd be interested in someone like him? It's clear he has never seen the world. Indeed, what merits does such a man possess? He pales in comparison to our Yun. The crowd scoffed and mocked Lin Yu. Suddenly, Yun interjected, "Everyone, let us not continue to berate Brother Lin for the earlier incident. He simply admires Miss Xiaojie. Now, both she and I have affections for her. Having a rival is an honor for me. Let's assist Guan in finding the ring first." Yun's words garnered agreement from the crowd, elevating his standing among them. "Lin Yu, why don't you help look for Guan Xiaohong's ring? I know you don't like her," Lu Xiaojie suggested, sitting beside Lin Yu. "Why should I search? It has nothing to do with me," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, relishing his dessert while finding amusement in the spectacle created by Sun Chashu and Guan Xiaohong. "Brother Lin, since you refuse to search, how about we conduct a body search?" Yun approached Lin Yu, speaking softly, already aware of the unfolding drama. Once Lin Yu's pocket was searched and the ring retrieved, Lu Xiaojie would undoubtedly resent him, allowing Yun to seize the opportunity and win her over. "What? You don't have the right to search me," Lin Yu replied unwillingly, provoking discontent among the crowd. "You arrogant brat. If it weren't for Lu's reputation, we would have thrown you out by now. Everything here was funded by Yun. I suspect you stole it and are too afraid to admit it." "Exactly. Yun, search him. The ring must be on him." They continued to disparage Lin Yu, even dragging Lu Xiaojie into their insults. "Lin Yu, did you take it or not? Speak up." Lu Xiaojie gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, realizing that, despite being the belle of the school, she still had her pride. Regrettably, she had brought Lin Yu along. Seeing the doubt in Lu Xiaojie's eyes, coupled with her anger, stirred a sense of melancholy within Lin Yu. "Even you don't believe in me?" Lin Yu's eyes reflected sadness, prompting Lu Xiaojie to reconsider her earlier assumptions. "Xiaojie only believes in evidence. If you allow us to search, we will apologize if we find nothing," Yun asserted, moving closer to Lin Yu, his hands swiftly reaching out to search him. Lin Yu, noticing the sudden movement, felt a flicker of surprise and swiftly countered, his hand darting out to intercept Yun's. Bang! An invisible force erupted, revealing Lin Yu's martial prowess. Yun, taken aback by the energy emanating from Lin Yu, attempted to pull away. But Lin Yu had already grasped his wrist, rendering escape impossible. "What's wrong? Didn't you want to search me? Why the hesitation now?" Lin Yu sneered, tightening his grip. Crack! Yun's wrist emitted a bone-crunching sound as he cried out in pain. "Release Yun. Don't force me to strike you." He merely wished to conduct a body search. Sun Chashu, unable to contain his frustration, brandished a beer bottle, ready to strike Lin Yu. Lin Yu met his gaze with cold indifference, effortlessly tossing Yun aside, while Sun Chashu, who had rushed at him, was sent flying several meters with a swift kick. "Enough. Lin Yu, they merely wanted to search you. You don't need to resort to violence. I was wrong to have you pretend to be my boyfriend." Lu Xiaojie finally erupted in anger, feeling utterly embarrassed. "What? That Lin Yu is merely Lu Xiaojie's boyfriend? I knew it. Her taste couldn't be that poor. Since he is not Xiaojie's boyfriend, throw this scoundrel out. He has no place here," the crowd clamored, demanding Lin Yu's expulsion, while Lu Xiaojie remained silent, her anger turning to silent tears. Amidst the outcry, Lin Yu's eyes glinted with cold fury as he surveyed the crowd, a wave of formidable energy surging forth like a tidal wave. Instantly, the entire venue fell into silence, awed into submission by Lin Yu's presence. Ignoring the onlookers, he approached Lu Xiaojie, who had her head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Am I truly that disappointing? Do you find me so repugnant?" Lin Yu gently wiped away Lu Xiaojie's tears with a tissue, his warm and reassuring hand gliding over her delicate features, instantly dissipating her previously held anger. "Now, look at that sparkling object beside Sun Changshu," Lin Yu exclaimed, pointing at the diamond ring lying on the ground next to Sun Changshu. A diamond ring? How could it possibly be with Sun Changshu? Lu Xiaojie shared the same sentiment. As Lin Yu's girlfriend, she should have unconditionally believed in him. Yet she found herself joining the others in condemning and reprimanding him. "I'm so sorry, Lin Yu," Lu Shaojie said shamefully, unable to meet his gaze. "It's all right. Since you've declared that I am no longer your boyfriend, I have no reason to stay here," Lin Yu replied, preparing to leave. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up a bottle of high-proof red wine from the table and, with a swift motion of his hand, sliced the bottle open. Bang! The bottle's neck was neatly severed, leaving onlookers astounded, as if they were witnessing a magic trick. Stepping outside, Lin Yu tossed the wine bottle into the air. Surprisingly, the wine did not spill despite the missing neck. He then took out a cigarette and lit it. With a flick of his lighter, he sent it crashing against the wine bottle. Boom! The lighter exploded upon impact, releasing a small flame that ignited the wine, resulting in a roaring fire. Suddenly, the flames transformed into a magnificent crimson phoenix soaring into the sky, an embodiment of pride, its pale red eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow and helplessness. Once a fiery phoenix, it now lamented the world, mourning the pain of lost love, leading to its own demise. As Lin Yu gazed at the soaring phoenix, a bittersweet and poignant poem escaped his lips, evoking feelings of grace, sadness, and romance. Such a good man, misunderstood by those around him, evoked a sense of guilt among some, even stirring feelings of secret admiration in others. The phoenix cried out in anguish, its form curling into a ball, expanding until it suddenly burst apart. The four characters' beloved Shaojie materialized in the sky, embodying true romance, the willingness to sacrifice oneself for love, unafraid of facing any peril. As the characters faded, the air filled with the intoxicating aroma of wine, a bittersweet scent that enveloped Lu Shaojie, prompting her to reflect deeply on her recent treatment of Lin Yu. "It's been so long since I've inhaled this fragrance," she mused. Just then, an elderly voice broke through the reverie, capturing everyone's attention. "Ying Yun has also fallen under the spell of this wine scent," the voice declared, revealing the owner of a nearby vineyard. The elderly figure appeared frail, yet his presence exuded a formidable aura, reminiscent of someone who had lived for centuries. Lin Yu regarded the aged man with newfound seriousness, sensing the powerful energy radiating from him. "I am Lin Yu, a humble junior. May I know your esteemed name?" he inquired, realizing that his previous display had attracted such a formidable presence. The elder closed his eyes, savoring the aroma once more, then retrieved a small purple pouch adorned with the character for wine, tossing it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted it with gratitude before turning to leave. "Shouldn't you chase after that girl?" the elder gently prompted, noticing Lu Shaojie standing in a daze. Instantly, she snapped back to reality and hurried after Lin Yu. "All right, I was merely interested in the scent. You may continue your festivities. Xiao Yun, I want to interfere with your romantic entanglements, but today, you have lost," the elder remarked cryptically before departing with a strong gait. Ying Yun, momentarily stunned, soon recalled Lu Shaojie's influential background. If he could win her over, his own cultivation would surely advance, allowing him to easily surpass Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, slow down. Why are you running so fast?" Lu Shaojie called out, panting heavily as she pursued him, her heart racing. Chapter 32. The Mandragora Sigh. "It pains me that some do not believe in me," Lin Yu lamented, his expression sorrowful, which only deepened Lu Shaojie's guilt. "I'm so sorry, Lin Yu. Please forgive me," she implored, surprising Lin Yu with her humility. "I merely acted as a shield for you. When everyone blamed me, I thought you would defend me, yet you joined in their scorn. And now, a simple apology suffices?" Lin Yu felt no anger. His father had taught him that a man who raises his voice at a woman is not a good man, while a woman's anger signifies affection. Although many might dismiss such sentiments, Lin Yu firmly believed that a woman's ire indicated her interest. His upbringing had instilled in him the notion that if beautiful girls expressed frustration towards him, it was a sign of their affection. After all, a hit is a sign of love. This understanding had shaped Lin Yu into the confident individual he was today. His words resonated with Lu Shaojie, filling her with remorse as she remembered Lin Yu's constant support. The playful remark he once made, "I'll find you someone more handsome than Ying Yun," now took on a new meaning. Indeed, Lin Yu had followed through, executing a romantic gesture she had never anticipated. "Beloved Shaojie," those words still echoed in her heart, and the once proud girl found herself opening up to Lin Yu. "All right, for everything you have done for me, I shall grant you a wish, any wish you desire," Lu Shaojie declared, her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes. "Any wish?" Lin Yu's previous sadness vanished, replaced by a mischievous grin as he regarded her with eager eyes, especially drawn to her captivating figure. That is not permissible, Lu Shaojie exclaimed, quickly covering her chest with her hands and turning away in embarrassment. What is not permissible? I haven't even stated my wish yet. Lin Yu replied innocently, feigning purity. Humph. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You're already engaged to Lin Xin and can't entertain other thoughts. Lu Shaojie attempted to use Lin Xin to deter Lin Yu, but he simply scratched his head and replied nonchalantly. Then, how about a hug? After all, I've sacrificed so much. Before Lin Yu could finish, he felt warmth envelop his face, accompanied by the rapid beating of his heart. Lost in the intoxicating sin of Lu Shaojie, Lin Yu found himself entranced. Lu Shaojie wrapped her arms around his head. Unsure why she had yielded to his request so readily, but relishing the moment as she held him close. Consider this a reward for today. As you've taken on the role of my boyfriend, Lin Yu felt the overwhelming intensity of two massive forms and suddenly found it hard to breathe. He murmured, If you don't let go of me, my fragile body may suffocate from lack of oxygen. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojie's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly pushed Lin Yu away, casting a shy glance at him. Well, considering your gentleness, I suppose the scars of my heart have been soothed by you. Lin Yu smirked mischievously, unabashedly teasing her. Shameless. Let's go. Lu Shaojie, blushing and unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze, walked ahead, while Lin Yu leisurely followed behind. They arrived at the parking lot and got into the car. As Lu Shaojie drove away from the winery garden, she inquired, What was that performance you just did? I'm curious. If you want to tell me, you might have to kiss me. Lin Yu had truly mastered the art of shamelessness. If you keep this up, I'll tell Lin Xin, Lu Shaojie threatened again. Lin Yu could only respond helplessly. It was merely a bit of acrobatics, inspired spontaneously. Despite his words, he knew that such a splendid phoenix would not have appeared without the aid of spiritual energy. You have a knack for romance, don't you? Lu Shaojie remarked. Absolutely. My romantic intelligence far surpasses that of any other, Lin Yu replied with a nod and a smile. As night fell, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, Lu Shaojie drove slowly. Just as they approached a streetlight, a shadow darted in front of the car. Startled, Lu Shaojie slammed the brakes, but the car, due to inertia, collided with the figure. Bang! Ah! I hit someone, what should I do? Lu Shaojie exclaimed in panic, glancing at the silent Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped out of the car and was taken aback to find a woman in black lying before him. She wore gloves, and her beauty was striking under the light. Her lips and eyes were enchanting. Her graceful figure sprawled unconscious at Lin Yu's feet. The woman bore several wounds, some from knives and others from bullets. This was no ordinary woman. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu lifted the woman and placed her in the back seat. Ah, I hit a woman. I'm going to end up in jail. Lu Shaojie trembled in fear, unable to look at the woman in the back. Sister, it's a green light now. How can it be your fault? This woman can still be saved. Take me to a hotel. I will help her, Lin Yu reassured her, not mentioning the woman's wounds. Fearing it would frighten Lu Shaojie further. Can you really save her? Lu Shaojie asked anxiously, her lips pale, not expecting such misfortune to strike during a class reunion. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Lin Yu softly comforted her, and Lu Shaojie finally drove toward a nearby hotel. After driving for a while, a rugged Land Rover approached the spot where Lu Shaojie had just stopped. A burly bald man, with a scorpion tattoo on his forehead, emerged from the vehicle. Where is she? The scorpion man growled at the three masked figures behind him. Sir, we did indeed pursue her, but lost track here. One of the masked men said respectfully, fist clasped. Lost track? If you can lose her, what good are you? The scorpion man's words were cut short when a flying knife pierced his neck, severing his carotid artery. He died instantly. The remaining two, seeing their companion slain, turned to flee, disappearing in an instant. Can you escape? The scorpion man sneered, scanning for traces, when he suddenly spotted a pool of black blood on the ground. Humph. The mighty Poison King, Mandala, can also be attacked. She's not as formidable as I thought. With that, two heads fell from the sky, clearly belonging to the fleeing masked men. A giant white bat appeared on a street lamp, licking its blood-stained claws before taking flight to perch on the scorpion man's shoulder. Mandala, you cannot escape. The Land Rover, illuminated by the streetlights, slowly vanished into the darkness. Lin Yu, carrying the woman in black alongside Lu Shaojie, entered the hotel and approached the front desk, where a middle-aged man with stubble and small eyes greeted them. So, these two lovely ladies are yours. Can you handle them tonight? The desk clerk's gaze lingered on Lu Xiaojie and the woman in black, both stunningly beautiful, igniting his lecherous thoughts. Lin Yu had Lu Xiaojie support the woman, and he pulled out some money, his eyes icy as he warned, "Give me your room. If your filthy thoughts persist, don't blame me for being merciless." The clerk trembled under Lin Yu's glare, quickly nodding in compliance. After securing a room, the three entered. Initially, Lin Yu intended to send Lu Xiaojie away, but she insisted on staying, feeling responsible for the woman he had struck. Inside the room, which contained 2 beds, Lin Yu surveyed the area for any hidden cameras, ensuring their privacy before feeling at ease. "If you keep this up, Lian Xian will misunderstand. I should call her," Lu Xiaojie suggested. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, glancing at the unconscious woman on the bed. Her clothes were torn, revealing her fair skin, and he realized he needed to remove them to assess her injuries. Just as he was about to act, a voice echoed in his mind. "Master, if you treat this woman now, you will be poisoned and perish. Moreover, once you remove her clothing, the toxins will spread throughout the room, endangering everyone inside." "What should I do?" Lin Yu inquired, realizing he would need to use system points for an explanation. This question requires 50 system points to answer. "Are you willing?" Lin Yu, frustrated by the system's demands, asked. "How many points do I have left?" "You currently have 200 points. 140 were earned from tasks, and the remaining 60 from intimidating others. Then give me the answer." As soon as he finished speaking, information about the woman flooded his mind. Observing the details about Mandala, he marveled silently, realizing she was a being of innate toxicity, possessing an ethereal beauty. "Why aren't you starting the treatment?" Lu Xiaojie pressed, anxious, as she remembered that the woman was the one she had struck with her car. Lin Yu didn't want to face the consequences of this incident. And although Lu Xiaojie didn't understand why he wanted her to leave, she agreed, seeing his serious demeanor. A poisonous beauty is indeed the most perilous. Chapter 33, The Healer's Parental Heart. "Fortunately, you encountered me, the divine doctor. I don't treat you for the sake of your body. I can't see your injuries while you're clothed. If you agree to my treatment, just give me a sign." The woman, already unconscious, could not hear Lin Yu's words. "Well, since you've already agreed, don't blame me once I heal you." Lin Yu approached the bed, placing his hands on her shoulders, slowly peeling away her black clothing. The sight of her pristine skin and a delicate purple garment made his heart race. "Stay composed. I mustn't be shameless at such a moment." Lin Yu silently reprimanded himself, taking a deep breath as he peeled away the clothing of the woman before him, revealing a series of ghastly scars. To his astonishment, her blood was indeed black, a sign of the potent toxin coursing through her veins. He realized the severity of her condition. The venom was so strong that it even tainted her blood. Lin Yu retrieved a towel, moistening it with warm water, and gently began to cleanse her wounds. Once he had managed to staunch the flow of blood, he commenced his treatment with his vital energy needles. With each puncture, the woman's cellular metabolism accelerated, and her injuries gradually began to mend. As he finished addressing her knife wounds, Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. However, he faced a new dilemma when he spotted the bullet wound located on her chest. The sight of such a grievous injury marred her otherwise exquisite form, and he couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it. How could someone be so cruel as to harm such a beautiful treasure? Why shoot here, of all places? If I ever catch that scoundrel, I will make him pay dearly. In the midst of his righteous indignation, Lin Yu found his hands straying, unfastening the delicate clasp of her bra. Each button he released echoed in the silence, and soon the fragile garment could no longer contain her ample curves, bursting open to reveal soft, pristine skin. Even the delicate blush on her chest was laid bare before him. What a sin! I'm a married man. As a healer, I must possess a compassionate heart, regardless of gender. I am a doctor now, devoid of any lewd thoughts. He chastised himself internally, attempting to mold his conscience into that of a benevolent physician. Gradually, he inserted the needle into her acupoint, channeling his energy to coax the bullet from her wound. With a resounding clink, the metallic projectiles fell to the floor, and Lin Yu had successfully healed all her injuries. The effort had not only drained his spiritual energy, but also stirred an emotional tempest within him. Thankfully, she was now fully restored. He gently wiped her body clean with the towel and covered her exquisite form with a blanket before seating himself in a nearby chair. What manner of woman is this? Her beauty is unparalleled, her figure enchanting, exuding an alluring charm that could easily attract throngs of admirers if she were to roam the streets. Lin Yu pondered for some time, yet found no answers. Instead, he retrieved the purple pouch given to him by the elderly man, reminiscent of an ancient treasure bag. Upon opening it, a glowing stone tumbled into his palm. "What is this?" he mused, curiosity piqued. "Master, this is a spirit stone, a gem that accumulates the essence of heaven and earth over the ages. Its energy far surpasses that of ordinary spiritual auras. White signifies 10 years, gold 100, purple 1,000, and black 10,000 years. This particular stone is merely a 100-year spirit stone, but for you, having just embarked on the path of a martial artist, it should suffice to absorb its energy," replied Xiaoyu, her tone tinged with pride, as if dismissing the value of the stone in his grasp. "Are you familiar with such stones?" Lin Yu inquired. "Of course. Once you reach the 5th level of martial prowess, you will unlock the system store, where spirit stones of all ages will be available," she stated, arms crossed in an air of superiority. "Isn't that incredibly expensive?" Lin Yu questioned, a frown crossing his face. "Your current strength is insufficient for me to divulge that information. However, as a 2nd-tier martial artist, absorbing this stone should elevate you to the 3rd tier. Afterward, the system will assign you a 4th-tier adversary, and defeating them will yield a substantial reward," Xiaoyu explained nonchalantly. Lin Yu grimaced at the thought of facing a 4th-tier opponent as a mere 3rd-tier martial artist. But isn't that akin to throwing an egg against a rock? You can apply system points to enhance your innate abilities. Typically, 4th-tier martial artists possess a fixed talent level of 15, which does not improve significantly with strength. However, you are different. You can enhance your talent to bolster your power, Xiaoyu reassured him. Her words comforted Lin Yu. Yet he realized that upgrading his talents required a significant number of system points. After saving the woman, he had accumulated only 60 points, barely enough to enhance one talent. "Then I shall focus on enhancing my strength," he resolved, believing that he could feign weakness until the opportune moment to strike. As soon as he voiced his decision, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his limbs. Approaching the wall, he unleashed a powerful punch. The house trembled as the wall crumbled under the force of his strike, a testament to the incredible strength he now possessed. Talent display: speed, 20, strength, 25, resistance, 20, comprehension, 3, mental strength, 5, realm, 2nd-tier martial artist. With a clear understanding of his capabilities, Lin Yu began to meditate, holding the 100-year spirit stone in his hand and channeling his energy according to the teachings of the Shinong scriptures. The night passed in tranquility, and as dawn broke, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. The spirit stone had dissipated, and his cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the 3rd tier, just a step away from the 4th. Just as he turned to check on the woman in black, a chilling sensation gripped his neck. A glinting silver dagger was poised threateningly at his throat. "From now on, you will answer my questions truthfully. A single lie, and your head will roll," she commanded coldly. As sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the striking features of the woman before him, Lin Yu was captivated by her beauty. Her delicate nose and enchanting eyes rivaled those of Tang Lianxin, yet her aura was distinctly different. One exuded an icy elegance, while the other radiated a beguiling allure. The seductive curve of her lips drew him in, and he found himself wondering, why does she ensnare my thoughts so thoroughly? "Who are you? How did I end up here?" she demanded, her voice icy, harboring a hint of suspicion towards him. Upon awakening, she had realized her upper garments had been removed, and upon glancing around, she found herself in the presence of a man. Though she was typically ruthless, contemplating the death of the man who had dared to undress her, she noted that he had been meditating and that her wounds had healed at an astonishing rate. Although she possessed the ability to recover, her pace was far slower. "I am the one who rescued you. I found you unconscious on the roadside, and as someone with a modicum of medical knowledge, I brought you to safety." Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, attempting to ease the tension as he reached to dislodge the dagger from his throat. "Preposterous. My blood and breath are laced with poison. Anyone who touches me will surely perish. How is it that you remain unharmed?" she retorted, keeping the dagger firmly in place. "Fair lady, as a healer, I am well acquainted with the conditions of my patients. Your body is afflicted with mandala poison, is it not? Your blood too. Anyone who makes contact with your skin would be poisoned. If I can heal you, I possess the means to prevent your toxins from affecting me." Lin Yu explained the situation, and only then did the other party loosen their grip on the dagger, turning to the bedside. Their back facing him as they calmly stated, "In light of your efforts to save me, I shall overlook last night's incident. We are even now, and we shall not meet again in the future." Observing the alluring figure before him, Lin Yu inquired about their name, only to receive a cold retort. It is best not to ask what should remain unasked. With that, the individual exited the room, leaving Lin Yu alone in the small hotel. Sighing, he thought to himself, I saved you, and you can't even muster a thank you. How fierce you are. You must be a venomous woman. Early that morning, Lin Yu felt the lingering frustration from the mandrake, but what could he do? After all, he was a kind-hearted person, always eager to lend a helping hand. After checking out of the hotel and enjoying breakfast at a CAF, Lin Yu hailed a taxi to head to the company. Upon arriving at the elevator, he noticed Lu Xiaojie was also inside. Good morning, Xiaojie, he greeted with a smile. Lu Xiaojie promptly moved closer to him, whispering in his ear, "What about that woman from last night? Is she awake now?" Noticing her anxious expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. She woke up and held a dagger to my throat, full of life. You need not concern yourself with her. She was saved and has since departed. Lin Yu sensed that the identity of that woman in black was far from ordinary. If Lu Xiaojie continued to pry, it could endanger her life. She has left. Well, I was hoping to buy her something as an apology, he lamented. Why not think about getting me something? After all, I was the one who saved her. He added with a cheeky grin. Lu Xiaojie rolled her eyes and replied, Humph. Dream on, just go to work. After saying this, she exited the elevator, swaying her hips. Following the events of the previous day's reunion, Lu Xiaojie no longer held disdain for Lin Yu. In fact, she felt a faint attraction towards him. Early in the morning, she even sent a message asking, "What time will you be at the office?" Lin Yu, aware of Tang Lianxian's unique constitution, gently inquired, but received only a simple in response. Chapter 34. Underground Black Boxing at noon. Lin Yu exited the cleaning area and headed to the cafeteria to grab lunch. After collecting his meal, he casually found a seat and began to eat. At that moment, Zhao Jingyu approached him with her own tray, smiling as she asked, "Is anyone sitting here?" "No," he replied. "Look, isn't that Zhao Jingyu? How did she end up with the president's fiancé? Could they be harboring some clandestine secret?" murmured the surrounding staff. "Seriously, he's just a pretty face, working as a janitor. I can't fathom why the president would be interested in him, let alone get engaged." The absurdities of the modern world seemed to multiply. Overhearing the gossip made Zhao Jingyu feel embarrassed, and she suggested, "Maybe I should eat elsewhere. I didn't mean to bring you any bad reputation. It's nothing. Some people just can't handle the truth and envy what they can't have. Let them talk." Lin Yu reassured her, shaking his head. He added playfully, "Besides, having a beautiful lady like you to share a meal makes my appetite even better." "Humph. Flattery won't get you anywhere," Zhao Jingyu retorted, her cheeks flushing as she playfully slapped his shoulder. Their interaction was undeniably intimate, prompting onlookers to speculate about the president's fiancé's fidelity. Just then, a sharp and authoritative voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, interrupting the whispers. Lin Yu. At the entrance appeared two stunning beauties, one with an impressively curvaceous figure and a youthful face, while the other, the Ice Queen Tang Lianxian, donned a sleek black uniform, exuding an air of elegance and composure, her almond-shaped eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "Wow, the president is actually dining in the cafeteria today. Is this real? Punch me if I'm dreaming." Bang. "Ah, it's true. The president has indeed come to eat." The crowd buzzed with disbelief, speculating that her presence was somehow connected to Lin Yu. "Should I leave?" Zhao Jingyu contemplated, glancing at the president and Lu Xiaojie. "Leave? Why not just stay and eat?" Lin Yu shook his head, comforting her as he walked over to Lu Xiaojie and Tang Lianxian. "Lianxian, Xiaojie, are you here for lunch? What would you like? I can get it for you." Lin Yu's audacity was remarkable, leaving Lu Xiaojie speechless. Meanwhile, Tang Lianxian, taken aback by Lin Yu's polished appearance and demeanor, realized he looked every bit the wealthy heir today. "Oof, Lin Yu. I came to find you and Lianxian for lunch, but I didn't expect to find you cozying up with a female staff member. Do you not understand your own status?" Lu Xiaojie felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Lin Yu dining intimately with Zhao Jingyu. "It's just a meal. We're all colleagues. Isn't it better to have a casual chat?" Lin Yu explained, while he served food to Lu Xiaojie and Tang Lianxian, placing it on the table and inviting them to join him. "Humph, who knows what ulterior motives you harbor?" Tang Lianxian's cool demeanor remained intact as she took a seat opposite Lin Yu, delicately picking up her chopsticks to savor a piece of meat, her lips pursed attractively, drawing the attention of several men nearby. Anyone caught staring will find their salary halved. Lu Xiaojie scolded the onlookers, who promptly averted their gazes. "Hello, President." Zhao Jingyu greeted, feeling the weight of authority and trembling slightly. "Hello. Lin Yu has informed me of your situation. After lunch, I will have Xiaojie promote you to the position of sales department head. Do your best," Tang Lianxian said, smiling gently as she noticed the dazed look in Zhao Jingyu's eyes. Thank you, Zhao Jingyu stammered, about to express her gratitude when Tang Lian Xian interrupted. No need for thanks. You know my relationship with Lin Yu. If he believes you are capable, I have no further objections. However, it's best not to form overly close relationships with male colleagues at work, even if company policy doesn't explicitly state it. It may lead to rumors, don't you agree? Tang Lian Xian's calm, yet astute gaze revealed her awareness of Zhao Jingyu's feelings for Lin Yu, and she used the gossip as a subtle warning. This display left Lin Yu impressed. He had not anticipated Tang Lian Xian's sharp intellect. If he were indeed to have multiple wives in the future, Tang Lian Xian would undoubtedly be the first, steady, wise, and capable of resolving discontent with mere words. Oh. Zhao Jingya understood the implication and lowered her head to continue eating, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Yu scratched his head, offering Tang Lian Xian a piece of pork rib with a smile. Lian Xian, you seem to have lost some weight lately. Make sure to eat more. Being too thin isn't appealing. What do you mean by that? Is Lian Xian's slenderness unattractive? Lu Shaojia interjected, visibly annoyed. Lin Yu was puzzled. He hadn't offended her. So why did she seem like she was ready to explode? Being a little fuller is certainly more appealing, unlike someone who could smother someone with their excess. Lin Yu remarked, casting a glance at her figure, which sent Lu Shaojia into a flustered, indignant state. Lin Yu, if you dare to speak again, I'll smash your head. Are you going to do it with your bare hands, or use a weapon to suffocate me? Lin Yu chuckled, which only served to infuriate Lu Shaojia further. Tang Lian Xian set down her chopsticks and coldly remarked, this is a dining area. If you've had your fill, Lin Yu, you may leave. Faced with Tang Lian Xian's icy demeanor, Lin Yu found himself utterly powerless. She was simply too frigid. He could only lower his head and continue eating, while Lu Shaojia, observing Lin Yu's predicament, felt a swell of satisfaction. I may not be able to handle you, but Lian Xian surely can. After the meal, Lin Yu exited the company and hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the largest casino in Nanxia City, the Nanxia Casino. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sea of individuals clad in formal suits. Some engaged in card games, others betting on dice, and yet more predicting outcomes. However, none of this piqued Lin Yu's interest. He navigated through the cloud of smoke and throngs of people towards the elevator, pressing the button for the 5th basement level. Halfway down, he was met with a cacophony of raucous sounds. Some were shouting insults, while others cheered enthusiastically. The 5th basement level of the Nanxia Casino was a venue for underground boxing. It bore a striking resemblance to gambling, as fighters would duel in the ring, with the victor being the last one standing, whether by knocking out or even killing their opponent. The surrounding audience would place bets, and the more wagers on one side, the stronger that fighter was perceived to be. Lin Yu's presence in this arena was not born of idle curiosity, rather. He had been assigned a murder task by the system. Each task member was a martial artist of the 4th tier, and the task coefficient was ranked, with each successful mission yielding a staggering 200 system points. This was an astonishing figure, and Lin Yu was naturally intrigued. After his meal, he sought out the casino to eliminate the easiest target, a recently promoted 4th tier boxer named Lei Ming. Upon arriving on the 5th basement level, Lin Yu surveyed the crowd of spectators, who were all raising their hands and cheering fervently. The ring was encircled by circular seating. Lin Yu pushed through the throng to the rear of the ring, where he spotted a man dressed in a black blazer, seated on a bench holding a challenge letter, clearly the referee. Hello, referee. I wish to compete and challenge Lei Ming. At this proclamation, the referee's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Yu. Are you certain? Young man, to challenge Lei Ming, you must first contend with these 10 challengers. The referee sized Lin Yu up and shook his head, gesturing to a burly assistant beside him. The assistant approached Lin Yu, gripping his arm with a single hand and swinging him forcefully. Given the assistant's formidable physique, such a motion would have sent someone of Lin Yu's build flying several meters. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yu remained firmly planted. The assistant was taken aback. His strength had not even budged Lin Yu an inch. Can I now compete? Lin Yu smirked, gently shaking off the assistant's grip. With a thud, the assistant was sent sprawling to the ground before the referee. All right, sir. I must admit I underestimated you. Please, just sign here. The referee trembled as he produced a registration form, which included a detailed death waiver. To his surprise, Lin Yu glanced at it but did not hesitate to sign, turning to leave when the referee called out, Sir, we require masks during the matches to prevent spectators from recognizing the fighters, as it could affect the underground boxing business. Please follow my assistant to the waiting area. You will be notified shortly. Could I challenge all the contenders at once? I would rather not waste any time. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, donning a cartoon Ninja Turtle mask. The referee, though incredulous, recalled Lin Yu's earlier display and nodded, saying, "Please follow my assistant to the rest area. I will report to the boss, and if he agrees, you will be informed." Lin Yu nodded and departed, prompting the referee to urgently call the boss. "Boss, I just encountered a young man who wishes to take on 10 challengers at once," the referee explained. On the other end, the boss chuckled, "Haha. It seems another fortune is on the way. It's about time Lei Ming faced a change. A 1 against 10 is unprecedented. The audience will surely be thrilled." After concluding the call, the referee, seeing the boss's approval, announced to the audience, "We have a monumental match about to unfold. A gentleman has stepped forward to challenge 10 opponents at once. This is a first in history, and I believe the spectators are eagerly anticipating it. The grand event will commence in 10 minutes. As soon as the announcement was made, the audience erupted in cheers. Chapter 35, 1 against 10 moments later. A man in a black suit approached the referee, sporting a pair of small glasses perched on his nose and a mustache framing his pale lips. This was Dong Yi, the organizer of the underground boxing event, a mid-level member of the Batian team. Although his fighting prowess was mediocre, he possessed a keen business acumen. Owning the entire casino. "Boss, I've spread the word about this Lin Yu wanting to take on 10 challengers. Are you interested in seeing this young man for yourself?" The referee asked, eyeing the tall, imposing figure before him, whose smile concealed a predatory intent. "There's no need for that. I'll observe from here. Just let the 10 challengers out. I want to see if this Lin Yu's abilities match his bold claims," the boss replied. The referee nodded and sent an assistant to fetch Lin Yu and the 10 challengers. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu and his opponents assembled in the ring. The 10 challengers glared at Lin Yu, who stood at about 5'8", donned in a Ninja Turtle mask. Looking rather frail, a stark contrast to the aura of confidence he exuded. "Once the match begins, you all can hold off. I intend to dismantle him limb by limb." A buzzcut fighter with a monster mask, wearing a tank top, boasted, his muscular arms rivaling Lin Yu's head. "What makes you think we should listen to you? A nobody like you isn't worth my time. If you all want to fight, be my guest." The 10 challengers began to bicker amongst themselves, some dismissing Lin Yu, while others believed he was merely posturing and needed a lesson. The referee stepped into the center of the ring, arms outstretched, and stated the rules. "This Mr. Lin Yu has opted for a 1 against 10 format, meaning all 10 of you can attack him simultaneously. If Lin Yu is knocked out and rendered unconscious, he will lose. The venue is not responsible for any fatalities among the opponents." "Enough talk. I just want to take down that brat," the buzzcut fighter exclaimed. The audience buzzed with anticipation as the match was about to begin. Bets were placed for 5 minutes, wagering whether the crowd would side with the 10 challengers or the audacious Lin Yu, with odds set at 110. To be frank, even the referee doubted Lin Yu's ability to truly take on 10 opponents. Even the boxing champion, Lei Ming, could typically handle only 5 at a time. 5 minutes later, the betting concluded, with the majority placing their wagers on the 10 challengers, while only a handful supported Lin Yu. Just as the betting was about to close, the amount wagered on Lin Yu suddenly surged, matching that of the 10 challengers. Who is the fool that dares to bet on this kid? Regardless, it is destined that the 10 challengers will emerge victorious in this match. The more we wager on that young man, the greater our profit shall be. The crowd was momentarily perplexed. Even Lin Yu, standing in the arena, was somewhat bewildered, trying to discern who had placed such substantial bets on him. It seemed he hadn't disclosed his intentions to anyone regarding his participation in this underground fight. In a secluded corner, Lin Yu noticed an individual, their gender obscured by a white veil, observing him intently. It was likely this person who had placed such significant wagers on him. The match commenced. As the referee's voice echoed, he swiftly exited the arena, wary of being inadvertently harmed. Once the referee departed, 6 masked challengers materialized before Lin Yu. "Kid, once I've reduced you to shambles, remember that not all words can be spoken without consequence," proclaimed a yellow-haired man wearing a monstrous mask. As he launched a punch towards Lin Yu's face, the fist cut through the air, a gentle breeze following in its wake. With a swift movement, the punch missed its target, and before the yellow-haired man could recalibrate, Lin Yu delivered a crushing blow to his head. Bang! The punch was rapid and ferocious, sending the yellow-haired man hurtling towards the edge of the platform, rendering him unconscious. "I told you to come at me all at once. Yet you insist on approaching one by one. I truly wish to avoid wasting time with you. Why do you not believe I can take on 10 of you at once?" Lin Yu scratched his head, expressing his frustration. "Wow, that Lin Yu is astonishing. With just one punch, he sent that muscular brute flying. Is he some sort of super scion? Super scion? He is clearly a martial artist. I've heard that some individuals cultivate techniques to absorb spiritual energy, enhancing their physical prowess to an extraordinary level. Don't be deceived by his slender frame. He is undoubtedly a martial artist. A martial artist? Lin Yu is indeed a martial artist. How impressive. Had I known, I would have bet on him. Exclaimed several spectators who understood the essence of martial arts, their astonishment palpable. This individual is formidable. He truly embodies the spirit of a martial artist. Let us confront him together, urged a man in a cartoon mask, addressing the remaining 4 challengers. Ha, a bunch of weaklings. You'll only embarrass yourselves. Do you truly think you mere mortals can defeat a martial artist? Scoffed a man in traditional attire, gazing down at them with disdain. He is merely timid. Charge. The remaining 3 joined the fray, and the 8 of them charged at Lin Yu with fists, palms, grabs, and slashes. Lin Yu effortlessly evaded each attack, causing each assailant to collapse to the ground. Within mere minutes, all 8 contenders lay defeated by his hand. The rapidity of the encounter astonished the audience, who could scarcely believe the prowess of a martial artist. Well done. You have indeed brought honor to martial artists, but now you shall kneel before me, declared the man in traditional attire, his form almost spectral as he appeared before Lin Yu in an instant. With a single hand forming a claw, he grasped Lin Yu's arm and twisted it violently. Crack. The man had intended to dislocate Lin Yu's arm, but he found his opponent's bones remarkably resilient, far stronger than he had anticipated, only managing to tear a portion of his clothing. Damn it. You've ruined my new shirt that I've only worn for 2 days. Lin Yu lamented, glaring at his tattered garment. Enraged, he retaliated by seizing the man's hand and yanking it away. Crack. The man felt as though his right arm had been shattered, unable to comprehend Lin Yu's strength. Impossible. How can your power surpass mine, a second-level martial artist? It cannot be. Second level? I have already ascended to the 3rd. Lin Yu chuckled, casting aside the man's dislocated arm before delivering a swift kick to his chest. Bang. The force was overwhelming, and the man was unable to withstand it, flying out of the arena and losing consciousness. A figure swiftly approached the edge of the platform to catch him, gently laying him down. Humph. If my strength were not superior, my own hand would be shattered. I merely returned the favor, Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly. One day, we shall meet again, and you shall perish, threatened an elder with white hair as he hoisted the defeated man away. The onlookers were utterly astonished by this spectacle. No one had anticipated encountering 3 martial artists today, especially one as formidable as the elder. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed. After all, the masked individuals did not know his true identity, so why fear them? If their background was substantial, they would have sought to eliminate him. Yet their inaction suggested that the underground fight's backing was not to be underestimated. Elder Dong observed the departing elder with mild surprise, contemplating. Who would have thought the Liu family, known for their martial prowess, would also engage in underground fighting? What could their purpose be? He promptly informed the president of the Batian Society via phone. Having completed my challenges, am I now to face Thunder? Lin Yu inquired calmly of the referee. Yes, indeed. It is remarkable that our contestant Lin Yu has truly triumphed over 10 opponents. His strength is evidently extraordinary, the referee announced. Marveling at how Lin Yu had dispatched 10 opponents in under 10 minutes, he was a dark horse indeed. Lin Yu. Incredible! I believe Lin Yu might genuinely defeat the champion, Thunder. The audience chanted, proclaiming Lin Yu as the strongest contender, a new dark horse whose might was insurmountable. Now, let us welcome our former champion, Thunder. The referee called out, as a muscular man with numerous scars, including some from blades, stepped onto the stage, his bare torso on display. With a powerful leap from a distance of several meters, Thunder landed gracefully in the arena, his entrance igniting a fervor among the spectators. Wow! Thunder is here. Thunder. This is my first time witnessing such a match. My blood is boiling. Who knows who will truly win? This time, I am betting on Lin Yu. The audience began to place their bets, and this time the wagers on both Lin Yu and Thunder were evenly matched. Observing Thunder's mask adorned with lightning and the character for Thunder in the upper left corner, Lin Yu shifted into a serious demeanor, fully alert. For he knew that his opponent was a 4th-level martial artist. Despite his innate strength having risen to 25, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of realm. The match began. Wait. Just as the referee's announcement concluded, a figure emerged from the audience, catching Lin Yu's attention. It was the woman in the white veil who had placed a bet on him earlier. Is there an inquiry from the spectator? The referee asked. I would like to transfer my bet from the individual wearing the Ninja Turtles mask to this one. The woman's melodious voice rang out. The referee glanced at Elder Dong below, who nodded in agreement, thus permitting the transfer. Lin Yu's odds shifted favorably, surpassing Thunder's. Unbelievable. Your charm is evidently considerable, attracting so many to wager on you. Yet, those who bet on you shall soon discover their error. They will learn the consequences of not placing their bets on me. Thunder sneered, eager to unleash his wrath upon Lin Yu. Consequences? That matters little to me. I am here solely to eliminate you, Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. Given that the system had assigned him the task of confronting a wicked individual, this man undoubtedly harbored sinister deeds. Lin Yu felt no compunction, especially since Thunder had already set his sights on his demise. This is a battle where it is either your demise or mine. Chapter 36. Breakthrough Merely resorting to verbal bravado. Soon, I shall relish the opportunity to torment you thoroughly. The ominous voice of Thunder echoed with a hint of murderous intent. Although Lin Yu sensed this malevolence, it seemed to bear little consequence for him. The match commenced. With a shout from the referee, Thunder surged forward, appearing before Lin Yu in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Lin Yu's head. The speed was indeed astonishing, but Lin Yu, with his hands clasped together, managed to block the strike. Hiss! Lin Yu was propelled backward by the force of the kick, his eyes widening in surprise. Truly, he was worthy of being a fourth-level warrior, yet I am no pushover. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu threw a punch towards his opponent. Thunder, taken aback, let out a cold snort and retaliated with a punch of his own, their fists colliding. Bang! Both Lin Yu and Thunder were pushed back, but Thunder staggered more noticeably, much to the audience's astonishment. Could it be that Thunder was unable to best Lin Yu? No. My wager was 5 million. If I lose, I would be left with naught but my undergarments. Lin Yu is the best. Go, Lin Yu. The crowd murmured anxiously, some tightening their fists as they perceived Thunder faltering against Lin Yu. Humph. The lad possesses some skill, but his realm is destined to be inferior to mine. Damn it. A fourth-level warrior is indeed a formidable opponent. Lin Yu cursed inwardly but resolved not to concede in stamina, for his body had been enhanced. Suddenly, an idea struck him as Thunder aimed a punch at his chest. This time, Lin Yu chose not to defend but instead braced himself to absorb the blow while simultaneously delivering a strike to Thunder's chest. Humph. You wish to employ a mutually destructive strategy against me? My resilience has long been capable of withstanding a fifth-level warrior's punch. Your third-level attack is akin to a mere ant bite to me. Thunder, with a disdainful expression, paid no heed as his punch connected with Lin Yu's chest. The impact felt as though fire coursed through Lin Yu's body, excruciatingly unbearable, as if his ribs were shattering. The system assessed the damage to the host's body. Would you like to spend 30 system points to heal the injuries? A voice from the system echoed in Lin Yu's ear, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. This system is truly a cheat. It can do that? Hurry and heal. Just 30 points? Heal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu declared, and instantly, the pain in his chest began to fade, while he felt invigorated, the energy within him swelling. Inhale. Bang. Lin Yu took a deep breath, feeling a tremor in his dantian, followed by a continuous influx of pure energy flowing into his limbs, the aura in his dantian becoming more concentrated. A breakthrough. Lin Yu was astounded. He had unexpectedly advanced during the battle, instantly reaching the 4th level of martial arts. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength ready to be unleashed. You're finished now, brat. Thunder's attack was vicious, having witnessed Lin Yu's agony. He knew his punch had gravely injured him. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed a claw-like hand at Lin Yu's throat, intending to tear it out and watch him bleed out slowly, a torment that thrilled Thunder immensely. This is bad. That kid is done for. No. Is this dark horse truly meeting such an end? The audience erupted in cries, anticipating the imminent climax, most fearing that Lin Yu would surely perish. But Lin Yu remained focused on the incoming strike, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slightly raised his right hand, channeling his energy into true qi, coalescing it in his palm. Ah! Thunder suddenly screamed as he halted his attack, clutching his abdomen and kneeling on the ground. What have you done to me? Thunder's eyes widened in horror. As soon as he attempted to utilize his energy, an excruciating pain surged through his body, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Did you truly think that was so simple? Lin Yu smirked, approaching Thunder. This was all thanks to the techniques within the Shinong scriptures, which taught the method of true qi needles. One could inject true qi into an opponent, manipulating their energy within. While it wouldn't kill, the agony inflicted would be unbearable. And this manipulation lasted only half a minute, Once the time elapsed, the energy would dissipate. Wait. Suddenly, a large hand gripped Lin Yu's shoulder. Little brother. Thunder is a key player in our underground fighting circles. You and he have no deep-seated enmity, do you? No need to resort to such lethal measures. Why didn't you intervene when Thunder sought to kill me? What are the rules of the arena? Once one steps onto the stage, life and death are no longer in our hands. In the arena, one may slay the weak. Lin Yu scoffed, shaking off the grip and launching another punch. You fool. The man behind Lin Yu, seeing his intent to take Thunder's life, was infuriated and was about to intervene when he noticed Eastmaster wave his hand, signaling him to retreat, and he complied, slowly stepping back from the arena. Humph. If that man dares to interfere with Lin Yu again, we shall never return. What nonsense. Once one enters the arena, life belongs only to the victor. Lin Yu may kill whomever he chooses. Alas, my 5 million is squandered. Damn it. Thunder is truly pathetic. Some in the audience felt injustice for Lin Yu, but upon seeing the bodyguard depart, they ceased their uproar. Boy, you would do well to be wise. If you kill me, my position will be yours. Do you truly wish to become a challenger, living a life of confinement? If not, do not kill me. I can offer you anything, women, wealth, even exhilarating experiences. I possess it all, as long as you spare my life. Thunder pleaded desperately as Lin Yu's fist neared his head. Humph, scoundrel. Hearing the words of the kneeling Thunder, Lin Yu realized this man was indeed wicked and deserved death. Bang! A single punch exploded Thunder's head. Blood and brains splattering everywhere, staining Lin Yu in the process. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of eliminating an evil person and earned 200 system points. After dispatching Thunder, Lin Yu descended from the arena, only to be obstructed by a man with a mustache. Little brother, it's still early, just 4 o'clock. Would you care to challenge our ultimate boxing champion, Atai? Eastmaster stroked his beard, speaking with a smile concealing malice. Although Lin Yu had defeated Thunder, allowing him to accumulate greater wealth, Eastmaster felt a twinge of displeasure at being disregarded. Not interested, Lin Yu replied, attempting to bypass Eastmaster. Little brother. You haven't collected your prize yet. It's 10 pieces of 100-year-old spirit stones. Why the rush to leave? Upon mentioning the spirit stones, Lin Yu halted, stepping closer to Eastmaster to claim his reward. Noticing the bloodstains on Lin Yu's hands, remnants of Thunder's demise, Eastmaster frowned. Little brother, why not follow my bodyguard? Ah Sheng, to the second-floor lounge to clean up? If you go out like this, someone will surely call the authorities. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and followed the robust Ah Sheng to the private room, only to discover it was a cash exchange area. It turned out that those who had placed bets on the boxers came here to collect their winnings. Was Lin Yu particularly skilled? At that moment, the woman in the white veil had already cashed out and approached Lin Yu, tossing a gold card into his hands. This card contains 1 million. Consider it your labor fee. Thank you for helping me win 20 million, she said with a faint smile before turning and departing in the elevator. Ah Sheng, witnessing this scene, shot a piercing glance, though his expression was obscured by sunglasses. Lin Yu gazed at the woman in the elevator, noting her tall stature, yet her features remained indistinct. After the elevator doors closed, Lin Yu placed the bank card in his pocket and entered the private room, shutting the door behind him while Ah Sheng stood guard outside. After removing his clothing, Lin Yu took a bath to refresh himself and donned a bathrobe. Upon exiting, he noticed a set of grayish-white attire laid out on the bed. How considerate! Lin Yu chuckled softly as he dressed, putting on a mask and transferring the contents of his old clothes pockets into his new trousers. He also found a bag to neatly store the old outfit, planning to take it to the dry cleaners later for a refresh. Upon leaving the room, Ah Sheng respectfully addressed Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, let us proceed to the office. The boss is awaiting you. Very well, lead the way, Lin Yu replied with a nod, following him to an opulent office on the second floor of the elevator. Inside, Master Dong lounged on a sofa, smoking a cigar and sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Yu, he rose and gestured for him to take a seat. After sitting down, Lin Yu inquired, can I receive the spirit stones now? Ah, indeed. Young brother Lin, the spirit stones are right here. Master Dong laughed heartily, placing a bag containing the stones before Lin Yu. Lin Yu weighed it in his hands before pocketing it. Fine, since I have received my reward, I may take my leave now, Lin Yu stated, standing to depart, but suddenly, Ah Sheng blocked his way. Why the rush, brother Lin? Would you be interested in working as a fighter in my underground boxing ring, receiving 20 spirit stones a month? What do you say? Master Dong smiled slightly, resting his hands on his legs and crossing his ankles. I'm not interested. Lin Yu remained resolute in his disinterest, which darkened Master Dong's expression. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The boss is offering you this as a form of appreciation. Don't end up leaving with nothing. Ah Sheng warned coldly. Is this a threat? Apologies, but I don't respond to such tactics. Lin Yu shrugged off Ah Sheng's hand and opened the door, only to find 2 dark pistols aimed at his head. Brother Lin, having killed Lei Ming, you cannot expect his position to remain vacant. Therefore, today you shall become a fighter. Ah Sheng ordered. First, knock him out. We can't let such talent go to waste without joining Ba Tian. Master Dong chuckled, giving Ah Sheng a directive. Ba Tian? Again with Ba Tian? Your assassination squad is no match for me, Lin Yu retorted defiantly. Chapter 37. Tang Lianqin in trouble what? What else do you know? Master Dong's brow furrowed, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes upon realizing that Lin Yu was aware of Ba Tian's internal assassination organization. Heh, I know much more, but right now, I intend to leave, and no one can stop me. Lin Yu sneered, swiftly grabbing Ah Sheng's shoulder and locking him in a hold. Now, let me pass. Lin Yu commanded, his gaze fixed on the bodyguards aiming their guns at him. Humph. Anyone who knows too much about Ba Tian must die. Kill him. Master Dong's cold voice resounded, commanding the guards at the door, hearing their boss's directive. The guards disregarded Ah Sheng's safety and opened fire on Lin Yu. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew, and Ah Sheng, feeling the chill of impending death, struggled to escape Lin Yu's grip, never anticipating that his martial prowess would be insufficient against this young man before him. Unfortunately, Lin Yu's strength also surpassed the 4th level of martial arts, and with his superior talent, he used Ah Sheng as a human shield against the incoming bullets. Damn it, you people are willing to kill your own colleagues. Ba Tian is nothing but a pack of beasts. Lin Yu cursed under his breath, pondering how to escape. As he prepared to toss the bullet-riddled Ah Sheng aside, a sudden gust of cold wind swept past him. In an instant, Lin Yu turned to see a katana slicing through the air toward him. Without a moment to think, he hurled Ah Sheng away. Crack! Ah Sheng's body was cleaved in 2 by the sword, lifeless in an instant. Not bad, you reacted quickly, Master Dong remarked, a masked figure appearing beside him, dressed in a ninja outfit, with shurikens strapped to his waist. Not good, Master. The opponent's strength is at the 5th level of martial arts, with your current abilities. You might not prevail against him, Xiao Yu warned anxiously. Xiao Yu, is there truly no other way? Doesn't the system provide any life-saving equipment? Lin Yu urgently inquired. There are options in the system, but such life-saving skills require 100 points to activate, she replied. I cannot die yet. I must use it now. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, disregarding the value of the system points. His life was paramount. The skill will activate in 30 seconds, so you must hold on. You have one last chance. Join Ba Tian, and I shall spare your life, granting you wealth and honor. Master Dong valued talent highly, especially someone as young as Lin Yu, whose skills surpassed those of his bodyguard Ah Sheng. Such extraordinary potential should not be wasted. Humph. I will eventually bring Ba Tian to its knees. Though I may not kill you today, remember, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Ba Tian's downfall is not far off. Bring it upon yourselves. Kill him. Master Dong commanded the ninja beside him, then returned to his seat on the sofa. The ninja's katana glinted as he swiftly maneuvered through the air, causing Lin Yu's eyes to momentarily squint from the brightness. Suddenly, he felt a sharp cold breeze from behind. Swish. Just as he realized it, a deep gash opened on his back, blood beginning to flow down. So fast, Lin Yu crouched slightly, surprised, as he focused his chi to his ears and closed his eyes, attuning himself to every movement around him. The Xinong scriptures contain methods to stimulate the body's acupoints and enhance the senses. If his eyes failed him, he would rely on his hearing. Suddenly, a breeze brushed past him from the left, prompting Lin Yu to react instantly, dodging the incoming strike and delivering a powerful punch to the ninja's chest. Bang! Lin Yu's attack landed squarely, causing the ninja to stagger back in disbelief. Good lad, I underestimated you. Shadow Blade. The ninja's katana lunged forward swiftly, each thrust silent, leaving Lin Yu unable to hear him as the ninja vanished into the distance. Poof! The ninja reappeared right before Lin Yu, and Lin Yu, with remarkable agility, caught the blade with his bare hands, though it slightly pierced his chest. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, his complexion pale, his gaze fixated on Master Dong. Just as Lin Yu's words fell, he vanished into thin air, leaving everyone in the room searching frantically, unable to comprehend his disappearance. Where is he? Master Dong shouted, standing up and demanding answers from his subordinates. Master Dong, I find myself at a loss. Just moments ago, people were present. Yet now they have seemingly evaporated into thin air. This is truly perplexing. Investigate immediately. That person named Lin Yu must be eliminated. Lin Yu pondered within himself. At that moment, the system granted its life-saving skill, invisibility. However, it could only be employed 3 times a day, with the cost and system points varying each time. The stronger the enemy, the greater the expenditure of system points required for the skill. Alas, I currently possess merely 50 points. Lin Yu sighed in bitterness, realizing that despite his desperate efforts to survive, he had accumulated only a meager amount of points. When Xiao Yu spoke, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. This system appears quite advantageous. Enhancing strength also increases system points. Why was this not mentioned before? The system, bound by the previous owner's settings, could not respond. Lin Yu picked up his phone to call Tang Lianxin, but the call went unanswered, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. However, he reassured himself, knowing that Tang Lianxin was accompanied by 2 capable bodyguards. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Tang Lianxin's bodyguard, and the voice on the other end sounded weak. Lin Yu, something has happened to the young lady. She asked me to call you. We are at the hotel. Please hurry. The line went dead, and Lin Yu's expression darkened with anger. Who dares to harm my wife? They are courting death. With a swift motion, Lin Yu dashed out of his community and hailed a taxi to the hotel. Inside the hotel, the establishment had been entirely booked by Zhao Chenglei's father, Zhao Mingren. Zhao Chenglei sat on a chair, gazing at the pale and beautiful Tang Lianxin, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Miss Tang, do you not think your fiancé should pay a price for having struck my son? Zhao Mingren asked with a cold smile. Tang Lianxin observed in horror as one of her bodyguards was slain by a middle-aged man beside Zhao Mingren, a chill coursing through her. No one anticipated that her visit to negotiate peace between Lin Yu and Zhao Chenlei would take such a dark turn. I have already stated that I am willing to offer 1% of my shares in Tongxin Dasha Company. Is that not sufficient? Tang Lianxin maintained her composure, though her heart raced. My son has made his demands clear. If you spend one night with him, I will drop this matter. What do you say? Zhao Mingren swirled his wine glass, taking a sip before speaking nonchalantly. Only 5 individuals occupied the hotel room. Tang Lianxin and her remaining bodyguard, while the one who had called Lin Yu had just emerged from the restroom, his face swollen and bloodied, fingers severed. Had Tang Lianxin not intervened, he might have perished as well. No way. Tang Lianxin rejected coldly. You have no choice. Since you dared to harm my son, you must face the consequences. Continue. Qian Lao, but let this bodyguard suffer a little longer. Otherwise. Zhao Mingren's accomplice nodded slightly, swiftly appearing before the bodyguard, and with a flash of a dagger, severed the man's right ear. The bodyguard clutched his ear, blood streaming down his hand. Stop. Tang Lianxin rose, her voice ringing out desperately, yet the torment continued unabated. Monsters. You are monsters. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Tang family? Tang Lianxin could no longer remain seated, her expression fraught with anxiety. Zhao Mingren shook his head and replied, Since I, Zhao Mingren, dare to act, I naturally fear no repercussions from your family. My son is infatuated with you. Yet you refuse his affections. Now, drink from that cup of aphrodisiac wine on the table, and I shall spare him. Zhao Mingren smirked, initially intending for his butler Qian Lao to force Tang Lianxin to drink, but his son, Zhao Chenlei, insisted on witnessing her drink willingly, to savor her reluctance. You vile creature, I want you to drink it willingly, to beg me to take you to bed. Zhao Chenlei reveled in his superiority at the thought of what was to come. Once she was his, he would ensure Lin Yu's survival. Tang Lianxin hesitantly reached for the aphrodisiac wine, having witnessed Zhao Chenlei drugging her cup. Yet, she found herself in a dire predicament, torn and indecisive. Miss, you mustn't drink. Even if I die, do not do something foolish. The bodyguard, despite his agony, urged her loudly. With a decisive crack, Qian Lao received Zhao Mingren's command and continued to torment the bodyguard, leaving Tang Lianxin no choice but to swiftly down the wine. Haha, splendid. Now that you have drunk it, this bodyguard is of no further use. Let him die? No. Tang Lianxin realized she had fallen into a trap and shouted in protest. But it was futile. Qian Lao tightened his grip around the bodyguard's throat, and in an instant, the poor man breathed his last. Chapter 38. A life no longer worth living. Scoundrels. Beasts. I have honored my promise and drunk the wine. Why must you still kill him? Tang Lianxin cried, her eyes bloodshot as she gazed at the lifeless body of her bodyguard. Haha, since you have called me a beast, how could I refrain from acting like one? Zhao Mingren scoffed, rising to kick the deceased bodyguard. Zhao Xiongtian does not employ competent bodyguards. This sort of trash is hardly worthy of the title. Zhao Mingren's henchman. Qian Lao was a formidable warrior, easily capable of dispatching such weaklings. Tang Lianqin, I wish to see your once pristine visage transform into despair. This is the feeling of conquest I seek. Now you understand. I intend to make you feel this pain. When you rejected me, it was this suffering that I endured. That worthless Lin Yu does not deserve you. I will record our encounter for your company employees to witness, as they learn that their icy CEO is but my plaything. Zhao Chenglei's expression twisted in malevolence, while Zhao Mingren felt no remorse. After all, Zhao Chenglei was his only cherished son. Enough, Xiaolei. The room is upstairs. The effects of the aphrodisiac should be taking hold soon. Let us not waste time. Understood, father. Zhao Chenglei eagerly nodded, advancing towards Tang Lianqin to seize her hands and drag her upstairs. In that moment, Tang Lianqin felt utterly helpless, her eyes filled with despair. No one could have foreseen this turn of events. Suddenly, a figure emerged in her mind, the one who always appeared in her moments of crisis, the steadfast Lin Yu, whose presence instilled a sense of protection. Tang Lianqin struggled against her captors, yet her body grew weak, and her vision began to blur. Zhao Qinglei chuckled, carrying Tang Lianqin towards the second floor, exhilarated at the thought of her soon becoming his. Just as they reached the stairs, a glass shard hurtled through the air, aimed at Zhao Chenglei's back. Xiaolei, watch out. A sudden commotion caused Zhao Mingren's heart to tighten. Qian Lao swiftly appeared before Zhao Chenglei, attempting to deflect the shard of glass. He grasped it firmly, trying to throw it aside, but the force with which it struck was astonishing, sending Qian Lao flying through the air. The glass shattered upon hitting the ground. Bang! The glass fragmented, and Qian Lao fell, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest, staring in disbelief at the imposing figure at the door. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a solitary figure stood, lean and gaunt. As he stepped into the hotel, illuminated by the lights, a pale and resolute face came into view. Lin Yu. Zhao Chenglei exclaimed in shock, never expecting Lin Yu to appear. This man had thwarted his plans time and again. You are Lin Yu? Zhao Mingren inquired coldly, his gaze sharp and wary. Annoying. With just two simple words, Lin Yu's palm sent Zhao Mingren's stout form flying several meters away. You dare to harm my father. Lin Yu? I'll fight you. Zhao Chenglei declared, setting Tang Lianqin aside and drawing a pistol to aim at Lin Yu, firing multiple rounds in quick succession. In an instant, all the bullets struck the wall behind Lin Yu, who had effortlessly approached Zhao Chenglei, seizing the hand that held the gun with one hand and crushing it with a vice-like grip. Crack. Ah. Zhao Chenglei howled in agony, his fingers contorted and deformed. The gun wrenched from his grasp. May I inquire why you wish to attack us? It seems you are unaware of the Zhao family's influence, Qian Lao rose, wiping the blood from his lips, and respectfully clasped his hands. The Zhao family? What are you? You dare to lay hands on my woman, clearly tired of living. Lin Yu retorted, placing Tang Lianqin gently onto a chair. Under the influence of an aphrodisiac, she appeared dazed, and Lin Yu's cold demeanor grew even more sinister. This matter was indeed our transgression. We hope you can show mercy and spare us. Qian Lao recognized Lin Yu's formidable strength, knowing he was no match for him alone. Ugh! Tang Lianqin, with her lips now a shade of purple, expelled the red wine she had consumed. Once she finished, Lin Yu cursed silently. For despite the wine being purged from her system, a portion of the drug's effects remained. Tang Lianqin's face flushed crimson, having expelled some of the aphrodisiac. But she drifted into a troubled slumber, her body occasionally twitching in response to the lingering effects. Looking at the three men who were now supporting one another, Lin Yu smirked wickedly. It is time to deal with the matter of Lianqin. Lin Yu, I advise you to reconsider. We are backed by the Zhao family. You are merely the fiancé of the Tang family. Do you truly dare to oppose us? Zhao Mingren had not anticipated that they had provoked such a formidable adversary. The Lin Yu before him was entirely different from the so-called useless Lin Yu proclaimed by the Tang family. What is the Zhao family to me? You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Lin Yu glared coldly at the three men, an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from him. All three trembled at the palpable threat in the air, and in unison, they asked, what kind of explanation do you desire? Only one of you may survive. You have 1 minute. If all three of you are still alive after that time, then you shall all perish. Lin Yu proclaimed, taking a seat beside Tang Lianqin and gently combing her hair. What do we do, father? Are we truly to heed Lin Yu's demand to turn on each other? Qian Lao asked, bewildered. Can you not handle that brat? Zhao Mingren fixed an intense gaze on Qian Lao, only to receive a shake of the head in response. The disparity in strength was simply too great. If you cannot deal with him, then you might as well perish. Bang! Zhao Mingren truly embodied the essence of heartlessness. He deemed those he found useless worthy of execution. Zhao Mingren, after all I have done for you. The pitiful Qian Lao had sustained internal injuries while shielding Zhao Chunlei from the glass, unable to evade the bullet that struck him, leading to his demise. In his final moments, his eyes widened in disbelief and regret, never expecting to be betrayed by Zhao Mingren, for whom he had risked so much. You are nothing but a guest of the Zhao family, essentially a servant working for your master. Dying for your master should not be a concern, should it? Father, you wouldn't dare kill me too, would you? Zhao Qinglei's face was etched with terror, his lips quivering as he gazed at Zhao Mingren. You little brat. What are you thinking? Zhao Mingren slapped his face in frustration, unable to vent his anger. He then turned his attention back to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I am willing to offer 50% of the shares of my Zhao family's leading company in exchange for my life and my son's. Will that suffice? Zhao Mingren's proposal took even Zhao Qinglei by surprise. He had not expected his father to be so generous. What? You think you can buy your lies with your filthy money? Lin Yu asked coldly from his seat. Zhao Mingren was acutely aware of the Tang family's current plight, confidently believing Lin Yu would consent as it pertained to the Tang family. What does the Tang family concern me? Lin Yu's indifference shocked Zhao Mingren and his son, leaving them speechless. Is there truly someone in this world who is uninterested in wealth? Enough of your prattle. You have 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yu's voice was devoid of patience, his eyes glinting with deadly intent, causing both father and son to tremble in fear. What do we do, father? Zhao Chunlei was now panicking, seeking Zhao Mingren's guidance, but the latter's gaze was filled with malice. Son, don't. Just as he raised his weapon to aim at Zhao Qinglei's head, a gunshot rang out, and Zhao Mingren, in disbelief, looked down at the wound in his chest. Father, I am unfilial, but this is my only means of survival. Once I escape, I will report to the Zhao family head, and they will pursue the Tang family, demanding Lin Yu be handed over. I will use his head to avenge you. You dare to commit patricide. Zhao Mingren could hardly believe his son would turn against him. Though both had ulterior motives, Zhao Qinglei had merely acted first. Father, I have no choice. You are old now. Why not let this opportunity for survival go to your son? Zhao Qinglei felt a pang of sorrow, but he prioritized his own survival above all else. What a splendid performance. I never realized your son could be so ruthless, even surpassing his father. Well done, well done. Lin Yu applauded, nodding in approval. Originally, the hotel had been occupied by 5 people after Zhao Mingren had taken it over, but now only 3 remained, with 4 corpses strewn across the floor, 2 of which were the bodies of Tang Lianxin's bodyguards. Now you can spare me, can't you? Zhao Chile asked in a panic, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head, responding indifferently, since the matter regarding Lianxin has been resolved. What shall we do about these 2 bodyguards? Were it not for them, I would have never known about Tang Lianxin's plight, which could have resulted in a grave mistake, leaving her to endure a lifetime of trauma. I harbor no mercy for you or your father. You are not keeping your word. Zhao Qinglei was utterly astonished, retreating in fear, terrified that Lin Yu would eliminate him in an instant. In the next moment, Lin Yu seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground, his eyes wide with terror. I do not kill humans. I kill beasts. Crack. Lin Yu spared no further words, exerting a powerful grip that extinguished all life from Zhao Qinglei in an instant. Thud. Lin Yu casually dismissed the matter at hand and inquired of Xiao Yu. Is there something that can cause a body to evaporate? The master replied, yes, but that involves elemental techniques, which I cannot demonstrate at this moment. Lin Yu pressed further. Are there any alternative methods? His primary concern was to prevent the lingering presence of these bodies, fearing that their discovery could lead to complications for himself. Master, I found dismemberment fluid on the old man's body. Just a drop can cause a person to vanish completely. Chapter 39. A shared bath. As Lin Yu extracted the dismemberment fluid from the old man's possession and let it fall upon the bodies, they quickly transformed into clear water, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yu felt no remorse. As he had stated, he had not slain humans, but rather beasts. He lifted Tang Lianxin and exited the hotel, noticing her Porsche Cayenne parked at the entrance. After placing her in the back seat, he retrieved the car keys from her bag and drove home. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yu drove slowly when suddenly a delicate hand wrapped around his neck, followed by Tang Lianxin leaning against his right shoulder, her warm breath whispering against his ear. igniting a fire of desire within him. Lianqin, please sit properly. I'm driving, and this is dangerous. Lin Yu's heart burned with suppressed passion, yet Tang Lianqin, under the influence of an aphrodisiac, remained blissfully unaware of his pleas. Do you think I'm beautiful, Lin Yu? She asked, her lips parting as she exhaled. The unique fragrance of her icy beauty captivating him. How torturous! Lin Yu cried internally, biting his lip to endure the torment. 5 minutes later, Lin Yu found himself disheveled, not due to any actions taken against Tang Lianqin, but rather, she had undressed him. Throughout the drive, Tang Lianqin's body heated up, and her voice became increasingly unrestrained, tugging at Lin Yu's clothing, leading to scenes he dared not imagine. I'm so hot. Lin Yu, she exclaimed, exposing her fair skin, which Lin Yu caught sight of, causing him to shut his eyes and recite the Tao Te Ching, attempting to calm his racing heart. After adjusting her clothing, Lin Yu gritted his teeth, deciding to carry Tang Lianqin into the villa. He placed her on the sofa, watching her thrash about in a state of confusion, scratching his head in bewilderment. Strange, I thought I had neutralized the aphrodisiac in her system. Why is this still happening? Lin Yu searched his mind for answers, but found none. Suddenly, he recalled Tang Lianqin's unique constitution. Could it be due to her cold physique? After some contemplation, he took her to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with warm water and gently placing her inside. As Tang Lianqin, who had been flushed, finally calmed in the water, Lin Yu felt a slight relief. Just as he was about to turn away, Xiao Yu's voice echoed in his mind. Master, if you leave now, Tang Lianqin might be in danger. What do you mean? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Would you like to spend 50 system points to receive guidance? Xiao Yu offered. Yes. Lin Yu quickly agreed. He could not let anything happen to his fiancée. Xiao Yu explained that Tang Lianqin was cursed by a sorcerer, leading to the accumulation of dark energy within her, which had become tainted due to the aphrodisiac. If not dealt with promptly, it could overwhelm her, absorbing her life force entirely. Lin Yu, however, was less concerned with the details and urgently inquired, what should I do now? You simply need to soak with Tang Lianqin in the tub and use your own spiritual energy to nourish her. As your yang energy balances the dark energy within her, the impurities will be expelled. Once Xiao Yu finished explaining, she fell silent, leaving Lin Yu to take action. Lianqin, this is solely for your healing. I have no other intentions, he reassured her as he prepared to immerse himself in the tub beside her. He removed his shirt and lay next to Tang Lianqin, feeling her body grow colder. The smooth, flawless skin beneath his touch was a stark contrast to the chill that enveloped her. As Lin Yu held her in his arms, her delicate features began to relax, her expression softening as she found solace in his warmth. Despite being cradled by such beauty, Lin Yu's mind was focused on the urgency of the situation. Her body felt colder than before, and his internal energy began to wane. He then recalled the 10 ancient spiritual stones he had won in a match. Holding one in each hand, he closed his eyes to absorb their spiritual energy, fortifying himself against the encroaching cold. As the moon gradually waned and the sun began to rise, Tang Lianqin's eyes fluttered open, initially filled with confusion. Memories of the previous night flooded back, particularly being led into a hotel room by Zhao Chile, leaving her disoriented. Rapidly sitting up, her gaze turned fierce as she spotted Lin Yu's silhouette. She quickly scanned the room, her eyes landing on a glass cup on the table, which she hurled at him. Bang! Lin Yu, jolted awake by the sudden pain in his back, cried out. Damn it! I'm killing you, Lin Yu. Tang Lianqin, believing Lin Yu to be Zhao Chile, prepared to strike again, only to realize the truth too late. Lianqin, why did you hit me with that cup? Lin Yu asked, rubbing his back in confusion, his expression a mix of bewilderment and hurt. How did you end up here? Were you assaulted by that scoundrel Zhao Qinglei? Tang Lianqin's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Lin Yu, recalling the events of the night that stirred feelings of desperation. Last night, I rescued you. You asked that bodyguard to call me over. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences, Lin Yu explained. Tang Lianqin felt relief wash over her, grateful that her honor remained intact. However, as memories of her distress surfaced, coupled with the loss of the bodyguards her father had hired, tears began to flow. Lin Yu, Uncle Nan and Brother Jiang are dead? She sobbed, her eyes red and filled with anguish. Lin Yu, moved by her sorrow, gently patted her back, his voice soothing. There's no point in mourning the dead, it was their duty. He urged her, in the future, if you encounter anything you cannot handle, tell me. Do not bear the burden alone, all right? Tang Lianqin, now acutely aware of Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities, nodded gravely in his embrace. All right, don't be sad. I'll prepare breakfast for you, and then accompany you to the office, Lin Yu said, wiping her tears away with a gentle smile, his handsome features softened by concern. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he had already etched Tang Lianxin's joys and sorrows deep into his heart, gradually growing fond of her. Exiting the room, Lin Yu took a deep breath, patting his chest in relief. That was close. Thankfully, Lianxin doesn't know about last night. I was worried she might suspect I saw her in a compromising state. In the dead of night, he had changed Tang Lianxin's clothes. And that scene was one only he could manage, given her exquisite form, especially the softness he had felt. Grateful for his integrity, he had remained calm amidst the chaos. After the events of last night, Tang Lianxin felt considerably better today, although the memories from the previous evening still occasionally cast shadows over her mood. Presently, Lin Yu chose not to dwell on last night's occurrences, but instead focused on preparing a meticulously crafted breakfast for Tang Lianxin. The aroma of brown sugar millet porridge, garlic eggplant, kung pao chicken, and stir-fried meat with green peas filled the air as he arranged 3 dishes and a soup on the dining table. Dressed in a white wrap dress, with her hair cascading down her back, Tang Lianxin approached Lin Yu, her delicate features captivating him. Today, she donned red high heels that accentuated her slender figure, bringing her close to Lin Yu's ear. It was the first time Lin Yu had seen her in such a light, although her demeanor remained somewhat aloof. She exhibited a notable warmth in the confines of their home. Lianxin, you look truly stunning today, he exclaimed. Humph, was I not beautiful yesterday? She replied, rolling her eyes playfully, her expression igniting a flicker of intrigue in Lin Yu. The IC CEO had transformed into an enchanting lady, a sight that stirred something within him. Everything looks wonderful, but your attire paired with your captivating beauty makes you resemble a regal princess, he declared, his playful banter eliciting a smile from her, gradually dispelling the remnants of her earlier sadness. With a silly grin, Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin began to enjoy their meal together. Since the departure of Tang Xiangtian and his wife, the servants had been dismissed, and the couple took it upon themselves to prepare breakfast, cherishing the warmth that such domestic moments brought to their relationship. After breakfast, Lin Yu took Tang Lianxin's Porsche and set off for the office. As they approached a traffic light, Lin Yu noticed that a cluster of motorcycles obstructed their path, and to his surprise, a brawl was unfolding nearby. Let's stop for a moment. These people are blocking the road and preventing many cars from passing, Tang Lianxin remarked softly. Lin Yu nodded and parked at the edge, where onlookers gawked at them as they exited the luxury vehicle. Wow, a luxury car paired with a beautiful woman is indeed a sight to behold. If I ever get rich, I'll buy one too, one bystander mused. Such a wealthy lifestyle is beyond our comprehension, another commented. Look, those two seem to be watching the fight. Rich folks really have nothing better to do. Once the gang members arrive, they let bystanders go. Even if they are wealthy. Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin pushed through the crowd, witnessing the 6 fighters pummeling the trio known as the Red, Yellow, and Green Brothers, who lay on the ground. Stop it. If you continue to harm my students, I will call the police. A striking woman stood behind the brothers, appearing to be in her late 20s, with a slender figure and shoulder-length hair. She picked up her phone to call for help. Huh? You think you can call the police? You should consider it a privilege that I find you attractive. If you agree to share a bed with me, I'll order my men to let those 3 go, the gang leader, clad in a gray shirt with a sinister expression, snatched the woman's phone and smashed it to the ground. Such audacity. Tang Lianxin, witnessing the scene, felt anger rise within her, worried for the woman and looking to Lin Yu for assistance. Yet, in an instant, Lin Yu had vanished and reappeared before the gang leader. What do you think you're doing? The gang leader shouted angrily at Lin Yu. You assaulted my little brother, and you dare question my actions? This is utterly outrageous. Boss, what are you doing here? The red-haired brother exclaimed, blood trickling from his mouth. If I hadn't come, you might have lost your lives today. If you can't fight, then run. Why persist in a losing battle? Lin Yu reprimanded the trio. We had no intention of fighting until they tried to harass our teacher, Xian. You said we should use our martial arts to uphold justice. And we did not act maliciously, the Red, Yellow, and Green brothers explained earnestly. Good. It appears you have not forgotten what I taught you. I will handle this, Lin Yu said, patting the red-haired brother on the shoulder and directing the trio to stand behind him as he faced the rising gang members. Kid, do you think you can mess with our gang? You're looking for trouble. The gang leader brandished a metal rod, pointing it at Lin Yu. Since when do we recruit a bunch of kids like you? Instead of being in school, you're here fighting and blocking the road. You must have nothing better to do. Lin Yu sighed, pondering why he continuously encountered members of the gang. Do you know who we are? Now, bow and apologize. and break one of your arms, and I'll let you go," the gang leader demanded arrogantly. The onlookers, intimidated, dared not intervene, some reveling in the spectacle. Who knew the wealthy would meddle in such affairs? The Baitian gang is notorious. Their strength is unmatched. Even the wealthy dare not provoke them. This affluent fellow clearly lacks experience with the underworld and will soon regret his decision. Indeed, we wouldn't even dare call the police. Look, he has already struck the gang leader. The crowd murmured. Xian, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "How can you bystanders be so morally bankrupt? If you choose to stand by in silence, why make sarcastic remarks?" Her eloquence, befitting a teacher, silenced the crowd. "By your head, and I might consider it, but breaking an arm is out of the question." Lin Yu replied calmly. This statement shocked the red, yellow, and green brothers behind him. "Boss, don't be impulsive. While we can't withstand the Baitian gang might, we also can't surrender. Thank you for saving me, but if you must humiliate yourself by bowing, you should leave. I would rather be taken away than see your dignity trampled," Xian said, her kind heart evident. Though her gaze reflected a hint of disdain for Lin Yu's sudden shift from heroism to caution upon learning of the gang's reputation. "Haha, you're wise, kid. Now bow 10 times, and make sure it's loud." The gang leader laughed, seeing Lin Yu's apparent hesitation. "Fine, let us begin with 10 loud bows," Lin Yu agreed. Preparing himself, dressed in casual attire with a black t-shirt under a shirt and cargo pants, presenting an image of a spirited youth. 1. Bang. Thud. Lin Yu's voice echoed. And the gang leader suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground, his forehead meeting the earth with a resounding impact. 2. Thud. 3. Thud. "Kid, what sorcery is this? I warn you to restore my boss, or you will regret it." One of the gang members, unable to watch any longer, saw their leader bow 7 times. His face swelling and bloodied, and could bear it no longer. "Wu, what have you done to me? I can't move." The ruffian leader had lost several teeth, and his swollen lips made his speech a stutter. "Did you not say to kneel and bow? There are still 3 left. Don't listen." 8. Lin Yu chuckled lightly as he continued to call out numbers. Thud. Ultimately, when Lin Yu shouted the final number, 10, the ruffian leader collapsed onto the ground, his head hitting the floor and his ears ringing. No one anticipated such a ludicrous twist in the narrative. Onlookers stood several meters away from Lin Yu, gazing at him as if he were a monster. "Boss." The remaining ruffians helped their leader up, revealing his truly pitiful state, with blood streaming from his nose. "Alas, I said the punishment was too severe. 10 bows were excessive. Thankfully, you reduced the punishment for his severed hand. Now, if there are no further issues, take your boss to the hospital. It's merely superficial injuries." Lin Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance, turning to the 4 behind him, who wore expressions of astonishment. "Wow, boss, you're incredible. Was that move just now a legendary superpower?" The trio in red, yellow, and green held Lin Yu in high esteem. Having initially believed he was willing to kneel and admit fault, their perception of him had plummeted, only to find that he had commanded the ruffian leader to bow instead. Truly impressive. "Thank you, sir." Even Xian expressed her surprise, her eyes sparkling with appreciation, evidently taken aback by Lin Yu's previous actions. "Don't mention it, but haven't we met somewhere before?" Lin Yu observed the enchanting figure before him. Perhaps due to her long tenure as a teacher, she exuded a certain literary grace. Clad in a white short top, paired with a pink bodycon skirt and white sneakers. While holding a few books, her appearance, though not flamboyant, radiated an elegant, artistic, and mature femininity. At this moment, Tang Lianxin stepped forward, linking her arm with Lin Yu's. Lin Yu scratched his head, sensing the fierce determination in Tang Lianxin's gaze, feeling a hint of helplessness. "Did I ever say you could leave? You think you can just walk away after attacking my brother? Do you not regard the Batian society?" At that moment, 7 or 8 burly men in vests emerged from the crowd. The one in the center, towering at nearly 2 meters, with a muscular build, glared coldly at Lin Yu and his companions. "Lianxin, you all step back. I don't want blood splattering on you." Lin Yu turned, urging the others to retreat a few steps. "Be careful," Tang Lianxin said with concern, stepping back while casting a vigilant glance at Xian. To this, Xian merely rolled her eyes, thinking it amusing that it seemed as though she were vying for Tang Lianxin's boyfriend. Surely, with her beauty and background, she could find someone far better. "Is it you who injured my brother?" The towering man fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, demanding an answer. "I did not lay a hand on him. He insisted on bowing to me. Besides, your brother was obstructing traffic rules and engaging in street brawls, severely disrupting the virtues of our Chinese culture. If you do not discipline him, I have no choice but to intervene," Lin Yu replied earnestly. Damn it. Yes, my brother. I can handle him however I want. Who do you think you are to instruct me? Enough. Let us not waste time. You can do as you please. I'm busy with work and don't have time to waste with you ruffians, Lin Yu said, growing impatient. Hey, Tiangu. I've never seen anyone dare speak to us from the Ba-Tian society like that. This kid seems oblivious to our formidable reputation. One of the men behind Tiangu, wielding a steel rod, scoffed before advancing toward Lin Yu, swinging a blow directly at him. Lin Yu smirked, effortlessly dodging, and delivered a swift kick to the man's rear, sending him crashing to the ground. The man's upper body lay on the ground, his rear end elevated high, prompting Lin Yu to deliver another kick. The man rolled right to Tiangu's feet. Tiangu, damn it. Everyone, attack. Take this kid down. Tiangu, unable to tolerate the humiliation of his brother being assaulted in front of him, charged forward to attack Lin Yu. Minutes later, the outcome was predictable. 7 or 8 men lay twisted on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Yu dusted off his hands, turning to the onlookers with a smile. All right, the fight is over. Now go about your business and don't block the road. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly dispersed, viewing Lin Yu as if he were a demon, truly terrifying. I initially thought to ask for some compensation for emotional distress, but seeing that you've also been beaten, let us consider it medical expenses. Now let us go. Lin Yu addressed the fallen men before turning to smile at Tang Lianxin. Boss, you're so cool. When will you teach us martial arts? The trio in red, yellow, and green practically worshipped Lin Yu. Lin Yu modestly declined, giving a command before looking at Xian. Under Lin Yu's gaze, Xian's charming face flushed with embarrassment. No girl could resist the allure of a skilled and handsome man. Had it not been for Tang Lianxin's presence, Xian might have already inquired about his contact information. Strange, why does this girl feel so familiar? I feel as if I've seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in his waist, realizing that Tang Lianxin had pinched him. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Tang Lianxin, Lin Yu quickly smiled and walked over to the roadside to get into his Porsche and drive away. Goodbye, boss. The trio waved at Lin Yu, then turned to look at the fallen man, mocking, next time you think of doing something illegal, our boss will be back to teach you a lesson. All right, let us hurry and leave, Xian urged, not fond of complications, and directly followed the trio away from the scene. Meanwhile, on the ground, Tiangu was being lifted by a fellow ruffian. Damn, that was terrifying. Who on earth was that kid? Brother, are we just going to let this slide? The ruffians mounted their motorcycles, with Tiangu's brother's men uninjured, heading to the hospital to tend to their wounds. Chapter 41. The fashionable lady. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yu made his usual visit to the cleaning department, wiping down any dirty areas before settling on the sofa to begin his training. Since the incident with the underground fighting, Lin Yu realized that his abilities could only be deemed average. The challenges ahead would only become more arduous, prompting him to focus on diligent practice. Engaging the principles of the Shinong scriptures, he retrieved the 3 remaining century-old spirit stones he had used to heal Tang Lianxin the previous night, silently absorbing their energy. The recent battles had significantly accelerated his training, bringing him closer to the threshold of the 5th level of martial artistry. After spending the morning in cultivation, Lin Yu finished absorbing the last of the 3 century-old spirit stones, which turned into a pile of debris he discarded into the trash. Knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden sound resonated at the entrance of the cleaning department. Lin Yu, setting down his phone, wondered who could be visiting him and knocking at the door. Come in. A pure and innocent girl entered, Zhao Jingya, her hands fidgeting as her shyness caused her heart to race. Jingya, what brings you here? Is there something on your mind? Lin Yu, feeling a bit bored, rose to greet her, gesturing for her to take a seat while pouring her a cup of hot water. Thank you for healing my brother-in-law. My sister would like to invite you to our home for a visit, provided you don't mind. Zhao Jingya spoke quickly, her cheeks tinged with a cute blush. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling her hair, his gaze softening. For reasons unknown, he had genuinely begun to see Zhao Jingya as a younger sister. Why would I mind? I'll call you tonight. Lin Yu, you're so kind. Zhao Jingya's gentle eyes expressed gratitude as she left the cleaning department to continue her work. At that moment, Lin Yu's phone rang. It was the warrior Sima Liang calling. Hello, Lin Yu, you promised to treat my illness. Why haven't you come yet? Sima Liang exclaimed in excitement. It's already the 3rd day, and the pain is unbearable. You didn't tell me where you are. How can I come to treat you? Lin Yu replied calmly, holding the phone away slightly. Forget it. Where are you? I'll have my niece come to pick you up. Sima Liang felt truly helpless, knowing he couldn't offend Lin Yu. After all, who else could heal him? I'm at the Tanshin Dasha Company. All right, got it. Sima Liang hung up, his temper flaring as he did not wish to engage in further conversation with Lin Yu. Without a care, Lin Yu exited the cleaning department and headed to the cafeteria to begin his meal. 10 minutes later, a police car with the unusual license plate of 4/8 parked outside the Tanshin building, astonishing the employees within. How strange. The police car today has a license plate of 4/8. The owner must have a significant background. Who could they be looking for? Isn't it obvious? They must be here for our President Tang. Sigh, with such a strong background, we could never achieve such greatness in our lifetimes. The employees on the first floor began to gossip upon seeing the police car. A striking woman emerged from the vehicle, clad in leather and high heels, her hair cascading over her shoulders. The exquisite beauty with an alluring figure left the employees in utter shock. Lin Yu. Well, we meet again. This was Meng Lening, who had previously stormed off after an altercation with Lin Yu. Leaning against the police car, she dialed Lin Yu's number, her presence instantly enhancing the surrounding ambience. Inside the cafeteria, employees were absorbed in their meals and videos when someone shared a photo of the enchanting woman at the company entrance, leading to a chorus of astonished gasps from the male employees. Wow, a fashionable lady. Quick, let us check it out. I've only seen such beauties in bars. I can't miss this chance. One male employee, abandoning his meal, rushed toward the cafeteria exit. What's going on today? Have they never seen a beautiful woman? Lu Xiaojie observed as her coworkers left, feeling disdainful. Hey, they must have seen beauties before. I mean, just look at the two right in front of me. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, appreciating the company of Tang Lianxin and Lu Xiaojie, who had been joining him for meals in the cafeteria lately, greatly enhancing his dining experience. Humph. If Lianxin weren't here, I bet you'd be the first to rush over, Lu Xiaojie teased, well aware of Lin Yu's carefree nature. Let us be honest, I, Lin Yu, am not that kind of person. With these two beauties before me, I am already content, Lin Yu replied earnestly, placing a piece of braised pork into Tang Lianxin's bowl. Lianxin, you should eat more. You're looking too thin. Cut it out. What is so great about her? Just because she is a bit sexy doesn't mean she is anything special, Lu Xiaojie scoffed, showing Tang Lianxin the photo of the so-called sexy lady. After looking at it for a moment, Tang Lianxin turned her gaze to Lin Yu. Isn't this woman here to find you? Lin Yu, caught off guard, accidentally spat some food onto Lu Xiaojie's head. Lin Yu. Oh, my apologies. I just couldn't hold it in. What woman? Let me see. Lin Yu took Lu Xiaojie's phone, glancing at the screen displaying Meng Lening, bewildered. Why is she here? He recalled Sima Liang mentioning he would send his niece. Could it be Meng Lening? Lu Xiaojie, feeling a twinge of jealousy upon realizing Lin Yu knew the alluring woman, couldn't help but feel discontent. Tang Lianxin, noticing Lin Yu's helpless expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth and gratitude towards Tang Lianxin, his eyes filled with affection. She held a prominent place in his heart, being the understanding and composed fiancée of the president, perfectly aligning with his ideals of a partner. As Lin Yu exited the cafeteria, Lu Xiaojie turned to Tang Lianxin and asked, Lianxin, want you keep an eye on Lin Yu? What if he gets involved with another woman outside? He want tea, Tang Lianxin replied calmly, dabbing her lips with a napkin, exuding elegance in her every gesture. If Lin Yu is trustworthy, why should I worry? He is not my fiancé. Lu Xiaojie pondered, unsure why she felt the need to oversee Lin Yu. Upon leaving the building, Lin Yu found the entrance blocked by employees. He had no choice but to shout, make way. Minister Lin, what brings you here? The employees were startled by Lin Yu's voice and instinctively parted to let him through. Is he here just to see the alluring woman? Doesn't our president care? Minister Lin is the president's fiancé, after all. Although the employees recognized Lin Yu as the head of cleaning, they respected him immensely after he recently confronted the sales department head and dismissed him openly. As they cleared a path, Meng Lening leaned against the police car, twirling her hair and smirking. Dr. Lin, you certainly made me wait. Lin Yu scratched the back of his head and approached Meng Lening with an awkward smile. I didn't expect you to be Sima Liang's niece. What an unexpected coincidence. Who would have thought a notorious rogue could also possess healing skills? The employees gathered around were stunned, never anticipating that the attractive woman was indeed there for Lin Yu. Is the president not going to intervene? How could Minister Lin be so ruthless, already having a cold beauty as a fiancé and yet flirting with this sexy lady? That's outrageous. Some employees expressed their outrage, even branding Lin Yu as the king of scoundrels. Hey, can we slow down a bit? Lin Yu found it baffling that the policewoman beside him was driving so recklessly. Meng Lining dismissed his concern. You're a police officer, and you think this speed is acceptable? The road is mostly empty, even if I speed. It's no big deal. You, on the other hand, are acting like an old man. Aren't young people supposed to live a little more freely? With a carefree attitude, Meng Lining continued to drive as she pleased. Letting you speed isn't just for fun. We have someone tailing us. We shouldn't be so shameless as to make them inhale our exhaust fumes, Lin Yu retorted, realizing he needed to slow down. He abruptly hit the brakes and cautiously navigated through the turn. As I glanced into the rearview mirror, I indeed spotted two black vans closely pursuing us. However, Meng Lining's driving speed was exceedingly swift, coupled with the police car's formidable horsepower, leaving those two vans approximately 500 meters behind. Your eyesight is exceptionally keen. What business do those individuals have with us? Have you incurred someone's wrath? Meng Lining shot a glare at Lin Yu, who felt somewhat embarrassed under her scrutiny. If you haven't offended anyone, it might very well be me, Lin Yu replied awkwardly. He had no intention of creating trouble, but he indeed had many adversaries. Uncertain whether they belonged to the Zhao family, some affluent young master, or perhaps the Beitian society. With this thought, a chilling glint flickered in Lin Yu's eyes, revealing a murderous intent. Chapter 42. Insufficient lessons. Every encounter with you spells trouble. Meng Lining shot Lin Yu another irritated glance, checking the navigation system. Fortunately, they soon spotted an uninhabited construction site ahead, where she decided to halt and deal with the looming trouble. The two vans, noticing the police car's deceleration, hastily accelerated, intent on intercepting Lin Yu's vehicle. Damn it, that kid is colluding with the police. The driver of one van, a foreigner adorned with tattoos, muttered through a cigar. What of the police? Anyone daring to provoke me shall meet their demise. Misri, gnashing his teeth, was the very foreigner who had attempted to flirt with Tang Lianxin, only to be thwarted by Lin Yu. The memory of being beaten by Lin Yu ignited his anger, leading him to seek revenge. Thus, he had utilized his connections in the underworld, initially planning to confront Lin Yu directly at his company, but was thwarted by the police's arrival and the crowd surrounding the entrance. However, fortune smiled upon him, presenting this opportunity, which Misri would not let slip away. Boss, that kid's car seems to be heading towards the ruins ahead, which are quite narrow and impassable, one of his men reported. Perfect. That kid must be terrified. Clumsily veering off course. Once we catch up, make sure to give him a good beating. Misri sneered, his demeanor reflecting malice. The two vans finally sped alongside the police car, and through the windows, Lin Yu recognized a familiar face inside one of the vans. The foreigner. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk, realizing that Misri had come seeking retribution for the earlier altercation at the Western restaurant. Damn, with vans on both sides. They intend to corner us. Meng Lining cursed silently, slamming on the brakes, causing the vehicle to halt abruptly after a brief forward lurch. Stay in the car. Meng Lining commanded Lin Yu, unbuckling her seatbelt, her beautiful face darkened with fury. Feeling unjustly reprimanded, Lin Yu protested silently. Could he be blamed for this? Nevertheless, he was clearly unwilling to heed Meng Lining's warning. With at least a dozen men in the vans, it was unreasonable to expect Meng Lining to handle them alone. As they exited the car, Meng Lining, noticing Lin Yu's defiance, pouted in frustration but refrained from further words. You didn't expect this, did you? I told you I would find you, and now I've finally caught you. Misri emerged from his vehicle, hands tucked into his pants pockets, clad in a suit, and sneered. It seems the lesson from last time was insufficient. Lin Yu chuckled, surveying the 12 men flanking Misri, each armed with cold weapons. Last time, I underestimated your martial prowess. However, today, every one of my men belongs to the underworld. You may possess some skills, but when it comes to killing, you are but a mere novice. Misri's eyes glimmered with malice at Lin Yu's taunts. Huh, a bunch of thugs daring to pursue a police vehicle. How bold. Meng Lining stepped forward, pointing a finger at Misri, exuding an air of authority. Huh, a mere female officer? Once I deal with that kid, I'll have my fun with you later. For now, step aside. Misri dismissed her with a wave, attempting to shove her aside with the strength of a man. Yet, he underestimated the female officer. Meng Lining deftly evaded his push, seized his arm, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. She instinctively reached for her handcuffs, only to realize she was not in uniform and unarmed. Damn it, everyone attack. Misri roared, having never experienced such humiliation at the hands of a woman. With half his face pressed to the ground, he barked orders to his men. Humph, do you dare assault a police officer? Meng Lining coldly retorted, maintaining her grip on Misri. Damn it, I've long harbored disdain for you officers, especially this pretty female cop. Everyone rush her. Subdue this woman first. One of the thugs charged forward, swinging a club towards Meng Lining's right arm. Seeing the threat, Meng Lining quickly rolled, kicking Misri aside to dodge the blow. However, a long knife suddenly slashed towards her face, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes in fright. Clang, just as she braced for the impending pain. A gust of wind swept past her, and upon opening her eyes, she saw the thug with the knife had suffered a grievous injury. Courtesy of a stone thrown by Lin Yu. My hand. The injured thug cried out in agony, stumbling backward. Lin Yu, brandishing the stone, surveyed the stunned thugs before him and coldly warned, disappear from my sight at once, or I may very well send this stone through someone's skull. The 12 thugs, utterly shaken, trembled in fear, instinctively retreating as though Lin Yu were a demon incarnate. The aura of death he exuded was palpable, stifling their breaths. Quickly, retreat. The thugs hastily dragged Misri into the van, speeding away. Hey, don't leave. What happened to your bravado? You were going to assault a police officer. I will see you brought to justice. Meng Lining shouted angrily, watching the two vans disappear into the distance. She turned to Lin Yu, her bright eyes flashing with indignation. Why did you let them go? They just attempted to assault a police officer, and I must apprehend them, especially that foreigner who dared to harbor ill intentions towards me. First, we are en route to rescue your uncle. We cannot squander precious time on these individuals. Second, you are not in uniform and lack handcuffs and a firearm. So technically, you are not a police officer, and they did not truly assault you, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, holding up 2 fingers. Ugh. Meng Lining stomped her foot in frustration, feeling powerless against Lin Yu's reasoning. In silence, she entered the car, slamming the door shut in fury. Throughout the journey, Lin Yu remained silent, rendered speechless by the tempestuous girl. After a tense 10 minutes, Meng Lining parked the car and led Lin Yu into Sima Liang's courtyard. Upon entering, they found a 20-square-meter open space adorned with stone lions crafted from natural marble, their eyes wide and piercing. In the center, a small artificial mountain with a water pond graced the area, hinting at the lavishness of this courtyard's decor. Lin Yu marveled at the sight, yet given Sima Liang's status, it was hardly surprising. Following Meng Lining inside, they found Sima Liang seated in the grand hall, sipping tea. You have arrived. When Sima Liang saw Lin Yu arrive, he displayed no semblance of courtesy, continuing to savor his tea with an air of nonchalance, waving his hand for Lin Yu to take a seat. Uncle, I brought the person over. Since there's nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave, Lin Yu stated. Meng Lining was still sulking from the earlier incident. Her words tinged with a hint of irritation, which caused Sima Liang to pause, casting a suspicious glance at Lin Yu. After Meng Lining departed, Sima Liang continued to scrutinize Lin Yu. With a resigned tone, Lin Yu remarked, "It has little to do with me. They were merely a few clowns who crossed our path and provoked her." "Oh, clowns, you say? Yet, you seem rather familiar with Lining," Sima Liang observed, a sly smile creeping onto his face, revealing his astuteness from years of military experience. "I truly did not expect that fierce flower to be your niece. Do you not consider her attire?" Lin Yu, slightly speechless, raised his teacup for a sip, only to spit out the bitter brew of high-grade Dahongpo. "You fool. If you do not wish to drink, at least do not waste it." Had Sima Liang not sought Lin Yu's assistance, he would have likely been consumed by rage and expelled Lin Yu. "Well, it is merely tea. Look at you, acting like a child. I will surely bring you fresh Dahongpo to savor in the future," Lin Yu replied, though he did not possess extensive knowledge of tea. However, he was aware from the Shinnon classic that there were various types of tea, some even beneficial for health, and he found little fascination in this particular brew. "You speak lightly, but you have no idea that high-grade Dahongpo could fetch millions at auction." In recent days, Lin Yu felt the fragments within him becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. With each training session, they penetrated deeper into his being. Observing Sima Liang closely, Lin Yu noticed the fragments within Sima Liang's body rapidly converging towards each spiritual acupoint, prompting a grave expression to cross his face. "You must cease cultivation immediately. The spiritual energy you absorb will draw in fragments, risking the destruction of your meridians, depleting your dantian, rendering you a cripple, or worse, leading to your untimely demise. Is it truly that severe? How can I be cured?" Sima Liang, recognizing Lin Yu's earnestness, began to take the matter seriously. The treatment involves 3 stages, addressing the fragments closest to the surface first, then gradually working inward. However, even if cured, residual effects may persist unless we find the divine herb, spirit grass, brew it into a potion, and soak it in a wooden barrel to restore you fully. Lin Yu elaborated, referring to the spirit grass mentioned in the Shinnon classic. Spirit grass? Sima Liang questioned, puzzled. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. I will assist you in finding it when the opportunity arises, Lin Yu concluded, requesting Sima Liang to guide him to his bedroom for treatment. Once prepared, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by Sima Liang's bare back, marred by numerous scars of varying sizes. In that moment, Lin Yu felt a profound respect for Sima Liang, recognizing the sacrifices made in service to the nation. After a brief pause, Lin Yu regained his composure. This time, he would not employ the acupuncture technique. For Sima Liang's condition was not due to illness, but rather injury. Grasping the surgical knife intended for treatment, Lin Yu recalled the principles of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. The fragments within Sima Liang could only be treated through excision, though not in the traditional sense. Observing the ghastly scars, Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. While any conventional physician would likely shudder at the sight, "This may hurt a bit, but please bear with it," Lin Yu stated calmly, channeling his energy into his hands. To the astonishment of any onlookers, the surgical knife in his grasp appeared enveloped in an invisible aura as he moved it towards Sima Liang's back without making any contact with the skin. However, Sima Liang's reaction was intense. He felt a sensation akin to the separation of muscle from bone, causing him to grit his teeth and widen his eyes in astonishment. Focus your mind. Do not resist the chaotic energies within you. Allow that energy to guide you, Lin Yu advised, his gaze narrowing as his hand wielded the surgical knife just 3 centimeters from Sima Liang's back. Outside the room, Meng Lening stood, captivated by Lin Yu's treatment of her uncle. Yet, seeing that the knife had not touched the skin, she grew suspicious, questioning whether Lin Yu was merely posturing. However, witnessing Sima Liang's expression of agony left her uncertain how to judge the situation. In truth, Lin Yu was not performing a mere show. He was utilizing his qi as a conduit through the surgical knife to gradually introduce it into Sima Liang's body, shattering the fragments closest to the surface into powder and expelling them through the skin's pores. The pain resembled that of a tooth extraction. The separation of flesh and bone was no less excruciating. Fortunately, Sima Liang, a seasoned warrior, had endured countless hardships and, though his expression reflected pain, he uttered not a single sound of distress. Such fortitude was commendable even in Lin Yu's eyes. However, after half an hour of treatment, Lin Yu found his own energy utterly depleted, his strength waning. Gritting his teeth, he managed to extract the nearest fragment from Sima Liang, staggering back until he found support against a chair. Phew! He exhaled, drenched in sweat, his lips pale. Sima Liang took a deep breath, his energy revitalized. He opened his eyes, sparkling with vigor, appearing rejuvenated by several years. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your treatment. I am immensely grateful." The formerly proud warrior now wore a humbled expression, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Lin Yu. "There's no need for formality, Brother Sima. Given the effort I've expended on your behalf, one might argue that the conditions I set are not too steep," Lin Yu replied. Indeed. From now on, you are my benefactor, my brother. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly lend a hand." Sima Liang pledged earnestly. "Then I shall not be modest. I would appreciate it if you could procure some millennium-grade spirit stones for me," Lin Yu casually requested. At this, Sima Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not known Lin Yu, he might have contemplated violence against him. "Ahem, Brother Lin. I do not even possess spirit stones of 100 years, let alone those of a millennium," Sima Liang replied, understanding Lin Yu's intentions to extract some advantage. However, the reality was that, despite his rapid ascent in strength, he lacked resources, as all acquired spirit stones were to be submitted to the state. "What? You do not have a single one? A renowned warrior like you possesses no spirit stones? What a loss. This is a most unfortunate transaction," Lin Yu lamented, having hoped to acquire some spirit stones to enhance his own strength. Dressing himself, Sima Liang stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated, and realized that Lin Yu was indeed a rare talent, one he wished to recruit into the dragon team for the service of the nation. "Brother Lin, do you require spirit stones for cultivation? Is that not obvious?" Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Sima Liang was immediately filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with appreciation for talent. "This is quite simple. As long as you, Brother Lin, join the dragon group, the resources for cultivation will be inexhaustible. What do you think, Brother Lin?" "Well, I'm not sure at the moment. Let us discuss it later," Lin Yu replied, scratching the back of his head. He was not foolish. Although he possessed the system that granted him cultivation resources, these resources required points to exchange, which could only be earned through completing tasks. Joining the Dragon Group. While a powerful national organization meant that those resources would also necessitate task completion, one could not simply use the resources without merit. How ungrateful. Such a foolish brain. You want to seize the opportunity when it's presented to you. At that moment, Meng Lining stormed in, her face flushed with anger as she scolded Lin Yu. It was well known that even she yearned to join the Dragon Group. Entering it could alter the course of one's life. Unfortunately, her family elders disagreed, believing that a girl should marry into a prominent family. This was why Meng Lining's personality was so forthright, resembling that of a boy. Yet, regardless of her attire, her femininity could not be masked, except perhaps for her flat chest, which did little to conceal her beauty. Lining, do not be disrespectful to Brother Lin. Since he has declined, we cannot force him. However, Brother Lin, if you ever wish to join the Dragon Group in the future, please let me know. It was evident that Sima Liang was eager to recruit Lin Yu into the Dragon Group. Brother? Uncle, when did you become brothers with him? Meng Lining retorted. Her eyes filled with disdain as she glared at Lin Yu. If her uncle referred to Lin Yu as a brother, she would then have to address Lin Yu as uncle too. Lin Yu was now one generation older than her, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. Now, Brother Lin, you should rest here. I have a meeting to attend this afternoon, so I must take my leave. I will have Lining look after you until you have fully recovered. Sima Liang noticed Lin Yu's current weakness and, with business to attend to, entrusted his niece, Meng Lining, to care for him. Meng Lining looked incredulously at Sima Liang. Uncle, I am your niece. How can you ask me to take care of this jerk? I refuse. Sima Liang showed no leniency, turning to leave the courtyard and getting into his Lincoln. Now, only Lin Yu and Meng Lining remained in the small courtyard. Lin Yu appeared slightly pale, yet the smirk on his face only darkened Meng Lining's expression. I knew encountering you would bring trouble. Meng Lining felt both aggrieved and furious. But even her anger had to remain bottled up. This is not my fault. It was Sima Liang who told you to look after me. By the way, Lining, is there a place to bathe? I just treated Sima Liang and am all sweaty and sticky. I would like to take a shower, Lin Yu said nonchalantly. There is a natural spring in the backyard. You can wash there yourself. Meng Lining gritted her teeth as she replied. I don't know where that is. Would you mind showing me? It would be even better if you could support me. I have no strength left, Lin Yu said with earnestness. You're so demanding, she exclaimed, then moved to Lin Yu's side, supporting him as they walked towards the backyard. In truth, during the brief rest, Lin Yu had regained some strength, and he was surprised that Sima Liang had entrusted his care to this fiery and temperamental female officer. Indeed, it was a form of care in his life. Lin Yu had never been attended to by a beautiful woman, let alone one of her caliber. The thought excited him. Meng Lining led Lin Yu to the edge of the spring, which was lined with smooth pebbles. The water exuded a refreshing chill, indicating it was sourced from underground aquifers. Come on, Meng, help me take off my clothes. Lin Yu turned to her, arms hanging by his sides, and casually commanded. You better not push your luck, Lin Yu. Meng Lining could hardly believe he dared to issue orders to her, her temper reaching its zenith. This isn't my fault. It's what Sima Liang instructed. Do you intend to disobey his command, dear niece? Lin Yu added with a playful tone, aggravating Meng Lining to the point of clenching her fists in frustration. Shameless. Vile. Meng Lining spat as she glared at him. Despite her words, Lin Yu savored the sensation of her helping him undress, feeling a sense of superiority. As he stood there clad only in his underwear, he quickly stepped back, realizing that if he disrobed completely, it would leave him entirely exposed. What's wrong? Not going to take it off? I thought you were going to undress me entirely, but it seems that's not the case, Meng Lining scoffed, her voice laced with mockery. I was afraid you'd run away if I took it all off, Lin Yu replied casually, glancing around. Meng Lining had no desire to remain there any longer. If Lin Yu suggested she leave, she would do so without hesitation. Fine, I'll undress myself. I might still need you to knead my shoulders and wash my back later, Lin Yu said sincerely, swiftly removing his last piece of clothing. Meng Lining was taken aback by the speed of his actions. As he shed his underwear, she saw something that made her face turn crimson. She quickly closed her eyes and turned away, cursing Lin Yu under her breath. Stop it. You've seen me naked. Now you're taking advantage of me. Lin Yu pouted, shamelessly retorting, I'm now fully submerged in the spring. The water is quite refreshing. I notice the water here is rich in spiritual energy. Much more so than ordinary water. Come on, knead my shoulders. Oh, my hands are sore from treating Sima Liang earlier. Lin Yu feigned a complaint, rolling his shoulders. Fine. I get it. Stop rushing me. Meng Lining grumbled, reluctantly moving behind Lin Yu, her delicate fingers pressing into his shoulders. Lin Yu relished the sensation. Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed a red cloth floating on the surface of the spring and leaned forward to grab it. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Lining, who was pressing down on him, lost her balance and fell into the water with a splash. Lin Yu, you jerk, she shouted, unable to contain her rage as she clung to him from behind, biting down on his shoulder in frustration. Lin Yu was caught off guard, having just retrieved the floating red cloth, which turned out to be a lacy bra. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as Meng Lining sank her teeth into him, causing his face to contort in agony. After several moments, she finally released her grip, tasting the metallic tang of blood, realizing she had bitten into Lin Yu's shoulder, leaving behind a bloody mark. What were you doing? You dragged me into the water while I was wearing my new white dress. You jerk. Meng Lining's eyes reddened with fury, as if she might cry. Lin Yu observed her drenched form. Her once leather attire had transformed into a clingy white dress, through which he could see the black lingerie beneath. He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. He had merely reached for something in the water, never intending to pull her in. Lin Yu held up a red lace bra in front of Meng Lining. You rogue, how could you have my bra? Meng Lining exclaimed in shock upon seeing her intimate garment in Lin Yu's hands. She swiftly snatched it away from him, feeling a surge of anger for having forgotten to put it away after her shower the previous night. Damn it, I can't believe you saw this, she thought, her heart racing with embarrassment. Are you a dog? Look, you've already bitten me and broken the skin. Lin Yu, feigning innocence, blew cold air onto his shoulder, regretting that he had allowed her to massage him in the first place. Humph, who told you to make me unhappy? Meng Lining's earlier sadness evaporated as she noticed Lin Yu's innocent expression, replaced by a defiant look. You little brat, blaming others for your biting. If you don't get punished, you want to understand why flowers bloom so red. Lin Yu aimed a playful slap at Meng Lining's pert backside. However, the water created resistance, and he hardly applied any force, turning the slap into a mere caress. At the same time, he inadvertently squeezed. You scoundrel, rogue. Startled by the unexpected touch, Meng Lining quickly pulled away, scrambling to the edge of the pool, glaring at Lin Yu as she pointed an accusing finger. Lin Yu, I will not let this go. I will avenge this grievance. Lin Yu felt utterly helpless, convinced that he was the one wronged in this situation. He looked up to see Meng Lining wrapping her skirt tightly around herself, her clothes soaked. He turned away, hastily covering his eyes. I'm so sorry. I didn't see anything, really nothing at all. His words only intensified Meng Lining's embarrassment, prompting her to flee in shame. Once she had left, Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk, feeling a wave of joy despite claiming he had seen nothing. Her entire appearance was etched in his mind. After dressing, he noticed the red bite mark on his shoulder from Meng Lining and sighed. Women truly should not be trifled with. This bra incident has escalated into a catastrophe. Returning to the front courtyard, Lin Yu wandered about, hoping to locate Meng Lining's residence to inform her of his departure. Not far along, he suddenly heard a woman cursing from a nearby room. He approached the door, leaning in to listen. You jerk. Lin Yu, you're such a big scoundrel. How can you be so despicable? You've seen almost everything. How will I ever get married now? Meng Lining sat on the edge of her bed, having changed into a clean pink blouse and shorts, her graceful figure on full display. However, her mood was far from pleasant. As she twisted a towel in her hands while cursing Lin Yu, using the towel as a means to vent her frustration, having never suffered a loss in her life, she felt particularly aggrieved after being humiliated by Lin Yu not once, but twice. It seemed he was her sworn enemy. Every encounter with him led to misfortune. Knock, knock. Lin Yu rapped on the door twice and called out, Lining, I'm all better now and won't be staying here any longer, so I'm leaving. Get lost. Meng Lining shouted back, her beautiful face still damp. Startled, Lin Yu hurriedly retreated. You lecher. I will make you pay the next time we meet. Little did Meng Lining realize that the foremost figure of her resentment was Lin Yu. Often, the person a woman dislikes the most remains engraved in her heart. Checking the time, which was already past 4 in the afternoon, Lin Yu called Zhao Jingya to ask where they were dining. Lin Yu, we're at Dongjia restaurant. And we've already started ordering. Hurry up. Zhao Jingya replied cheerfully. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Lin Yu hailed a cab by the roadside and headed to Dongjia restaurant. Although it was the most famous establishment in Nanxia City, it offered down-to-earth, home-style dishes at affordable prices, frequented by regular patrons from middle-class backgrounds. Upon arriving at Dongjia restaurant, he spotted Zhao Jingya waiting at the entrance. dressed in a pink short top that accentuated her figure, exuding the charm of a youthful beauty. Having changed from her work uniform into a fresh, elegant outfit, she radiated vibrant energy. Upon seeing Lin Yu, her face broke into a radiant and innocent smile. "Lin Yu, you're here. Let us go inside." Several other men at the entrance were captivated by Zhao Jingya's purity, eager to strike up a conversation, but she dismissed their advances without a second thought. However, her bright smile directed at Lin Yu was undeniably magnetic, leaving onlookers curious about the identity of the fortunate man she awaited. As some men glared at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with resentment, they thought, so what if he is handsome? Does he really deserve her attention? Lin Yu, oblivious to the jealousy surrounding him, approached Zhao Jingya and affectionately ruffled her hair, a habitual gesture that spoke of brotherly care rather than flirtation. "Let us go?" Zhao Jingya relished the gentle touch of his reassuring hand as she linked her arm with his and walked into the restaurant. The remaining onlookers were left muttering in disbelief and frustration. Upon reaching the private room reserved by Zhao Jingya's brother-in-law, Lin Yu found Wang Hui, whom he had previously treated, looking rejuvenated and full of vitality. "Thank you for healing my legs. We must drink until we drop tonight." "No need for formalities, just call me Xiaoyu," Lin Yu replied, knowing Wang Hui to be a sentimental person. "Haha, all right then. I want to hold back. Xiaoyu, I can see my cousin has a bit of a crush on you. Are you still single?" Wang Hui playfully assumed the role of matchmaker. Although it was merely a casual remark, he was genuinely interested in the prospect of Lin Yu, a skilled physician, becoming part of their family. After all, having someone like him around would ensure they would never have to worry about medical issues again. Brother-in-law. I'm still young and should focus on my career. Besides, Lin Yu is all ready." Zhao Jingya's cheeks flushed crimson as her eyes occasionally darted towards Lin Yu's face. "Young? I was dating your brother-in-law at your age. Men like Lin Yu, with such character and talent, want to be available forever. You should seize the moment." Zhu Qiaoli, who had recently moved to the city from the countryside, was straightforward and earnest, wanting nothing more than for her sister to be with someone as remarkable as Lin Yu. "Haha, let us not discuss this now. Matters of the heart can wait until after we've established our careers." Lin Yu noticed the dishes had been served and began pouring Maotai into Wang Hui's glass, only to have it snatched away before he could finish. "You can't pour. I'm the host here. Let me toast you first." Wang Hui chuckled heartily, poured a drink for Lin Yu, and raised his glass in a toast. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a young man with a buzz cut and ear-piercing swaggered into the private room, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a lewd grin plastered across his face. "Brother, what a splendid day it is. Dining at a hotel and not inviting your dear younger brother?" The young man, exuding a ruffian aura, smiled at Wang Hui. But behind him trailed 5 burly men, clearly indicating that he was there to stir up trouble. "What do you want? I have no brother like you. Why don't you get a proper job instead of squandering your days drinking and gambling? I don't want to see you here, so get lost." Wang Hui's initial good mood was swiftly shattered by the young man's intrusion. Ever since he had become incapacitated, this so-called brother had not even bothered to check on him. Yes, he was Wang Hui's flesh and blood, but now, after he had just recovered, it seemed this scoundrel had learned of his regained mobility and had come to demand money. Lost in his thoughts, Wang Hui's cousin slowly approached, while Lin Yu observed with a calm demeanor. However, upon seeing the lecherous expression on the young man's face, he could not help but clench his fists, itching to deliver a few punches. Chapter 45. Debts to be repaid. Brother, is this how you speak to your own flesh and blood? Have you forgotten what our mother said to you before she passed? The young man sneered, inhaling deeply before blowing smoke into Wang Hui's face. "How dare you bring up our mother? Now get out of here. I don't want to see you." Wang Hui clenched his fists, his gaze ablaze with fury. "All right, fine. If you give me 100,000 yuan, I'll leave right now. Just say the word, and I'll vanish as far as you wish." The young man grinned, his insincerity palpable. It turned out that Wang Hui's younger brother was primarily there for money. Even Lin Yu's eyes glinted coldly, but he chose to remain an observer, acknowledging that this was a family matter, and his involvement would be unwarranted. "Humph, a dog cannot change its nature. We are out of money. We spent it all on your brother's treatment. Just hurry up and leave. You are not welcome here." Zhu Qiaoli shared the same disdain for the young man, recalling how some of their hard-earned money had been squandered by this ungrateful wretch. Though tempted to call the police, she hesitated, knowing that he was her husband's sibling, and felt a pang of compassion. However, excessive compassion only emboldened the young man to bully them further. He had not even visited during Wang Hui's illness. Yet now that Wang Hui was recovering, He appeared to create chaos, proving that he was indeed scum. What are you doing here without money? Smash this place up. Wang Hui, don't blame me for being ruthless. Give me 100,000 yuan, or I'll make you lose face. And perhaps take your sister-in-law and her sister away as well. Don't say I didn't warn you. The young man leered, his eyes drifting over to Zhao Jingya. Captivated by her youthful allure and vitality, he thought of how delightful it would be to seduce her. Beast, they are your sister-in-law and niece. If you dare touch them, I will fight you to the death. Wang Hui could no longer contain his rage. A celebratory gathering had been turned into chaos by his own brother. He seized a beer bottle from the table and hurled it towards the young man, his teeth gritted in fury. Humph, you're asking for it. Wolf brother and his crew have money, but they just don't want to part with it. I owe the casino 100,000 yuan. So let my brother repay it. If that doesn't work, just look at how beautiful my sister-in-law and cousin are. If money won't suffice, how about they pay with their bodies? The young man smirked, glancing back at his accomplice, who sported a golden necklace and a mouthful of yellowed teeth, with gold caps for his incisors. Yes, she's definitely intact. The first blood will belong to Wolf brother. The pair lecherously exchanged words, leaving Wang Hui in disbelief that his brother would not even spare his own sister-in-law for the sake of money. Damn it, you scum! Wang Hui shouted, raising the beer bottle to strike his brother, but before he could reach him, a thug intervened, accustomed to dealing with rowdy troublemakers like Wang Hui. A swift kick sent Wang Hui sprawling, pain coursing through him as he collapsed to the ground, moaning in agony. Unreasonable. Just because your legs have been healed. What difference does it make? You're still useless. Since you have no money, look how generous your brother is being. He is merely asking for your sister-in-law and niece as collateral. Have you ever considered going to the casino to repay your debts? The young man sneered, spitting on Wang Hui as he lay there. What do you intend to do? I'll call the police. Zhu Qiaoli exclaimed in panic, reaching for her phone. But the thugs paid her no mind. They were unconcerned about her threats. Do you really think calling the police will help? Your brother personally wrote an IOU. He owes us 100,000 yuan at the casino. If he can't pay, then his family must. The young man continued, revealing his true nature as a gambler lost to his vices. Why should we repay your debts? Scum. Bastard. May you suffer a terrible fate. Wang Hui clutched his abdomen, blood trickling from his mouth as he shouted at Wang Xing. Bang. Wang Xing, showing no mercy, kicked Wang Hui in the stomach, callously stating, What's 100,000 yuan? If your brother won't help me out, can I ask my sister-in-law to pay instead? Wolf brother approached Zhao Jingya, his eyes gleaming with lust at the sight of her youthful and vibrant demeanor. Little sister, don't be afraid. Uncle won't bully you. Just be good. And I'll treat you to a hot dog. As he reached out to touch her face, his hand was suddenly seized in a vice-like grip, rendering his arm immobile. How dare you lay a hand on my girlfriend? Who do you think you are? Lin Yu's voice cut through the tension as he forcefully released Wolf brother's hand, sending him staggering backward. Zhao Jingya's initial panic subsided. But upon hearing Lin Yu refer to her as his girlfriend, her heart fluttered with excitement, even though she knew he was only creating an excuse to protect her. Who is this little brat interfering with my business? Kill him. Wolf brother bellowed, grabbing a dagger from one of his thugs and lunging at Lin Yu. Crack. A pair of hands caught Wolf brother's dagger mid-lunge, twisting it downward until his wrist was painfully contorted. Bang. Lin Yu slammed Wolf brother's head onto the table with great force, causing blood to splatter everywhere as he collapsed, dazed and bleeding. Who dares to move? The next one will be you. Lin Yu proclaimed fiercely, surveying the stunned onlookers. Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Can't you take down just one person? Wang Sheng shouted at his lackeys, but they ignored his commands, their eyes filled with disdain for him, a mere debtor daring to issue orders. Smack. Scum. Lin Yu delivered a resounding slap across Wang Sheng's face, resulting in an immediate and intimate encounter between his palm and Wang's visage. The left side of Wang's face swelled up instantaneously, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How dare you strike me? Are you seeking death? What are you all standing there for? Hit him. Wang Sheng bellowed at the four henchmen behind him. Humph. Do you truly believe they would offend me over a debtor? You have gambled away your fortune for years. And what of your brother, who is crippled? Have you cared for him? No. Instead, you squander your days and nights on gambling. And when you run out of money, you come begging from your brother. Do you think this money grows on trees? You have limbs and a will. If you wish to gamble, why not earn your own money? Lin Yu's ire mounted as he spoke. Had he not intervened today, Zhao Jingya and the others might have been taken away by the casino's enforcers, possibly leading to Zhao's degradation the very next day. Society is tainted by such heartless individuals who poison our cities. With each word, Lin Yu struck Wang Sheng repeatedly, transforming his once lean face into a grotesque visage. Curse it! I have struck you enough. Brother Wang, if you harbor any anger, take it out on this scoundrel. Such a person is unworthy of existence. Lin Yu directed at Wang Hui. The financial burdens had left Wang Hui's family without means for medical treatment. Fortunately, his wife had displayed acumen in the garment business, stabilizing their finances. Yet, Wang Xin continued to pester them for money regularly. Their mutual disdain had long been established. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wang Hui unleashed years of pent-up rage. Brother, please stop. Have you forgotten the day mother died and asked you to look after me? Wang Sheng cried out. Having received several kicks, his body aching and bloodied, desperately pleading for mercy while invoking their mother's memory. Little did he know that mentioning her only intensified Wang Hui's fury. You still remember our mother? Where were you when she died? Did you keep vigil for her? You are a beast, a scoundrel. Wang Hui's eyes reddened with rage, contemplating the unthinkable act of taking his brother's life. Enough. Let this be the end. Wang Hui. Send them away. I never wish to see them again. Zhu Qiaoli, a compassionate woman, was reluctant to witness such a bloody scene. Let me go. It won't be so easy. Wolf brother had recovered, though a bloodstain remained on his forehead, commanding his 4 subordinates. Upon receiving the order, the men brandished their knives and advanced towards Lin Yu. Damn it, you useless fools. What purpose do I have in keeping you around? Wolf brother shouted vehemently. Was the earlier punishment insufficient? Lin Yu seized Wolf brother's golden chain, pressing his elbow against his throat. Cough. Boy, how dare you provoke us in our own casino? I will not let this slide. Let you go? I haven't even considered that. With that, Lin Yu struck Wolf brother's head once more with considerable force, causing him to roll his eyes back in pain. How much does that boy owe you? I want to know the total of both the previous debts and the current one. Humph. You won't be able to repay it. That boy owes us a full million. Chapter 46. The director's poisoning what? $1 million. Wang Hui could hardly believe his ears. Had his brother really amassed debts of nearly 900,000 over the past 2 years? This was beyond comprehension. Indeed, that scoundrel, both a gambler and a lecher, provoked our boss's woman a few months back. We intended to blind him, but he offered 50,000 for his sight. Who would have thought we would part with that sum for nothing? Wolf brother recounted with conviction. 50,000 for nothing? Where did that 50,000 come from? Wang Sheng. Tell me. Wang Hui seized Wang Sheng by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury, as he began to piece together the truth. Oh, you must have already guessed. Since you haven't repaid me, I sold the piece of land mother left me for 50,000. Before Wang Sheng could finish his sentence, Wang Hui slammed his brother's head against the wall, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Brother-in-law, please, don't do this. Someone might die. Sister, you must stop him. Zhao Jingyan never anticipated that a mere banquet could devolve into such chaos. She cast a pleading glance at Lin Yu, who nodded slightly, then threw Wolf brother to the ground, leaving a chilling warning. If you dare to flee now, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life without feeling in your legs. Enough, brother one. If you continue like this, he may die. Though Lin Yu possessed the ability to heal such individuals, he harbored no desire to save one so treacherous. However, he did not wish for Wang Hui to bear the burden of murder. Wang Hui, still seething with rage, sat at the table, his eyes bloodshot. Killing me will only land you in prison as well. Mother left me the house. What is wrong with selling it to pay off debts? Wang Sheng, clad in tattered clothing, bore bruises and bloodied wounds across his face. That was given to me by mother. How dare you steal the property deed and land documents? You beast, you scoundrel. Wang Hui's eyes burned with rage, realizing how his duplicitous brother had acquired 50,000 without merit. Do you wish for your brother to kill you? And then see him imprisoned as well? You are far too naive. Lin Yu tossed Wang Sheng beside Wolf brother, commanding, you will return every cent he owes you, including what you have already paid. What do you mean? Are you attempting to rob us? Wolf brother stammered, bewildered. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Yu had no patience for idle chatter. Dealing with such scum required ruthlessness. Being meek would only embolden them to inflict more harm. I will not tolerate your ramblings. You will comply immediately and bring forth every penny Wang Sheng owes you. That's $1 million. I don't have that kind of money. Wolf brother protested vehemently, unwilling to part with his wealth, for he was no philanthropist. Refusing, are we? Very well. Lin Yu smiled faintly, his finger pressing against Wolf brother's forehead, sending a surge of energy coursing through his mind. Boy, do not push your luck. Our boss's brother is a member of the mandala. If you dare to touch him, the mandala will not spare you. 2 henchmen, witnessing their leader's agony, quickly revealed their boss's affiliations. Mandala, a name both melodious and perilous. Upon hearing the name of the Mandala gang, Lin Yu was reminded of a woman he had encountered, the dark-clad poisoner he had treated that night. Lin Yu, unfazed by the henchman's pleas, swiftly dealt with them, delivering blows that rendered them silent. "You scoundrel! I will make you pay for this." Wolf Brother clutched his head, eyes bloodshot with rage directed at Lin Yu. "Since you have declared that, I shall ensure you receive no mercy," Lin Yu coldly replied, intensifying the pain coursing through Wolf Brother's mind, akin to electric shock stimulating his brain. Should Lin Yu choose, he could reduce him to a fool. "Stop. I will pay. I shall pay. Please, spare me." Wolf Brother finally broke, kneeling before Lin Yu, pleading for mercy. "Had you acted thus earlier, we could have avoided this." "Brother Wang, do you possess a bank card?" "Brother Lin, what do you intend to do?" Wang Hui was perplexed by Lin Yu's intentions. Lin Yu cast a glance at the motionless Wang Sheng lying on the ground. To his surprise, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the latter trembled in fear and hastily begged for mercy, his earlier arrogance having vanished without a trace. Wang Sheng clutched at Wang Hui's pant leg, his complexion pale. His once gaunt and emaciated figure now appeared rather comical. "Humph. Now you realize your mistakes. What were you thinking back then?" Wang Hui resolved not to show any compassion this time. He could not possibly aid a brother who would gamble away their mother's inheritance. "From this moment on, we share no blood relation. The bond of brotherhood ends here." With a swift kick, Wang Hui flung him aside. Lang Gu produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Yu, who promptly seized it, inquiring about the card's password. "Is there $1 million in here?" Lin Yu observed as Lang Gu drew out the vital energy from Wang Sheng's mind, causing the latter's previously agonized expression to suddenly calm. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Indeed, Lang Gu nodded repeatedly, though inwardly he muttered, "Even if you take it, I can simply have the bank transfer it to another card later." "Very well, since it exists, there happens to be a bank nearby. Have one of your subordinates transfer the $1 million from your card to this one," Lin Yu remarked, seemingly peering into Lang Ji's thoughts. At this, Lang Ji's face turned a shade darker, caught in a moment of embarrassment. With a slap to the back of his head, he yelped and quickly instructed a subordinate to handle the matter. "You didn't call anyone, did you?" Lin Yu's words caused the subordinate to freeze, as his earlier exit had indeed been to summon reinforcements, but those individuals wouldn't arrive for another half hour. "Oh well, it was just a casual inquiry. Even if you call for help, it won't matter. Since the money has been received, you may leave, and make sure to take this debtor with you," Lin Yu said, pointing at Wang Xing towards Lang Gu. The henchman assisted Lang Gu in leaving, while Wang Xing, unable to rise, was met with a bottle smashed over his head by Lang Gu. The pitiful Wang Xing had no choice but to accept his fate as he was dragged away. "Ah, Brother Lin, I apologize for the embarrassment," Wang Hui said with a wry smile. "Not at all. Had I not intervened today, the severity of this situation could have escalated," Lin Yu replied, relieved. Had there not been so many witnesses, he might have truly sought to eliminate that scoundrel. Such a treacherous, despicable individual. It was unfathomable that a gambler would stoop to such heinous acts. "Lin Yu, do you think those people will summon reinforcements?" Zhao Jingya asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "Fear not. Even if they come, it will be futile," Lin Yu said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The banquet spread before them remained untouched by the earlier scuffle, and both Lin Yu and Wang Hui indulged in their meals, especially Wang Hui, who was profoundly affected by the recent events, inevitably feeling melancholic, seeking solace in wine. Zhu Qiaoli, observing her husband, occasionally raised a toast to Lin Yu. Well aware of his formidable abilities, had he not intervened earlier, she and Jingya might have been forcibly taken to the casino to repay Wang Xing's debts with their bodies. Just as they were midway through their meal, a commotion erupted outside. "Not good. The police chief, Mu Ganghai, has suffered from food poisoning. Call 120 immediately." "Mu Ganghai?" Lin Yu mused, recalling that it was Chief Mu who had released him earlier during his visit to the police station. Exiting the private room, he found a crowd gathered around a middle-aged man lying on the floor, his oily hair glistening. It was indeed Chief Mu, though his face had turned a ghastly color, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. An ambulance had arrived, and 2 doctors maneuvered through the throng to lift Mu Ganghai onto a stretcher. Meanwhile, several police officers were on site to investigate the source of the food poisoning and ensure safety. The patient's condition was critical, with his heart rate slowing dangerously. Adrenaline needed to be administered immediately to avert a life-threatening situation. As the doctor prepared to inject Mu Ganghai with adrenaline, Lin Yu intervened, grasping the physician's arm gently. If you do not wish to become a murderer, do not administer that adrenaline. Who is this impudent brat, daring to obstruct the treatment of the chief? You will be arrested for this. The assistant to the chief pointed angrily at Lin Yu. Today, Mu Ganghai and several other regional chiefs had gathered for a meal, reminiscing about the East Fan restaurant, which he had frequented in the past. Unfortunately, this visit had resulted in food poisoning. If you choose not to believe me, so be it. I merely offered a warning, Lin Yu replied, somewhat self-indulgently, observing from the sidelines. The other chiefs cast suspicious glances at Lin Yu, wondering how he had discerned the chief's poisoning so quickly. Mu Ganghai's mind raced, his gaze fixated on Lin Yu. After the adrenaline was administered, Mu Ganghai's eyes widened, and he gasped for breath as his heart raced uncontrollably, leaving the doctors at a loss. I told you. Administering that injection would only exacerbate the situation. Why didn't you heed my warning? Lin Yu approached the two terrified doctors, pressing his right index finger against a specific acupoint on Mu Ganghai's abdomen. The chief's previously erratic breathing calmed, and his heart rate gradually stabilized. The two doctors stared in astonishment at Lin Yu, who had just demonstrated an extraordinary skill, initially fearful of having administered the wrong medication. Their apprehension subsided upon realizing Lin Yu's intent to assist them, alleviating their panic. What are you doing? Why haven't you taken Chief Mu to the hospital? Who is this brat, daring to interfere with our treatment? Step aside. The chief is poisoned, and you dare to meddle. At that moment, a lead physician emerged from the ambulance, a portly man clad in a white coat that struggled to contain his bulk. He approached Lin Yu and forcefully pulled him away. Doctor, we saw Chief Mu's heart rate drop and administered adrenaline to stabilize it. However, after the injection, he reacted violently. Luckily, this young man pressed an acupoint, which restored the chief's calm. Humph. Absurd. A mere finger to save a life? Have you read too many novels? This uneducated brat knows only the surface of things and dares to make a fool of himself. How ridiculous. The lead physician, a specialist in gastroenterology, had rushed here upon hearing about the food poisoning incident involving the chief. His ambition was to treat the chief to secure a promotion, and he could not tolerate the idea of a young upstart claiming credit for saving the chief. Who? Suddenly, Mu Ganghai's reaction intensified. His entire body trembled, gasping for breath, and his eyes, wide open, were bloodshot, clearly a result of excessive excitement. Administer a sedative to Director Mu, Fu Diheo instructed a doctor. Are you doctors or quacks? Lin Yu remarked sternly. You haven't even ascertained the patient's symptoms and are merely applying medication to alleviate his poisoning. This approach will only hasten Director Mu's demise. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had pressed his finger on the acupoint to mitigate the toxicity within Mu Ganghai's system, intending to use his vital energy to counteract the poison. Yet, these incompetent doctors had come to disrupt his efforts. Are you a doctor too? Fu Diheo inquired darkly, scrutinizing Lin Yu. I possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. I've studied it before. Traditional Chinese medicine compared to Western medicine is like comparing the earth to the heavens. You speak with such bravado at a young age. Ignore him. Just administer the sedative immediately. At that moment, a doctor had already prepared the sedative, and upon Fu Diheo's command, he injected it directly into Mu Ganghai. Seeing that they disregarded his words, Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. Damn it. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Don't come looking for me when you fail to save him. If I were to seek you out, it would be a foolish endeavor. Fu Diheo snorted, watching as Mu Ganghai calmed down after receiving the sedative. With an arrogant glance at Lin Yu, he instructed two assistant doctors to lift Mu Ganghai into the ambulance and depart. Lin Yu, do you truly believe that the sedative could lead to the director's death? Zhao Jingya, kind-hearted and trusting in Lin Yu, asked, recalling his earlier warnings. Indeed, the poison affecting Mu Ganghai is exceedingly potent. Administering adrenaline will only exacerbate the spread of the toxin. The sedative and adrenaline are at odds, and soon Director Mu will experience severe bleeding from his orifices. However, there are indeed remedies available. Lin Yu withheld the final thought, initially wishing to help, but the doctor's ridicule had left him quite displeased. He felt no inclination to intervene further. They would eventually recognize the gravity of their mistakes and face appropriate consequences. Following this incident, the Dongjiu restaurant was sealed off by the police, and patrons were prohibited from consuming food while the source of the poison was investigated. Without this system, Lin Yu mused, he might still be a coward. Help? Someone save me. Just then, Lin Yu heard a soft, alluring cry for help from behind. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a woman in a purple dress, her legs clad in purple fishnet stockings, presented enticingly before him. The seductive aura she exuded was irresistibly captivating. As he raised his gaze to meet her exquisite features, Lin Yu was astonished to realize that this was none other than Xian, the very person he had rescued earlier that day. As a teacher, she should have been dressed conservatively, yet today she appeared rather alluring. "Handsome, please save me. There are bad men chasing me." Xialing Air approached Lin Yu. Her hands entwined around his arm as she sought refuge behind him, her innate charm emanating with such intensity that even Lin Yu, typically composed, found it difficult to maintain his poise. Feeling the impact of her presence, Lin Yu inhaled deeply. "Teacher, this is only our second meeting. What are you doing?" "Teacher? Damn it, this flirty woman runs so fast. You think you can play the hero? If you don't move aside, you'll regret it." Xialing Air's bewilderment at being called teacher was abruptly interrupted by the loud shouts of three bald men who had arrived. "Handsome, you mustn't let those thugs capture me. Otherwise, I'm finished." Xialing Air whispered enticingly in Lin Yu's ear, the aroma of her perfume mingling with a hint of alcohol, indicating she had been at a bar, which had drawn the attention of the three bald men. Lin Yu's assumptions were entirely correct. Xialing Air had been enjoying cocktails alone at the bar when a wealthy, roguish heir attempted to drug her due to her captivating beauty. However, she had seen through his intentions and retaliated, fleeing the scene only to be pursued by the heiress goons. "Get out of the way, kid. Don't interfere with our business. Otherwise, you'll learn the meaning of pain." One of the bald men brandished a dagger glinting ominously in the moonlight. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself in a perilous situation, with Xialing Air pressed against his back, the softness of her form palpable even without direct contact. Her alluring movements reminiscent of an enchanting fairy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu feigned calmness and addressed the bald man. "What if I refuse?" "Humph. After all this talk, you still want to act the hero? Then prepare to die." With that, the three bald men lunged at Lin Yu, their daggers poised to strike. Lin Yu tilted his body to evade their attacks, twisting to deliver a sweeping kick that sent two of them flying. One of the remaining thugs, caught off guard, watched in shock as his comrades were dispatched. With a swift kick aimed at the bald man's rear, Lin Yu sent him sprawling into a nearby trash bin. "Handsome, you were amazing. Thank you for saving me," Xialing Air exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she embraced Lin Yu in gratitude. The warmth of her hug left Lin Yu blushing uncontrollably, especially considering her status as a teacher. "Teacher, is this a bit too forward?" Lin Yu murmured, his voice tinged with embarrassment. The heat radiating from her proximity made Xialing Air shiver slightly. She quickly released him, though the warmth of his embrace lingered. "What teacher? My name is Xialing Air. Just call me Jijia, okay?" "Xialing Air?" Lin Yu pondered, realizing she was not the same as Xian from earlier. "Why do you look so remarkably similar?" "Handsome, what is your name?" Whether due to the evening's ambience or the effects of her drinking, the moonlight illuminated her flushed, enchanting face. Xialing Air occasionally cast flirtatious glances at Lin Yu, causing him to feel a thrill. Though he had encountered many beautiful women at work, none had captivated him quite like this enchanting creature. "My name is Lin Yu," he replied, his cheeks aflame as Xialing Air erupted into laughter, her melodic giggle resonating delightfully in his ears. "Lin, can I ask you a favor?" Xialing Air gazed at him with large, soulful eyes, her alluring presence making it difficult for Lin Yu to refuse. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Yu, captivated by her pitiful expression, nodded in agreement. Xialing Air's joy was evident as she linked her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder, a gesture that would lead onlookers to believe they were a couple. "Have you caught that girl yet?" One of the bald men growled. "Boss, we were about to catch her, but then this kid showed up, displaying unexpected martial prowess and whisked her away. Damn it, you're all useless." Shui Rui truly exerted himself, as a prominent heir of the underworld. He had been struck on the head by a wretched woman wielding a wine bottle. Such a tale would surely provoke laughter. Chapter 48, Relapse of Illness. "Damn it, that contemptible woman. I will undoubtedly capture you and subject you to torment in bed. My heart's resentment must be avenged. This is imperative." Shui Rui's anger remained unabated. The mere thought of Xialing, with her enchanting and alluring demeanor, ignited a fierce longing within him. "Handsome, why the fury? Come, have a drink to ease your temper. If something's bothering you, share it with me." A voluptuous woman clad in a white camisole and tight-fitting pants approached him. This woman had come to the bar seeking wealthy men, and upon seeing Shui Rui, she thought she had found a worthy target. However, upon comparing her to the vision of Xiling in his mind, she appeared utterly inferior. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap. What the hell is this? The gold digger, caught off guard, froze momentarily, and as the stinging sensation registered on her face, she instinctively glanced at Shui Rui's intimidating bodyguards behind him, silencing her retort. Seeing the wealth surrounding him, her eyes sparkled. Despite the slap, who would turn away from money? She flirtatiously batted her eyelashes at Shui Rui. This was a case of a slap followed by a sweet reward, but the reward had to be substantial. Gather all information on that woman. My father has never struck me, yet she dared to lay a hand on me. Once located, summon more people to bring her to my villa's basement. Shui Rui issued orders to his subordinates before embracing the gold digger and exiting the bar, getting into his car to depart. All right, we're almost at my place. Brother, would you like to come up to my apartment? Linger called out as she reached her apartment door, peeking her head inside to address Lin Yu. If only this could happen. Before Lin Yu could finish his thought, Lingo promptly slammed the door shut, leaving him with a dark expression. From within, Lingo's sultry voice echoed, inciting Lin Yu's ire. The next time we meet, I shall spank you. This is too much. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, shook his head. Yet, he pondered what might have transpired had he actually stepped inside. No, I cannot allow such thoughts. I am a married man. How could I entertain infidelity? With that, Lin Yu turned and left the complex. Haha, that little brother is simply adorable. Lingo leaned against the door, reminiscing about Lin Yu's awkward expression, and burst into laughter. Her enchanting laughter filled the apartment, as if it were imbued with irresistible allure. Linger, what has you so amused? At that moment, a woman wrapped in a towel emerged from the bathroom. With a complexion as radiant as a freshly bloomed lotus, her beauty illuminated the room. Having just bathed, Ziyan's face glowed, and her damp hair cascaded down her shoulders like willow fronds, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a fairy. Sister, I just encountered a cute little brother. He's so charming. Linger giggled, extending her delicate hand toward Ziyan's bosom, teasingly commenting, Sister, it seems you've grown a bit. Ziyan's cheeks, already flushed, turned even redder from her sister's antics, as if she could produce water from embarrassment. Stop it. You only know how to tease me. Have you been drinking again? You never listened to Grandpa. Grandpa was also fond of drinking when he was young. Otherwise, why would he open that vineyard? I only had a little today, Linger replied, her sultry demeanor transforming into that of a playful child in front of her sister. Had Lin Yu been present, he would have been astonished to see the striking resemblance between the twins, for they were indeed identical sisters. The sight of such beauty, especially with them embracing, would surely leave him overwhelmed. In the old hospital of Nansha, in a gastric lavage room, Fu Diheo anxiously watched director Mu Ganghai on the bed. He had just performed the lavage, yet the director showed no signs of awakening deep into the night. The weak pulse was alarming. Fu Diheo, if anything happens to the director, I will ensure you end up in prison. Mu Ganghai's assistant adjusted his glasses, glaring at Fu Diheo with fury. Suddenly, Fu Diheo recalled Lin Yu's earlier words, but upon reflection, he realized Lin Yu was far too young to possess the extensive medical knowledge required. You incompetent fool. I warn you, if the director dies, your future will be grim. The assistant, increasingly agitated, seized Fu Diheo by the collar, preparing to strike him. It wasn't entirely the assistant's fault. Fu Diheo had insisted that a simple lavage would suffice, yet they had waited until 11 at night without any improvement, leaving the assistant in a state of distress. Stop. This is a hospital, not a place for brawling. Where is Director Mu? I need to see him. At that moment, Xia Chengwei appeared, having been awakened by his phone. Residing in the hospital's rear courtyard, it took him only a few minutes to arrive. The assistant, seeing Xia Chengwei's urgency, quickly informed him. Fu Diheo felt the same, for Xia Chengwei was his lifeline. Had he followed protocol instead of his own methods, he might not have been in this predicament. If Director Mu died due to his negligence, he would face dire consequences. Xia Chengwei remained calm, observing closely as he approached Mu Ganghai, picking up a lamp to examine him. Upon inspection, he clicked his tongue. Evidently, the poison affecting Mu Ganghai was severe. Setting the lamp down, Xia Chengwei's expression darkened as he opened the director's mouth, revealing a tongue that was alarmingly black. Anger surged within him. Fu Diheo, why did you administer adrenaline without checking for allergies or potential interactions with the poison? With the director's heart rate so weak, if you hadn't administered adrenaline, he might have already succumbed before reaching the hospital. As he spoke, Fu Diheo felt a surge of anger directed at his two subordinates, who hung their heads in shame. Then why did you give him a sedative afterward? This is utter madness. Xia Chengwei was beside himself with rage. The turmoil, within him exacerbated by his own ailments, leading to a sudden bout of dizziness and weakness. "Ah, Dr. Xia, are you all right?" The assistant hurriedly supported Xia Chengwei, helping him to a nearby chair. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" At that moment, a female doctor entered, clad in a pink robe and a red top, her long legs encased in jeans. Xia Yuhan, having just concluded her shift, rushed over upon seeing her grandfather unconscious, panic etched on her face. "Grandpa, no. Yuhan, quickly call Lin Yu. Only he can save Director Mu." Xia Chui gasped for breath, and Xia Yuhan nodded vigorously, pouring water from her cup into a paper cup for him to drink. At this moment, Lin Yu had just returned home after taking a shower and changing into his pajamas. He recalled how, upon entering the villa, Tang Lianxin immediately detected the lingering sin of a woman on him, her expression turning icy as if she would have knelt down to scrub a washboard in frustration. After finishing his shower and climbing into bed to warm the blankets for her, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Xia Yuhan. He glanced at Tang Lianxin, who had donned pink pajamas, her exquisite face adorned with a hint of frost as she regarded him. It was evident that with Tang Lianxin's astute mind, she had already deduced that the caller was a woman. "Hello?" Lin Yu dismissed the thought of stepping outside to answer the call. "Lin Yu, do you have a moment? Can you come to the hospital? My grandfather's health has deteriorated. And also, the police chief Mu Ganghai has been poisoned. Could you take a look?" The anxious voice of the woman on the other end pierced through the phone. Lin Yu's device was not a smartphone but an old Nokia, which he preferred for its loud sound, and thus, Tang Lianxin heard every word of Xia Yuhan's distressed plea. The urgency in Xia Yuhan's tone resonated differently in Tang Lianxin's ears. "I've already settled in for the night, but wait a moment. I'll get dressed and come over," Lin Yu replied before hanging up. Although he had no romantic entanglement with Xia Yuhan, being scrutinized by his icy fiancée, he made him feel as though he were being caught in an act of infidelity. "Are you leaving right now?" Tang Lianxin leaned against her pillow, her tone slightly frosty. "Yes, Xia Yuhan saved my life. I must repay that debt. Since something has happened to her grandfather, I naturally need to check on him," Lin Yu responded earnestly. "Do you have medical knowledge?" Tang Lianxin suddenly inquired. "I learned a bit from an old Chinese medicine practitioner when I lived in the countryside," Lin Yu replied, unable to divulge the secret of his system and attributing his medical skills to his rural upbringing. Tang Lianxin felt that Lin Yu harbored countless secrets. Not merely his exceptional martial prowess, but also his medical expertise, which she had just discovered today. Coldly, she turned and nestled into the blankets, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her body occasionally trembling. Damn, why must this happen at such a critical moment? Lin Yu cursed inwardly, glancing at Tang Lianxin, who was tightly wrapped in her blankets. Feeling conflicted, he was aware of her frail constitution, yet he had other pressing matters to attend to. He quickly asked Xiao Yu, "Is there a way to temporarily suppress the cold energy within Tang Lianxin?" "Master, you can use your blood, but it needs to be enveloped by your true energy. Your pure young blood can help Tang Lianxin suppress the cold energy within her body." As the scene unfolded, blood dripped slowly into the boiling water on the induction heater. Watching the scalding water mix with his own blood, Lin Yu finally turned off the heat, poured the mixture into a cup, added some honey, and placed his injured finger in his mouth for a moment before bringing the cup into the room. "Lianxin, I've made you some honey water. Drink it to warm yourself," Lin Yu said softly, observing Tang Lianxin shivering on the bed. As she looked at Lin Yu's pale cheeks and then at the cup of honey water, she was puzzled by his actions. Nevertheless, she took the cup from his hands and sipped the honey water with her delicate lips. After she responded with a soft Lin Yu stepped out of the room, suddenly feeling dizzy and leaning against the wall to keep himself upright. "Xiao Yu, why does it feel like all my strength has vanished after just that little bit of pure young blood?" "Master, your pure young blood is akin to your vital energy. The few drops you shed have naturally depleted your internal energy, leading to your current fatigue and dizziness," Xiao Yu explained. Lin Yu nodded with a bitter smile, finally grasping why Tang Lianxin's grandfather had insisted on their engagement and sleeping together. After taking the car keys from Tang Lianxin's Porsche, he left the villa and drove out of the neighborhood. He parked in the lot of the South Xia Old Hospital, closed his eyes, and gradually practiced the cultivation techniques from the Shinong Sutra. After half an hour, he felt his energy restoring slightly, and the pallor of his face began to regain a healthy hue. Damn, it seems Lianxin's constitution truly requires my essence to sustain her. But I don't have much of it left. If I'm not careful, I might severely deplete my own vitality. I need to find a way to quickly earn more system points, Lin Yu pondered, reflecting on his current total of 350 system points. which included those earned from assisting Wang Hui and rescuing Zilinger at night. However, this was still insufficient to determine how to treat Tang Lianxin's cold poison. He needed to expedite his training to reach the 5th level, at which point dealing with the nefarious figures within the system would be far more manageable. Exiting the car, he approached the entrance to the gastric lavage room, where he found Xia Yuhan waiting anxiously. Upon seeing her worried expression, he smiled to alleviate her tension. Lin Yu, please check on my grandfather. He is having a health crisis and is currently sitting in the chair, Xia Yuhan said. Her worry easing slightly upon seeing Lin Yu smile as she took his warm hand and led him inside. It's you. Fu Dihao, who had assumed the miraculous doctor would be someone else, was taken aback to find it was the young man he had encountered earlier that afternoon. He wondered if this was indeed the doctor that Xia Chui had mentioned. What a coincidence to meet again, Lin Yu said nonchalantly. Ignoring Fu Dihao and the stunned assistant of Mu Ganghai, instead focusing on the frail Xia Chui. Lin, you've arrived, Xia Chui said weakly upon seeing Lin Yu. Rest assured, Elder Xia, this is just a sudden flare-up of a pre-existing condition. Close your eyes, and you'll be fine soon, Lin Yu instructed. Pressing his finger against Xia Chui's bi-wei acupoint. A warm current flowed into Xia Chui's body, stabilizing his previously weakened state. And color began to return to his pale lips. Next, Lin Yu used his left hand to apply a true energy needle through Xia Chui's clothing, targeting the root of his thigh. The onlookers were left in awe as Lin Yu's movements were lightning fast. Each needle insertion executed with such speed that Fu Dihao could scarcely track them. Within just a few minutes, Xia Chengwei had received no fewer than 20 needles in his legs and abdomen. Xia Yuhan, who had been frowning in concern, noticed her grandfather's vitality gradually returning, and her brows began to relax. The most astonished among them was Fu Dihao, who recognized Lin Yu's profound medical expertise. Realizing he might indeed know how to save Mu Ganghai, reflecting on Lin Yu's earlier words, if you can't save him, don't ask me, Fu Dihao had initially dismissed them as absurd, only to be struck by the reality of Lin Yu's capabilities. As Lin Yu completed the treatment by integrating the true energy needles into Xia Chengwei's body, the procedure came to a close. However, the chronic ailment that Xia Chengwei had suffered from for years would not be so easily cured. Lin Yu had merely suppressed his symptoms, preventing any acute episodes for at least half a month. Once Xia Chengwei regained his strength, he stood up to express his gratitude, saying, Lin, thank you for saving my life. I truly appreciate you taking the time from your busy schedule to come to the hospital to treat this old man. Xiaolao, you are too modest. Yuhan is my dear friend and has saved my life, so it is only right that I assist you. Lin Yu smiled slightly as he spoke. Xia Chui, with a serious expression, implored, Lin, the person lying in the hospital bed is Director Mu. It was truly a grave oversight by my hospital staff that led to this calamity. Although the toxins in Director Mu's body have been expelled, the excessive medication has rendered him in a state of deep unconsciousness, akin to a vegetative state. I am utterly at a loss on how to treat him, and I earnestly request your help. Xiaolao, I have a prior acquaintance with Director Mu. This afternoon, I instructed your hospital's doctors to cease administering medication. Yet Dr. Fu dismissed my advice, considering me an unlearned youth. Since he refused my treatment, I shall simply refrain from intervening, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. The reality was stark. If Fu Dihao obstructed his efforts to save a life, then he would acquiesce to the other's stubbornness, for the consequences would not fall upon him. What? Fu Dihao? You met Lin this afternoon and actively hindered him from saving a life? I am infuriated. How can such a quack remain in my hospital, unable to save a life, and yet looking down upon others? Xia Chengwei exclaimed, glaring at the remorseful Fu Dihao with fury. This director. I had no idea Lin Yu was the divine doctor you previously mentioned. And honestly, his age is quite young. How short-sighted. Xia Chengwei felt the urge to slap Fu Dihao and began to doubt whether any of the doctors in his hospital were capable of seeing beyond their own narrow perspectives. A thorough investigation would be necessary. What is wrong with my age? Lin Yu asked, noticing Fu Dihao's astonished expression. And nothing. How could there be any problem with you? Lin? I am the one with the issue, truly. I am a fool, a complete fool, who failed to recognize greatness. I beg you, please save Director Mu. I truly do not wish to face imprisonment. Fu Dihao was visibly anxious, cold sweat trickling down his back. Time was slipping away. If Lin Yu did not treat Mu Ganghai soon, the situation could become dire. Mu Ganghai's assistant had previously obstructed Lin Yu in the afternoon and now bowed in apology. Enough. Step aside. Remember, Do not look down on anyone. We are all equal, Lin Yu stated, observing the repentant expressions on both their faces. He approached Mu Ganghai, directing a thread of vital energy towards the area he had pressed earlier. Moments later, Lin Yu extracted the needle imbued with dark energy and discarded it into a basin, causing the hot water within to turn black and emit a foul odor. This is the source of the poison. You know what to do? He instructed the assistant nearby. The assistant comprehended immediately, retrieving a small vial and transferring the black water into it before departing to the toxicology department to analyze the poison, which would assist in identifying the perpetrator. What? Is that how you cure him? Fu Diheo could hardly believe his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment. The two assistants beside him shared the same incredulity. They had already been amazed by Lin Yu's miraculous healing earlier, but witnessing this skill left them utterly speechless. Perhaps you should undergo a comprehensive examination. Well, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. It is quite a task to come here at this late hour. Lin Yu yawned and stretched. He had resolved these matters in less than an hour, far quicker than any surgical procedure. Although it appeared that Lin Yu had treated Mu Ganghai with remarkable speed, the foundation for this efficiency lay in the earlier session. Yuhan, please see off Lin. Xia Chuwei instructed as he handed a bank card to Xia Yuhan, who promptly accepted it and hurried to Lin Yu's side. As they reached the parking area, Xia Yuhan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lin Yu. If you hadn't answered the call tonight, I truly do not know what I would have done. I am so grateful. Moonlight illuminated Lin Yu's striking features, his chiseled jawline and captivating eyes enchanting Xia Yuhan, observing her with dark circles under her eyes. Lin Yu asked with concern, "Are you all right?" After speaking, Lin Yu opened the car door to enter, only to feel a sudden coolness on his cheek, accompanied by a hint of moisture. Well, I am uncertain how to repay you for saving my grandfather. This is from him. There should be around 2 billion inside. I must take my leave now. Xia Yuhan, in a moment of impulsiveness, planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Though it was fleeting, the bashful girl turned crimson and dashed back into the hospital. Lin Yu watched her retreat and then glanced at the bank card with its intricate patterns, a smile creeping onto his face. Although he was not in dire need of money, seeing 2 billion for the first time ignited a sense of excitement within him. He felt like a billionaire. He decided to tuck the card into his pocket. However, the sensation of her kiss lingered, a delightful thrill coursing through him. Though his first kiss had been taken by Xia Yuhan in a rather oblivious state, this instance, filled with tenderness, was an exhilarating experience. Chapter 50. Human Particle Bomb. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Yu took the passenger seat in Tang Lianxin's car as they headed to Qin Dynasty Company. Tang Lianxin appeared aloof, seemingly still annoyed by Lin Yu's departure the previous night. Lin, we need to step out for lunch today. Jiang Lei from Jiang Group wants to meet with us to discuss the previous project. Tang Lianxin broke the silence in the car. Jiang Lei? Isn't he the one who visited your office earlier? Wasn't the transfer of 10% of his company's shares to Qin Dynasty already completed? Lin Yu replied, puzzled. Why didn't you mention that at the time? Lin Yu felt a sudden pang of loss, as if he had missed out on a substantial sum. Though the money was not his, Lin Yu's character made him feel as if it were his own. It wouldn't have mattered to mention it. But today, we need to clarify everything. After all, we need to handle the patent for the Enrongxin brand cosmetics, and the contract must be formalized, Tang Lianxin asserted, her expression resolute and filled with confidence. In recent years, Qin Dynasty had been developing a cosmetic strategy, and securing the contract for the formulation from Jiang Group would allow them to quickly obtain materials for production. With the broad promotion of the Enrongxin brand, the profit margins were set to soar. Once they parked, Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin walked side by side into the company, where the staff had grown accustomed to their relationship. Tang Lianxin took the elevator to the 15th floor, where she began her work for the day, reviewing contracts that required improvement. As for Lin Yuxian, finding himself idle, he began his training within the cleaning department, while also perusing information on some nefarious individuals within the system, preparing to eliminate these wrongdoers in the coming days to earn some system points. He had now entered the Tongxin building, and the plan to abduct Tang Lianxin was officially underway. A sniper had locked onto a certain Lin Yu. The moment he appeared, he was to be shot without mercy. At that moment, in the cleaning department's restroom, Lin Yu overheard a foreigner speaking fluent Chinese outside. Abducting Tang Lianxin? Killing me? What is this nonsense? Lin Yu pondered, suddenly suspecting that Ba Tian might have made another move. Fortunately, he was in the cleaning department, able to hear every action outside with clarity. Lin Yu slightly opened the iron door, revealing a narrow gap, and saw a foreigner dressed in black work attire, wearing sunglasses. One hand clutching a briefcase while the other was on the phone. After completing this task, we'll earn $1 million, enough for us to squander for a while. Just set up the sniper rifle from a distance and wait. The foreigner concluded his call, pressed a button by the urinal, and proceeded to wash his hands at the sink, though his dark-skinned hands remained stained no matter how much he scrubbed. As the foreigner raised his head, he suddenly spotted a figure behind him, causing him to shudder. Just as he reached for his handgun at his waist, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and he lost consciousness. Lin Yu had delivered a swift blow, rendering the man unconscious, and he couldn't help but smirk at the feebleness of the foe sent to abduct Lin Xin, so easily dispatched. However, it was not merely luck. Had Lin Yu not been present in the cleaning department, he would never have been privy to the entirety of the foreigner's conversation in the restroom. Moreover, Lin Yu's strength had reached the 4th level of martial mastery, placing him far beyond the caliber of mere thugs who only relied on basic combat skills and firearms. Wake up. Hey, wake up. A hand struck the foreigner's left cheek with a resounding clap, jolting him awake and causing blood to spill from his thick lips. How did I end up here? Who are you? The foreigner exclaimed, realizing he was bound tightly with rope, rendering him immobile, which startled him further. You're here to kill me, and you don't even know who I am? Lin Yu remarked, observing the absurdity of the situation. You're Lin Yu. How did you know I was coming to kill you? The foreigner, though not dim-witted, recalled seeing Lin Yu's face in the mission briefing before they were sent to assassinate him, leading to his realization. With another slap, Lin Yu decided to cut to the chase. Where is your sniper partner? Tell me now, or you will die a terrible death. Also, who sent you? Humph. Members of our mercenary group do not surrender easily. Our professional training means that even if you break our limbs, we won't utter a sound. The foreigner, having recognized Lin Yu's formidable presence, displayed no fear, only astonishment at how Lin Yu had uncovered their secrets about coming to the Tongxin building. Really? You won't utter a sound? Lin Yu said, intrigued by the foreigner's bravado. Grabbing the man's arm, he twisted it forcefully, rotating it 180 degrees, contorting the limb beyond its natural limits. Yet, true to his word, the foreigner remained silent. Kid, this time I underestimated you. But our Reaper mercenary group is not as simple as you think, the foreigner sneered, suddenly taking a deep breath and biting his own tongue, swallowing it. His abdomen soon erupted. Boom. The human bomb detonated, catching Lin Yu off guard and sending him flying several meters back. Damn it. I didn't expect this mercenary group to have such a trick up their sleeve. That hurt like hell. Lin Yu groaned, his body racked with pain. His right arm twisted from the explosion's force. Gripping his shoulder, he yanked. Crack. Lin Yu grimaced. He had never imagined someone would go so far as to self-destruct. Had it not been for his own enhanced strength as a 4th-level martial artist, he might have perished in the blast. Damn it. Who hired this mercenary group? I will make sure to capture them. Lin Yu seethed with rage, exiting the cleaning department. The disturbance had not drawn attention to the Tongxin building. As the human bomb's range was limited to 5 meters, a small particle bomb designed to be ingested. Once a large object triggered its switch, it would expand and explode, taking anyone within proximity with it. Such devices were typically employed by mercenary groups to deal with formidable opponents. If death was inevitable, they would rather go down together. Stepping out of the cleaning department, Lin Yu's clothes were soiled, his hair disheveled, presenting an appearance akin to that of a beggar. Lin Yu, what happened to you? Zhao Jingya, just emerging from her desk with a cup of hot water, was taken aback by his disheveled state. Don't mention it. I had some matters to attend to. Could you please ask a few people to clean up the rubbish in the cleaning room? Lin Yu replied with a wry smile, before pressing the elevator button. The staff on the 1st floor had never seen Lin Yu in such a haggard state, sparking whispers of speculation. Humph. He probably got kicked out by Tang Lianxin last night and slept by the trash can. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yu shot back, clearly annoyed. Hearing the staff's teasing remarks, Zhao Jingya's temper flared. This is work time. Refrain from idle chatter. If you continue, I will deduct your wages. The gossipy staff members could only mutter under their breath and return to their tasks, knowing Zhao Jingya held authority over them. Lin Yu reached the door of Tang Lianxin's office and knocked lightly. A cold voice from within instructed him to enter, and he did so. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Tang Lianxin's icy demeanor softened slightly, but as her gaze fell upon his disheveled appearance, her brow furrowed. You weren't like this when you came in this morning. What happened to you? She inquired, concern creeping into her tone. Lin Yu shook his head, suddenly hearing soft footsteps nearby. President, your takeout has arrived. Takeout? I don't recall ordering any, she replied, puzzled. Shoo. Lin Yu gestured for silence, then opened the door only to find a staff member with a takeout box, who quickly retreated upon realizing Lin Yu's intent. As Lin Yu inspected the rectangular container, he suddenly heard a ticking sound emanating from it, and his heart sank. He hurled it towards the window, and the moment it left his hand, a plume of blue-green smoke erupted. Lin Yu swiftly shut the window. What was that just now? Lin gasped, watching the smoke dissipate outside in astonishment. Someone hired a mercenary group to abduct you and eliminate me in the process, Lin Yu stated calmly. Now fully alert to the danger, though the sniper's precise location remained elusive. Master, the sniper is positioned on the rooftop of the Pinyin community 1 kilometer ahead. Armed with a Butler 12 sniper rifle, capable of firing at a speed of 500 meters per second. The system's voice, Xiao Yu, relayed the sniper's location. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned to the rooftop a kilometer away, suddenly spotting a gleam of silver. A bullet, measuring 127 millimeters in diameter, was aimed directly at him. Bang! The bulletproof glass in the office could not withstand the impact of the Barrett rifle. It shattered instantly. Lin Yu immediately dropped to the ground, kicked against the wall, and utilized the rebound to take shelter beneath the desk. Ah! Lin exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that someone had fired a sniper rifle, penetrating the bulletproof glass of the Daxiao building. What's wrong, President? Security personnel on the 15th floor, hearing the panicked screams from the president's office, rushed in, only to be greeted by the sight of the shattered glass and a Barrett bullet lodged in the floor, sending chills down their spines. Get the president out of here. Ensure his safety. Lin Yu commanded the arriving security guards as he rose to leave the office, his eyes chillingly cold. This was the first time Lin Yu had felt the breath of death. Now that he was aware of the sniper's position, capturing him became the foremost objective. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer east of the Tanshin building, on the highest balcony of a residential building, a white foreign sniper, unable to track Lin Yu's whereabouts, felt a sudden jolt of panic. Realizing the situation was dire, he swiftly stowed the Barrett in a case and fled. Chapter 51. Negotiating the project. Creaking sounds echoed as the sniper placed his rifle into the case and descended the stairs, but every movement was under Lin Yu's watchful gaze. Thinking he could escape, Lin Yu had already made his way to the bottom floor of the building in mere minutes. A refreshing breeze brushed against him as he vanished from sight once more. Panting heavily, the sniper finally reached his BMW 7, relieved to find it waiting for him. Damn it, I never expected that kid to be so formidable. My sniper skills are unparalleled, yet his reflexes are astonishing. Panic gripped the sniper as he inserted the car key, slowly starting the engine and speeding away. However, just as he was about to merge onto the main road, a shadow of a young man appeared before him. Lin Yu, his face darkened and hair singed, evidently the victim of a previous explosive encounter. Humph. You think you can run after provoking me? It won't be that simple. Lin Yu scoffed as he approached the vehicle. The sniper's heart sank at the sight of Lin Yu, unable to believe he had tracked him down so swiftly. Damn it. Heaven has roads you refuse to take, and hell has no doors you choose to breach. The sniper slammed on the accelerator, roaring forward like a tiger descending a mountain, but as he barreled down the road, a wall loomed ahead, forcing him to hit the brakes. The momentum was too great to halt in time. Bang! The car collided with the wall, crashing into it with a jarring impact. Fortunately, the wall was only a hand's breadth thick. However, half the vehicle was now embedded within it. Bystanders, startled by the commotion, cried out in surprise. Lin Yu had already reached the car door, observing the sniper inside, dazed from the collision. He shattered the bulletproof window, scattering shards across the ground. Then, he pulled the unconscious sniper from the driver's seat, noticing a case in the passenger seat that likely contained the sniper rifle. Seizing the case, Lin Yu vanished from the scene, leaving only the black BMW 7 behind. With one hand gripping the sniper's back as if lifting a chick, Lin Yu maneuvered through a thicket of trees. Otherwise, passers-by might mistake the scene for a film shoot. Binding the sniper to a large tree, Lin Yu brandished a Qi needle and plunged it into the sniper's abdomen, not to heal him, but to investigate for any concealed explosive devices. Within minutes, a mechanical component the size of a candy appeared in Lin Yu's palm. Damn it, this little thing caused all this trouble, Lin Yu muttered. Indeed, Master. This is merely a low-grade miniature bomb. For those above the 5th level of martial arts, it merely causes superficial injuries without significant danger. The system's response illuminated Lin Yu's eyes. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If I return 30 system points, will you return my sniper rifle? The system's avatar, a cute but furious figure, appeared in Lin Yu's mind, prompting him to smile wryly and nod. Clap. When the sniper regained consciousness, he felt his cheeks swollen. Upon opening his puffy eyes, he was astonished to see the disheveled Lin Yu before him, struggling to move but bound tightly to the tree. Enough of this futile effort. If you wish to live, tell me who sent your death god mercenary team. Lin Yu demanded, aware that he had offended many. Not only Batian but also foreign adversaries and various gangs. Since the last incident with underground fighting, he suspected numerous individuals within Batian were stronger than himself, rendering any confrontation a futile endeavor. While Lin Yu sought to avoid provoking them, he was prepared to retaliate if they approached him. As his words fell, the sniper attempted to bite his own tongue, but Lin Yu remained calm, arms crossed, watching him with indifference. Why can't I bite down? The sniper exclaimed in shock, realizing that if he failed to sever his own tongue, the bomb in his abdomen would remain active, subjecting him to Lin Yu's torture. The thought made his eyes tremble as he noticed Lin Yu's sinister demeanor, sweat trickling down his brow. Did you think that the same trick would work on me again? I should mention, I am a doctor, and also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Lin Yu revealed the particle bomb, causing the sniper's jaw to drop in disbelief. Humph. I didn't expect your identity to be so underestimated, but our death god mercenary team has faced life and death in training. Even if you kill me, I will not divulge a single secret about my employer. The sniper's eyes turned gray, his jaw clenched tight, refusing to speak. Lin Yu shook his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he proceeded to break the sniper's limbs. The agony of such a fracture left the sniper's eyes wide open. Though he remained silent, his expression contorted in indescribable pain. I told you, even under duress, I will not utter a word. The sniper's eyes were bloodshot. Teeth gritted as he glared at Lin Yu. There's no need for such defiance. Since you're unafraid, I might as well take a kick at your... Well, you won't mind, will you? After a while, Lin Yu exited the forest, leaving the sniper incapacitated by the Qi needle, his fate no longer of concern to him. As for the Zhao family, Zhao Qinglei and his son are dead, their bodies disposed of. If the Zhao family discovers they were murdered, it suggests their connections run deep. Lin Yu's attire was tattered, and his hair slightly singed. With an important meeting with Zhang Lei regarding a contract in the afternoon, he knew he had to pay attention to his appearance. Thus, he visited a hair salon to wash and cut his hair. Conveniently, there was a bathhouse next to the salon, and Lin Yu decided to indulge in a soak. Have you sorted everything out? Tang Lianxin inquired upon seeing Lin Yu, her previously frosty demeanor vanishing. Yes, I'll explain everything to you tonight, Lin Yu replied, his keen eyes surveying the surrounding employees. Fully aware of the notion that walls have ears, there could be an informant within the company. All right, let us proceed to discuss the beauty project with Zhang Lei, Tang Lianxin said, noticing Lin Yu's nod. The two exited Tongxin building, getting into a Porsche Cayenne, and headed towards the renowned Haidang Xingyue Hotel in Nansha. The Haidang Xingyue Hotel, a prestigious six-star establishment by the sea, boasted opulent architecture and extravagant dining ware, with every dish on the menu priced lavishly. After parking, Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin entered the hotel, where the first floor was primarily a hall for social gatherings. It was customary for guests to pay a fee of 10,000 yuan upon entering. Let us go. Zhang Lei has reserved a private room for us, Tang Lianxin said, linking her arm with Lin Yu as they approached the staircase. Perhaps it was Tang Lianxin's stunning beauty, clad in a pristine white gown and sparkling high heels, that turned heads. Although they made a striking couple, some affluent young men recognized Tang Lianxin's identity, their eyes widening in disbelief at the thought of the aloof CEO of Tongxin Building having a fiancé. One wealthy scion fixated on Tang Lianxin as she ascended the stairs, his gaze lecherous. Brother Bai, how could someone so frigid as Tang Lianxin attract affection? Regardless of her beauty, her demeanor is off-putting. A red-haired man, his arm around a voluptuous woman, squeezed her curves with delight. Haha, a gentleman appreciates beauty in various forms. However, Tang Lianxin's icy demeanor and ethereal allure make me quite curious. His grin was filled with a sinister plot. Then I shall rely on you, Mr. Mu. As for business dealings in your company, those can be easily arranged, Brother Bai remarked, clearly smitten by Tang Lianxin. This was the atmosphere within the first-floor hall of the Haidang Xingyue Hotel, where wealthy young men and business owners often flattered such scions to ensure their enterprises thrived, even going so far as to assist them in winning the affections of women, all for the sake of wealth. Unbeknownst to Tang Lianxin and Lin Yu, they had already caught the attention of others. Upon entering the private room Zhang Lei had booked, they were met with a disconcerting sight. 10 security guards, weapons drawn, aimed at Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin. Is this how Boss Jiang treats his guests? Haha, what are you doing? Stand down. I learned my lesson last time. So I brought more bodyguards this time to prevent any untoward incidents. Jiang Lei, a tall figure clad in a stylish tailcoat, exuded an air of ostentation. His crocodile leather shoes radiating affluence. He gestured for the guards to lower their weapons, yet they remained pointed at Lin Yu. Boss Jiang. I'm here with Lin Yu merely to discuss the cosmetics formula contract. If this is your way of hosting, then we needn't proceed with the contract, Tang Lianxin stated. Her heart racing, but feeling a sense of security emanating from Lin Yu began to bolster her confidence. Unfortunately, many are interested in this cosmetics formula. But it is your captivating presence that drew me to negotiate with you. Now, let us lower those weapons, Jiang Lei smirked. Motioning for Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin to sit at the lavish table laden with exquisite delicacies. As the guards finally lowered their weapons, Jiang Lei continued. Look at how frightened our CEO Tang is. If she were to suffer a heart attack, would I be responsible? Of course, I would comfort her afterward. His gaze lingered lewdly on Tang Lianxin's figure. Suddenly, a fork zipped through the air, embedding itself into the wall beside Jiang Lei's face. Showcasing incredible force, an act only Lin Yu, who was seated and enjoying his meal, could have executed. The cuisine at Haiyangxing Yue Hotel is indeed exceptional. The meat is exquisite. Lianxin, you should try some as well. Don't mind the onlookers. Let us enjoy our little world together. I doubt Boss Jiang will interrupt us. Lin Yu remarked while savoring the delicacies. With a start, the guards reacted, raising their weapons once more at Lin Yu, prepared to fire should he make another move. Boss Jiang, are your bodyguards a bit unruly? I particularly dislike having guns pointed at my head. As Lin Yu spoke, the knife he had been using vanished. And a guard suddenly screamed, dropping his gun as the greasy blade had pierced through his palm. Stand down and go tend to that. Haha. I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so skilled. But Brother Lin, isn't your reaction a bit excessive? Jiang Lei's confidence swelled, bolstered by his bodyguards. Believing Lin Yu's speed could not outmatch bullets, especially with so many guns aimed at him. Really? My wife was just startled. If it weren't for the fact that Boss Jiang is our business partner, you might have already faced dire consequences, Lin Yu replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Playing mind games with me, are you? You think you can intimidate me? Lin Yu, having faced death before, felt utterly unfazed by the current scenario. Is that so? CEO Tang, you haven't said a word, indicating you have no intention of discussing the project. If that is the case, then what are we doing here? Jiang Lei glared at Tang Lianxin, who had remained silent, clearly displeased. Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin were indeed a perfect match, their synergy evident, which only served to infuriate Jiang Lei further. All right, let us dispense with the pretense. Since you both are here, it signifies your genuine intent to sign the contract for the cosmetics materials. However, I will be making some amendments to the contract. Jiang Lei, now emboldened by his bodyguards, was determined to assert himself, believing his muscle would deter any defiance. Oh, what amendments does Boss Jiang require? Tang Lianxin asked coolly, taking a sip of the fine red wine while Lin Yu devoured the gourmet spread. Jiang Lei, unfazed by Lin Yu's rudeness, produced a contract and handed it to his bodyguard, who then presented it to Tang Lianxin. Firstly, as for the profits garnered from the promotion of beauty cosmetics, Jiang's company requires a 40% stake. Additionally, the materials must be procured by your side, though the cost for acquiring these materials from the Jiang Group will be set on a 3-year term. Furthermore, arrangements for celebrity endorsements will be handled by the Tang Exine building. Of course, President Tang may find it somewhat inequitable that Jiang's group, without contributing anything substantial, can still obtain a 30% stake. However, once you view this video, everything will become clear. Jiang Lei smiled faintly and retrieved a tablet from a nearby table, instructing his bodyguard to deliver it. After Tang Lianxin received the tablet and watched the video, her initial feelings of injustice dissipated entirely. The video showcased a young woman, whose face was marred by freckles and acne, applying the Ania beauty serum and powder. Astonishingly, the results were evident within just a few days. The woman's complexion transformed dramatically. Her freckles and blemishes had vanished, leaving her radiant. Haha, I see President Tang is eager to try it as well. Today, I also brought a sample of Ania's cosmetics. If you are intrigued, you may come and collect it for a trial. I assure you, it will enhance your already exquisite features. Jiang Lei's tone implied that he intended for Tang Lianxin to fetch the product herself, which hinted at a subtle ulterior motive. However, everyone has a desire to enhance their beauty, and with Lin Yu by her side, Tang Lianxin did not dwell on this thought. Observing the transformation of the woman in the video, she recalled her own recent lack of sleep, which had resulted in some blemishes on her forehead. Intrigued by the potential effects of the cosmetics, she stood up to retrieve them. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt Lin Yu grasp her wrist. Lin Yu, who had been enjoying his meal, had halted his eating, now holding the contract with a furrowed brow as he gazed at Tang Lianxin. Brother Lin, what do you mean by this? I was graciously sharing my cosmetics contract with the Tang Xian building, yet you dare to taint Zhang's groups and Nia Cosmetics with poison. If you cannot clarify your intentions today, you shall not leave this place. First, I, Lin Yu, can come and go as I please. No one can stop me. Second, cease harboring those ill intentions. You dare to defile my wife? Are you hoping that Tang Lianxin will take your cosmetics, merely to gain an advantage and touch her hand? Not a chance. Third, some of the ingredients in your cosmetics are incompatible, while they may be beneficial for the skin when combined. Exposure to intense sunlight could have the opposite effect. In fact, individuals with particularly sensitive skin could suffer severe reactions. Lin Yu raised 3 fingers, looking disdainfully at Jiang Lei. His knowledge stemmed from the Shenong scriptures, which vividly detailed the effects of cosmetic ingredients in his mind. Preposterous. President Tang, I kindly invited you to sign a contract with me. Did you bring Lin Yu to sabotage this transaction? You witnessed the woman in the video. Her acne vanished after using Ania Cosmetics. Seeing is believing, Jiang Lei proclaimed, casting a penetrating gaze at Tang Lianxin, who remained impassive, her brow slightly furrowed. President Tang, do you believe that what you see is superior to what you hear? I am aware that Lin Yu merely wishes to flaunt his intelligence in this contract. But this is not child's play. This is not a place for your theatrics. If you continue to speak recklessly, beware of my bodyguard's indiscriminate bullets. At this point, Jiang Lei's eyes glimmered with malice. If he could, he would indeed wish to eliminate Lin Yu and take care of some unfinished business with Tang Lianxin. Boss Jiang, don't you think you're being a bit excessive? Perhaps Lin Yu does possess some knowledge. Why don't you let me test the cosmetics first? If they prove effective, I will certainly agree to the contract. Tang Lianxin spoke with composure. Although she was uncertain of Lin Yu's claims, she was aware of some of his secrets and, naturally, leaned towards Lin Yu, considering their engagement. Very well, but the cosmetics should be collected by President Tang herself. Jiang Lei laughed heartily, placing the cosmetics box on his table, clearly intending to challenge her. Forget it, I'll go instead. Boss Jiang, I will fetch them for my wife. You wouldn't mind, would you? How dare you? When did I ever permit your presence? Referring to her as my wife, Tang Lianxin is merely your fiancée. With you here, how can I touch Tang Lianxin's hand? Jiang Lei's frustration boiled over, and he cursed Lin Yu under his breath. Suddenly, Lin Yu ripped open the packaging of the beauty products, revealing the Ania beauty cream, serum, and powder. He opened the lids of all 3 products, dipping his fingers into each before submerging them in a glass of clear water. Lin Yu, what on earth are you doing? I came here to discuss a contract. Do not repeatedly test my patience. Jiang Lei could no longer contain himself, pulling out a handgun and aiming it at Lin Yu's head. I warned you. I detest having a gun pointed at my head, Lin Yu retorted, and as he spoke, Jiang Lei suddenly felt as if water had splashed into his eyes. A fiery pain ensued, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip on the gun. Jiang Lei staggered backward, rubbing his eyes, which were now ablaze with discomfort. The bodyguards immediately aimed their weapons at Lin Yu, ready to fire at the slightest movement. If you wish for Jiang Lei to perish, feel free to pull the trigger. Lin Yu, realizing the guns were aimed at him, held Jiang Lei's neck in front of himself as a shield, coolly stating, Everyone, lower your weapons. Can't you see I'm being held hostage? I warn you, Lin Yu, you are assaulting me. I could easily call the police. Jiang Lei's eyes throbbed painfully, rendering him nearly blind. Is this not your Ania Cosmetics? I wonder how they're working for you, Lin Yu remarked. Observing the bodyguards lowering their weapons and tossing Jiang Lei onto the table. Damn it, I have never endured such humiliation. Tang Lianxin, why did you bring this scoundrel? Are we here to discuss a contract, or to provoke me? Jiang Lei grasped a wet towel from the table, attempting to alleviate the redness and tears in his eyes, flinching from the slightest contact. I apologize, Boss Jiang. I had no idea Lin Yu would act so abruptly. Lin Yu, if you're disrupting my contract with Boss Jiang, you need to leave now. Tang Lianxin was taken aback by Lin Yu's unusual behavior. All this over a mere contract. Lianxin, don't fret. The best is yet to come. Lin Yu grinned slightly, observing Jiang Lei's eyes, which were now swelling with redness, realizing this was the side effect of the cosmetics. Lin Yu, What have you done to me? My eyes are unbearably itchy. Jiang Lei suddenly cried out, scratching at his eyes, which were now painful and swollen. I haven't done anything to Jiang Lei. I merely wanted you to experience the effects of the cosmetics firsthand. Given your current state, could it be that you are indeed allergic to them? Lin Yu feigned surprise, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Humph, you must have tampered with it in some way. I warn you, if I lose my sight, I will ensure you pay dearly for it. Jiang Lei scratched incessantly, causing some of the emerging blemishes to bleed. Lin Yu offered a faint smile, gazing at Jiang Lei with an air of intrigue. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Just tell me what I need to do to cure myself. Humph, it's not as if he is completely devoid of intelligence. At least he didn't let his bodyguards open fire on me in anger, which is a rational choice. Upon hearing Jiang Lei's words, Lin Yu nodded, retrieved a glass of ice water from the table, infused it with spiritual energy, and, once prepared, aimed directly at Jiang Lei, splashing the water over his head. What are you doing, Lin Yu? Tang Lianxin was utterly perplexed by Lin Yu's every action, suddenly feeling that the mysteries surrounding him were far too numerous. Could it be that Lin Yu truly knows there's an issue with the formula for anemia? Right. Lin Yu just claimed to possess medical skills. And that must be true. A surge of astonishment and doubt coursed through her, yet her exterior remained icy and silent. Since Lin Yu had a solution, there was no need for her to intervene further. She decided to be a mere spectator, observing whether Lin Yu's subsequent actions would assist her. At that moment, Tang Lianxin sensed that bringing Lin Yu to negotiate this contract was indeed a wise decision. Jiang Lei, drenched in ice water, not only refrained from anger but rather felt a strange sense of refreshment. Since Jiang Lei was now feeling better, perhaps it was time to discuss the contract properly. Haha. Indeed, I didn't expect Brother Lin to truly know that there's a problem with my anemia formula. How would you like to negotiate this contract? Brother Lin? As long as it's reasonable, I want to say much more, but you will need to put in some effort regarding the materials. Lin Yu's earlier display of skill had left Jiang Lei utterly astonished. In the realm of men, profit often outweighs beauty. No one would turn their back on financial gain. At that moment, even Jiang Lei was unaware that control had already shifted to Lin Yu. When Tang Lianxin and Lin Yu arrived, Jiang Lei had instructed his bodyguards to aim their guns at the entrance to establish authority. Yet, Lin Yu's actions were simply too extraordinary. Though young, Jiang Lei had already become the youngest chairman of the Jiang Group, despite familial connections. His sharp intellect and adeptness at navigating social dynamics had enabled the Jiang Group to generate annual revenues in the tens of millions, making him a standout among his peers. Very well, let us commence the true negotiations. The Jiang Group should only hold a 5% stake in Ningyu. Do not think of it as a loss. I only desire your brand. As for the materials, I'll make a few improvements. This cosmetic product will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the global market. I trust you understand that a 5% share at the top of the world is worth considerably more than the annual income of your Jiang Group. Lin Yu had already anticipated Jiang Lei's forthcoming words and actions. With the initiative now firmly in his hands, he felt it was essential to be fully prepared. Isn't this a bit too little, and you speak so grandly? As the signing party, I cannot guarantee such terms, Tang Lianxin murmured near Lin Yu, her fragrance intoxicating him. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter as your man, Lin Yu responded, immediately regretting his words as he felt a sharp squeeze at his waist from Tang Lianxin. What do you mean by my man? You are not yet, she retorted, her innocence intact. Even if Lin Yu made light of the situation, she would not allow it. Brother Lin, could it be that the Jiang Group's stake is indeed too small? How about I take 10%? We will provide any materials our company possesses. But, Brother Lin, are your words truly genuine? Jiang Lei inquired. Fear not. While I may not possess as much business acumen as Lianxin, I assure you, my words carry no deceit. At the sight of Lin Yu's earnest expression, Jiang Lei's initial skepticism transformed into firm conviction, and the contract negotiations commenced. Now that the contract is settled, why don't we visit the top floor of the Xingyue Hotel? I hear there's an auction taking place today. It would be worth a look, Jiang Lei proposed, keen to foster a good relationship with Lin Yu as he would require his assistance later. Lin Yu, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the auction for the first time, agreed. Meanwhile, Tang Lianxin maintained her indifferent demeanor. Yes, let us go take a look, Lin Yu nodded, with Tang Lianxin following closely beside him. Although she had attended auctions before, she had never experienced one at the top level of the high-end Xingyue Hotel. The trio departed the private room. Ascending to the top floor, the high-end Xingyue Hotel was a haven for the affluent, where the lower levels catered to wealthy young scions and billionaires. However, Only the privileged and well-connected knew about the auction house located on the hotel's uppermost floor. The auction house accommodated up to 100 attendees, with a female auctioneer poised at the center, ready to call for bids and finalize sales with a decisive strike of her gavel. Upon reaching the top floor, Jiang Lei presented a special access card to the guards at the entrance, who promptly opened the door for the trio. The auction will commence in a few minutes. Brother Lin and President Tang, please find a seat and wait, Jiang Lei suggested, settling into an intricately carved wooden chair and gesturing for the others to join him. Not far from Lin Yu, at another small pavilion, a lavishly dressed man was surveying the area when he caught sight of Tang Lianxin. His eyes widened in surprise, filled with adoration and possessiveness. Tang Lianxin, we meet again. Is this fate? He exclaimed, approaching her with a glass of red wine in hand. This was Bai Yifei, the reckless young master who had discussed Tang Lianxin with his associates earlier. However, upon discovering her identity as a direct descendant of the Tang family, he also learned that she was already engaged to someone, a rural fellow. This revelation filled Bai Yifei with rage, feeling as though his beloved lotus had been sullied by dirt, igniting a desire to eliminate the interloper. As he drew closer, Bai Yifei took a seat beside Tang Lianxin. Hello, Tang Lianxin, he greeted, extending his slender, fair fingers in a casual salute. Yet, Tang Lianxin paid him no heed, her frosty demeanor fixated on the auction items in the central hall. Bai Yifei's handsome face darkened at her indifference, yet internally, he smirked, what a cold president. But that only makes me want you more. Just then, a sultry and alluring voice broke through his thoughts. How delightful to see you again, little brother. Thank you for last night's escapade, the enchanting Xiling heir said, bending slightly to meet Lin Yu's gaze with a knowing smile, her words laced with ambiguity that intrigued yet confounded him. Lin Yu's heart raced inexplicably at her presence, unaware that the icy beauty beside him had begun to darken in expression. What are you doing here? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. This is my grandfather's place, so naturally, I can come here. Who is this little sister beside you? She is extraordinarily beautiful, though a bit aloof. Xiling glanced at Tang Lianxin, who stood next to Lin Yu, her lips curving into a smile that revealed a small canine tooth. Her alluring eyes complemented by the tooth, creating a charmingly seductive appearance. Chapter 54. The Auction. Xiling, you've arrived. I presume Old Master Z is also here? Bai Yifei coldly inquired upon seeing Xiling, his tone devoid of respect. None of your business. Xiling retorted dismissively, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu as she provocatively teased. Little brother, I truly apologize for leaving you outside that night. Next time, I shall certainly leave a crack in the door for you. With a tinkling laugh, Xiling approached Jiang Lei, her enchanting eyes flickering. The astute Jiang Lei understood immediately, vacating his seat to take a position in the back row. After all, this captivating woman was not someone he could afford to offend. Moreover, her acquaintance with Lin Yu compelled him to reassess Lin Yu's status, which was evidently not as simple as being merely a son-in-law of the Tang family. What did that woman mean by leaving you outside? Tang Lianxin coldly questioned Lin Yu, her gaze piercing. Lin Yu could clearly sense Tang Lianxin's animosity towards Xiling and attempted to explain, while Xiling gleefully emitted a melodious laugh, choosing silence instead. Enough with the laughter. Can you just explain? Lin Yu thought, feeling exasperated. The truth was, he wished to retaliate against Xiling for this humiliation. Humph. Things might not be so straightforward. I didn't realize your boyfriend would abandon such a beauty as you for infidelity, Bai Yifei interjected, seizing the opportunity to sow discord between them, hoping to exploit their turmoil. If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll make sure to silence you. Lin Yu retorted, angered that an outsider dared to meddle in his affairs, directing threats towards Bai Yifei. Oh, is this what they call a cornered dog desperate to bite? Lianxin, you should really think this through, Bai Yifei remarked, adopting a more intimate tone, though Tang Lianxin paid him no mind. Turning her attention to the center of the hall, ignoring their quarrel. Bai Yifei, you debauched playboy, always surrounded by beauties, yet now you're interested in someone else's girlfriend? Truly, a dog cannot change its nature, always eager to lap up beauty. Xiling's words were sharp, although devoid of vulgarity, they unveiled Bai Yifei's previous misdeeds. Lin Yu looked at Xiling in astonishment, surprised that this enchanting temptress would defend him. Don't push me too far, Xiling. Bai Yifei seethed, gritting his teeth, a fire of rage igniting within him. Were it not for Xiling's influential background, he would have long sought to dominate her. Feel free to bite me if you possess the courage. You're all talk, far less impressive than this handsome young man beside me, Xiling declared, nudging Lin Yu with a leg clad in stockings. This was an overt flirtation, and even though Lin Yu was a principled young man, he found it difficult to withstand the temptation. The auction is about to commence. Fortunately, the beginning of the auction interrupted their banter, providing Lin Yu a brief reprieve. Though the frosty beauty beside him still radiated an air of chill, sending shivers down his spine. In the center of the hall, a woman clad in a cheongsam approached the auction stage, her exquisitely alluring visage and perfect figure captivating all attention. The cheongsam revealed a tantalizing slit, showcasing her fair skin, instantly drawing the gaze of those present at the auction. Ah, indeed, she is the queen of social auctions. Qin Lan is stunning. I would go bankrupt to bid on her, exclaimed one of the guests, enamored by her beauty. Even Lin Yu found himself momentarily entranced by the beauty before him. Although he quickly diverted his attention back to the auction items draped under striped cloth, which piqued his interest more than the woman did. What do you think? Qin Lan is the queen of the Haitang Star Moon Hotel auction. Are you interested? I happen to have her contact information, of which chimed in. While Bai Yifei continued to shower compliments upon Tang Lianqin, Lin Yu remained calm, aware that Tang Lianqin was not one to be swayed by superficial flattery. The ICCO was no fool. Good afternoon, everyone. The weekly Haidang auction is commencing once again. The first item up for bid today is the 3J Dragon Cup. I trust you all understand what 3 signifies? This item is a prime choice for collectors, Qin Lan announced, unveiling a transparent glass box containing a delicately crafted goblet adorned with lifelike dragon carvings, its milky hue indicative of its precious nature. However, Lin Yu had little interest in such antiquities, merely wishing to broaden his horizons. Bai Yifei, meanwhile, continued to engage Tang Lianqin in conversation, even explaining the history of the 3J Dragon Cup. Lianqin, do you like it? If you want it, I can bid for you. It wouldn't be a problem to have it in your office for tea. I have only known you for this brief moment, so please call me by my full name. Furthermore, your knowledge of my identity suggests you have been probing into my affairs, which I find rather unappealing, Tang Lianqin replied, prompting Lin Yu to almost applaud her eloquence. All right then, I shall call you Miss Tang. I never investigated you. I merely saw you on television and was captivated. You are even more beautiful in person than on screen. Bai Yifei persisted, but Tang Lianqin ignored him entirely, not even granting him a glance. Before long, the bidding for the 3J Dragon Cup soared to 10 million, astonishing even Lin Yu, who could hardly believe a mere cup commanded such a price. After a few moments, the cup was sold for 18 million to a middle-aged man in his 40s, who walked up to the auction stage to claim his prize, eager to flaunt his wealth. Following the conclusion of the first auction, 2 assistants brought forth the next item, a mannequin. Initially, the crowd assumed the auction was for the model herself, but Qin Lan interjected, this auction is not for the lovely model, but rather the necklace adorning her neck. The audience focused intently on the model's neck, captivated by the glimmering necklace, which was displayed on her to provide a clearer view for potential bidders. The necklace in question, known as the Heart of the Sea God, features a central blue gemstone that was mined from a meteorite originating from beyond 5,000 miles of ocean. Legend has it that this gem is a talisman of fortune, and its current owner, the miner, has ascended to be among the top 5 on the global rich list. The intricate design and exquisite carvings surrounding the gemstone were masterfully crafted by the renowned designer and sculptor, Yu Changming. After Qin Lan recounted the history of the Heart of the Sea God, she announced the starting bid, 10 million, with increments of 1 million for each subsequent bid. Upon hearing this, many in the audience gasped in awe, acknowledging the necklace's considerable value, while some merely came to broaden their horizons. 11 million. At this moment, Bai Yifei suddenly raised the bidding card on the table and called out the amount without hesitation. Such audacity in bidding suggested that the wealthy young man intended to bestow the necklace upon his beloved girlfriend. Qin Lan, noticing Tang Lianqin beside Bai Yifei, remarked, haha, it's merely a gift for someone dear to me. Bai Yifei turned to Tang Lianqin and earnestly said, Miss Tang, I genuinely have feelings for you, and I hope you will accept this necklace. It was indeed surprising to witness Bai Yifei, a wealthy heir, spending such a substantial amount in pursuit of a romantic interest. However, the ethical implications of vying for someone else's affection could not be overlooked. On account of that night you helped me, I shall allow you to have the necklace. Xilingar interjected. Before she could finish her thought, a voice rang out from afar, 20 million. This bold proclamation interrupted Xilingar, causing everyone to turn towards the source of the voice, astonished at the audacity of such a bid. Lin Yu glanced in the same direction, recognizing the young man seated across the way. His voice sounded eerily familiar, and those eyes seemed to belong to someone he had encountered before. while not strikingly handsome. The golden necklace adorning him suggested he was yet another affluent scion. Lu Xiaodong, with clenched fists, realized this was the very man who had bested him in an underground fight. Initially drawn by Yifei's bid, he quickly recognized the disdainful glint in Lin Yu's eyes and understood that this was his rival. Unluckily for Lu Xiaodong, he assumed that Yifei and Lin Yu were allies, and thus could not bear to see his opponent secure such an item. Lin Yu, too, perceived the situation and let his expression convey his displeasure, as if threatening Lu Xiaodong with dire consequences should he dare to raise the bid again. 25 million. Yifei had boasted that he would win the necklace, yet he was taken aback that someone dared to challenge his lofty bid. 26 million. Lu Xiaodong clung to his resolve, while Lin Yu observed the scene with amusement, thinking both were merely clowns in a show. Chapter 55. A loss of face as the auction for the heart of the sea god reached 30 million. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Some attendees regarded Yifei and Lu Xiaodong with incredulity. 31 million. This is my final offer. If anyone can surpass it, it's yours. Yifei, having raised the bid by 1 million, took a gamble, knowing that this amount represented half a year's profit for his company. Truth be told, this was the first time he had spent such a fortune in the pursuit of love, and it was all for the sake of impressing Tang Lianxin. Damn it. Lu Xiaodong was about to continue bidding when the elder beside him interjected, "Young master, we are here to auction that final item, which belongs to the realm of ancient martial artists. Do not act impulsively." After contemplating, Lu Xiaodong shot Lin Yu a scornful glance, as if to say, "Though I may lose this time, I shall undoubtedly defeat you when my strength increases." 31 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Qin Lan held the auction hammer aloft, awaiting responses. Seeing no one else willing to call out a bid, she brought the hammer down with authority, declaring, 31 million once, 31 million twice. The room fell silent, with no further bids forthcoming. Some attendees shot skeptical looks at Yifei, questioning the wisdom of spending 31 million for a woman when such sums could easily attract countless others. Feeling the weight of their judgment, Yifei began to doubt his own sanity for engaging in such a bidding war. Initially expecting further competition, he was shocked to find that no one else was willing to bid, as the price had skyrocketed from 10 million to 31 million, a threefold increase. 31 million. Going 3 times. Congratulations, sir, you have won the heart of the sea god. Will you take it now, or wait until the end of the auction? Of course. I want it now. Yifei replied without a moment's thought, rising from his seat with an air of pride, as if he were a golden canary basking in the admiration of many. Lianxin, this necklace is my heartfelt gift to you, purchased for 31 million. I understand it may not seem like a significant amount to you, but it symbolizes my profound affection. I hope you will accept it. However, the ensuing moment did not unfold as the audience anticipated. Yifei, having boldly declared his intentions, had captured the attention of all, becoming the focal point of the auction. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept something that has been used by another. Moreover, I already have a boyfriend, and I do not fancy this gift, Tang Lianxin bluntly stated, revealing her fastidious nature, heedless of Yifei's feelings. Her words, reminiscent of an ice-cold beauty, were undeniably hurtful. What did you say? You don't like it? Aren't all women fond of such things? Yifei was taken aback, having assumed that no woman would reject such a public declaration of affection, especially in such a grand setting. Yet, Tang Lianxin's outright refusal shattered his expectations, leaving him reeling. Did she not realize that he had bid 31 million solely for her sake? Haha, my apologies for laughing, but my dear Lianxin has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Besides, if she had desired it, I would have gladly spent 40 or 50 million without hesitation. There was no need for any heroic gestures or displays of wealth. Lin Yu could hardly contain his laughter, relishing the irony of Yifei's passionate declaration quickly turned into a humiliating rejection. Yifei's face flushed with a burning shame, realizing that he had merely played the role of a jester, putting on a show for others. The prestigious heir of the Bai family, reduced to this level of disgrace, was indeed an astonishing turn of events. Xiling Heir, observing from the sidelines, fanned the flames of ridicule, enjoying the spectacle of Yifei's downfall. During his university years, Yifei caused several girls to become pregnant, but he merely used money to have those female students terminate their pregnancies before abandoning them. On one occasion, he had a dispute with a female teacher in class, and outside the school, he hired a few thugs to drag her into the woods, where unspeakable things occurred, leaving the teacher deeply traumatized. He should have faced legal consequences, but due to his powerful family background and connections with the police, he lived a carefree life. Upon graduating, His family handed him a company to manage, where he exploited the attractive employees, engaging in countless underhanded dealings. The more she thought about it, the more Xilingo believed he deserved the harshest punishment. Bai Yifei had never before experienced such rejection after spending 3 million on a necklace. He could not accept being dismissed with a mere cold remark. Consumed by rage, he turned on his heel and left, and what transpired afterward remained a mystery. However, Lin Yu sensed Bai Yifei's desire for revenge, yet he remained indifferent. If he dares to retaliate, he must accept the consequences. Xilingo advised Lin Yu to be cautious, warning him that Bai Yifei harbored resentment toward him and his girlfriend. After the auction, "Follow me through the back door," she cautioned. "There's no need for concern. I'm not afraid of anything now," Lin Yu replied, focusing intently on the third item up for auction. In the subsequent 4 rounds, Lin Yu merely observed, indifferent to the luxurious items presented. One particular pair of earrings, crafted from fiery crystal and glowing a vivid red, caught Tang Lianqin's attention, prompting Lin Yu to bid at the starting price. Although Xilingo intended to assist him, he declined her offer. He was not short on funds, having yet to use the 200 million on the bank card given to him by Xia Chengwei. Lin Yu ultimately acquired the fiery crystal earrings for 5 million and personally adorned Tang Lianqin's earlobe with them. Surprised by his thoughtful gesture, Tang Lianqin felt a wave of emotion wash over her. What is there to boast about? If it weren't for my desire to secure the last item, I would have driven the bidding for those earrings into the millions, Lu Xiaodong muttered, frustrated. It was amusing, really, as he had fiercely competed against Lin Yu for Bai Yifei's auction of the Heart of the Sea. Yet now, when Lin Yu was bidding on this pendant, he refrained from competing. Bai Yifei and Lin Yu were once adversaries, but it seemed they had simply transformed into rivals instead. As the final auction item was brought forth, all eyes were fixated on a small glass vial containing a yellowish jade pendant, as if freshly unearthed, still bearing traces of dirt. A jade slip. Artifacts from ancient warriors have finally arrived, Lu Xiaodong exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement as he awaited the auctioneer, Qin Lan, to announce the starting bid. This jade slip, unearthed by archaeologists from a tomb long ago, held a rich history, though its exact origins remained a mystery, having fallen into the black market. The owner had purchased it for 10 million, and the starting bid was set at 50 million. Qin Lan explained that the final item was often the most precious and expensive, inciting envy among many bidders. 60 million, 68 million. Bidders raised their paddles, vying for the item. Lin Yu scrutinized the jade slip within the glass vial, searching for any anomalies but finding none. Master, that is a jade slip left by ancient warriors. You must acquire it. The era of ancient warriors is long gone, and each warrior was a formidable figure, capable of extraordinary feats. Securing this jade slip could unveil valuable treasures left behind by them, greatly aiding your cultivation. Xiao Yu urged Lin Yu in his mind. Yet, Lin Yu shook his head. Since you understand the slip's value, acquiring it would only bring trouble. It could very well be a death sentence. I cannot pursue it, Lin Yu asserted firmly. Even if it were an artifact from ancient warriors, how could a single slip guarantee access to their legacies? Such notions were pure folly. If fate allows, we shall meet again. If not, so be it. I already have the system to bolster my strength, so why invite unnecessary suffering? Alas, master, the jade slip is indeed a treasure, and it would enhance the system's knowledge of ancient warriors. Xiao Yu sighed, witnessing Lin Yu's disinterest. Do not worry. Whoever acquires that jade slip will be unfortunate. With that, Lin Yu turned to Xilingo and inquired, Fairy, is that jade slip your grandfather's? Why? Interested in it? Indeed. It belonged to my grandfather, but such items can bring peril. Those who obtain them may face ruin, so do not entertain the thought of acquiring it, she warned. Before long, the bidding for the jade slip soared to 150 million. This staggering figure left many potential bidders speechless. Suddenly, a voice rang out, 100 pieces of Millennium Spirit Stones. At this proclamation, everyone turned to its source, a man clad in a black robe, obscuring his face. Spirit stones were not only resources for martial artists' cultivation but also served as currency in auctions. Does anyone here bid higher than 100 pieces of Millennium Spirit Stones? Qin Lan surveyed the room. Yet, no one dared respond. After all, 100 pieces of spirit stones equated to 1 billion in cash. For those unacquainted with cultivation, spirit stones were merely beautiful stones that could extend one's lifespan. 110 pieces of Millennium Spirit Stones, Lu Xiaodong declared, gritting his teeth. To his surprise, someone understood the value of the stones. Thankfully, he had brought 200 with him from his family. Rising to his feet, Lu Xiaodong brandished a jade pendant from his pocket, inscribed with the Dulu family. I am from the Dulu family. So I hope you will grant me this favor and allow me to win the jade slip, he pleaded. Lu Xiaodong did not wish to squander his precious spirit stones. 200 represented a year's worth of his family's mining efforts. The Dulu family. Is that not one of the four great families, alongside Tang, Zhao, and Bai? Some knowledgeable onlookers gasped, recognizing the jade pendant in Lu Xiaodong's hand. The four great families? Lianqin, your family is one of them too. Lin Yu remarked to Tang Lianqin, realizing the significance of the Dulu family. Yes, but it seems the Zhao and Lu families have already made enemies of you, Tang Lianqin retorted, noting Lin Yu's surprising indifference to their enmity. Let them be, even if they are one of the four great families, if they do not respect me. Why should I honor them? Lin Yu asserted confidently, resolute not to be seen as weak, now or ever. Beside him, Xiling smiled and explained to Lin Yu, little brother. Bai Yifei's connection to the Bai family is exceedingly tenuous, so much so that it is almost non-existent. Among the young masters of the Bai clan, his standing is the lowest. Truth be told, the Bai family only provides him with a company out of pity, merely to bestow him with a semblance of status. Should he fail to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Bai family, he would be of no use to them and could be cast aside without a second thought. Oh, I see. So you, this enchanting being, do not belong to the elite of the capital? Lin Yu regarded Xiling with skepticism, sensing that her identity was far from simple. What? Little brother, are you curious about me? Do you wish to delve deeper into my story, or would you prefer to hear it while nestled in my embrace? Xiling cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yu, her hand resting on her bosom, the alluring curve accentuated by a hint of blush, irresistibly drawing Lin Yu's gaze. Ahem. No need for that. I shall learn in due time, Lin Yu replied, attempting to maintain composure. The Lu family? Huh. What are they but a mere trifle? You don't even count as anything, yet you expect me to show you respect? You're not worthy. What? Are you openly provoking the Lu family? Aren't you afraid? Lu Xiaodong stared incredulously at the man in black robes, who had just revealed his true identity, yet remained utterly unyielding. The man in black spoke with a voice that was rough and torn. Fear? Huh. The Batian clan has never known the meaning of fear. 200 pieces of Millennium Spirit Stones. With that declaration, the man raised the price to 200 pieces of Millennium Spirit Stones. At that moment, Lu Xiaodong felt utterly powerless. The opponent's background was the Batian clan, a force that his own Lu family could hardly contend with. What was meant to happen eventually came to pass. Xiling's eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion, and Lin Yu discerned her sense of helplessness as he cast a deep glance at the man in black. Just as Lin Yu's gaze met the man's, he felt an overwhelming pressure constricting his chest, rendering him breathless and paling his complexion. Master. That man possesses the strength of a 10th-level warrior and is on the verge of breaking through to become a martial master. You must not betray any signs of weakness. A single move from him could extinguish your life. Xia Yu's voice urgently reached Lin Yu's ears. He steadied himself, the initial panic dissipating, though the cold sweat on his back was undeniable. After several moments, Tang Lianqin noticed Lin Yu's unusual demeanor and called out, Lin Yu, what's wrong? The Batian clan? What exactly is the Batian? Lin Yu pondered, reflecting that if he were powerful enough that none would dare oppose him, he would then possess all knowledge. He resolved to diligently enhance his strength. Eventually, the last auction for the Jade Tablet concluded, with the man in black securing it for 200 pieces of Millennium Spirit Stones. Xiling departed early, burdened with her thoughts, leaving without even bidding Lin Yu farewell. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Yu and Tang Lianqin prepared to leave when suddenly, Lu Xiaodong's voice rang out behind them. Kid, stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Lin Yu pretended not to hear, continuing to hold Tang Lianqin's waist as he moved toward the exit. Damn it. How dare you disregard me? Today, after that encounter with the Batian clan, I was already in a foul mood, and now you'll serve as my outlet. Lu Xiaodong huffed, leaping forward to deliver a kick to Lin Yu's back. Get lost. Without even turning around, Lin Yu dodged the kick with a twist of his body, then delivered a powerful palm strike to Lu Xiaodong's chest, sending him several meters away. Thankfully, an elder in traditional garb caught Lu Xiaodong, but the force of Lin Yu's strike had already caved in his chest. Coughing up sweet, coppery blood, Lu Xiaodong was incredulous at Lin Yu's extraordinary strength. In just a few days, the young man had grown immensely formidable. Even after Lu Xiaodong's breakthrough to the 3rd level of martial arts, he was still unable to withstand Lin Yu's attack. You wretches dare to lay such heavy hands upon my master? I warned you that if we crossed paths again, I would kill you. The elder in traditional garb said, stroking his beard with a cold demeanor as he struck out at Lin Yu. The attack was swift, powerful, and lethal, compelling Lin Yu to take it seriously. He stepped forward, countering with a punch. Bang! The disparity in strength was evident, and Lin Yu staggered backward, though he sustained only minor internal injuries. Huh, old man, you think you can kill me with just a 6th-level martial artist strength? You're not even close. Lin Yu retorted, astonished by the elder's sudden strength. Days of absence had allowed Lin Yu to blossom in power. Such a terrifying talent was unparalleled. He realized he could potentially reach the realm of martial masters in the future. He could not allow this boy to grow. He must be eliminated. The elder's eyes glinted with malice as they fixed on Lin Yu, who felt the weight of that gaze bearing down on him. In truth, Lin Yu was 2 great realms below the elder, and should they engage in battle, the outcome was uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an auction venue. If any fighting occurs, you shall be barred from entering the Haitang Xingyue Hotel in the future. I implore you all to grant me, Qin Lan, a measure of respect. She pleaded. What are you? If it weren't for that jade tablet, I wouldn't have come here. Humph. Uncle Li, disregard this woman and just kill this kid. Lu Xiaodong commanded, having regained some of his strength, showing no concern for Qin Lan's presence. Humph. No one has ever dared to fight in front of me, Qin Lan. If you wish to try, then by all means. Qin Lan retorted, her usually amiable demeanor turning icy as she confronted the insolent youth. You young master. You must not act recklessly today. My young master's temper is somewhat volatile. I hope the young lady can be understanding, the elder said. Sensing 2 individuals of comparable strength lurking in the shadows, aware that any overt aggression could invite dire consequences. Noticing Qin Lan furrow her brow, the elder grasped Lu Xiaodong and prepared to leave. Humph. I'll let you off today, but mark my words. Next time, I will personally take your life. Lu Xiaodong spat before departing, but Lin Yu paid him no mind. Miss Qin, thank you for your assistance earlier. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. It was Xiling's request. They may be waiting for you at the entrance, so you two should exit through the back door with me, Qin Lan replied, turning to lead the way. Let us leave through the back door. Let them wait, Tang Nianxin concurred, preferring to avoid trouble. At that moment, outside the Haitang Xingyue Hotel, Bai Yifei and the red-haired Mu Baran stood at the entrance, flanked by a dozen men wielding iron rods, all awaiting Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin's arrival. Remember, when I say to strike, you all attack. Bai Yifei commanded coldly, his humiliation today igniting a burning desire for revenge. When Tang Lianxin and Lin Yu emerged, he intended for his thugs to beat Lin Yu soundly, while Tang Lianxin would be taken as his captive. The thought consumed him with madness, a fierce longing igniting his imagination as he envisioned Tang Lianxin beneath him, surrendering to his whims. However, after half an hour of waiting, there was still no sign of them. Frustrated, he sought out Mu Baran to gather more ruffians to fulfill his twisted intentions. Just as Bai Yifei was growing increasingly impatient, he unexpectedly encountered someone he deeply despised. Damn it, Lin Yu hasn't shown up, but you, brat, have come instead. Aren't you quite wealthy? You've caused me a loss of 31 million. Bai Yifei glared at Lu Xiaodong and an elderly man exiting the door. Were it not for these two, he wouldn't have suffered such a hefty loss. In a fit of rage, he couldn't wait any longer. A true man must retaliate against his enemies. More Baran. Quickly send your subordinates to give those two a severe beating. Chapter 57. The Secret of the Tang Family. You brats. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have at the auction house. Now, we shall teach you a lesson, so you learn that not everyone is someone you can mess with. More Baran's subordinates, under his command, approached Lu Xiaodong and the elderly man. One thug brandished a metal rod and arrogantly declared, "Get lost. I'll say it once, if you provoke me again, you'll suffer the consequences." Lu Xiaodong had already endured immense humiliation today. First, he faced the scorn of the Batian clan. Then he failed to secure the jade tablet at the auction. Following that, he attempted to provoke Lin Yu, believing that with his talents, he could hold his own against him. Little did he know, he couldn't withstand even a single strike. Now, with several thugs harassing him, he refrained from retaliating only because they were at the Haitang Xingyue Hotel, where too many passers-by would complicate matters. Otherwise, these thugs would have already faced his wrath. Oh, kid, I never expected you to be even more arrogant than us. Brothers, let us all go after him. A dozen thugs armed with metal rods, bricks, and glass bottles charged at Lu Xiaodong, swinging 5 rods directly towards his head without holding back. Such blows could not only fracture a normal person's skull, but could also lead to severe brain trauma or even fatality. In response, a cold glimmer flashed in Lu Xiaodong's eyes. He swiftly seized one thug by the neck and executed a sweeping kick, sending the 5 thugs armed with metal rods flying. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his back, and upon turning, he discovered several thugs smashing glass bottles against him. Damn it! I never intended to stoop to your level. Just because a tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sick cat? The elderly man beside Lu Xiaodong narrowed his eyes, showing no concern for the ordinary thugs confronting Lu Xiaodong. If he couldn't handle them alone, he didn't deserve to be a member of the Lu family. He hurled the thug he had captured towards the 3 men wielding glass bottles, picking up a metal rod from the ground. He struck down on the thug holding a brick, shattering the bone in his shoulder, causing him to drop the brick and collapse. What the hell? This kid is formidable. By Gu, did you provoke the wrong person? This tough guy's no joke. Morbo Ren asked Bai Yifei, trembling with fear. Bai Yifei, equally frustrated, wondered why so many misfortunes plagued him today. He initially thought the other party was merely raising the bid against him at the auction, intending to teach them a lesson. Little did he realize he had offended someone with significant stature. I have no idea this kid is so formidable. Morbo Ren hastily called for a few more subordinates, insisting that if they did not teach these 2 a bloody lesson, he could forget about any business dealings in the capital. Bai Yifei refused to believe that Lu Xiaodong wouldn't tire. Once he did, he would personally step in and beat him senseless. Bai Gu, I think we should leave first. This person's strength is extraordinary, and that elderly man's gaze is laced with killing intent, as if he is watching us. Morbo Ran felt the murderous glare from the elderly man beside Lu Xiaodong and trembled, his voice quivering. Damn it, useless. Bai Yifei cursed, delivering a merciless kick to Morbo Ran's backside. However, witnessing that Morbo Ran's thugs were hardly a match for Lu Xiaodong, he felt a sense of dread and turned to flee. Today, I'll break one of your hands as a lesson, so you remember to keep your eyes peeled and avoid provoking those you shouldn't. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaodong tossed the rod to the roadside, then spat at the head of a thug lying on the ground. The recent skirmish had alleviated his previously irritable mood. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly obstructed by the elderly man. Uncle Li, what is the matter? Young master, shouldn't you deal with those 2? To prevent future troubles is the first rule of the Lu family. The elderly man pointed at the fleeing Morbo Ran and Lu Xiaodong. That kid seems to have some connection with Lin Yu. To prevent future issues? He is merely a clown. A little punishment wouldn't hurt. Lu Xiaodong sneered as he fixed his gaze on the 2 fleeing figures. Bai Yifei and Morbo Ran reached the parking lot, intending to drive away. Just as they settled into the car, it suddenly jolted violently, as if struck by a powerful force. Bai Yifei felt dizzy from the shock and opened the door to find that both left tires of his luxury Bentley had been punctured by small stones, causing air to escape and the vehicle to tilt precariously. What? You think you can just leave after sending someone to attack me? It's not that easy. Lu Xiaodong coldly remarked as he approached Bai Yifei, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Bai Yifei felt a searing pain, as if his ribs were breaking, rendering him oblivious to the existence of his stomach. How dare you touch me? I swear I'll kill you in the future. Humph. Do you even deserve to say that? Tell me, what is your relationship with Lin Yu? You've been driving the price up against me at the auction, so you must have some deep connections with him. Lu Xiaodong seized Bai Yifei by the collar, coldly interrogating him. What? Lin Yu? Don't you dare mention him. If it weren't for that brat, I wouldn't have humiliated myself so much at the auction. You, on the other hand, were you deliberately trying to sabotage me at the auction, causing me a loss of 31 million for the Heart of the Sea, despite the pain inflicted upon him? Bai Yifei's fury erupted at the mere mention of Lin Yu. Aren't you all part of the same group? Who would associate with him? That freeloader has neither status nor worth to be connected with someone like me from the Bai family. I would rather befriend a dog than associate with that beggar. Bai Yifei spat, his hatred for Lin Yu palpable. Had Lin Yu not been present, he would have long won Tang Lianxin's affections. Young master, there's also a man here. The elderly man effortlessly lifted Morbo Ran from another Mustang and tossed him at Lu Xiaodong's feet. A middle-aged man over 6 feet tall was hoisted with one hand by the seemingly frail elderly man, leaving Morbo Ran in shock. He quickly knelt before Lu Xiaodong and the elderly man, pointing at Bai Yifei, pleading, Gentlemen, I have nothing to do with this. It's all him. He made me do it. It's all his fault. Damn it. Morbo Ran. Bai Yifei never expected that the one betraying him would be this obsequious fat fool, causing his veins to bulge in anger. He despised being betrayed and now felt a murderous intent towards Morbo Ran. Smack. Why are you yelling so loudly? Do you think I can't hear you? A slap met by Yifei's handsome face, leaving a red imprint of fingers on his otherwise charming visage. Damn you. What do you want? I was initially waiting for that bastard Lin Yu to arrive, but you showed up first. Did you think I couldn't retaliate just because you targeted me at the auction? Bai Yifei had never been slapped before. He had always bullied others. But now he found himself on the receiving end, overwhelmed by rage and desperation. I never imagined your enemy would also be Lin Yu. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Would you consider teaming up with me to deal with Lin Yu? Liu Xiaodong had only been in Nanxia City for a week, and he had yet to establish any results. Given the resources available, it would be foolish not to make good use of them. Are you certain? Bai Yifei couldn't believe that such an impressive figure would actually collaborate with him against Lin Yu. Liu Xiaodong released his grip on Bai Yifei's hand and casually patted the creases of his tailcoat, nodding in affirmation. The two, who previously harbored mutual disdain, found common ground in their shared adversary, Lin Yu. If Lin Yu were to discover that these two had joined forces against him, he might feel a sense of incredulity. But even if he knew, there were plenty of others who could contend with him. After all, who were these two? As for the incident where I was captured by the Zhao family, I informed my parents about Uncle Nan and Brother Zhang's demise while trying to protect me. To ensure my safety, I brought along 8 highly skilled bodyguards from the Tang family. Tang Lianxin explained, and Lin Yu nodded, parking the Qian in the garage before heading to the villa. By then, a warm meal prepared by the housekeeper was already on the dining table. Miss, the young master invites you to dine, the housekeeper, a woman in her 40s with a few strands of white hair, said while wearing an apron. You may leave now. Lin Yu will take care of the cleanup after we finish eating, Tang Lianxin replied. Very well, then take your time, miss and young master, the housekeeper said, promptly removing her apron and departing. Lin Yu and Tang Lianxin washed their hands and took their seats, facing each other. Lianxin, Lin Yu. Both called out each other's names in unison, creating an awkward moment. Lin Yu broke the silence. Lianxin, you seem troubled since arriving here. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yu, I realize you might be unaware of my relationship with my grandfather and the Tang family since our engagement. Tang Lianxin continued. The head of the Tang family has 2 sons, my grandfather, the elder, and my second uncle. I have met the second uncle a few times in my childhood. He is cunning and clever. Our family has a rule. The descendants of either branch that accumulate more wealth than the other may become the next family head. However, our direct lineage has not surpassed that of the second uncle's branch. Furthermore, I have heard from my father that the Tang family also has an inner circle, and the current Tang family is merely an outer one. Only after one branch becomes the true family head can they enter the inner circle. Lin Yu was taken aback, as he had grown up in a rural setting and was unaware that the dynamics within aristocratic families were as intricate as those depicted in dramas. So, does that mean our branch, including myself, has not surpassed the assets of the second uncle's side? Indeed, she affirmed. 3 months ago, both branches had comparable wealth. But due to a family marriage rule, a granddaughter from the second uncle's line married into the Zhao family, resulting in a significant increase in their total assets. As for what remains with you and me, Tang Lianxin trailed off, and Lin Yu understood. This means that my lack of background and humble origins offer little assistance to my grandfather's lineage, and I merely add to the burden, correct? Lin Yu said with a wry smile. Not at all. Lin Yu, I believe in you. You are the most promising man I have ever met. And you are also mine. Chapter 58. The Comprehensive Guide to Hacking Knowledge. Lin Yu, you are the most promising man I have encountered, and you are mine. Tang Lianxin declared resolutely, grasping Lin Yu's hands across the table. Rest assured, I won't let such matters disturb my focus. It is merely a branch of the family. I will surely ensure that our lineage's wealth surpasses that of the second uncle, although Lin Yu initially felt disheartened due to his humble status. The fact that Tang Lianxin did not disdain him but rather supported him lifted his spirits. Even without a prestigious background, he possessed a system. With that thought, Lin Yu resolved to consider how he could assist the Tongxin Corporation in surpassing the second uncle's assets. Lianxin, tomorrow I will procure the medicinal materials. Leave the production of beauty products to me. You just need to secure a famous actress for endorsement. Trust me, I, Lin Yu, will ensure that the Ninja brand achieves great renown, and this name is a special gift to you. Lin Yu gently patted the soft skin on the back of Tang Lianxin's hand, whispering 3 words, I love you. Originally, the name Ninja was devised by Jiang Lei to express his feelings for Tang Lianxin, but her discerning nature meant she likely overlooked the true significance of the brand, focusing instead on the effectiveness of the cosmetics. Clearly, the situation was not as ideal as envisioned. Fortunately, Lin Yu's arrival allowed for a transformation of the cosmetics. And as a man, he certainly understood the brand's deeper meaning. Ultimately, Lin Yu silently thanked Jiang Lei. Otherwise, he would not have had this opportunity to capture her heart. Tang Lianxin's words left Lin Yu puzzled, and he inquired, "What do you mean?" With determination, Tang Lianxin bit her lip and revealed her thoughts, which only elicited a smile from Lin Yu. Lin Yu was confident that he could elevate the sales of the cosmetics to be among the top 10 in the world. After dinner, Tang Lianxin was in the shower, while Lin Yu prepared hot water in the kitchen. Adding a few drops of pure yang blood from his middle finger into a cup until it glowed faintly, reaching a height of 2 centimeters. He then placed his finger in his mouth, absorbing its essence. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel he had prepped, Lin Yu knew he needed to take action that night to earn system points. The past 3 months had been akin to a life without dignity, worse than that of a dog. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to grow stronger, unmatched by anyone. "Master, you must not continue supplying Tang Lianxin with your pure young blood. This will only deplete your vitality and may even diminish your cultivation," Xiao Yu urgently cautioned in Lin Yu's mind. "Deplete my cultivation? Is there no alternative?" Lin Yu inquired. "There is, but your current strength has not yet reached the level required to unlock the system store. However, your system points have now reached 450. As Lin Yu was taken aback by the substantial increase in points, Xiao Yu elaborated. "You gain points for rescuing Tang Lianxin, aiding an important figure, and saving an innocent girl at night, totaling 450 points. This meant he needed only 50 more points to discover a method to treat Tang Lianxin's condition." A radiant smile spread across Lin Yu's previously pale face, showcasing his deep affection for Tang Lianxin. "Master, Xiao Yu does not recommend you pursue this path. The system can only guide you to treatment methods, but Tang Lianxin's condition is exceptionally difficult to heal. It is best not to seek knowledge of it until your strength has reached the required level." Xiao Yu's tone was calm, leaving Lin Yu momentarily stunned, pondering the reasons behind her caution. "What should I do with these 450 points? How many are needed for a system draw? Currently, a draw requires 330 points. Do you wish to proceed, Master? The system encourages you to use your points for the draw if you're inclined." Noticing Lin Yu's furrowed brow, Xiao Yu made a direct suggestion. Lin Yu nodded and softly uttered, "Draw." Lin Yu found himself instantly transported to the realm of the system's consciousness. The dark sky shimmered with faint glimmers of light, while a massive wheel continued to spin, its pointer gradually slowing down, ultimately halting at the domain of professional hackers. "Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the comprehensive knowledge of hacking. Would you like to upload this knowledge into your brain now?" "What do you mean by upload? I'm not a computer." "Just transmit it directly," Lin Yu commanded. Uncertain whether this was a gain or a loss, he waited a few minutes before slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. His gaze, filled with wisdom, seemed capable of piercing through any facade. "This hacking knowledge is quite impressive, particularly for someone like me," Lin Yu thought, nodding in satisfaction. Of course, he was aware that this knowledge could also become a vulnerability. He couldn't possibly rely on hacking skills to defeat a martial artist. The comprehensive hacking knowledge, he obtained detailed methods for infiltrating anyone's computer, even manipulating company shares. Lin Yu realized he could breach even the most fortified firewalls, asserting that no hacker in the world could rival him. If he ever found himself in need of money, he could simply hack into a bank. The thought of being a formidable hacker brought him joy, even instilling a sense of pride. After mixing honey with his pure yang blood and adding it to hot water, Lin Yu stepped out of the kitchen and encountered Tang Lianxin emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. He smiled and offered her the honey drink. Tang Lianxin, noticing the drink, recalled that she had consumed it the previous night and felt warm throughout her body, even without Lin Yu's company. Curiously, she asked, "Lin Yu, what did you add to this drink? Why did I feel so warm last night? You often feel cold at night, right?" "I heard of a remedy while in the countryside, so I bought some herbs from a nearby traditional medicine store and added them. It may not have much flavor, but as long as it works, that's what matters. Drink up quickly, I'm going to take a shower," Lin Yu replied with a kind fib, retrieving his towel from the bedroom and entering the bathroom to enjoy a moment of relaxation. "Xiao Yu, please allocate the remaining system points to my talent attributes," Lin Yu instructed, as he still had 120 system points left. He decided to spend 100 points, evenly distributing them across 10 talent attributes to enhance his strength. Talent display, speed, 25, strength, 30, toughness, 25, comprehension, 8, mental power, 10, realm, 5th level martial artist. Boom. Lin Yu, previously stagnated at the 4th-level martial artist, felt the boundaries of his realm shift and break through to the 5th level due to the enhancement of his talents. Crack! As he clenched his fists. The sound of bones grinding together was a testament to his newfound strength. Invincible! He now felt confident that he could at least hold his ground against that old man. Lin Yu recalled his previous encounter with the elder beside Lu Xiaodong, realizing that in another fight, he might not be defeated. After showering, Lin Yu returned to the bedroom and noticed Tang Lianqin's complexion had turned rosy, her previous chill replaced by warmth. As he lay beside her, he felt an urge to embrace her. However, the thought was fleeting. Lin Yu sensed he was not yet worthy of being Tang Lianqin's true partner. Although they shared a nominal bond, he could feel an invisible barrier in her heart. To unlock it, he would need the right key, which he was not yet equipped to provide. Gradually succumbing to drowsiness, Lin Yu spent a few minutes on Tang Lianqin's bed before moving to the small bed laid out on the floor. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate using the methods of the Shinong scripture. In the stillness of the night, the gates of the Tang family's villa were surrounded by several bodyguards. A sudden breeze swept through, startling the drowsy guards awake. "Who goes there?" one guard called out, peering into the darkness but seeing no one. "Old Hong, what are you doing? Stop being so jumpy at this hour. You all need to stay alert. If anyone tries to breach the villa, just drive them off. If necessary, use your firearms." "Yes." The guards responded in unison, their eyes wide open, ready to catch any sign of disturbance. A kilometer away, illuminated by a street lamp, a figure swiftly appeared. It was Lin Yu, his form highlighted by the light. Clearly, the bodyguards called by Tang's father were not up to par. Lin Yu's speed was simply too formidable. In the dead of night, ideal for stealth. He felt it was fitting to eradicate those who sullied society. Help? What do you want from me?" In a narrow alleyway, a pregnant woman in her second trimester backed away in fear from a bald man, who had already shed his upper garments. This man, Fong Pico, was the eldest disciple of a martial arts school notorious for his criminal activities. He should have faced legal repercussions. But due to the connections between the martial arts school and the police, he had escaped justice. Fong Pico had a particular penchant for women, and today, he had found an opportunity to unleash his desires. "Stop screaming. It's late. No one will come to help you. Just give in to me, or you'll regret it." He sneered. "I have connections with the police." "No, I'm pregnant. You can't do this." "Huh? Why can't I? If you resist, I'll make sure you regret it." Fong Pico approached her menacingly. "Scum. Worthless as a pig or dog. You deserve to die." Chapter 59. Annihilation of the Black Dragon Clan leader who is speaking? "Show yourself," Fong Pico exclaimed, scanning his surroundings with a mix of anger and caution. "It seems I've encountered a martial artist," he mused, reassured by his own strength as a 4th-level martial artist. "I doubt anyone is stronger than me. Come out. Do you know where I am?" Bang. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind Fong Pico, sending chills down his spine and causing him to break into a cold sweat. Then, an excruciating pain shot through him, and he leaped into the air, tears streaming from his eyes as he realized his opponent was beyond his capabilities. "This person is stronger than me. I can't fight back. I need to run." Ignoring the pain, Fong Pico sprinted toward the alley's exit, hoping that once he reached the street, the powerful figure would leave him be. Crack! Just as he was mere steps from freedom, Fong Piche's head fell, unnoticed in the dark alley. Evil deeds bring divine retribution, and surely this was fate's design. The pregnant woman cradled her slightly rounded belly, gazing at the shadow illuminated by the moonlight, ready to express her gratitude. But the figure vanished as if no one had ever been there, like smoke dissipating into the ether. Lin Yu moved like a shooting star, swiftly disappearing from sight. The exhilaration of such speed leaving him utterly elated. "Xiaoyu, how many system points do I have now?" 100 system points. However, the next adversary the master must conquer is a formidable figure at the 5th level of martial arts. With such a low cultivation level, one simply does not qualify to be the target of this mission. The next objective is the chief of the Black Dragon Village, who stands at the 5th level of martial arts. At the foot of the nearest mountain to Nansha City lies a village, home to 3 chiefs. Yet only the main chief possesses the ability to cultivate martial arts. This was initiated by a unique cultivation mantra passed down through his family. The chief, named Shang Des Huang, has a rough appearance, with a robust physique, but his strength is renowned throughout the village. The power of a 5th-level martial artist is comparable to that of an adult bull, and Shang Des Huang is notorious for his lecherous behavior, often robbing travelers near the mountains, seizing their gold and jewels. Although the police have attempted to apprehend him, they have always been thwarted by Shang Dishuang's might, as he traps them in cages, ruling the village like a king. At 2 in the morning, the moon was obscured by a dark cloud, and a raven alighted on a withered branch, calling loudly. The raven settled, but suddenly, a dark figure appeared on the branch, startling the bird into a cacophony of screeches. A few hundred meters ahead lay the Black Dragon village, with wooden houses topped with thatch, surrounded by thorns to deter nocturnal beasts. However, tonight was not about beasts, but rather an embodiment of justice. The chief's chamber was spacious, constructed of wood, yet the surroundings were undeniably opulent. A rosewood tea table, golden silk cabinets, and a flat-screen television adorned the room, all indicative of a luxurious lifestyle. Even the bed where Shang Dishuang rested measured a remarkable 2 meters and 8 centimeters, with a table surrounded by a golden framework. A sight that left Lin Yu in astonishment. What a life of indulgence! Observing the lavish bed where a man and woman lay entwined in slumber, Lin Yu's voice, although barely a whisper, was perceptible to a martial artist's keen senses, jolting Shang Dishuang awake. He sat up abruptly, fixing his gaze on Lin Yu, who lounged comfortably on a chair with a tea set. May I inquire your esteemed name? Is it appropriate to visit the chamber of Chief Shang at such a late hour? Shang Dishuang's eyes bore into Lin Yu, who was masked, rendering his features indecipherable. The woman beside him, now awake, was paralyzed with fear, hastily covering herself with the blankets. You have slain countless innocent lives. Can I not seek retribution for them? Lin Yu's gaze was icy, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Haha, countless have vowed to kill me, yet not a single one has succeeded. Your voice is hardly imposing. Do you truly think you are worthy? With a resounding thud, Shang Dishuang slammed his hand on the bed, rising with force, drawing a broad blade from its sheath, the steel humming as it sliced through the air towards Lin Yu. Shang Dishuang's strength nearly faltered, but he steadied the blade with his other arm, dissipating the force. Damn it! You little brat! What does my killing have to do with you? Who sent you? How much were you paid? I'll double it. Just leave me be. As their confrontation commenced, it became evident to Shang Dishuang that he was no match for Lin Yu. Despite his muscular frame and bull-like strength, martial prowess is not merely about physique, but is rooted in cultivation level. Did you ever consider sparing those you killed on your path of thievery? Did you ever think about it? Lin Yu challenged, his voice unwavering. Damn it! You wish to fight to the death? It won't be so easy for you to end me. Shang Dishuang gripped his blade tightly, scanning for Lin Yu's swift movements. However, the latter was far too quick. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a chill at his forehead, instinctively dodging, yet the dagger still grazed Shang Dishuang's skin. Shang Dishuang, taken aback, realized he had not tasted blood in nearly half a year, and now he was wounded by this intruder, igniting a furious rage within him. You want me dead? You won't get away so easily. The more one fears death, the more they can unleash their latent potential. With the blade firmly in hand, he struck at Lin Yu with ferocity, each swing capable of inflicting grievous injury. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs, as the blade approached his neck. Lin Yu bit low and spun in midair, releasing his dagger with a speed akin to lightning. The woman, now clad in sleepwear, could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed Shang Dishuang's lifeless body on the ground, the hilt of the dagger embedded in his forehead, sealing his fate. In mere minutes, Shang Dishuang's eyes were filled with blood, his face etched with disbelief and despair. Dying so swiftly is a mercy. In your next life, do not be reborn as a villain. Boss. A tall man collapsed on Shang Dishuang's chest, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with grief. Without Shang Dishuang's leadership, they would not be who they were today. Who did this? The shorter man glared at the woman on the bed, coldly interrogating her. I don't know anything. The woman clutched her head in agony, never having witnessed death before. Now, with Shang Dishuang's corpse before her, her sanity began to unravel. Brother, what do we do now that the boss is dead? The tall man's eyes were bloodshot. He was merely a martial artist, a fighter, and without Shang Dishuang's cunning, he felt lost. The three brothers had ventured out together, not related by blood, but their bond transcended that of kinship. That night, Nansha City was rife with numerous homicides, all involving deeply entrenched criminals. 5 heinous individuals met their demise in rapid succession. The following morning, Lin Yu prepared breakfast and saw Tang Lianxin watching television. Upon casually flipping through the channels, he discovered news of a so-called urban vigilante. Yet the police were adamant about capturing this individual. Lin Yu felt little sentiment regarding the matter, though he was the one who had taken lives. Those were individuals who deserved it. Since the state could not handle such matters, he would take it upon himself. Lin Yu resolved not to show mercy. Had he not acted last night, the news would have reported a pregnant woman tragically murdered in a dark alley, her body subjected to indignities. If what Lin Yu did could be deemed a crime, he hoped more would follow suit. Lianxin, it's time to eat, Lin Yu called with a smile. Lin Yu, were you in your room all night? Did you go out at all? Tang Lianxin inquired, her perceptive gaze fixed on him, evidently suspecting his involvement in the incidents reported on the news. What are you thinking? Of course, I stayed in my room. But rest assured, after you fell asleep. I merely laid on the floor. I didn't touch you. Lin Yu replied earnestly, interpreting her concerns and redirecting the conversation so she remained oblivious. Ah, I understand. Tang Lianxin nodded, settling at the table to begin her breakfast. Lianxin, after we finish eating, you should head out. I still need to buy medicinal herbs. It might be challenging to find them at the nearby Chinese medicine shop, so I'll need to inquire around. You can focus on your work at the company. If you need more money, just let me know your card number, and I'll transfer it to you. No need. I'm not short on money right now. Lin Yu still resisted the label of being a kept man. However, he was no longer the same person. His medical skills were extraordinary. He was a hacking expert. And his martial arts talent was undeniable. With diligent effort, he was certain he would carve out his own niche in the world. Chapter 60. Taking on an apprentice after dinner, Lin Yu walked out of the villa alone. If he were to visit a hospital, it would naturally be the old hospital in Nanxia to inquire about the medicinal herbs needed for his beauty cream, which could only be found there. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Yu called Xia Yuhan in advance. After stepping out of the taxi, he entered the hospital and saw Xia Yuhan sitting in the lobby. However, she appeared somewhat haggard. What's wrong, my savior? You don't seem well today. Did you not rest well last night? Lin Yu approached her from behind. His magnetic voice infused with a unique charm. He placed his hands on her temples, allowing a wave of warmth to flow into her mind. Spiritual energy was a miraculous substance, akin to a potent tonic for the human body. With Lin Yu's gentle pressure and the infusion of spiritual energy, her spirit was instantly lifted. Lin Yu, you're here. Last night, I was investigating the toxin that affected Director Mu, and astonishingly, one of the toxins originated from Africa. Our investigation team was stunned. It's alarming that a toxin native to Africa has made its way here, indicating that someone is intent on poisoning Director Mu. Yes, indeed. I was present during the incident when Director Mu was poisoned at the restaurant. It appears to be linked to other directors from different cities. I suspect it's because Director Mu interfered with one of their schemes, prompting them to take such drastic measures. Lin Yu reflected for a moment, recalling that during the poisoning incident, several and different colleagues had been present near Director Mu. If that is the case, it's truly terrifying. However, now that Director Mu has recovered, he is always accompanied by more security, making it difficult for anyone to harm him. Xia Yuhan nodded, feeling a sense of unease at Lin Yu's words. The political arena was treacherous. One could never be sure of who might stab you in the back. Oh. By the way, Director Mu has asked me to tell you that he would like to invite you to his home when you have the time. Let us discuss that later. For now, let us get down to business. Where is the herbal medicine store in the old hospital? Lin Yu shifted the conversation to the matter at hand, having no time for pleasantries. Follow me, Xia Yuhan replied, standing up. Today. She wore a floral patterned long-sleeve top that accentuated her waist, revealing her fair skin, while her legs were clad in white casual pants. This attire, combined with her exquisite beauty, made her appear youthful and vibrant, a sight that stirred the hearts of many older men. Upon reaching the entrance of the herbal medicine store, Xia Yuhan took Lin Yu's hand and led him inside. The nurses and doctors present merely observed in silence, given that she was the granddaughter of the esteemed Director Xia. However, upon seeing Lin Yu, many male colleagues furrowed their brows. Who is that man close to Yuhan? I reckon he must be her boyfriend, one female staff member remarked. Recognizing Lin Yu's handsome demeanor, believing them to be a well-matched couple. Nevertheless, Xia Yuhan's status as a flower of the hospital made her an object of admiration, and many men felt their hearts shatter at the sight of her with another. What is all this chatter about? At that moment, a man in a white lab coat approached, his features refined and his demeanor exuding elegance, framed by gold-rimmed glasses. This was Miao Tianyun, originally the chief orthopedic doctor at the second hospital in Nanxia, and many colleagues speculated he had come to the old hospital due to his interest in Xia Yuhan. Dr. Miao, I just saw Xia Yuhan take a man into the internal herbal medicine storage. Shouldn't you check on that? Not just anyone can enter or exit the storage. One male colleague reported. Xia Yuhan, what did that man look like? Miao Tianyun's eyes widened with interest, eager to know more about Lin Yu. His reaction was instantly understood by the surrounding male colleagues. Apparently, he is quite good-looking, wearing a calm expression, they described. Miao Tianyun felt a surge of jealousy rise within him. "Master, I've waited for days, and now you've finally arrived," he exclaimed, handing his documents to a nearby nurse and hastily making his way towards the internal storage. How strange. Why is Dr. Miao so agitated upon hearing about that man? Another colleague mused. It's obvious he is jealous. Miao Tianyun did not dwell on the gossip. He only wished to meet Lin Yu, the miraculous physician he had long admired. In the herbal storage, Lin Yu was searching for the materials needed to create his beauty cream. Fortunately, he found 3 of the 5 required items there, although the last 2 materials were best sourced fresh. "Yuhan, please have the person in charge of the herbs procure more of the 3 items I just mentioned. Someone will come to collect them in a few days," Lin Yu instructed, handing her the list. "What about the remaining 2 herbs? Do you need my help?" Xia Yuhan inquired with concern. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled. "I need the last 2 to be fresh, which means I'll have to go to the countryside to gather them. Since I have some free time today, I might as well visit my hometown." As Lin Yu spoke, a nostalgic longing for the fresh air of the countryside washed over him. Xia Yuhan suggested. Her eyes filled with yearning. "I'd love to go with you." Lin Yu, seeing her eager expression, nodded in agreement. He had no concerns about safety. "But you must inform Director Xia, the doctor," Lin Yu added as they chatted cheerfully while heading towards the storage exit. Suddenly, they heard a voice exclaim, "Master." Lin Yu and Xia Yuhan exchanged glances. It seemed they were the only 2 present. Miao Tianyun rushed to Lin Yu's side, almost kneeling before him. "Master, please allow your disciple, Miao Tianyun, to kneel and request your guidance in the art of medicine." Lin Yu recognized him as the doctor from the 2nd hospital and was perplexed by his eagerness to seek him as a mentor. "What are you doing, Dr. Miao?" Xia Yuhan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I wish to take Lin the miracle doctor as my master. I hope you will accept me as your disciple." Miao Tianyun insisted, kneeling before Lin Yu, eager to bow down. However, Lin Yu would not allow such a display, quickly helping him to his feet. "I'm not taking on any disciples at the moment. You can forget about it," Lin Yu stated firmly, offering no room for negotiation. He had no time to teach anyone, as he was already pressed for time to enhance his own skills. "Ah, Master. I traveled a great distance from the 2nd hospital to the old hospital just to seek your tutelage. Please, I implore you to agree." Miao Tianyun pleaded. "Is this really the same Dr. Miao we just praised? He is a chief physician himself. How can he be begging someone for mentorship? Am I seeing things? Who is that man to make Dr. Miao so submissive?" The male and female doctors alike were incredulous, unable to believe the unfolding drama. The situation was utterly surreal. "I've already stated that I have no time to be a mentor, so you might as well give it up." Lin Yu expressed a hint of disdain, wishing to distance himself from this individual. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Yu's disdainful expression, were momentarily taken aback. It was rather absurd that he would find it so troublesome to accept someone as a disciple. Miao Tianyun clung tightly to Lin Yu's arm, refusing to let go unless Lin Yu consented. Despite his refined demeanor, he was somewhat uncouth when it came to his idol. "Lin Yu, why not take Dr. Miao as your disciple?" He chuckled. Xia Yuhan, standing nearby, giggled at the scene, prompting Lin Yu to cast a reproachful glance in her direction. Ultimately, after much persistence from Miao Tianyun, Lin Yu reluctantly agreed, but only after putting him through a test would he truly accept him as a disciple. Miao Tianyun was elated at the prospect of calling Lin Yu his master, only to be abruptly interrupted. "Not yet. You must understand that my medical expertise is primarily in traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, I will only impart my knowledge once you have thoroughly studied all the texts on Chinese medicine." Lin Yu was not making empty promises, whether in traditional or Western medicine. One must begin with observation. "Yes, master. I came to the herbal medicine shop specifically to learn traditional Chinese medicine better. Give me half a month, and I will read everything." Miao Tianyun nodded vigorously, eager to follow Lin Yu's instructions. Since their last encounter, he had come to realize the true essence of medical practice, which had completely dismantled all his previous theoretical understandings. "All right, follow my instructions. Once you finish, I will seek you out." Lin Yu feigned indifference, his expression revealing a sense of resignation. After issuing a few instructions, he glanced around at the astonished doctors, some of whom had already begun to leave the herbal medicine shop in bewilderment. "Dr. Miao, who on earth is that guy?" A curious nurse inquired after Lin Yu and Xia Yuhan departed. "He is my master," Miao Tianyun declared, his eyes brimming with determination as he returned to his position to continue reading the essays on Chinese medicine. Once Lin Yu and Xia Yuhan left the hospital and entered the courtyard, they found Xia Chuwei watering the plants with a watering can. Xia Yuhan informed him of her intention to accompany Lin Yu to the countryside, to which Xia Chuwei readily agreed. Xia Yu, when are you and Yuhan leaving? Do you need me to arrange transportation? He offered, eager to call for a Lincoln car. Lin Yu quickly declined, smiling, no need, we shall take the train. The roads to my hometown are not suitable for driving, especially in such a vehicle. It would be quite bumpy. Taking the train will suffice. You need not worry about Yuhan's safety. I will ensure her well-being. Lin Yu reassured him, and Xia Chuwei nodded, feeling at ease knowing Lin Yu would be by Yuhan's side. Yuhan, once you arrive, be sure to listen to Lin Yu, all right? Chapter 61. The train pickpocket. After arranging for a Lincoln car, Xia Chuwei saw them off to the nearest train station in Nesha City. The two purchased their tickets and waited a short while before boarding the train. They carried little with them, as Lin Yu's hometown was only about 80 kilometers from Nesha City, making the train journey a mere 2 hours. Seated side by side, Xia Yuhan sensed a slight awkwardness between them, unsure of what to say. After a moment's thought, she ventured, Lin Yu, are there any interesting places in your hometown? Well, there are mountains, forests, and streams. Though the technology may not compare to the city, the air quality is certainly superior in the countryside, Lin Yu replied. In truth, I have a fondness for rural life. It is far preferable to my experience within my own family. Being born into a lineage of medical practitioners meant my education, primary school, secondary school, and even university was always centered around medicine. Xia Yuhan's face reflected a sense of resignation as she contemplated sharing her innermost thoughts with Lin Yu. While her life had indeed been mundane, the joy of successfully treating a patient brought a profound sense of fulfillment. It was because of her family's medical background that she had never engaged in a romantic relationship. Her current situation was a double-edged sword. She smiled, continuing, since I became aware of my family's status, my perspective has shifted. I find that the boys I meet now do not pique my interest at all, until I met you. Lin Yu, if you were any less perceptive, might have missed the implication. Yet, he was already engaged, and while he had considered the idea of polygamy, his current circumstances made even the thought of being a son-in-law a daunting task. To entertain the notion of multiple wives would require him to become a true powerhouse first. Upon finishing his thought, Lin Yu noticed a flicker of dissatisfaction and grievance in Xia Yuhan's gaze. However, he found himself truly unable to act, as she seemed to yearn to express something that lingered in her heart. Fearing it might alter his perception of her, I do not care that you have a fiancé. Indeed, that was what Xia Yuhan longed to convey. Her feelings for Lin Yu had been stirred in ways she had never experienced before. She had never encountered a man as exceptional as him, possessing a unique charm and an aura of security, along with remarkable martial skills and medical prowess. How many men in this world could boast such qualities? Perhaps only a handful, and Lin Yu was certainly one of them. If she did not seize this opportunity, he might become nothing more than a fleeting presence in her life. Is it so wrong for me to like you? Xia Yuhan murmured softly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. This was her first confession to a man. Lin Yu overheard her, but could only smile wryly to himself. His engagement stood as a formidable barrier. If asked whether he had feelings for Xia Yuhan, the answer was undoubtedly yes. Yet, the chain binding them was a profound obstacle. Once again, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. At that moment, Xia Yuhan suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in a black hat, sporting a full beard, whose vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings. He intermittently glanced toward a lavishly dressed woman holding a handbag. Xia Yuhan, being of a spirited nature, noticed the woman's bag was unzipped and intended to alert her. However, the bearded man shot her a chilling glare, drawing a glimmering dagger from his coat. The bearded man fixed a menacing stare upon Xia Yuhan, silently warning her that if she dared to shout, it would cost her life. Lin Yu observed the entire exchange with a calm demeanor, curious to see how Xia Yuhan would react, choosing to remain a passive observer. Just as the bearded man was about to snatch the wallet from the woman's handbag, Xia Yuhan suddenly shouted, "There's a thief." She stood up, pointing at the man with unwavering resolve. The bearded man's hand came to an abrupt halt. Indeed, pickpockets were a common occurrence on trains, but even if passengers noticed, they typically only safeguarded their own belongings, remaining mere spectators. Few would take a stand like Xia Yuhan, acting as a champion of justice. "Damn it, you little girl, you're asking for trouble." The bearded man, caught in the act, directed his dagger toward the opulent woman and pulled the wallet from her bag with a sinister grin, posing the question, "Whose wallet is this?" "Ah, Of course, it's yours. How could my wallet look like that? The woman's response left Xia Yuhan in disbelief, incredulous that someone would dare to utter such an absurdity. What had become of society? Humph. That woman called me a thief. What do you think? A burly man with a beard brandished a dagger menacingly in front of a dignified woman, causing her to shake her head repeatedly and exclaim, "Sir, how could you possibly be a thief? That woman is lying. Humph. At least you have some sense." He replied, "Now you see, this wallet belongs to me." With that, he shoved the wallet into his pocket and slowly approached Xia Yuhan. "I have yet to have my way with a woman on the train. Today, I shall try my luck with you. If you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for trying to play the hero." The dagger glinted ominously as he waved it, sending the other passengers fleeing in fear. "Such a pretty little thing," he sneered, reaching towards Xia Yuhan's slightly raised bosom, prompting her to swiftly step back. "If you don't want my claws on you, you better scram." Lin Yu remained seated beside Xia Yuhan, coldly addressing the bearded man. "Oh, you little brat, you still want to play the hero. It seems you have a death wish." The burly man slashed the dagger towards Lin Yu's face. In the cramped confines of the train, any commotion would be difficult to resolve quickly. Xia Yuhan gasped in alarm, unable to watch as the sharp blade approached Lin Yu. But in an instant, Lin Yu moved, seizing the dagger from the man's grasp and swiftly plunging it into the very hand that had attempted to rob him. The blade pierced clean through, blood gushing forth, and the entire carriage erupted into screams and chaos. The burly man clutched his wounded hand, howling in agony. Lin Yu stood and embraced Xia Yuhan, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling, the wallet falling from his grasp, which Lin Yu swiftly retrieved. "You bastard! Do you want to die for laying a hand on my brother?" At that moment, two young men rose from their seats, evidently the bearded man's accomplices. They helped him to his feet, casting wary glances at Lin Yu. "I had no intention of getting involved in your misdeeds, but your companion's greed has led to this," Lin Yu remarked coolly, unperturbed by the two. "Get him!" the bearded man shouted, his face contorted with pain. "Take back the wallet." The two men drew knives from their pockets and lunged at Lin Yu. They had initially planned to enjoy a successful heist, but had encountered an adversary they had not anticipated. Unfazed by their weapons, Lin Yu executed a sweeping kick, sending both men flying. Why persist in this foolishness? There are countless honest ways to make a living. Why resort to thievery? Lin Yu approached the trio, determined to prevent such scoundrels from plaguing society. Grasping the shoulders of the two young men, he twisted forcefully. With a sickening crack, bones dislocated, the horrifying sound sending nearby passengers into a frenzy. The two men cried out in agony, prompting Lin Yu to impatiently exclaim, "Enough with the noise." With a swift slap, he rendered them unconscious. The bearded man, witnessing this, fainted from sheer terror. "Hey, my wallet." The dignified woman approached Lin Yu, outstretched hand demanding her possession. Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings before responding, "What wallet? Who took your wallet?" "The one you just snatched from that thief. It's mine," she insisted, oblivious to her own hypocrisy. "If it truly is yours, why did you not speak up earlier? Instead, you accuse me of lying," Xia Yuhan retorted, her anger rising. In such a situation, who would dare to speak out? "Enough with the nonsense. Return my wallet, or I will call the police and have you both arrested." The dignified woman exhibited a complete lack of reason, turning the tables on them. Xia Yuhan, taken aback by her audacity, coldly remarked, "You were resisting just moments ago. Why do you now dare to defy us? Do you think us easy prey? Well, if you insist on meddling, that's your own fault. Return my wallet now, or I will call the police and have you both arrested," scoffed the woman, her tone dripping with condescension. "You," Xia Yuhan fumed at her insolence. Lin Yu stood once more, patting Xia Yuhan's shoulder and smiling. "Yuhan, the world is far more treacherous than you realize. If you wish to call the police, then by all means, do so. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, everyone on this train is watching. If you dare lay a finger on me, you will regret it," the woman retorted, taking a step back as Lin Yu rose. "You think the folks on this train will stand up for you? What were these so-called gallant men doing just now when they saw a thief?" Not a word was uttered, their cowardice outshining even that of a girl. Lin Yu countered. "They were afraid, too timid. You, boy, may possess some skills, but you ought to rid the world of evil." The woman argued vehemently, blaming the passengers instead. "How dare you speak like that? They helped you out of kindness, and you repay them with such baseless accusations, truly shameless." A man interjected, unable to tolerate her behavior. "It's not your money, so what do you care?" Lin Yu shot a cold glare at the woman, who stumbled back in fright, trembling as she stammered. "What do you want? Chapter 62. Rural Customs. If you continue to speak, your fate will mirror theirs. The dignified woman watched as bills fluttered to the ground, her face burning with shame. This was her own doing. Ultimately, she squatted down, picking up the scattered notes, some of which fell among the other passengers, who did not hesitate to pocket them. Lin Yu paid her no mind. He was not a benevolent savior. After the train arrived at the station, the three thieves were apprehended by the police. The dignified woman had contemplated accusing Lin Yu as well, but after disembarking, she found him nowhere in sight, leaving her plans unfulfilled. Lin Yu and Xia Yuhan exited the train station and hailed a taxi to their rural village entrance. The vehicle came to a halt, as the roads in the countryside were indeed treacherous, too narrow for the taxi to navigate without risking damage. As they walked along the uneven rural path, inhaling the fresh air unique to the fields, Lin Yu felt a sense of unparalleled contentment. So this is the countryside, he mused. Xia Yuhan followed beside him, admiring the towering trees lining the path, beyond which lay the fields, where farmers were harvesting rice under the sweltering August sun. Yes, I grew up here. It's not too bad, she replied. Indeed, the air is far fresher than in the city, she added, momentarily sprinting ahead to enjoy the warm breeze, only to stumble upon a stone, losing her balance and crying out as she fell forward, bracing for impact. Yet, after a few moments, she felt herself cradled in a warm embrace rather than meeting the ground. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she had landed in Lin Yu's arms. How long do you intend to stay in my embrace, beautiful Xia? Lin Yu teased, eliciting a blush from her. She attempted to push him away, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through her right ankle, her lovely face contorting in discomfort. What happened? Did you hurt yourself? Lin Yu asked, his concern evident as he examined her feet. Xia Yuhan, having worn high heels today, realized it was a mistake she had made. Lin Yu assisted Xia Yuhan to a large rock, gesturing for her to sit down. He removed her high heels, revealing her delicate, fair toes. True beauty is not merely defined by one's face. Even her petite feet were captivating. Upon glancing upwards, he noticed her ankles were swollen and flushed. It must be from earlier when you bumped into something. The bones probably rubbed against each other. Allow me to massage it for you. Lin Yu looked up to find Xia Yuhan bowing her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson. It was her first experience of a boy touching her feet, and her sensitive nature stirred unfamiliar feelings within her. With a gentle smile, Lin Yu began to knead her ankle, warmth radiating through her limb and gradually enveloping her entire being. Xia Yuhan bit her lower lip, suppressing any sounds of comfort. After a while, the swelling in her ankle began to subside. All done. However, you should avoid walking on such paths in those high heels. Let me carry you, Lin Yu said, picking up her shoes and helping her put them back on. He turned to reveal his not-so-broad back. Yet, girls often find their feelings blossoming rapidly due to a boy's simple gestures. Xia Yuhan clung to Lin Yu's neck, her embrace cautious and delicate. Lin Yu, am I terribly clumsy? I nearly hurt my foot just walking, she said shyly. Not at all. These paths are difficult to navigate, and considering you're in high heels, it's fortunate you didn't fall. Lin Yu reassured her as he carried Xia Yuhan, his hands resting on her soft curves, the sensation sending a thrill through him. A warm breeze swept by, and as Xia Yuhan leaned against Lin Yu's shoulder, her hair brushed against his nose, filling his senses with her unique fragrance, a delightful experience. Yuhan, you really should eat more. You feel so light, he remarked. Really? I feel like I've gained weight lately. I've been trying to lose some, Xia Yuhan replied, a hint of discontent in her voice. Lin Yu smiled without responding. Many girls strive for an ideal figure, often resorting to dieting. But Xia Yuhan's slender form certainly called for more nourishment. As they walked along a muddy path, they occasionally passed local farmers, who beamed at the sight of Lin Yu carrying a girl. It was not unusual for one or two smiles, but as they continued, Xia Yuhan noticed several farmers smiling at her, as if bestowing blessings upon the couple. Lin Yu, why do those farmers smile at us? She asked directly. With a meaningful tone, Lin Yu explained, in our village, it's a custom for a boy to carry a girl, signifying they are a couple. Villagers often smile to wish couples enduring happiness. Life here is far simpler and more genuine than the hustle and bustle of the city. Xia Yuhan fell silent, resting her head against Lin Yu's back, too bashful to meet the eyes of passing villagers. How embarrassing. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you carry me. Now they think we're a couple, she thought, though secretly she cherished the notion, sensing her inner conflict. Lin Yu smiled gently. These are merely rural customs. We have already stepped into the city. There's no need to overthink it. Upon reaching the entrance of his tiled house, Lin Yu retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the iron gate. As they stepped into the yard and entered the house, everything remained unchanged. A table, a television, and a large bed. This was the place where Lin Yu had spent his childhood. Xia Yuhan stood by, astonished, her eyes misting over. She could hardly fathom that people still lived in such a place. Reflecting on her own life, where she never worried about food or clothing and could indulge in play, she felt a sense of frustration from her family's pressure to study medicine. Yet compared to Lin Yu's upbringing, her childhood seemed infinitely better. Although the house hadn't changed much, it was merely cloaked in the dust of time. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed a letter on the table. Curious. He opened it to find a note from his father. Little Yu, by the time you read this letter, I will have already embarked on the journey to find your mother. The reason for your marriage into the Tang family is to protect Tang Lianxin. Only you can suppress the curse upon her. This is why Old Master Tang wishes for you to marry her quickly. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. When you are truly capable, someone will come to you. If you wish to understand my whereabouts, your primary goal is to gain the recognition of the entire Tang family. Once they submit to you, Old Master Tang will reveal everything. As for the people I sent, you will understand in due time. After reading, Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as he muttered, "What a scoundrel, abandoning me to search for my mother without bringing me along." As they stood there, caught up in their emotions, a voice at the door interrupted their moment. A modestly dressed middle-aged woman entered, her gaze softening upon seeing Lin Yu. "Madama, it's been a long time." Lin Yu greeted her warmly, as she had been the one to care for him most during his childhood. Madama, whose real name was Ma Lin Fong, had a daughter and a husband who worked away from home, returning only every 6 months. She had taken care of her child alone, and during the time Lin Yu lived in the countryside with his father, they had become neighbors, often sharing meals. "Little Yu, this girl must be your girlfriend from the city. She is truly lovely, far prettier than my daughter," Madama said, her eyes sparkling with affection for Xia Yuhan. Xia Yuhan, initially wanting to clarify her relationship with Lin Yu, refrained from doing so, feeling embarrassed by the customary views of rural life. "How awkward," Lin Yu chuckled. Aware that Xia Yuhan might feel uncomfortable, he stepped closer to her, holding her hand while Madama's attention shifted to Xia Yuhan's calloused wrist. "What does this ant do? How can a woman have calluses?" Xia Yuhan wondered, though she understood that while men often developed calluses from labor, women typically maintained their hands. Nevertheless, Madama appeared to be in her 50s, having worked the fields for years, making such calluses commonplace. Upon entering Madama's home, Lin Yu saw 5 dishes laid out on the table. A girl with a radiant face lounged on the couch, her familiar and adorable visage bringing a smile to Lin Yu's face. The girl, upon seeing Lin Yu, jumped up excitedly and rushed towards him, completely ignoring Xia Yuhan. Xia Yuhan could sense an unexplainable bond the girl had with Lin Yu, a feeling she also shared. Madama chuckled, noticing her daughter's reaction. "It seems this girl has grown taller in these 3 months." Lin Yu remarked, observing how much the girl had matured. "Hiki, no matter how much I grow, I'll always be your little girl, Lin Gij," Zhang Tingyu said with a smile, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. As the 4 individuals settled down to dine, Xia Yuhan gazed at the array of dishes on the table. Although the rural cuisine lacked the extravagance often found in urban settings, it possessed a unique charm that was distinctly rustic and incredibly fragrant. However, Lin Yu hardly needed to serve himself, as the young girl Zhang Tingyu continuously filled his plate with food. Chapter 63. Encountering martial artist. "Dear girl, you should eat for yourself. Look at how much you're piling onto Xiaoyu's plate. He can't possibly finish it," Aunt Ma admonished. "Humph. It's rare for Brother Lin to visit. He endured quite a bit when he left the countryside for the city, and now he looks rather unkempt," Zhang Tingyu pouted, still placing a piece of meat into Lin Yu's bowl. "Yuhan, to make sure to eat well. I must tell you, these rural dishes are unlike anything you find in the city, and they're all homegrown, free from pesticides and quite safe," Aunt Ma called out to Xia Yuhan, who smiled and nodded in response. "Xiaoyu, don't just focus on yourself. Serve your little girlfriend some food too." Aunt Ma genuinely treated Lin Yu as if he were her own child, prompting him to serve Xia Yuhan, which he did with a smile. Lin Yu refrained from mentioning the names of the medicinal herbs. Although the Shinnon classic contained their names, the nomenclature of the past surely differed from the present. And even if he spoke them, the others might not comprehend. Be cautious when heading to the back mountain. In recent days, I've seen several groups of men and women of various attire heading there. Make sure to take the girl with you too to avoid any trouble. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. After their meal, he shouldered a basket and walked alongside Zhang Tingyu and Xia Yuhan towards the back mountain. Sister Yuhan, how long have you and brother Lin been together? As they walked, Zhang Yu inquired, eager to learn about the bond between Xia Yuhan and Lin Yu. Xia Yuhan was at a loss for words, as she and Lin Yu were not in a romantic relationship. Lin Yu playfully tousled Zhang Yu's hair, chuckling. What do you need to know so much for, little girl? My matters with Sister Yuhan aren't tea for you to pry into. I'm not little. I'm already in college. Zhang Yu retorted, hands on her hips, her youthful figure gradually taking shape, seemingly offended by Lin Yu's words. Such a girl. Lin Yu laughed as the trio arrived at the narrow path leading to the back mountain. The area had been excavated, revealing a series of stone steps that facilitated passage. Yuhan, take it slow. The humidity here makes the terrain a bit tricky, Lin Yu noted, aware that Xia Yuhan was in high heels. He gently grasped her hand, which initially stiffened but soon relaxed, enveloped in the warmth of his grip. Brother Lin, what medicinal herbs are you seeking? Zhang Yu asked. Having played in the back mountain since childhood and familiar with its terrain, perhaps she might recognize the herbs Lin Yu mentioned. Lotus root and yam, Lin Yu answered, which caused a dilemma for Zhang Yu. While those herbs were once prevalent in the area, they had likely been harvested long ago. Both herbs shared similar properties. They could serve as medicinal remedies for wounds or be ingested for longevity. Do not worry, it's been over a decade. Perhaps there are still some near the waterfall cave at the mountain's peak. Lin Yu reminisced fondly about that location. The waterfall cave. We used to visit that place often as children. I remember Daniel and Ernyo were there too. Lin Yu reflected on his childhood adventures with Zhang Yu. Daniel and Ernyo, where they would often catch wild chickens and roast them over a fire, enjoying the simplicity of life. Yet, time had passed swiftly, and the joys of childhood had long faded, overshadowed by the responsibilities of adulthood. Suddenly, a commanding voice emerged from a nearby thicket as they traversed halfway up the mountain. 3 men in short-sleeved shirts emerged, their physiques varying, with the plumpest among them wielding a heavy iron rod. Their eyes glinted with a fierce authority, emanating a palpable pressure. We are villagers from the foot of the mountain, here to gather medicinal herbs. We hope you gentlemen will not take offense, Zhang Yu spoke politely. However, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. This back mountain did not belong to them. Why should they act as if they were its lords? The portly man, eyeing the 2 young women with lascivious intent, approached them, his hands rubbing together. Old heir, don't forget our purpose here, the man with a dark countenance, resembling a historical figure, cautioned. His white eyebrows provided a stark contrast to his otherwise grim face, suggesting he was the leader of the trio. I know, boss. We've been here for 3 days and finally see some beauties. We can continue our search afterward, the lascivious man responded, reaching out toward the girls. Xia Yuhan and Zhang Yu exchanged worried glances, recoiling at the sight of his filthy hands, instinctively moving behind Lin Yu. This was reminiscent of their childhood, where Lin Yu always stood in front to protect them from bullies. Xia Yuhan, aware of Lin Yu's capabilities, felt a sense of reliance on him. You, what are you still doing here? Go about your business and lend us these 2 friends. I assure you they won't be harmed. They'll be returned once you're done, the portly man demanded, his gaze fixated on the girls rather than Lin Yu. Can I lend you your mother instead? Lin Yu retorted defiantly. What? You little brat, say that again. The lascivious man seethed with rage, perceiving Lin Yu as merely an ordinary person, unaware that Lin Yu was a martial artist daring to challenge him. Are you deaf? I'll say it again, if you don't want to die. Get lost and stop bothering us. Lin Yu's voice resonated with a chilling authority, undeniably provoking the trio. You will pay for your words. The lascivious man shouted, swinging his robust fist toward Lin Yu's face, believing he could escape the consequences of his actions in this mountain setting. However, the moment his fist swung through the air, it halted abruptly, as if caught in a vice. No matter how he struggled, Lin Yu's grip was akin to a steel clamp, rendering his arm immobile. The tall, lean man behind merely scoffed, assuming Lin Yu was just a strong, ordinary person, not intending to assist his comrade. Crack, crack. Lin Yu tightened his grip on the portly man's hand, holding him in place with sufficient strength to immobilize him despite his efforts to break free. Gradually, Lin Yu's grip tightened, and a barely perceptible sound of bones cracking emanated from the arms of the lecherous fat man. In that moment, the entire visage of the rotund man turned crimson as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Let go of me, you little brat. Do you hear me?" After uttering these words, he seized Lin Yu's captured hand with his other hand, exerting all his strength to pull it away, but could not extricate himself from Lin Yu's grasp. Observing the situation, Lin Yu relented slightly, causing the lecherous fat man to tumble to the ground. his posterior meeting the earth with a jolt of pain. The rugged mountain path only exacerbated his discomfort as sharp stones poked him, eliciting another cry of agony. "Ah, my hand, it hurts." The fat man gazed at his arm, now swollen to the size of his own fist. "Damn it, big brother, help me take revenge." This kid is also a martial artist. The fat man spoke with clarity, prompting the two men behind him to narrow their eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yu. Yet they could not detect any discernible aura emanating from him. "Have you not been practicing lately, fat man? Is that why your cultivation has plummeted? This kid lacks even a trace of spiritual energy. He hardly qualifies as a martial artist," the lanky one remarked as he approached Lin Yu, a sneer curling his lips. "Kid, how do you intend to resolve the injury you inflicted on my second brother?" Lin Yu chuckled coldly, having merely intended to teach the man a lesson. Had he continued to cling on, he would have had no qualms about incapacitating all three of them. "You truly are a martial artist." The lanky one's expression grew serious upon hearing Lin Yu refer to himself as such. His brow furrowed in skepticism. The absence of a detectable aura suggested either Lin Yu was an ordinary person or someone whose cultivation far surpassed theirs. "Brother, my second brother acted recklessly just now. Since there's no harm done, you and your two girlfriends may proceed up the mountain," the lanky one said, acknowledging Lin Yu's presence with a hint of respect. "Let us go?" Lin Yu snorted coldly. Had they dared to utter another word, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire for them. Zhang Tingyu and Xia Yuhan, witnessing the intimidating trio allowing them to pass, hurriedly followed Lin Yu up the mountain. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained unperturbed, undaunted. For the highest level of their cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of martial arts, akin to his own. With his innate talent, he believed he could easily surpass anyone of similar rank, provided they were not exceptionally gifted. Chapter 64. The major sects having experienced the earlier confrontation. Xia Yuhan and Zhang Tingyu each took hold of one of Lin Yu's hands. This scene, if witnessed by his legitimate girlfriend Tang Lianxin, would surely have sent her into a fit of jealousy. By noon, the trio finally reached the mountain peak. The cliffs at the summit were surrounded by steep peaks, rising endlessly. Despite the seasonal changes, the climate here remained pleasantly warm, aptly described as a winter warmth and summer coolness. What was the true purpose of the three men visiting this secluded area? From the murmurs of the locals, it seemed there were other martial artists present. Could it be that there was a treasure of significance to martial practitioners hidden within this mountain? Lin Yu's mind began to churn with speculation. Noticing his furrowed brow, Xia Yuhan inquired with concern, "Lin Yu, what troubles you? Are you still worried about what happened earlier?" "Not at all, merely some trivial matters," Lin Yu replied. "Yuhan, I wish to show you the waterfall cave where I spent my childhood." With that, he decided to set aside his thoughts of treasures and proceeded onward, focusing on the tasks at hand. As they approached the waterfall, Lin Yu suddenly overheard a conversation between two men and two women up ahead, their voices filled with anticipation. The four individuals were clad in matching attire. The men wore white tang suits, their long hair tied back, while the women donned pink robes adorned with unique jade pendants. Though their garments differed in color, they shared the same style, each wielding long swords and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. "Brother Lin, who are these people? Their outfits resemble ancient costumes, as if they are filming a movie," Zhang Tingyu whispered, curious. Lin Yu shook his head, speculating they might belong to a hidden sect of martial artists, though this remained mere conjecture. Xiao Shixiao, the direction indicated by the spiritual compass points to this waterfall. "I suspect the dragon vein may indeed be nearby," one of the men holding the treasure-seeking device remarked to the others. "Then hurry and search. I sense that other martial artists are beginning to sense our presence. We cannot allow them to seize the valuable dragon energy first," the leader, Xiao Linghan, cautioned, drawing his sword and scanning the area for any intruders. "All right, Shimi and Shiji, you two stand by with the spirit stones. To ascertain the exact location of the dragon vein, I need a few more minutes," he instructed. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he spotted a woman extracting a yellow spirit stone from her satchel. Envy surged within him. With such stones, reaching the 6th stage of martial arts would be within his grasp. "Master, one of those individuals has already attained the 8th stage of martial arts. Even if you were to act, it would merely lead to your demise. I suggest you observe quietly the system," Xiao Yu advised. Grateful for the warning, Lin Yu realized the danger of being lured by the allure of the spirit stones. For martial artists, these stones constituted both wealth and a currency for cultivation resources. He recalled the recent auction. Possessing such stones would have allowed him to auction off the jade slips at a premium. "Yes, we should remain hidden and wait for the right moment to act." Lin Yu began scouting for a concealed spot. Given the circumstances, he could not risk approaching the four individuals with an explanation about gathering herbs. It would likely result in his untimely demise, especially since he was accompanied by Xia Yuhan and Zhang Tingyu. After finding a suitable hiding place within a thicket, the three of them observed the unfolding events quietly. Both Xia Yuhan and Zhang Tingyu complied with Lin Yu's wishes, remaining silent as they followed his lead. A few minutes later, two more individuals emerged from a nearby thicket. They appeared middle-aged, sporting unkempt facial hair and dressed in tattered garments and straw sandals, casually chewing on roots as they approached the four individuals. I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just the Spirit Sword Sect's lackeys. Why would they send such insignificant wretches here? The newcomers scoffed, their eyes filled with disdain. Rather than judging us, perhaps you should discuss the demise of the Beggar sect at the hands of the Qin Yun sect of the top three sects. What brings you here? Retorted a mature woman from the Spirit Sword sect, her sharp tongue igniting a glint of anger in the eyes of the two men. If everyone knows of the treasures hidden in this mountain, there is no need for pretense. Is it not for the dragon vein? The lead middle-aged man declared, brandishing a cleaver to assert his authority. Oh, how do you intend to negotiate? Xiaolingen's gaze darkened slightly. In terms of strength, he was merely an 8th-level warrior among the four of them. However, the two individuals before him had already attained the 1st level of the warrior realm. To confront them would necessitate the use of hidden cards, likely resulting in mutual destruction. In that case, the ones waiting in the shadows would reap the benefits, making such a course of action unwise. We will share the dragon vein and divide the dragon chi equally, said the Beggar clan member, extending his grimy finger with a nonchalant tone. What? We discovered this dragon vein first. Does your Beggar clan not understand the concept of first come, first served? The mature woman, her temper flaring, spoke with indignation. A young man from the Beggar clan, wielding an iron rod at his waist, scratched his nose and joined in with crude banter. You, When it comes to audacity, the two from the Beggar clan are indeed thick-skinned. Even the sharp-tongued woman from the Spirit Sword sect couldn't help but suppress her urge to curse. However, as she represented the image of her sect, she could only huff in silence. Enough. We shall each take half. It is true that you found the dragon vein, but should it go berserk and attract other martial artists, the rewards will be scant. Thus, considering all factors, you should be content with 4/10. We, the stick and blade duo, deserve fair compensation for our efforts. The two from the Beggar clan spoke with conviction. Yet, the price for their assistance was exorbitant. Given that the dragon vein had existed for millennia, and the resources within it were likely more potent than 10,000-year-old spirit stones, Xiao Linghan realized that this opportunity might allow him to break through to the warrior realm. 4060. Xiao Linghan replied coldly, not permitting any rebuttal, his eyes resolute. The Beggar clan members had no choice but to acquiesce. They could resort to force, but the search for the dragon vein was not within their capabilities. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, they would both suffer greatly. After all, it was their discovery, and accepting 40% was already generous. After negotiating their alliance, it wasn't long before other martial artists arrived, although some lesser sect members were swiftly expelled by the Beggar clan. Ultimately, only two groups remained, having clearly formed an alliance. The other sect, seemingly on par with the Spirit Sword sect, posed little threat, as their strength was merely at the 7th level of the warrior realm, easily overshadowing Lin Yu. Damn it, how did two allied factions show up again? Lin Yu cursed under his breath from his concealed spot in the underbrush. It was already challenging to contend with them, and now it seemed even more dire. Did he truly lack the fortune of encountering martial opportunities? After all, he had met the system, so his luck shouldn't be that bad. Yet, how could he resolve the situation with 4 factions now present? Brother Lin. It seems those individuals are about to fight, Zhang Tingyu whispered to Lin Yu. Xia Yuhan nodded and asked casually, Lin Yu, why are we hiding? What they intend to do doesn't seem to concern us much. We merely came to gather herbs in the waterfall cave. The two women interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts with their conversation. You don't understand. This situation is akin to those individuals seeking a valuable antique, and we have stumbled upon it. As the saying goes, those who see have a share. Yet, they will undoubtedly resist sharing, leading to conflict. Lin Yu offered a brief analogy, likening the dragon vein to an antique, as explaining martial artists to Xia Yuhan and Zhang Tingyu would take too long. Oh, Brother Lin, why don't we just go out? Should we wait until they've exhausted each other? Indeed, you have a point, Lin Yu replied, initially intending to add that joining the fray would only lead to their demise. How dare the now-defunct Beggar clan meddle here? Your faction has already been eradicated. What use is your presence now? A young man clad in a tiger skin coat growled like a beast. Humph. The wildlings of the beast sect dare to mock us? When your faction allied with the Wudong sect against the Beggar clan, you should have included the Spirit Sword sect, since you two have formed an alliance. It's only natural that I stand with the Spirit Sword sect. The Beggar clan stick and blade duo snorted derisively, their bodies poised for battle. Just as the four factions were about to clash, a disciple from the Spirit Sword sect, who was casting spells to locate the dragon vein, suddenly exclaimed as the treasure compass emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar. I found it. The dragon vein lies within this waterfall. Within the waterfall? Could it possibly harbor hidden wonders? The Beast sect and Wudong sect members exchanged glances, nodded, and swiftly dashed toward the waterfall. This is bad. We must follow. Seeing them leap into the waterfall, the Spirit Sword sect quickly pursued, and in an instant, the crowd outside the cliff vanished. Blast it. I can't believe the so-called dragon vein lies within the waterfall cave. How did I not discover this as a child? Lin Yu lamented, watching the others enter the cave with frustration. Brother Lin, what should we do? Our secret cave has already been discovered by them. Is there truly treasure hidden within? Not just any treasure, it is a veritable treasure of great significance. Chapter 65. A crisis lurks. Lin Yu and his companions followed suit, leaping into the waterfall cave, where stalactites dripped water, creating a rhythmic sound. As the three entered, they found the four sects searching frantically. They quickly concealed themselves behind a hidden rock. Kid, how long are we going to stare at that treasure compass? Where is it? The leader of the Beast sect shouted impatiently, flanked by two eager disciples, both armed with weapons crafted from the teeth and claws of ferocious beasts. Their might surpassed that of modern firearms, as these beasts were bred through unique methods within the Beast sect. Humph. You two think you can claim the dragon vein? You're not worthy. The Beggar clan's duo scoffed, their warrior presence causing the three from the Beast sect to feel a weight on their chests. Why must you complicate matters? Our goal is to acquire the dragon vein. The four of us should unite to seize it first, and then we can discuss the division afterward. An elder from the Wudong sect, donned in a Taoist robe and wielding a dust whisk, stepped forward, exuding an ethereal presence. This elder, known as Taoist Qingyi of the Wudong sect, relaxed the previously tense atmosphere with a mere wave of his whisk. Humph. The Beggar clan duo replied coolly, feeling somewhat dwarfed by the Wudong sect's reputation, especially since they had recently fallen from grace. Brother, the dragon vein is right above in this cave. The man holding the treasure compass drew his sword, chanted a few incantations, and thrust the sword upwards with a shout. Break! He cried as the sword pierced through the stone ceiling. Suddenly, a resounding and oppressive dragon roar echoed within the cave, causing the very walls to tremble. Yet, none paid heed to this disturbance. All eyes from the four factions were fixated on the radiant treasure land atop the stone ceiling. Huh. The dragon vein belongs to me. Behind the Beast clan leader stood a lithe figure, moving with an agility that seemed almost supernatural, darting directly towards the golden light emanating from the stone apex. Damn it. He seeks to monopolize it. That is impossible. The two members of the Beggar clan were also poised to join the fray, but they were halted by the eldest disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, Shaolin Han. Kid, that dragon vein was discovered by us. What do you mean by this? The two were urged to remain calm. If the dragon vein were so easily obtained, we would have taken it long ago. Since my senior brother forbids your advance, there must be a reason. Do not forget the dragon's reverse scales. Although this dragon vein does not belong to a true dragon, any entity possessing sentience would surely be enraged by our intrusion into its territory. The disciple, holding a treasure-seeking plate, smiled gently as he explained. Lin Yu, observing intently, suddenly noticed that within the golden light atop the stone ceiling lay the very medicinal herbs they sought, the lotus herb and taro root. Brother Lin, it seems there are many lotus herbs and taro roots up there. Let us not act rashly. If danger arises, you two should leave at once. Lin Yu felt a twinge of unease and cautioned the two women, determined to ensure their safety should any peril present itself. Ah, bang. Just as Lin Yu finished his warning, a disciple from the Beast clan, who had ventured into the light, plummeted to the ground, bloodied and legless. The wounds on his severed limbs bore unmistakable signs of gnawing, clearly a result of the dragon vein's wrath. Senior brother, save me. Help. The dismembered disciple crawled towards the Beast clan leader, his face twisted in terror, dragging himself along the ground, leaving a trail of blood. It was evident that he was beyond salvation. Apologies. With one less person, the resources can be divided among us more favorably, so you may as well perish. Clang. The Beast clan leader unsheathed a massive 7-foot bone staff, crafted from the bones of a snow lion. Weighing an astonishing 300 pounds, a weapon not easily wielded by any ordinary individual. With a simple swing, the staff crashed down upon the head of his own disciple, obliterating it in an instant, devoid of any camaraderie. Such cruelty and lack of mercy astonished all present momentarily. Xiaolingan remarked coldly, "Truly, the Beast Clan's senior disciple lives up to his reputation for ruthlessness." Ugh. Suddenly, Lin Yu and his companions, concealed in a corner, were startled by Zhang Tingyu's shriek. Having never witnessed death before, let alone such a brutal execution, it was her first encounter with such horror, prompting her instinctive cry. Not good, Lin Yu thought to himself. Although he covered Zhang Tingyu's mouth to stifle further sounds, martial practitioners are far from ordinary. Within a 500-meter radius, Lin Yu could hear the slightest commotion, especially from those of higher realms. Who goes there? The collective gaze of the four factions turned towards the corner where Lin Yu hid. Driven by the bloodlust ignited by the recent slaughter, the Beast Clan leader's primal instincts surged forth, craving the thrill of bloodshed. Observing that they had noticed his presence, Lin Yu realized that, even if he held off to let the two women escape, he would likely meet his end within mere seconds. He had no choice but to step forward, contemplating alternative strategies. As Lin Yu emerged, Zhang Tingyu and Xia Yuhan cautiously followed, finding a semblance of safety only in his presence. What do we have here? Merely a few ordinary individuals. The fewer who know of this matter, the better. Blame your curiosity. The Beast Clan member, brandishing the bone staff, aimed it directly at Lin Yu's head, preparing to strike. Lin Yu, unwilling to succumb so easily, recognized that despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, he must defend himself to survive. He drew forth his scythe from the frame behind him to deflect the impending blow. Yet, the vast difference in power and weaponry sent Lin Yu crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes glaring defiantly at the onlookers. "Brother Lin, are you all right?" Zhang Tingyu rushed to his side, her voice laced with concern and guilt for having startled the situation. Lin Yu, Xia Yuhan joined her, both women displaying deep worry for Lin Yu's pallid complexion. "To withstand my blow, you must not be an ordinary person. Speak. Which sect do you belong to?" The Beast Clan leader, intrigued, noted that such a feat was beyond the capability of an average person. "I am but a solitary practitioner. A martial artist of the fifth realm," Lin Yu replied, wiping the blood from his lips. "Ah, rogue. How convenient. After I eliminate you, no sect will seek vengeance. Rest assured, I shall end your life swiftly." The leader chuckled darkly, his thirst for blood intensifying, a euphoric thrill coursing through his veins. With that, he raised the staff, poised to bring it crashing down upon Lin Yu's head. As the heavy staff descended towards Lin Yu, he realized the futility of resistance against such overwhelming force. His body was paralyzed, and he could only watch helplessly as the staff approached. Bang! Stop! Just as the staff was about to make contact, a long sword emerged, positioned mere inches from Lin Yu's eyes, revealed to be the intervention of Xiaolingan from the Spirit Sword sect. "What are you doing, Xiaolingan? Get out of my way. My beastly nature has been awakened. If you obstruct me, I will not hesitate to strike you down as well." The beast leader glared coldly at Xiaolingan, bloodlust radiating from him, his very cells yearning for the taste of blood. "If you wish to claim the dragon vein, you must stand down immediately. Should you refuse, I suspect the Wudong sect will not side with you either," Xiaolingan replied calmly, as he grasped Lin Yu's shoulder and effortlessly flung him towards the disciple holding the treasure-seeking plate. Lin Yu landed heavily on the ground, his bones feeling as if they had been jarred loose. "Brother Lin," Zhang Tingyu and Xia Yuhan rushed forward, their faces etched with concern. But they were swiftly obstructed by Xiaolingan. "You scoundrel! You bullied Brother Lin just now, you villain!" Zhang Tingyu exclaimed, raising her hand to slap Xiaolingan's stern face. Tragically, he showed no regard for the gender divide. In his eyes, any assault warranted retaliation. Smack! A resounding slap sent Zhang Tingyu flying, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her once cherubic face now swollen and bruised. It was evident that Xiaolingan possessed no tenderness, only a harsh hand that crushed the innocent. "No. If anything happens, let it be directed at me," Lin Yu shouted. Fists clenched, his spirit ignited with a desire to retaliate against Xiaolingan. Yet, in his current state, he was utterly defenseless, his strength waning. As he was seized by the disciple holding the treasure-seeking plate, his body lifted effortlessly. Unfeeling, this young man still has some value. The dragon vein is enraged. To obtain it, we must first quench its fury. Your disciple counts as one sacrifice. We merely need another to appease it. After all, this young man is a rogue. He may as well serve that purpose. As the words of the treasure-seeking man echoed, the expressions of those surrounding him darkened ominously. It became evident why this young man had instructed Xiao Linghan to obstruct the two members of the beggar sect. He was well aware of their intentions, harboring ulterior motives. Such a cunning individual, with a heart as black as coal, could have averted the tragic demise of the beast sect disciples had he revealed his knowledge in advance. The Taoist from Wudong pondered anxiously, fearing that this young man might concoct further schemes. Young man, should you decide to confront the wrath of the dragon vein, I assure you that the two women beside you will remain unharmed. Should you refuse, however, they will perish before your very eyes. The choice is yours. We shall not compel you, Wei Yu said, his eyes narrowed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet the entire demeanor of that smile instilled a sense of trepidation in Lin Yu. How dare he present me with a choice, claiming they would not coerce me? Lin Yu glanced around at the disciples of the four factions. While he recognized the Wudong sect, the other three, despite their seemingly righteous appearances, wore expressions that conveyed a chilling detachment, as if the unfolding events were of no concern to them.